Jiang Cheng, in his previous life, devoted himself tirelessly for the sake of his sisters, selflessly pouring out his energy and wisdom to alleviate their troubles, sacrificing everything for their careers and lives. Yet, fate proved unjust, and he met a tragic end due to an unforeseen accident. However, destiny seemed to smile upon him, granting him the unexpected opportunity of rebirth. This time, Jiang Cheng resolved to return to his family and avoid repeating past mistakes. He was acutely aware that the memories and experiences from his former life would serve as formidable tools. Together with his sisters, he was destined to create significant upheaval in the business world. During his time within the Jiang family, Jiang Cheng quickly distinguished himself in the family enterprise, showcasing remarkable talents drawn from his substantial prior experiences and extraordinary wisdom. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Gu Cheng, did you send someone to attack Xiaofeng? An exquisite beauty stormed into the room, her anger palpable. She glared at the man sprawled on the sofa. The man lay there, wearing a mask, utterly still. Gu Cheng, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? The woman thundered. Observing his continued silence, she raised her hand, poised to strike him. Just as her hand was about to connect with his face, he abruptly awoke. Gu Cheng stared blankly at the woman before him, bewildered as he looked at his own hands. Suddenly, he dashed into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror, murmuring, "No, the scars on my face are gone." He incredulously caressed his own visage. Gu Cheng, what is wrong with you? The stunning woman stood nearby, her fury unabated. Gu Cheng slowly turned to her, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotion: surprise, confusion, and fear. He regarded the irate beauty and spoke in a measured tone. Gu Yuran, on what grounds do you accuse me of orchestrating an attack on Gu Feng? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Firstly, if you believe I instigated the attack on Gu Feng, present your evidence; otherwise, kindly leave my room. Gu Yuran's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Cheng, stop spouting nonsense and fabricating absurd excuses to brush me off. As his patience waned, he coldly regarded her and stated, Gu Yuran, since you lack evidence implicating me, I must insist you vacate this space. With that, Gu Cheng attempted to usher her out. Gu Yuran furrowed her brow, shaking off his grip. Enough. I can leave on my own, but if I discover you were behind this, you will regret it. Once Gu Yuran exited, Gu Cheng closed the door and reclined on the sofa, incredulous as he examined his hands. I can't believe I truly have been reborn. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was later adopted by the Gu family, unwittingly entering a household that had brought him immense despair. Within this alien environment, he suffered relentless mistreatment. Gu Feng, the biological son of Gu Sheng, had targeted him since his arrival. His 6 sisters also directed their ire towards him. Tragically, he learned that the matron of the orphanage had passed away shortly after his departure. He had foolishly hoped that if he worked hard enough, they would treat him with the same kindness they showed Gu Feng. Alas, it remained a mere fantasy. Yu Cheng lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling when his phone suddenly rang. It was Gu Yuran. Momentarily taken aback, he answered the call. Gu Cheng, did you not claim I would find no evidence? Well, I now possess proof. Come to the Gu family villa immediately. I wish to see how you will explain this. If they desire me to leave the Gu household, then I shall oblige. Gu Cheng had already deduced that everything occurring today was a trap set by Gu Feng to ensnare him. Having endured enough in his previous life, he was resolved not to entangle himself with the Gu family again. 2.5 hours later, Gu Cheng arrived at the Gu family villa. Observing the opulent residence, he felt no envy, only a strong desire to escape. His current living situation was a result of Gu Feng's machinations. Simply because his academic performance slightly surpassed Gu Feng's, he had been driven out amidst tears and tantrums. After tonight, he would sever all ties with the Gu family. Taking a deep breath, Gu Cheng strode into the villa with conviction. Upon entering, he found Gu Yuran and his eldest sister, Gu Qingling, seated in the living room, while Gu Feng wore a smug expression and Gu Yuran glared at him with fury. Where's the evidence? Gu Qing asked coldly. Gu Yuran tossed a stack of photographs onto the table. See for yourself. This is the proof of your involvement in the attack on Xiaofeng. Gu Cheng picked up the photographs, glanced at them, and laughed. What is this proof? I do not recognize anyone in these images. You still dare to quibble? Gu Feng shouted, leaping up. You orchestrated this. Gu Cheng gazed steadily at Gu Feng. You truly believe this can ensnare me? How naive. At that moment, Gu Qingling, who had remained silent, spoke up. Gu Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, this incident reflects poorly. Pack your things and leave the Gu family. A wave of desolation washed over Gu Cheng. Yet he replied coolly, you need not expel me. I shall leave on my own accord. However, before I go, there are a few things I must clarify. He surveyed the room. Upon entering this household, I never aspired to vie for anything. I merely sought a warm place to belong. Yet, you have offered me neither trust nor respect. Gu Yuran and the others fell into silence. Driver, take me to the Jiang family. Gu Cheng instructed as he entered the vehicle. Understood. Several hours later, Gu Cheng arrived at the Jiang Group headquarters. Stepping out of the taxi, he approached the entrance. Stop. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter Jiang Group. The security guard barred his way to, pardon me. I am here to find my father. Gu Cheng replied. Your father? If convenient, could you provide me with your father's name? I will verify it for you. The security guard regarded Gu Cheng with a friendly demeanor. Sure. My father's name is Jiangdu. Jiangdu? I don't believe we have anyone by that name here. The guard perused the records, perplexed. Let me call him, and he can come down and meet me. Gu Cheng suggested slowly. All right, please wait outside for a moment. The guard replied amiably. Gu Cheng refrained from further comments, dialing his father's number and waiting silently for him to arrive. Reflecting now, he felt a deep sense of remorse towards this father. Captain, this young man is here to find his family. I don't think we should force him to leave, the junior guard pleaded. Enough chatter. Hurry up and get lost. If he needed to find someone, he wouldn't come at this hour, especially late at night. If you disturb the boss's rest, you'll be in serious trouble. The captain barked at Gu Cheng, demanding he leave immediately. Gu Cheng clenched his fists, suppressing his inner fury. He understood that this was not the moment to react, so he inhaled deeply, striving for calm. I shall repeat myself. I am here to find my father, Jiangdu, Gu Cheng stated, fixing the captain with a cold stare. The captain scrutinized Gu Cheng with disdain, chuckling derisively. You think I will believe you based on a mere name? Kid, am not falling for that, get lost. As Gu Cheng pondered how to respond, a voice suddenly resonated. Are you telling me to get rid of my son? Chapter 2. The Seven Sisters. Are you telling me to get rid of my son? A deep voice emerged from behind the head of security. Turning to look, the security captain broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Jiang, how did you come down here? The captain's face was filled with trepidation as he regarded Jiangdu. How did I come down? If I hadn't come, would you have driven my precious son away? Jiangdu fixed a frosty gaze upon him. Mr. Jiang, I didn't know this was your son. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to, even with 100 lives. The captain stammered in fear. Ignoring him, Jiangdu strode directly to Gu Cheng, affectionately ruffling his hair. Are you all right, son? Did you get scared? Gu Cheng shook his head. No, I'm fine. This will not happen again. You, leave at once. Do not show your face here again. Our Jiang group cannot accommodate you. Jiangdu coldly instructed the security captain. The captain internally lamented, never anticipating that such a trivial incident would cost him his job, and he resigned himself to his fate. Turning to the young security guard, his demeanor softened. Young man, what is your name? Mr. Jiang, I am Lu Jiangwo. Good, this lad is commendable. You will take over as head of security from now on. Jiangdu observed Lu Jiangwo with approval. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Lu Jiangwo exclaimed, bowing deeply to both Jiangdu and Gu Cheng. Very well. Let us head upstairs to converse. Jiangdu led Gu Cheng to the upper floor, while Lu Jiangwo remained at the entrance, excitedly gesturing. Once inside the room, Jiangdu urged, Son, sit down and speak. Has the Gu family been bullying you again? He looked at Gu Cheng earnestly. That's great. Truly wonderful. Jiangdu's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Gu Cheng's hand tightly. Son, you have finally acknowledged your roots. For years, I have awaited this day, that he patted Gu Cheng's shoulder. Good child, your intention is sufficient. The Jiang family will undoubtedly flourish with your return. From this day forth, you are Jiang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your father. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Gu Cheng cast a grateful glance at Jiangdu. Thank you, Dad, that I will strive to do my best. Gu Cheng felt genuine remorse towards his father. Yet, at that time, He merely wished to remain with the Gu family, hoping their attitude towards him would shift. Regrettably, in his past life, he could not alter their perception, and their disdain only grew. This time, Gu Cheng would live for himself. By the way, son, let me add you to the family group chat. I shall also inform your sisters. They will surely be overjoyed. Jiang Du regarded Gu Cheng with a cautious, probing gaze. His son was admirable in every way, except for his deep emotions. He had heard that the Gu family merely adopted Gu Cheng to shield them from calamities, while his knave son believed they truly cared for him. Gu Cheng was already aware that his father had adopted 7 daughters, all of whom were business elites, rendering the Gu family insignificant in comparison. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's agreement, Jiang Du promptly opened his phone, added Gu Cheng to the family group, and announced the delightful news. Instantly, the group erupted with excitement. Second sister, Jiang Cheng-san. Xiao Cheng, have you eaten? Do you have a place to stay? If not, come to my place, I'll prepare a villa for you. Third sister, fourth sister. As Gu Cheng observed his sister's concern in the chat, warmth enveloped his heart. Subsequently, Gu Cheng tapped a few times on his phone screen. After a while, the family group finally quieted down. Here, Gu Cheng experienced warmth and care that he had never felt in his previous life. All right, son, it's quite late. You should rest early. Don't you have school tomorrow? Jiang Du gently patted his shoulder. Yes, I need to wake up early tomorrow. I've already taken many days off. In that case, hurry to bed. I will arrange for someone to take you to school in the morning. Okay, then I shall go to sleep. At that moment, Jiang Cheng sighed, holding his head in his hands. He had previously investigated his son's grades, but despite Gu Cheng's apparent intelligence, why were his results so dismal? Sighing, he decided to hire a private tutor. He refused to believe his son was dull-witted. The next morning, a luxury car arrived promptly downstairs. After contemplating all night, Jiang Du resolved to personally drive Gu Cheng to school. Throughout the journey, Jiang Du repeatedly urged him to study diligently. Upon reaching the school gate, Gu Cheng exited the car and coincidentally encountered Lin Xiaoyan. Well, if it isn't Gu Cheng. Lin Xiaoyan mocked, what? Are you being chauffeured in a luxury car? Don't tell me you've been pampered. Gu Cheng ignored her and walked straight into the school. Jiang Du felt a pang of discomfort witnessing this scene. He resolved to find the best tutor for his son, determined to improve his academic performance. Returning to the company, Jiang Du immediately arranged for staff to search for a suitable tutor. After thorough vetting, they finally selected a seasoned educational expert, Mr. Li, just as Gu Cheng was about to finish school. Mr. Li was Jiang Yao's tutor, a distinguished teacher Jiang Du had brought from Longdu. That afternoon, I arrived at the Jiang residence. Jiang Du briefed him on Gu Cheng's situation and expressed his hope that Mr. Li could assist in enhancing Gu Cheng's grades. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will do my utmost, Mr. Li confidently assured. He observed the two seated on the sofa and approached to greet them. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Gu Cheng questioned, looking at Mr. Li with curiosity. You know me? Mr. Li reciprocated with a puzzled expression. I've heard a classmate mention you. The foremost elite teacher in Longdu. Gu Cheng replied with a smile. Haha, I see. Actually, I was invited by your father to teach you. Mr. Li chuckled, unreservedly. Teaching? Why seek a tutor for me? Gu Cheng glanced at Jiang Du. Jiang Du looked at Gu Cheng and began to explain. After a while, Gu Cheng comprehended everything. It turned out his father believed his grades were poor and thought he needed to improve, hence the decision to bring Mr. Li on board. Gu Cheng helplessly shook his head. Dad, it's not what you think. Let me explain it to you. Chapter 3. The genius controlling scores. Dad, you really don't need to hire a tutor for me. My grades are not bad at all. Gu Cheng addressed Jiang Du. Oh, dear son. You are the heir of the Jiang family. Poor grades are unacceptable. Jiang Du replied. No, Dad. Have you never considered that I might be controlling my scores? Gu Cheng chuckled. Controlling your scores? Then why keep them so low? You never score above 10 in any exam. Jiang Du shook his head at this notion. It's all because of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, the son of the Gu family? Yes, when I was with the Gu family, my grade surpassed his, and he would throw tantrums, so I intentionally lower my scores. I had to ensure my scores never exceeded his. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Gu Cheng continued, glancing toward his father. Seeing that his father still seemed skeptical, he added, how about this? Since Mr. Li is here today, let's ask him to prepare a test paper for me. Once I complete it, We could discuss further, all right? Jiang Du nodded and addressed Mr. Li beside him. Mr. Li, I would appreciate your assistance. Of course, I was also curious to assess the young master's academic ability. After finishing her words, Teacher Li took out several test papers from her backpack. These are the exam papers I prepared in advance. Young master, do give them a try. Gu Cheng accepted the papers and found a quiet spot to begin working on them. Teacher Li, I'm done. Please take a look. Gu Cheng handed the completed test paper to Teacher Li. So soon, not even half an hour has passed, Teacher Li remarked, puzzled as she received the paper. Could it be that this young master was merely teasing her? Seeing this, Jiang Du slowly approached Gu Cheng and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, son. Our family has great prospects. Even if your studies aren't up to par now, with hard work, you will surely excel in the future. Gu Cheng glanced at Jiang Du and replied, What are you thinking, Dad? It's better to wait for Teacher Li to finish her assessment. Teacher Li took the completed paper to the side and began reviewing it, while the father and son sat silently on the sofa. Their states were starkly different. Jiang Du appeared anxious, unable to sit still on the sofa. In contrast, Gu Cheng sat upright, exuding confidence as he leisurely sipped the freshly brewed tea. After a while, Teacher Li approached Jiang Du and the others with a serious expression. Teacher Li, how did it go? My son's results aren't too bad, are they? Jiang Du looked at Teacher Li with an anxious expression. Bad? Mr. Jiang, you may not fully understand the young master. What do you mean by that? Jiang Du's anxiety began to mingle with doubt. Could it be that his son wasn't very bright? Should he take him to the hospital for a checkup? Teacher Li took a sip from a nearby cup of water and replied earnestly, Mr. Jiang, your son may be a genius indeed. He surpasses ordinary genius. Jiang Du, still feeling anxious, was taken aback by Teacher Li's words. Teacher Li, please don't keep us in suspense. You've made my father worry so much. Gu Cheng said with a smile while sipping his tea. Ha ha, I was just too excited. My apologies. Dad, come sit and don't fret. Let Teacher Li explain. Upon hearing his son invite him to sit, Jiang Du, despite his anxiety, complied. Once Jiang Du settled beside Gu Cheng, Teacher Li began to speak slowly. Mr. Jiang, do you know that the test papers I prepared for the young master are a compilation of all the difficult problems I've encountered in the past? And your son solved every single one of these painstakingly compiled questions in less than half an hour. When I asked Ms. Jiang Yao to tackle this test, she spent an entire week and still couldn't solve them. As Teacher Li explained, Jiang Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. My son is a genius. Ha ha. Jiang Du stood up, his hands gripping Gu Cheng's shoulders tightly, his voice trembling with joy. Son, you've truly given your father a tremendous surprise. Gu Cheng smiled faintly and said, Dad, I only worked that quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now that you know my capabilities, you needn't worry about my studies anymore. Teacher Li chimed in cheerfully. The young master possesses extraordinary talent. His future is boundless. Mr. Jiang, it is essential to plan accordingly for the young master's development. Jiang Du nodded vigorously, declaring, Naturally, I will provide the best resources for my son to fully realize his potential. Now that my results are so impressive, Dad, do I still need to hire a tutor? Gu Cheng asked with a mischievous grin. Jiang Du chuckled, patting his shoulder. Of course not. My son is a genius. By the way, Teacher Li, what about the test papers? Jiang Du suddenly remembered to ask. I've placed the papers in my backpack. Would you like to review your son's problem-solving approach? Teacher Li inquired, retrieving the papers from her bag. No. If Miss Yao couldn't understand these problems, how could I? I simply want to take a photo to share in the family group chat, so Gu Cheng's sisters can see they have a genius brother. Teacher Li felt a bit embarrassed at this. Jiang Du quickly took a photo of the test papers and shared it in the family chat, sending a separate copy to his eldest daughter, Jiang Yao. Observing his father's actions, Gu Cheng couldn't help but smile at the awkward Teacher Li. Seeing Gu Cheng smile at her, Teacher Li suddenly had an idea and said, Young master, would you be interested in visiting my research institute? Research institute? Gu Cheng asked, intrigued. He had long been aware that Teacher Li owned a research institute in Longdu, but entry to that institute was a rare privilege. Her invitation to visit indicated that he had earned her recognition. Yes, I established a research institute in Longdu. Young master, you must come and visit when you have the time. All right, I will definitely come when I have a chance. After some pleasant exchanges, Teacher Li took her leave from the Jiang family. Before departing, She handed Gu Cheng a card. The card was engraved with a star, and teacherly said that it would grant him access to the research institute at any time. Jiang Cheng, in his previous life, devoted himself wholeheartedly for the sake of his sisters, pouring out his energy and wisdom to alleviate their troubles and contribute to their endeavors. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand, and he met a tragic end due to an unforeseen accident. Yet, it seemed that destiny had a different plan for him, as he unexpectedly gained the chance for rebirth. In this new life, Jiang Cheng resolved to return to his family, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. With the memories and experiences of his former life at his disposal, he recognized them as formidable assets. Together with his sisters, he was destined to create significant waves in the business world. During his time in the Jiang household, Jiang Cheng rapidly distinguished himself within the family enterprise, showcasing remarkable talents born from the wealth of experience and extraordinary wisdom he had acquired in his previous existence. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Gu Cheng, did you send someone to assault Xiaofeng? A stunningly beautiful woman stormed into the room, fury etched across her face. She glared at the man sprawled on the sofa, who lay motionless with an eye mask obscuring his gaze. Gu Cheng, are you deaf? I'm talking to you, the woman exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. When the man remained unresponsive, she raised her hand, poised to strike him. Just as her palm was about to connect, he abruptly awoke. Gu Cheng stared blankly at the irate woman before him, bewildered as he examined his own hands. Suddenly, he dashed into the bathroom, gazing into the mirror as he murmured, "No, the scars on my face, they're gone." Disbelief washed over him as he gently touched his visage. "Gu Cheng, what's wrong with you?" the beautiful woman retorted, glaring at him with exasperation. Gu Cheng slowly turned, his expression a tumult of surprise, confusion, and fear. He regarded the furious beauty before him and spoke with measured calm. "Gu Yuran, on what basis do you accuse me of sending someone to attack Gu Feng?" Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions. "First and foremost, if you believe I orchestrated the attack on Gu Feng, then produce evidence to substantiate your claim. If you have none, kindly leave my room." Gu Yuran widened her eyes in disbelief. Gu Cheng, stop spouting nonsense and fabricating absurd excuses to dismiss me. Losing patience, Gu Cheng regarded her coldly. "Gu Yuran, since you lack evidence to prove that I incited violence, I must insist that you vacate this space." As he attempted to usher her out, Gu Yuran furrowed her brow and shook off his hand. "Enough. I can leave on my own, but if I uncover that you were indeed behind this, you'll regret it." Once Gu Yuran exited the room, Gu Cheng closed the door and reclined on the sofa, incredulously examining his hands. "I can hardly believe I have truly been reborn." Having grown up in an orphanage, he was later adopted by the Gu family, which had thrust him into a household that brought him immense suffering. In this unfamiliar abode, he endured relentless humiliation. Gu Feng, the biological son of Gu Sheng, had taken every opportunity to target him due to his arrival. His 6 sisters also harbored animosity towards him. He later learned that the matron of the orphanage had passed away shortly after his departure. He had harbored the naive hope that with enough effort, they would show him the same warmth and care they extended to Gu Feng. Alas, such hopes were ultimately in vain. Gu Cheng lay on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling when his phone suddenly buzzed to life. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Gu Yuran. Momentarily taken aback, he answered the call. "Gu Cheng, didn't you say I wouldn't find any evidence? Well, I have it now. Come to the Gu family villa immediately. I'm eager to hear your explanation. Since you wish for me to leave the Gu family, I shall do as you desire." Gu Cheng had already deduced that the events of the day were a trap orchestrated by Gu Feng to ensnare him. Having suffered enough in his past life, he was unwilling to be entangled with them any longer. 2.5 hours later, Gu Cheng arrived at the Gu family villa. He surveyed the opulent residence with no trace of envy, instead feeling an overwhelming urge to flee. His current living situation, renting a place outside, was a consequence of Gu Feng's machinations. Merely because he had scored 1 point higher than Gu Feng, he had been subjected to his weeping and wailing, ultimately forced out. After tonight, he would sever all ties with the Gu family. Gu Cheng inhaled deeply and stepped resolutely into the villa. Upon entering, he found Gu Yuran and his eldest sister, Gu Qingling, seated in the living room. while Gu Feng wore a smug expression and Gu Yuran glared at him with fury. Where's the evidence? Gu Cheng asked coldly. Gu Yuran tossed a stack of photographs onto the table. See for yourself. This is the evidence that you sent someone to attack Xiao Feng. Gu Cheng picked up the photographs, glanced at them, and chuckled. What does this prove? I don't even recognize the people in these photos. You're still trying to wriggle out of this. Gu Feng erupted, leaping to his feet. You're the one who directed them. Gu Cheng regarded Gu Feng with a calm gaze. Gu Feng, do you truly believe this will ensnare me? You're rather naive. It was at this moment that Gu Qingling, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Gu Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, this situation reflects poorly on you. Pack your things and leave the Gu family. A wave of desolation washed over Gu Cheng, but he responded coolly, You needn't expel me, I will depart of my own volition. However, before I go, there are some truths I must articulate. He surveyed the room. I have never sought to claim anything in this household. I merely desired a place of warmth. Yet you have never afforded me trust or respect. Gu Yuran and the others fell silent. Driver, take me to the Jiang family. Gu Cheng instructed as he entered the car. Understood. Hours later, Gu Cheng arrived at the Jiang Group's headquarters. As he approached the entrance, he was halted by a security guard. Stop. Who are you? No outsiders are permitted in Jiang Group. Ah, pardon me. I'm here to see my father. Gu Cheng replied. Your father? If you wouldn't mind, could you please provide your father's name? I'll check for you, the guard said amiably. Oh sure, my father's name is Jiangdu. Jiangdu. It seems we don't have anyone by that name in our company. The guard furrowed his brow, scanning through the records. Let me call him and have him come down to meet me. Gu Cheng suggested slowly. All right, please wait outside for a moment. The guard replied kindly that Jiu Cheng said nothing further, took out his phone, and made a call, then stood silently awaiting his father's arrival. Reflecting on the situation, he felt a pang of guilt towards the father he had yet to meet. Captain, this young man is here looking for his family, and I believe there's no need to dismiss him, the young guard spoke up. Don't say too much, just get him out of here. Nobody comes looking for someone at this hour if you disturb the boss rest. You'll be in big trouble. The security captain barked at Gu Cheng, insisting he leave immediately. Clenching his fists, Gu Cheng suppressed the fury that bubbled within him. He understood that this was not the time to explode, so he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I'll repeat myself. I'm here to see my father, Jiangdu, Gu Cheng asserted, locking eyes with the security captain, his voice icy. The captain sized up Gu Cheng, sneering in disbelief. You think I'll just take your word for it? Kid, I'm not falling for your tricks now, get lost. As Gu Cheng pondered over how to respond, a voice suddenly resonated. Are you asking my son to leave? Chapter 2. The Seven Sisters. Are you asking my son to leave? A robust voice emerged from behind the security captain. He turned around, drenched in cold sweat. President Jiang, why are you here? The security captain looked at Jiang Du with a guilty expression. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, would you have sent my precious son away? Jiang Du glared at him icily. President Jiang, I didn't know this was your son. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act even with 100 lives. The security captain stammered in terror. Jiang Du ignored him and walked directly to Gu Cheng, gently ruffling his hair. Are you all right, son? Did you get scared? Gu Cheng shook his head. No, I'm fine. This kind of thing will not happen again. You, leave immediately and do not show your face here again. Our Jiang group cannot accommodate you. Jiang Du coldly commanded the security captain. The captain lamented internally, never expecting that such an incident would cost him his job. He could only resign himself to his fate. Afterward, he turned to the young security guard, his gaze softening. Young man, what's your name? President Jiang, my name is Liu Jiangwo. Good, this young man is promising. From now on, you will be the captain of the security team. Jiangdu regarded Liu Jiangwo with approval. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, President Jiang. He bowed deeply to Jiangdu and Gu Cheng. All right, let's head upstairs and talk. Jiangdu led Gu Cheng upstairs while Liu Jiangwo danced with excitement at the entrance. Once in a room, Jiangdu gestured for Gu Cheng to sit. Son, tell me, has the Gu family been bullying you again? Jiangdu looked at him earnestly. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Jiangdu's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Gu Cheng's hand tightly. Son, you are finally willing to acknowledge your roots. I have been longing for this day all these years. Jiangdu patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder. Good child, your intention is enough. The Jiang family will surely become even more magnificent with your return. From now on, you're a member of the Jiang family. Should you need anything, just tell your father, and I will support you wholeheartedly. Gu Cheng cast a grateful glance at Jiang Du. Thank you, Dad. I will do my best. Gu Cheng genuinely felt remorseful toward this father. However, at that time, he only wished to remain with the Gu family, hoping their attitude towards him would change. Unfortunately, in his past life, he could not alter their perception, and they grew increasingly disdainful of him. In this life, Gu Cheng would live for himself. By the way, son, let me add you to the family group. They'll also inform your sisters. They will be thrilled. Jiang Du looked at Gu Cheng with a cautious, probing expression. His son was admirable in many ways, except for his sentimental nature. He had heard that the Gu family merely adopted him to shield themselves from misfortune. Yet his foolish son believed they genuinely cared for him. Gu Cheng was already aware that his father had adopted 7 daughters, all of whom were business elites. The Gu family was trivial in comparison to these sisters. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's consent, Jiang Du promptly opened his phone, added Gu Cheng to the family group, and announced the good news. The group erupted with excitement. Second sister Jiang Cheng-san. Xiao Cheng, have you eaten? Do you have a place to stay? Why not come to my place? They'll prepare a villa for you. Third sister. Fourth sister. Seeing the concern from his sisters in the chat, Gu Cheng felt warmth flooding his heart. He then tapped a few times on his phone screen. After a while, the family group finally quieted down. In that moment, Gu Cheng felt the warmth and care he had missed in his previous life. All right, son, it's getting late. You should rest early. Don't you have school tomorrow? Jiang Du patted his shoulder. Yes, I need to wake up early tomorrow. I've already taken many days off. Then go to bed quickly. I will arrange for someone to take you to school in the morning. Okay, they'll go to sleep now. At that moment, Jiang Cheng sighed, resting his head on his hand. He had investigated his son's grades before, but despite appearing so intelligent, why were his results so dismal? Sigh. Forget it if his grades are poor. He would find a private tutor. He refused to believe his son was foolish. The next morning, a luxury car arrived promptly downstairs. Jiang Du had deliberated all night and ultimately decided to personally take Gu Cheng to school. Throughout the journey, Jiang Du incessantly reminded him to study diligently. Upon arriving at the school gate, Gu Cheng got out of the car and just happened to encounter Lin Xiaoyan. Hey, isn't that Gu Cheng? Lin Xiaoyan mocked. Look at you, being driven around in a luxury car. Have you been taken in by someone? Gu Cheng ignored her and walked directly into the school. Jiang Du felt a pang of discomfort at this scene. He resolved to find the best teacher for his son and ensure his grades improved. Upon returning to the company, Jiang Du immediately arranged for personnel to seek out suitable tutors. After a thorough selection process, they finally chose a seasoned educator, Teacher Li, just as Gu Cheng was about to finish school. This Teacher Li was Jiang Yao's tutor, a distinguished teacher Jiang Du had invited from Longdu. That afternoon, Teacher Li arrived at the Jiang residence. Jiang Du introduced Gu Cheng's situation, expressing his hopes for her to assist Gu Cheng in improving his grades. Rest assured, President Jiang, I will do my utmost, Teacher Li replied confidently. She approached the two sitting on the sofa, greeting them warmly. Teacher Li, what brings you here? Gu Cheng inquired, looking at her with curiosity. You know me? Teacher Li responded, equally puzzled. Well, sort of. I've heard a classmate mention you as one of Longdu's top elite teachers. Gu Cheng smiled at her. Haha, I see. Actually, I was invited by your father to teach you. Teacher Li replied with a friendly laugh. Teaching? Why do you need to find a teacher for me? He glanced at Jiang Du beside him. Jiang Du looked at Gu Cheng and began to explain. After a while, Gu Cheng understood everything. It turned out that his father believed his grades were poor and thought he needed to improve, which was why he had brought Teacher Li in. Gu Cheng shook his head helplessly. Dad, that's not how it is. Let me explain. Chapter 3, The Genius of Score Control. Dad, you really don't need to find a tutor for me. My grades are not bad at all. Gu Cheng addressed Jiang Du. Oh dear son, you're the heir of the Jiang family. How can you have such poor grades? Jiang Du responded, and oh no, Dad, have you ever considered that I might be controlling my scores? Gu Cheng smiled. Controlling scores? Why would you keep them so low? You barely score above 10 on every test. Jiang Du shook his head at this point. It's all because of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, the son of the Gu family? Yes, while I was at the Gu family, my scores were higher than his, and he would throw tantrums, so I deliberately lower my scores. I had to ensure my scores never exceeded his. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, Gu Cheng said while looking at his father. Seeing that his father still appeared skeptical, he continued, how about this? Since Teacher Li is here, we can ask her to set a test for me. After I complete it, we can discuss it further. What do you say? Jiang Du nodded and turned to Teacher Li beside him. Teacher Li, would you mind? Not at all. I'm eager to assess the young master's learning capabilities. After speaking, Teacher Li took out a few exam papers from her backpack. These are the test papers I prepared in advance, young master. Why don't you give them a try? Gu Cheng accepted the papers and found a quiet spot to begin his work. Teacher Li, I'm done. Please take a look. Gu Cheng handed the completed papers to Teacher Li. So fast. It hasn't even been half an hour, Teacher Li said, puzzled as she received the papers. Could it be that this young master from the Jiang family was merely toying with her? Seeing this, Jiang Du slowly approached Gu Cheng and gently patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, my son. Our family's ambitions are vast, even if your studies are lacking now. With effort, you will surely excel in the future. Gu Cheng glanced at Jiang Du and replied, what are you thinking, Dad? It's not too late to discuss it after Teacher Li finishes her review. Teacher Li took Gu Cheng's completed papers aside and began to examine them. The father and son sat quietly on the sofa, each in a distinctly different state. Jiang Du appeared anxious, fidgeting restlessly on the sofa, while Gu Cheng sat upright with a sense of assuredness, leisurely sipping the freshly brewed tea. After a while, Teacher Li approached them with a serious expression. Teacher Li, how did it go? My son's performance isn't too poor, is it? Jiang Du looked at Teacher Li with a face full of worry. Poor? Mr. Jiang, you might not fully appreciate the young master's capabilities. What do you mean by that? Jiang Du, besides being anxious, began to feel a flicker of doubt. Could it be that his son was not intellectually gifted? Should he take him to the hospital for an evaluation later? Teacher Li took a sip of water from a nearby cup and spoke earnestly. Mr. Jiang, your son might be a genius. He is, in fact, beyond mere genius. Jiang Du, still anxious, could not help but reveal a look of confusion upon hearing Teacher Li's words. Teacher Li, please spare the suspense. My father is already in a state of panic, Gu Cheng said with a smile while sipping his tea. Haha, I was just overly excited. My apologies. Dad, come sit here. Don't be anxious. Let Teacher Li explain at her own pace. Upon hearing his son's invitation, Jiang Du, though still anxious, complied. Once Jiang Du settled beside Gu Cheng, Teacher Li began to speak. Mr. Jiang, do you know that the test papers I prepared for the young master are a compilation of challenging questions from past exams? And your son, in less than half an hour, managed to solve all the problems I painstakingly compiled. When I asked Ms. Jiang Yao to attempt this paper, it took her a week, and she still couldn't solve it. As Teacher Li explained, Jiang Du's eyes began to shine with excitement. My son is truly a genius. Haha. Jiang Du stood up, his hands gripping Gu Cheng's shoulders tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Son, you have truly given your father a tremendous surprise. Gu Cheng smiled slightly and replied, Dad, I was merely trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now that you know my capabilities, you needn't worry about my studies anymore. Teacher Li chimed in. The young master is exceptionally talented. He is destined for greatness. Mr. Jiang, you must carefully plan for his future. Jiang Du nodded repeatedly, declaring, of course, I will provide my son with the best resources to fully unleash his potential. Now that my results are so outstanding, Dad, do I still need to hire a tutor? Gu Cheng said with a mischievous grin at his father. Jiang Du laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Of course not. My son is a genius. By the way, Teacher Li, what about the exam papers? Jiang Du suddenly seemed to remember something. I'll put the papers in my backpack. Would Mr. Jiang like to see the young master's problem-solving approach? With that, Teacher Li took the papers from her backpack and handed them to Jiang Du. No. Miss Yao couldn't even understand these questions. How could I possibly comprehend them? I just want to take a photo to share in the family group, so the sisters can see they have a genius brother. Teacher Li could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Jiang Du then took a photo of the papers and shared it in the family group, also sending a copy directly to his eldest daughter, Jiang Yao. Gu Cheng, observing his father's actions, couldn't help but smile at the awkward Teacher Li. Seeing Gu Cheng smile, Teacher Li seemed to have an idea and addressed him. Young master, would you be interested in visiting my research institute? Research institute? Gu Cheng asked, intrigued. He already knew that Teacher Li had established a research institute in Longdu, but few were granted access. Her invitation implied that he had earned her recognition. Yes, I have founded a research institute in Longdu. You must come and visit whenever you have the time. All right, I will definitely come when I have a chance. After some pleasantries, Teacher Li took her leave from the Jiang family. Before departing, she handed Gu Cheng a token. The token bore the engraving of a star, and Teacher Li mentioned that it would grant him access to the institute at any time in the future. Chapter 4. Jiang Yao wished to invite you to dinner, yet she lacked your phone number, so she took the liberty of giving your number to her. Hee hee, Jiang Du said with a silly grin. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, Jiang Du suddenly realized, oh dear, I've become quite forgetful. Never mind. Your elder sister will likely call you soon, so make sure to answer. After speaking, Jiang Du hurriedly dashed out. Gu Cheng immediately placed her hands on her head. Ah, I truly wonder how this foolish father of mine managed to elevate the Jiang group to its current stature. A sudden melody interrupted her thoughts. Gu Cheng glanced at her phone. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered and switched to speaker mode. Xiao Cheng, it's your elder sister. Do you have a moment? Ah, it's my elder sister. I'm free at the moment. What is up? Well, I was hoping to take Xiao Cheng out for dinner tonight. Would that be all right? Jiang Yao spoke cautiously, as if fearing Gu Cheng might decline. Of course, elder sister. Where shall we meet? Ah, Xiao Cheng. Does that mean you agree? No. Xiao Cheng is currently staying with father, right? I'll come pick you up shortly. Jiang Yao exclaimed excitedly. All right, I'll await your arrival, elder sister. Drive safely. Gu Cheng replied in a remarkably gentle tone. Elder sister Jiang Yao often visited me, despite my previous indifference towards her. Ensnared by the Gu family's influence, I even regarded her as a villain at times, ignoring her completely, while she persistently came to see me. I truly owe an apology to my family. I must make amends in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was driving the sleek new sports car she had bought for Gu Cheng at the auction, nearly bursting with excitement. Previously, whenever she sought out Xiao Cheng, he seemed to want to distance himself from her, which had greatly discouraged her. It wasn't until she called him just now that she realized Xiao Cheng's attitude had genuinely shifted. Having just acquired a sports car at the auction, she was unsure if Xiao Cheng would appreciate it. The mere thought of the car brought her immense joy. Hours earlier, Jiang Yao had intended to bid on something at the auction as a gift for Gu Cheng. As the auction commenced, items were being sold one by one. When a sports car appeared, Jiang Yao immediately fell in love with it, believing it would perfectly suit Gu Cheng. This particular car was limited to a mere 5,000 units worldwide, with an opening bid set at 50 million, requiring a minimum increment of 5 million. As the auctioneer concluded his announcement, Jiang Yao raised her paddle. 60 million. I bid 70 million. Hearing someone call out 70 million, Jiang Yao turned to see who it was. To her surprise, she locked eyes with Gu Yuran and Gu Feng, instantly recalling the grievances Xiao Cheng had endured within the Gu family. Gu Yuran, recognizing Jiang Yao, knew her as a well-known business elite. Second sister, I happen to need a sports car. Please secure this one for me. Gu Feng implored anxiously. All right, Xiao Feng, don't rush. Second sister will buy it for you. Gu Yuran replied soothingly. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached Jiang Yao, whispering something to her. Once the woman departed, Jiang Yao revealed a sly smile that only she could see. 75 million. Jiang Yao declared again. Witnessing another bid, Gu Feng became frantic, tugging at Gu Yuran's arm. Second sister, hurry. Otherwise, someone else will snatch the car away. Meanwhile, Gu Yuran was internally fretting about her dwindling cash reserves, knowing she had just over 90 million left. Nevertheless, Gu Feng's persistent urging pushed her forward. With a firm resolve, she called out, 90 million. 90 million. Is there anyone willing to outbid? The room fell silent, and Jiang Yao chose not to raise her bid. As the auctioneer's voice faded, Gu Yuran successfully secured the car for 90 million. Seeing Jiang Yao refrain from bidding, Gu Yuran's expression gleamed with triumph, while Jiang Yao paid her no mind. With the conclusion of this auction, the final item was presented. It was a sports car, limited to only 5 units worldwide, with an opening bid of 100 million in increments, no less than 10 million. Upon hearing the auctioneer's call, Gu Yuran's face darkened. No wonder she and T bid on that previous car. It was because a superior one was forthcoming. Regret washed over her. In contrast, Jiang Yao wore a satisfied expression as she observed Gu Yuran's distress. In fact, someone had previously informed her about the upcoming car, anticipating she would like it. Thus, she had intentionally raised the price with Gu Yuran. Jiang Yao had a good idea of Gu Yuran's remaining cash as well. Eventually, she triumphantly secured the limited sports car for 130 million. Additionally, the purchase came with an unexpected bonus. If Gu Yuran were to see this, she would surely faint from fury, for the bonus was the identical model that Gu Yuran had just acquired for 90 million. With this thought, Jiang Yao felt a wave of delight wash over her. Miss Jiang, please follow me. Your purchased item is stored in the garage. The middle-aged woman from earlier reappeared beside Jiang Yao. Ah, Xiao Cheng had mentioned he didn't possess a driver's license. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Yao devised a clever plan. Since Xiao Cheng was about to take his college entrance examination, he could obtain his license after the exams concluded. With that thought, Jiang Yao gleefully jumped in excitement. The middle-aged woman, observing her exuberance, couldn't help but inquire, Miss Jiang, what brings you such joy today? Oh, it's simply because I'm going to meet my younger brother today. Furthermore, this car is a gift for him. Younger brother? The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Yao, brimming with happiness, with curiosity. She had long heard of Miss Jiang's younger brother, but had never seen him. She wondered about his temperament. She hoped he wasn't like the mischievous young master of the Gu family, or else Miss Jiang would have to endure quite a bit. She couldn't help but silently lament. As Jiang Yao was led to the sports car and thanked the woman, she swiftly drove off towards Gucheng. Chapter 5. The exquisite Xiang cuisine. After a half-hour journey, Jiang Yao finally arrived at the foot of the Jiang Group building. She parked her sports car directly beneath the edifice and took out her phone to dial Gucheng once more. It wasn't long before the call connected. Xiao Cheng, your sister is downstairs. Be a good boy and wait for me in your room. At that moment, Gucheng was engrossed in a newly purchased book. Upon hearing his sister's voice, he set the book aside, warmth flooding his heart at the thoughtfulness of his elder sister. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs, Jiang Yao said gently to Gucheng. After hanging up, Gucheng donned his coat and made his way downstairs. A short while later, Gucheng arrived at the lobby and immediately spotted Jiang Yao, who stood by a sports car, playfully fiddling with the keys. Sister, have you been waiting long? Gucheng asked as he approached her. No, not at all. I was just taking a moment to think, Jiang Yao replied. Come on, let's get in the car. The two of them climbed into the luxurious vehicle, with Gucheng settling into the passenger seat since he did not possess a driver's license. What were you pondering just now? Gucheng inquired with a smile, gazing at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao paused for a moment before a smile graced her lips. Actually, Xiao Cheng, I'm not overly concerned about where your household registration is. What matters most is being together with you. As she started the car and focused on the road ahead, she added, but that won't do. You're a member of the Jiang family, so your registration should be properly transferred. Gucheng nodded thoughtfully. You're right, sister. I'll follow your lead. As they sped along the road, Jiang Yao continued. How about this? I have some free time in the next couple of days. I'll take you to the Gu family to personally handle your household registration transfer. Is that all right? She feared that her naive brother might still hold onto some lingering sentiments for the Gu family. Sister, where are we going for dinner? Gucheng tilted his head to look at Jiang Yao, and this innocent gesture melted her heart instantly. It was no surprise. Gucheng's appearance was undeniably striking. His features commanded attention, drawing the light around him. He was tall, with broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, embodying perfect proportions. His chiseled face seemed sculpted by the hands of the divine. Beneath his thick eyebrows lay deep-set eyes, as profound as the ocean, with pupils gleaming like obsidian, sharp and penetrating, as if they could see straight into one's soul. His high nose resembled a mountain ridge, exuding a sense of resilience. His thin lips curved slightly, perpetually adorned with a hint of an enchanting smile that captivated all who beheld him. His fair, delicate skin radiated a gentle warmth, complemented by neatly cropped hair that underscored his decisiveness and poise. Every contour of his face came together harmoniously, creating a visage that was irresistibly charming. Good sister, Gu Cheng spoke softly, causing Jiang Yao's cheeks to flush visibly. Internally, she was screaming, "Ah, my brother is so adorable," as they approached an opulently decorated restaurant. Gu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you're amazing. This extravagant restaurant belongs to you?" "Of course. I am your sister," Jiang Yao replied with a playful grin. "Come on, Xiao Cheng, let us head upstairs and relax for a bit." Upon entering the restaurant, an atmosphere of luxury enveloped Gu Cheng. The establishment resembled a lavish palace, and from the moment they stepped through the doors, its extraordinary elegance was palpable. Dazzling crystal chandeliers illuminated the grand hall, casting a bright light that made it feel like daylight inside. Plush carpets lined the floors, making each step feel as if one was walking on clouds. The spacious banquet hall was adorned with exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. The walls showcased priceless works of art, enhancing the refined ambience. "Xiao Cheng, over here. This private room," Jiang Yao called as they reached their reserved space, which was a realm of its own. With luxurious sofas and a soft carpet, it felt akin to a royal court. The room was equipped with top-of-the-line audiovisual systems, promising an unparalleled entertainment experience. They settled into the room that Jiang Yao had prepared in advance. "Sister, this place is so lavish," Gu Cheng remarked, standing at the door. "Indeed, this was the first establishment my father entrusted to me," Jiang Yao replied proudly. "It used to be far less extravagant, but my father gave me 2 years to transform it. In less than a year, I turned the former Yi Pin Xiang restaurant into the luxurious Yi Pin Xiang you see now." Gu Cheng listened attentively, displaying no impatience as Jiang Yao recounted her journey of managing the restaurant. After a while, she noticed Gu Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, you must be hungry. Let me call for the dishes." "Yes, I'm a bit hungry, but I was so engrossed in your story that I didn't notice. Now that you mention it, I feel quite hungry," he replied. "All right, let me fetch the food," Jiang Yao said before rushing to the door to summon the pre-ordered dishes. After a short wait, the food was finally served. "Sister, did you order too much?" Gu Cheng exclaimed, gazing at the lavish spread before them. "Not at all, Xiao Cheng. Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, I'll order more for you," Jiang Yao said tenderly, her eyes filled with affection for her adorable brother. Gu Cheng, looking at his sister, couldn't he help but recall the people from the Gu family in his previous life. Yet, he chose not to reveal his resentment, as he wished to preserve the warmth of their current family. "All right, Xiao Cheng, dig in. Okay, sister, you too." Thus, the two of them began to share this sumptuous dinner for the very first time. Chapter 6. Jiang Cheng after dining together. Gu Cheng and Jiang Yao arrived at Gu Cheng's residence. "Xiao Cheng, you should rest early tonight. We still need to find time to transfer your household registration in the next few days," Jiang Yao said slowly. "Elder sister, let's go tomorrow," Gu Cheng replied earnestly, gazing at Jiang Yao. "By the way, Xiao Cheng, I forgot to tell you that the car I just bought is a gift for you," Gu Cheng exclaimed to the retreating Jiang Yao. "But I don't have a driver's license," he said, scratching his head awkwardly. "No witties. Aren't you going to take the college entrance exam soon? After you finish your exams and have a break, we can go get your license," Jiang Yao said with a silly grin. She quickly rushed to Gu Cheng, extending her delicate hands towards his face. Before he could react, her hands had already pinched his cheeks. It was only then that he realized, and he managed to say, "Elder sister." Jiang Yao, however, did not cease her playful actions. She had harbored this desire since the first moment she laid eyes on Gu Cheng. While in the car, she couldn't resist wanting to touch his fair, tender face. Seeing that Jiang Yao remained unfazed, Gu Cheng anxiously said, "Elder sister, stop it. You're going to make my face all red." He attempted to pry her hands away, but to his dismay, Jiang Yao's strength was far greater than he had imagined. Rendering his efforts futile, Jiang Yao, observing Gu Cheng's flustered and helpless expression, laughed even more joyfully. "Oh, Xiao Cheng, your face is just too adorable. I can't help myself. Just let me pinch it a little longer." Gu Cheng sighed helplessly, his voice laced with a plea. "Elder sister, please spare me. My face is not a toy. If you keep pinching it, I won't be able to face anyone. All right, let me take a picture, and then I won't pinch anymore, okay?" Jiang Yao said with a pitiful look. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Cheng was most vulnerable to such adorable antics. Fine, y promis," He relented. Jiang Yao leaned closer, and they took a selfie together. Finally, she released her grip, her eyes sparkling with joy as she said, "All right, I'll let you off this time. But Xiao Cheng, your little face truly makes one want to get closer." Gu Cheng could only smile helplessly. Jiang Yao nodded and said, "All right, I really have to go now. But Xiao Cheng, don't miss me too much." With a playful wink, she turned to leave. Gu Cheng, looking perplexed, asked, "Elder sister, do you still want a pinch?" Jiang Yao, noticing his pitiful expression, chuckled softly. At last, she stepped out the door. In his previous life, Gu Cheng had endured much humiliation at the Gu family, never expecting someone would care for him so deeply. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he gradually drifted into a vague slumber. Suddenly jolted awake by the ringing of his phone, he answered it. "Xiao Cheng, wake up. We need to handle the household registration." Jiang Yao's excited voice came through the line. Gu Cheng rubbed his eyes, still half asleep, and replied, "Got it, elder sister. I'll get up right away." He quickly freshened up, threw on some clothes, and stepped outside. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yao animatedly spoke about their future plans. "Xiao Cheng, once we sort out the household registration, I'll take you shopping for lots of new clothes. Also, after your college entrance exam, I plan to take you on a trip." Gu Cheng listened quietly, a smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with warmth and anticipation. "Elder sister, your thoughts are so considerate." After breakfast, they headed towards the designated meeting point with the Gu family. Soon after, as Jiang Yao and Gu Cheng got out of the car, they spotted Gu Qingling waiting at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Jiang Yao glanced at Gu Cheng's expression, concerned that her brother might repeat past mistakes. However, all she saw was the indifference on his face. She thought to herself, "Xiao Cheng has already suffered enough in the Gu family. I must take good care of him." Jiang Yao gently patted Gu Cheng's shoulder. Upon seeing her, Gu Cheng was reminded that this was not his previous life. In this life, he had a loving family, and he was determined to protect them. They approached Gu Qingling. "Gu Qingling, do you have everything ready?" "Yes, all set. Let's go. We still need to watch Xiao Feng's race later." "Hurry up," Gu Qingling replied impatiently. Jiang Yao chose to ignore her, nodded, and took Gu Cheng's hand, leading him inside the bureau. At that moment, Gu Qingling had already realized that Gu Cheng was part of the Jiang family. She posted a photo of herself with Gu Cheng on social media. Everyone in Lidu knew the Jiang family's eldest daughter, and by the end of the night, nearly everyone was aware of the young master of the Jiang family. However, she hadn't anticipated that the photo would circulate so widely, and thanks to Jiang Yao's post, people naturally recognized what the young master looked like. The Gu family only learned of this news today. When Gu Yuran saw the post that morning, her face turned green with anger. She forwarded the news to her sisters, causing an uproar. Their expressions turned ashen. Upon hearing the news, Gu Feng was even more furious, his teeth grinding in jealousy. Why is that good-for-nothing Gu Cheng clinging to such a powerful family? I should have found a way to ensure he never woke up. Envy surged within Gu Feng. "Xiao Cheng, from now on you'll be a Jiang." Jiang Yao beamed at Gu Cheng. "I know, elder sister," Gu Cheng said happily, following behind her. Meanwhile, Gu Qingling trailed behind them, her face darkened, as if she harbored a deep disdain for Gu Cheng. Chapter 7. The new house gifted by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao noticed the expression on Gu Qingling's face and scoffed. "Gu Qingling, Xiao Cheng is no longer associated with your Gu family. Who are you trying to impress with that expression?" Gu Qingling bit her lip, suppressing her discontent as she replied, "Miss Jiang, do not rejoice too soon. Who knows how long the brat will manage to stay with the Jiang family." Jiang Yao shot her a glare and took Jiang Cheng's hand, saying, "Xiao Cheng, let us go. Do not pay attention to such people." Jiang Cheng nodded and followed Jiang Yao into the car. As she got in, Jiang Cheng cast a glance at Gu Qingling, which to Gu Qingling seemed like a mocking gesture. However, Jiang Cheng merely recalled the misfortunes that befell the sisters of the Gu family at the hands of Gu Feng in her past life. She had succumbed to cancer, lacking the funds for treatment, and had endured a bitter winter alone. When Jiang Cheng had sought help from the Gu family, they had dismissed her pleading words, believing her to be deceiving them. They preferred to spend hundreds of thousands on luxury goods rather than lend her the money necessary for her survival. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Cheng uttered, "Take care of yourself. She spoke those 4 simple words and then entered the car. Before Gu Qingling could react, Jiang Yao had already driven away, her face displaying a mix of arrogance and impatience as she shouted back at Gu Qingling. Gu Qingling paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Xiaofeng, my elder sister is unwell today. Can we postpone the purchase until tomorrow?" Supporting her forehead, she appeared feeble. "Did I not say yesterday that the gaming console is limited edition and will be unavailable tomorrow? How can you fail to manage such a trivial matter? Do you not take my word to heart? I assure you, what Gu Feng desires must be obtained immediately." As she watched Gu Feng berate her, her headache intensified. Since Jiang Cheng had just left, she felt increasingly unwell. Struggling to maintain her composure, she implored, "Xiaofeng, I truly feel unwell today. I promise to get it for you tomorrow." However, Gu Feng shot her a disdainful glare, arms crossed, and retorted before storming upstairs, cursing as he went. Upon reaching his room, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, a loud expression of his immense dissatisfaction and anger. Gu Qingling sighed at his display and realized she needed to lie down for a while, intending to appease him once she awoke. Supporting her head, she slowly made her way to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao had informed Jiang Cheng that she intended to take him to Yi Pinxiang for a meal. Upon hearing that Jiang Cheng would personally prepare a meal for her, Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fearing that Jiang Cheng might suddenly retract her offer, she quickly replied, "That sounds wonderful. Let's go buy some ingredients." Observing her elder sister's enthusiasm, Jiang Cheng gazed at the driving Jiang Yao with warmth and asked, "Is there anything special you particularly enjoy eating?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Yao replied, "I love fish, varieties of fish, especially tomato fish." "Then let us hurry and buy the ingredients. I am quite confident in my tomato fish skills," Jiang Cheng declared. Upon her words, Jiang Yao accelerated the vehicle, eager to taste her brother's culinary skills. However, the speed remained reasonable, as they were not in a sports car, but rather Jiang Yao's everyday vehicle. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yao and Jiang Cheng engaged in lively conversation, discussing the activities of their other sisters and preparing Jiang Cheng for the impending college entrance examinations. The sibling duo joyfully entered the bustling fresh produce section of the Grand Market, surrounded by an array of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Jiang Cheng closely followed Jiang Yao, his gaze intent on searching for fresh ingredients. "Sister, look at this fish. It is lively and must be delicious," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, pointing at a fish in the tank. Jiang Yao nodded. "Indeed, Xiao Cheng, you have a good eye. Let's choose it." Jiang Cheng skillfully instructed the vendor to prepare the fish and pack it away. Next, they selected vibrant red tomatoes, tender green vegetables, and various seasonings such as scallions, ginger, and garlic. While selecting the vegetables, Jiang Cheng attentively inquired about Jiang Yao's preferred types of greens. Jiang Yao smiled and replied, "As long as it is made by Xiao Cheng, I will enjoy it." After procuring the vegetables and fish, the siblings proceeded to the fruit section. "Sister, do you have any favorite fruits?" Jiang Yao inquired with excitement. "I enjoy sweet and sour fruits," she added enthusiastically. Ever since stepping into this place with Jiang Cheng, her face had been radiant with joy, for it was her first time shopping at the mall with her brother. Before long, their shopping cart was filled to the brim. The siblings returned home, laden with their purchases, placing them in the car before driving away. Jiang Yao pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Jiang Corporation building. Halfway there, Jiang Cheng suddenly seemed to recall something important. "Sister, I just remembered. It seems there is no place for me to cook in the building." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's excitement surged as she pressed the gas pedal harder. Perfect timing. I have already purchased a house for Xiao Cheng. I just didn't know how to present it to you," Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully. "Sister, I have mentioned before that you do not need to gift me a house or a car. You have already gifted me a car. I truly do not need a house." Jiang Cheng quickly shook her head in refusal. "Then consider it a house my sister bought for Xiao Cheng in advance. Once Xiao Cheng earns money in the future, you could buy a house for your sister. How does that sound?" Jiang Yao playfully coaxed Jiang Cheng. She understood that Jiang Yao would go to great lengths to present her with this house. Rubbing her forehead, Jiang Cheng conceded, "All right. Then I shall buy you a grand house in the future," she promised, patting her chest. "Let's first go and see the house. Then I shall have the opportunity to savor Jiang Cheng's cooking. With that, they redirected their destination towards the villa Jiang Yao had purchased for Jiang Cheng. Chapter 8. Memories from a Past Life. The car swiftly arrived at the villa. As Jiang Cheng stepped out, he was captivated by the luxurious abode before him. Jiang Cheng, hurry inside and see if you like it, Jiang Yao urged, pulling him toward the entrance. The interior of the villa was exquisitely decorated, with a spacious and bright living room, a warm and cozy bedroom, and a fully equipped kitchen. Jiang Cheng surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with emotion. Elder sister, this house is stunning. I absolutely adore it, he exclaimed. As long as you like it, this will be your home from now on, Jiang Yao replied with a smile. Jiang Cheng set down the shopping bags and ventured into the kitchen, beginning to prepare dinner, while Jiang Yao lent a helping hand beside him. The siblings chatted and laughed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Cheng skillfully handled the ingredients, chopping vegetables and seasoning them with fluid grace. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Wow, Xiao Cheng, just the smell alone tells me it must be delicious, Jiang Yao said, her face alight with anticipation. Elder sister, just a moment, it will be ready shortly, Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. At last, the tomato fish, greens, and other dishes were served on the dining table. Jiang Yao eagerly picked up her chopsticks to sample the tomato fish, finding the tender fish meat paired with the sweet and sour tomato sauce utterly delightful. Xiao Cheng, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary, she praised between bites. Jiang Cheng felt a deep satisfaction as he watched Jiang Yao enjoy her meal. After dinner, the siblings settled onto the sofa in the living room for a chat. Xiao Cheng, your college entrance exams are approaching. How is your preparation going? Jiang Yao inquired with concern. Elder sister, don't worry. I've been studying diligently, and I'm confident I can achieve good results, Jiang Cheng replied with assurance. That's good to hear. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you give it your all, that's what matters, Jiang Yao said gently. They continued their conversation, the warmth of their bond evident. Meanwhile, Gu Qingling was in a less fortunate state. In a realm of tranquil darkness, she lay quietly on her bed, breathing evenly and deeply, lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, a jolt of intense energy surged through her mind, abruptly awakening her from slumber. Her body trembled, and her eyes remained tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Countless unfamiliar, yet familiar images surged into her consciousness like a relentless tide. It was as if a seal had been broken, and the memories of her past life flooded forth uncontrollably. She witnessed how she had treated someone who had genuinely cared for her, and her heart ached with regret. She saw Jiang Cheng, stricken by cancer, unable to afford treatment, disappearing from the world alone one winter. She recalled her dear brother, Gu Feng, and how he would later betray her, leading to her demise. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to trickle from the corners of her eyes. Images flashed rapidly, her heartbeat quickening, her breath becoming shallow. The joys and sorrows of her past life pierced her soul like 1,000 sharp knives. She struggled to awaken, desperate to escape this sudden onslaught of memories. Yet her body felt ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her immobile. She could only surrender to the relentless tide of memories, as if they were determined to fill her mind to the brim. Time became meaningless as the torrent of recollections gradually subsided. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief. Sitting up, she stared blankly out the window, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The memories of her past life felt like heavy shackles, burdening her spirit. She remembered her indifference and cruelty toward Jiang Cheng, her heart consumed by boundless regret and self-recrimination. It had been his borrowed money that had saved her life. She despised her own foolishness for failing to cherish the one who had treated her with sincerity. Now, it was all too late. The chance to make amends had slipped away. Gu Qingling wrapped her arms tightly around herself, trembling as if she were in an ice cellar. A profound sense of loneliness and despair enveloped her, as if the entire world had forsaken her. Jiang Cheng, I am so sorry, she murmured, her voice steeped in pain and sorrow. The cold moonlight spilled onto her face, illuminating her haggard and sorrowful visage. She finally understood the meaning behind Jiang Cheng's 4 words, "Take care of yourself." He had retained those memories, which explained his sudden coldness toward her, as well as the distant expressions he had shown. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Gu Qingling felt no warmth. Dragging her weary body from bed, she gazed into the mirror, noting her bloodshot eyes and pallid complexion. She stepped outside her room, recognizing everything, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. The warmth and joy of the past had vanished, leaving only a heart filled with wounds. Gu Qingling entered the small bedroom where Jiang Cheng had once stayed. Originally a storage room, it had been hastily transformed into a modest bedroom upon Jiang Cheng's arrival. As she surveyed the room, memories of Gu Feng's spacious quarters flooded her mind, and she felt an urge to punish herself. She had treated Gu Feng with kindness in her past life, only to be betrayed by him. She slowly settled onto Jiang Cheng's humble bed, tears once again blurring her vision. Gently touching the slightly worn sheets, she could almost feel the warmth Jiang Cheng had left behind. She recalled every caring glance and warm word he had offered her, yet she had taken it all for granted, even cruelly hurting him in return. Now, as she sought to atone, she feared Jiang Cheng would not easily forgive her. Rising to her feet, she approached the window, gazing out at the garden that had once been filled with laughter and joy, but now lay desolate. She knew that with Jiang Cheng's departure from the Gu family, the garden he had tenderly nurtured had withered away. Wandering aimlessly from the room, she felt as though the entire house was permeated with Jiang Cheng's essence. Yet that person would never return to the Gu family. In the living room, she spotted a family portrait hanging on the wall, depicting all the members of the Gu family, save for Jiang Cheng. She moved to the kitchen, recalling the delicious meals Jiang Cheng had prepared for her. During those times, she had always been picky, even splashing hot soup on him. Now, reflecting on her past behavior, she felt utterly remorseful. Feeling parched and wanting a drink, she opened the refrigerator, only to find it empty, mirroring the emptiness within her heart. Sitting on the sofa, she stared at the ceiling, her mind awash with memories of Jiang Cheng. She realized that from this moment on, she would forever live in a state of guilt and longing for him, unable to find solace. After some time, as if having made a firm resolution, she abruptly stood up. Having erred in my past life, I must make amends to Xiao Cheng in this one. I must see him, I must find him. She hurriedly arranged her disheveled hair, disregarding the tear stains on her face, and grabbed her coat before dashing out of the house. The cool breeze outside brushed against her face, offering a momentary clarity. She intended to visit the place where Jiang Cheng rented, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. And so, she ran, step by step, her feet growing heavier, yet her urgency intensifying. "Jiang Cheng, I will find you, sister promises," she murmured, her voice laced with emotion. After what felt like an eternity, she stood breathless before Jiang Cheng's rented abode. Hesitating for a moment, she finally stepped inside. Upon reaching Jiang Cheng's doorstep, she inhaled deeply, raising her hand to knock. Yet her hand lingered, suspended in the air. Will he be willing to see me? Will he cast me away once more? Her heart brimmed with trepidation. Ultimately, she summoned her courage and rapped gently on the door. An elderly woman answered, glancing at her. "Young lady, whom are you seeking?" "Ma'am, I am looking for a young man who used to reside here. His name is Gu Cheng. Do you happen to know where he has gone?" Upon hearing the name Gu Cheng, the woman replied, "I inquired about him, and he mentioned that he now lives in a place called Zhuyuan Community, though I am not certain of its exact location. This lad is quite kind. Whenever there are matters at home, he lends a hand, and during idle moments, he engages in pleasant chatter with us elderly folks." Upon learning of Jiang Cheng's whereabouts, Gu Qingling hurriedly expressed her gratitude to the elderly woman and descended the stairs. She then hailed a taxi, setting her course straight for Zhuyuan Community. Chapter 9. An apology at the door, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. While at that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the materials sent by Teacher Li, seated diligently at the desk nearby. For him, the college entrance examination was a trivial matter. Over the past few years, he had consistently yielded to Gu Feng, as he greatly despised causing trouble. However, that was no longer necessary. Jiang Cheng had always been exceptionally intelligent. It was merely Gu Feng's influence that had led him to maintain the lowest grades in school. Seated at the desk, he perused the documents sent by Teacher Li, his pen ceaselessly scribbling notes. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze to rub his weary eyes before resuming his diligent note-taking. The materials were a product of Teacher Li's previous research, and upon realizing Jiang Cheng's genius, he had sent them for Jiang Cheng to analyze. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jiang Cheng glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Jiang Yao. "Xiao Cheng, how is your revision going? Don't overexert yourself. Remember to take breaks." Jiang Yao's concerned voice resonated from the other end. "Big sister, I'm doing well, so don't worry. I can manage," Jiang Cheng reassured her. After ending the call, he took a deep breath and stretched languidly. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Someone is at my door? My sister just gifted me this house yesterday. Who could it be?" Jiang Cheng opened the door, revealing Gu Qingling. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Cheng's face before it quickly faded. Before he could utter a word, Gu Qingling spoke urgently. "Xiao Cheng, I need to talk to you." Jiang Cheng frowned and replied, "If you have something to say, do it here. How did you even find this place?" Gu Qingling's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "I search house by house. Xiao Cheng, I know that whatever I say now seems insipid, but I still wish to ask you for a chance. Big sister will certainly make it up to you, all right?" Jiang Cheng regarded her with cold indifference, lacking any warmth in his eyes. "Do you think that's even necessary? Does your family only know how to compensate?" "Leave," he continued. "I have no desire to entangle myself with your family any longer." Tears finally streamed down Gu Qingling's cheeks as her voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Cheng, I was wrong. Truly wrong. I was blinded, unable to differentiate between sincerity and deceit. I took your kindness for granted and hurt you instead. Now I realize that you are the only one who has genuinely cared for me." Jiang Cheng turned away, refusing to meet her tearful gaze. "But what can that change?" he said flatly. Seeing his aloofness, Gu Qingling despaired. "I know I cannot atone for my past mistakes, but I genuinely hope you can grant me a chance. My sister will treat you twice as well." Jiang Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile. "I used to call you sister, and you found that disgusting. But now it no longer offends you?" Gu Qingling swayed slightly, as if the weight of her inner turmoil was overwhelming. "Xiao Cheng, I am willing to spend my remaining life making amends for the pain I've caused you. Please forgive me." A flicker of struggle crossed Jiang Cheng's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. "The rest of my life? I no longer wish to have any connection with you." With that, he turned to shut the door, but Gu Qingling swiftly blocked his path. Her hand became trapped, causing her to gasp in pain. Jiang Cheng was startled and instinctively halted. Ignoring her injury, Gu Qingling implored, "Xiao Cheng, even if you hate me, please let me finish." Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, but ultimately allowed her to enter. Gu Qingling stepped inside, surveying the room, which was sparsely decorated, reminiscent of the small bedroom she had once shared with Jiang Cheng in the Gu residence, albeit this space was exponentially larger. "Xiao Cheng, I know my past actions have caused you great distress. The thought of my indifference and cruelty towards you pierces my heart like countless knives." Gu Qingling's voice was laced with profound sorrow. Jiang Cheng sat silently on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her without uttering a word. Gu Qingling continued, "I believe Gu Feng's affections for me were genuine, only to discover he was merely using me. Meanwhile, you have silently protected me, and I failed to notice." Jiang Cheng scoffed coldly. "Now that you realize, what does it matter? It's far too late." Gu Qingling approached him, kneeling before him and gazing up earnestly. "Xiao Cheng, I do not expect you to forgive me immediately, but please do not reject my desire to make amends." Jiang Cheng turned his head away, refusing to look at her. "Leave. I do not wish to see you again." Gu Qingling slowly rose, tears streaming down her face. "Fine, I will go, but I will not give up. I will wait until the day you are willing to forgive me." As she turned to leave, the sound of the closing door echoed loudly in the silent room. Jiang Cheng stared at the closed door, his expression eerily calm. It seems Gu Qingling has retained memories from a past life. I wonder if others possess the same awareness. What a bother. Enough of this. I should go buy some necessities. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, grabbing his wallet and keys before stepping outside. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, causing him to squint slightly as he made his way toward a nearby supermarket. Throughout his journey, Jiang Cheng's mood remained heavy. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he pushed a shopping cart, mechanically selecting daily essentials. Despite the myriad of goods on the shelves, he felt no inclination towards any of them. At that moment, his phone buzzed again. It was a call from Teacher Li. Jiang Cheng, how are you progressing with the materials? Is there anything you find difficult? Feel free to reach out to me for assistance. Teacher Li's concerned voice came through the line. With a smile, Jiang Cheng replied, Teacher, I'm still reviewing them. And so far, I have no issues. After hanging up, he continued to wander the supermarket. Xiaofeng, how about this gaming console? It's passable. Then let us keep looking. If Big Sister wants to buy it for you, I will. Let us not be upset. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Cheng quickened his pace, eager to escape the scene. What are Gu Feng and Gu Yuran doing here? What a small world. As he listened to the Gu family's chatter, all he could think of was fleeing this place as quickly as possible. However, Gu Feng spotted Jiang Cheng's figure and called out, Jiang Cheng? Feigning ignorance. Jiang Cheng increased his speed. Gu Feng and Gu Yuran hurried to catch up, blocking his path. Well, if it isn't Jiang Cheng, what is this? Running away upon seeing us? Gu Feng remarked mockingly. Jiang Cheng frowned, coldly stating, Step aside, I do not wish to see you. Gu Yuran chimed in, Jiang Cheng. Don't be ungrateful. If not for our Gu family, you might still be begging on the streets. Jiang Cheng glared at them. The Gu family? That is the greatest nightmare of my life. Gu Feng laughed. Nightmare? You certainly have a way with words. Living comfortably under the Gu family's care. And yet you're not satisfied? Jiang Cheng clenched his fists. What you call care is merely a shield against disaster, a profound humiliation. Gu Yuran scoffed. Do you think that now you've left the Gu family, you can lead a good life? Dream on. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. My life is my own concern, and it has nothing to do with you. With that, he attempted to maneuver around them to leave. However, Gu Feng once again obstructed his path. Do not rush to leave. Our accounts have yet to be settled. Jiang Cheng could no longer contain the fury surging within him. What exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter at the supermarket. At that moment, Gu Qingling unexpectedly appeared in the supermarket. She immediately spotted the tense scene before her and hurried over. Gu Feng, Yuran, don't go too far. Gu Qingling exclaimed angrily. Her voice echoed loudly amidst the slightly noisy supermarket. Both Gu Feng and Gu Yuran displayed expressions of shock, as if to say, how could this be happening? Elder sister, why are you speaking up for him? Gu Yuran questioned, her eyes wide with confusion. Gu Qingling, with unwavering determination and a serious demeanor, replied, In the past, we wronged Jiang Cheng. Please, do not harass him any longer. Gu Feng, however, scoffed derisively, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Elder sister, are you out of your mind? What is Jiang Cheng to us? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingling's face flushed with anger as she shouted, Enough! If you continue like this, don't recognize me as your sister in the future. Gu Feng and Gu Yuran were momentarily stunned, standing in disbelief. They never anticipated that the usually composed and gentle Gu Qingling would utter such resolute words for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng observed the chaotic scene with a cold gaze, his heart a tumult of emotions. The past wounds felt like a deep scar. Even with someone standing up for him now, it could not easily mend the turmoil within him. He said nothing, merely casting a detached glance at everyone present before resolutely turning away and departing the supermarket with heavy steps. Gu Qingling instinctively wished to chase after him, but as she took a step, it felt as though an invisible force held her back, compelling her to stop. With the memories of her past life, she understood that Jiang Cheng now harbored feelings of disdain towards her and could not accept any goodwill from her. As Jiang Cheng stepped outside, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. He squinted slightly, feeling overwhelmed and helpless. Reflecting on the entanglements with the Gu siblings, he could only think how cruel fate had been. Although Gu Qingling appeared to be helping him now, she had also been part of his past suffering. The pain inflicted could not simply be erased with a mere apology. Jiang Cheng wandered aimlessly until he found himself in a quiet alley. The alley was deserted, with only the gentle breeze stirring his clothes. He leaned against the wall, cradling his head in his hands, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Meanwhile, Gu Qingling remained unsettled in the supermarket, acutely aware of the immense debt she owed Jiang Cheng. She regretted her past actions and attempted to make amends. Yet Jiang Cheng steadfastly refused to give her a chance. Gu Yuran, oblivious to her own mistakes, approached Gu Qingling. "Sister, Jiang Cheng doesn't appreciate your kindness. Why bother?" she said, frowning. Gu Feng chimed in, "Exactly, elder sister. Is it worth creating such a ruckus over someone like Jiang Cheng?" Gu Qingling lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she replied, "Regardless, we were wrong in the past, and we must seek to make amends." Gu Feng, witnessing his sister's apparent concern for Jiang Cheng, felt a surge of jealousy. He cast a malicious grin in the direction Jiang Cheng had departed, one that only he could see. At that moment, Jiang Cheng sat in the alley for what felt like an eternity. As night fell and stars twinkled above, he finally stood up, gazing at the sky with determination. He resolved to become strong, vowing never to be hurt by anyone again. As he brushed off the dust from his clothes, preparing to leave the quiet alley, a group of unexpected guests blocked his path. Gu Feng and several unsavory characters appeared at the alley's entrance, advancing toward Jiang Cheng with smug and contemptuous smiles. "Jiang Cheng, did you think you could walk away so easily?" Gu Feng sneered. "Today, you'll learn the consequences of crossing me." Jiang Cheng halted, his eyes icy as he glared at Gu Feng. "What do you want?" Gu Feng laughed derisively. "What do I want? I intend to teach you a lesson. You arrogant fool." With that, the men behind him closed in, shoving and insulting Jiang Cheng. "Do you think you deserve Miss Gu's protection? Such an ungrateful wretch." Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, glaring at them in fury. Outnumbered, he could only evade their attacks as best he could. "Look at you, so pathetic, and still daring to act tough in front of us," Gu Feng taunted. Just then, a car pulled up at the alley's entrance. "Stop right there," Jiang Yao shouted. The sudden command startled Gu Feng and his group, causing them to cease their actions. Jiang Yao quickly moved to stand beside Jiang Cheng, shielding him. "Xiao Cheng, are you all right?" Gu Feng's face flickered with surprise upon seeing Jiang Yao, though he soon regained his arrogant demeanor. "Oh, so it's Miss Jiang. What? Do you want to join the fun? You must be Gu Feng. Aren't you afraid your family will face dire consequences for this?" Jiang Yao glared at him. Gu Feng hesitated for a moment at Jiang Yao's words, but quickly resumed his obnoxious smirk. "Huh, even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save Jiang Cheng." Gu Feng laughed recklessly. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth. "If you touch a hair on my brother, I guarantee your family will vanish from this city by tomorrow." Gu Feng scoffed. "I'd like to see you try." With that, he gestured for his men to continue their assault. Seeing the situation escalate, Jiang Yao quickly pulled out her phone. "I've already called the police from the car. If you don't want to enjoy a cup of tea, then scram." At the mention of the police, Gu Feng's subordinates hesitated. Soon, the sound of approaching sirens echoed closer. Gu Feng's expression darkened. "Fine, Jiang Cheng, I'll let you off this time." With that, he hurriedly led his group away from the alley. Jiang Cheng watched their retreating figures, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Xiao Cheng, are you okay?" Jiang Yao asked with concern. Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Sister, I'm fine. Sorry to worry you." "They went too far. This cannot be left unresolved," Jiang Yao said, visibly upset. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cheng replied, "Sister, I will grow stronger and no longer be bullied by them." Jiang Yao gazed at him with sympathy. "Xiao Cheng, no matter what happens, your sister will support you." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she added, "Xiao Cheng, our second sister happens to know martial arts. I once saw her practicing, and she seemed quite skilled. Why not learn some self-defense from Xing-san?" At the mention of their second sister, Jiang Cheng seemed to make a firm resolution. Chapter 11. Jiang Xing-san. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated Jiang Cheng's room. He had spent the entire night awake, reflecting on the events of the previous day, his heart a tumult of emotions. After freshening up, he made his way to the living room where his elder sister, Jiang Yao, was preparing breakfast. "Xiao Cheng, rise and shine. Come have breakfast," Jiang Yao said with a warm smile. Jiang Cheng walked over and sat down, silently eating his meal while contemplating how to broach the subject of yesterday's happenings with his sister. "Big sister, I truly owe you for yesterday." Jiang Cheng finally broke the silence. Jiang Yao sighed softly. Xiao Cheng, it's my failure to protect you that has caused you so much distress. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Sister, it's not your fault. I just can't comprehend why I always seem to attract trouble. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling a time when the director had taken him fishing, only for him to almost drown. Sometimes, even while walking, I find myself inexplicably struck by random objects. Jiang Yao grasped Jiang Cheng's hand. Xiao Cheng, do not overthink. We must simply be more cautious moving forward. Thoughts of his second sister, Jiang Xingsan, sent a shiver down his spine, yet he still voiced, Sister, I must admit I am somewhat afraid of Xingsan. Jiang Yao chuckled lightly. Your second sister merely has a fiery temper, but her heart is kind. She has always cared deeply for our family. Jiang Cheng nodded, contemplating this. Jiang Cheng had encountered Jiang Xingsan before at the Gu family estate, where he had been punished by not being allowed to eat after upsetting Gu Feng. Seeking solace, he had wandered to a nearby park, where, while constructing a sandcastle, an ominous woman had abruptly approached, attempting to drag him into a car. In a moment of panic, he bit her arm, drawing blood. Yet, the woman remained silent and continued her relentless grip. Overwhelmed with fear, he had burst into tears, prompting her to stop and apologize. Eventually, the woman had placated him with candy, and that woman was none other than his second sister, Jiang Xingsan. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, her profession was shrouded in secrecy, known only to Jiang Yao and Jiang Du within the Jiang family. After breakfast, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yao settled on the sofa to continue their conversation. No matter what, we are forever family, and I will always support you, Jiang Yao said earnestly. Jiang Cheng met her gaze with determination. Sister, I understand. I will strive to grow stronger and alleviate your worries. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Cheng wondered, when did my sister learn we were here? I thought I would have to fetch her. Upon opening the door, a tall, stern-faced woman entered. Jiang Xingsan. Sister, I have arrived, she announced. Upon seeing her, Jiang Cheng instinctively stood up. Jiang Xingsan raised an eyebrow at him. Jiang Cheng, you still appear so fragile. Jiang Cheng lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. Jiang Yao quickly intervened. Xingsan, please don't be too harsh on him. He has had a tough time. Jiang Xingsan scoffed. I have always advised him to steer clear of the Gu family troubles, yet he refuses to listen. In a meek voice, Jiang Cheng admitted, Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. Jiang Xingsan scrutinized him. Acknowledging your mistakes is a good start. Remember this lesson moving forward. Jiang Yao recounted the events of the previous day to Jiang Xingsan, whose expression darkened as she listened. The Gu family is indeed fortunate. I hope never to cross paths with them again. Gathering his courage, Jiang Cheng asked, Sister, I heard you practice martial arts. Could you teach me some self-defense techniques? Jiang Xingsan studied him for a moment. So now you wish to learn? Jiang Cheng bit his lip. Sister, I do not want to be bullied anymore. Perhaps you could just bite me once for good measure. His expression was one of desperate resolve as he offered his arm. Jiang Xingsan contemplated. Very well. A quick bite won't hurt. She relented. Since you are earnest about learning, I shall teach you, but be prepared for hardship. Jiang Cheng nodded vigorously. I can endure hardship. Thus, after their lunch, Jiang Xingsan pulled Jiang Cheng up from the table. Get moving. We begin training now, she commanded. Jiang Cheng followed her into the yard, where she ordered him to run 10 laps around the premises. Not daring to disobey, he began. After several laps, he was breathless yet pressed on. Following the run, Jiang Xingsan instructed him to perform push-ups and sit-ups. After an exhausting afternoon of training, Jiang Cheng collapsed on the ground. Get up, don't be lazy, Jiang Xingsan barked. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise. After dinner, Jiang Xingsan started teaching him some basic martial arts moves. Watch closely, this is how you throw a punch, she demonstrated while explaining. Jiang Cheng focused intently on his lessons. Thus commenced several days of grueling training, leaving Jiang Cheng in utter agony, yet he persevered. He also needed to visit the hospital soon for a checkup, considering he had succumbed to cancer in his previous life. If detected earlier, perhaps he could have been saved one day. Jiang Cheng trudged along the street, his weary body feeling as though it bore an insurmountable weight. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the strands of hair on his forehead clung to his face. Just then, a familiar and detestable figure appeared before him. Gu Qingling. Her eyes brimmed with guilt and sorrow as her voice trembled. Jiang Cheng, I am sorry. Those simple words seemed to drain her of all courage. Jiang Cheng lifted his gaze, regarding her coldly, his expression as frigid as the night wind that could freeze all warmth in its path. His voice was low and quivering. Do you believe a mere apology can erase the pain of the past? Tears welled in Gu Qingling's eyes as she spoke, her voice laced with anguish. Jiang Cheng, I recognize the magnitude of my mistakes. I do not expect your immediate forgiveness, only a chance to make amends. Jiang Cheng's lips quivered as he spoke resolutely. I cannot accept your apology. Each word pierced Gu Qingling's heart like a sharp blade. Overcome with emotion, she sobbed, Jiang Cheng, I truly know I was wrong. I am willing to spend my life making it right. With that, Jiang Cheng turned away, stepping away with heavy yet determined strides. His solitary silhouette elongated in the fading sunlight, embodying the profound sorrow and resolve within his heart. Gu Qingling stood frozen, watching him depart, tears blurring her vision as waves of regret washed over her. She murmured to herself, it was I who destroyed everything. I deserve this. No matter how much Xiao Cheng despises me, it is my fault. I will earn your forgiveness. Chapter 12. First in the grade, suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it, and after a moment, the call ended. He sighed, knowing that avoidance was not a solution to his problems. The next day, upon arriving at school, Jiang Cheng sensed an unusual atmosphere as he entered the classroom. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Gu Feng had come to his class with the intent to make things difficult for him. Gu Feng spoke in a sarcastic tone, but Jiang Cheng merely cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent as he walked straight to his seat. At that moment, the teacher entered, her expression reflecting dissatisfaction upon seeing Jiang Cheng. She spoke without mercy, but Jiang Cheng remained impassive, choosing not to respond. The teacher then announced that there would be an impromptu test that day. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, thinking, what a coincidence. This time, I can truly demonstrate my abilities. As the examination commenced, Jiang Cheng focused intently on answering the questions. Those that others found challenging seemed to clarify before his eyes. His thoughts flowed with remarkable clarity, and his pen moved swiftly. As time passed, the other students were engrossed in their papers, while Jiang Cheng paused, picked up his test sheet, and walked toward the teacher. Had he given up? It seemed he was not as impressive as they had thought. They had believed he was capable of outshining Gu Feng, only to learn he was usually at the bottom of the class. This time, he better not score higher than me, or I'll stand on my head while washing my hair, murmured the students behind him. Although Jiang Cheng overheard their whispers, he chose to ignore them. He submitted his paper to the teacher and promptly exited the classroom. However, the teacher, unusually serious, scrutinized Jiang Cheng's test sheet, leaving the students speculating that he was surely doomed. Yet, once the teacher finished reviewing the paper, her expression transformed dramatically. Jiang Cheng's score was undoubtedly exceptional, potentially placing him at the very top of the grade and far surpassing the students she usually favored. The teacher gazed incredulously at Jiang Cheng's name on the paper. Filled with confusion and astonishment, Jiang Cheng descended to the ground floor of the teaching building, planning to purchase something to eat, having skipped breakfast. He strolled toward the nearby convenience store. Gu Cheng, I haven't seen you around these past few days. Jiang Cheng turned toward the source of the voice. It's Grandma Li. I've been busy and haven't come to school. He replied. By the way, Grandma, I now go by Jiang Cheng, not Gu Cheng. Grandma Li observed the change in Jiang Cheng's demeanor, as if she understood something. Jiang Cheng, how nice, Jiang Cheng. She mused. Grandma Li, do you still have any bread? He inquired. Yes, I saved some for you, just like before. Hee, Grandma Li, you're the best. With that, he headed to the back of the store. Grandma Li watched Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, reminiscing about when she first met him. At that time, she was an elderly lady running a small store all alone at the school. She had considered closing it due to her age and declining health. Then one day, a boy appeared at her door, gazing at the bread on the shelf for a long while, as if making a resolute decision. He approached her and said, Grandma, I want that bread. I have no money, but I can help you carry things in exchange for it. With pleading eyes, he looked at her. Eventually, Grandma Li's heart softened for the boy, and she offered to give him the bread. However, he refused, insisting he wanted to earn it through his own labor, not receive it for free. After patting his head, she agreed to let him carry a few small boxes before he could accept it. Watching the boy devour the bread, her heart ached. "Child, where are your parents?" she asked gently. He shook his head, reluctant to share. She stroked his hair and said, "Whenever you're hungry, come to Grandma. Help me carry things and I'll give you bread. All right?" The boy happily nodded in agreement. From then on, he frequently came to Grandma Li's store to help, bringing warmth to her days. "Grandma, I got the bread. Is there anything else to carry?" Jiang Cheng called out as he walked outside. "Not today, but I'll save some for you next time." "All right," he replied cheerfully. "Little Cheng, the college entrance exams are approaching, right?" Yes. Grandma is rooting for you. You must achieve excellent results." "I will." Jiang Cheng grinned foolishly. A long-lost smile appeared on Grandma Li's face. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Cheng, as if anticipating a spectacle. Yet, he remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the teacher to announce the results. When the bell rang, indicating the end of class, the teacher entered, casting a deliberate glance at Jiang Cheng. "This exam's results have surprised everyone. Jiang Cheng is the top student in our grade. Did you cheat, Jiang Cheng?" Someone in the back could not contain their disbelief. Jiang Cheng stood resolutely, declaring, "First, I did not cheat. Second, there are cameras in the classroom. If you think I cheated, feel free to check." The teacher affirmed. The monitoring during this exam was strict. Cheating was impossible. "Jiang Cheng, I underestimated you before. I hope you can maintain this performance." Jiang Cheng nodded and took his seat. However, Gu Feng, upon hearing that Jiang Cheng was the top student, could not accept this transformation. When the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Jiang Cheng intended to head to the restroom, but was unexpectedly blocked at the door by Gu Feng and his group. "Jiang Cheng, don't think you're impressive just because of one good test score. Let's see if you can keep it up," Gu Feng taunted. Jiang Cheng wanted to avoid their provocation and attempted to sidestep them, but Gu Feng extended his arm to block him. "Thinking of leaving? Not so easy," Gu Feng sneered. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. "Gu Feng, I don't wish to stir up trouble, but don't push me too far." Gu Feng dismissed his warning, still arrogantly laughing. "You? What you do to us?" Jiang Cheng decided against further words. With a quick movement, he sprang into action. The self-defense techniques he had been learning from his sister came into play, swift and precise. He evaded Gu Feng's attack and landed a punch to his abdomen, causing Gu Feng to double over in pain. His companions rushed toward him, but Jiang Cheng remained undeterred, skillfully countering their assaults. Each move was perfectly executed, whether kicking or striking, forcing them to retreat. In no time, Gu Feng and his friends lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Jiang Cheng dusted off his hands and coldly stated, "Don't bother me again." With that, he strode away. Gu Feng and his companions watched Jiang Cheng's departing figure with a mix of fear and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the boy he often bullied possessed such remarkable skill. Gu Feng's face flushed with anger as he glared at the direction Jiang Cheng had left, vowing, "Jiang Cheng, you will pay for this." Chapter 13. The incident. A new day dawned, with sunlight cascading over the campus. Yet it failed to dispel the gloom enveloping Gu Feng's heart. His resentment towards Jiang Cheng intensified, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Gu Feng gathered his usual companions in a secluded corner to conspire. "This time, we shall ensure that Jiang Cheng faces utter humiliation. He must not continue his arrogance," Gu Feng declared through gritted teeth. They devised a plan to trail Jiang Cheng to a nearby park after school, intending to launch a surprise attack. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to the impending danger. He attended classes as usual, only occasionally glancing at Gu Feng and his group, who appeared to be plotting something sinister. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Gu Feng's group trailed Jiang Cheng from a distance, biding their time for the perfect moment. As Jiang Cheng walked, he sensed someone following him, causing his heart to race as he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the park, he hoped to lose Gu Feng in the crowd. However, Gu Feng accelerated, blocking his path. "Jiang Cheng, today marks your demise," Gu Feng hissed menacingly. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. "Gu Feng, are you still not done?" Gu Feng sneered. Enough talk, brothers, seize him. A throng of individuals surged forward, and despite Jiang Cheng's preparations, he was outnumbered. Amidst the fierce scuffle, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Gu Feng's sister, Gu Yuran, happened to pass by the park. She was taken aback by the chaos unfolding before her. Gu Feng, what on earth are you doing? Gu Yuran shouted. Gu Feng paused momentarily upon hearing his sister's voice, but soon his fury reignited. Sister, stay out of this. I must teach him a lesson today, he retorted. Gu Yuran rushed forward, desperate to intervene. Yet, Gu Feng had lost all reason. He forcefully shoved Jiang Cheng, who stumbled and fell into the park's lake. Jiang Cheng. Gu Yuran screamed in horror. Gu Feng stood frozen, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. The water was deep, and Jiang Cheng struggled desperately, but his lack of swimming skills led him to sink rapidly. Without hesitation, Gu Yuran leaped into the lake, striving to rescue Jiang Cheng. However, the murky water obscured her vision, making it difficult to locate him. Gu Feng and his companions stood on the shore, paralyzed by fear. Moments later, Gu Yuran resurfaced, utterly exhausted, her face etched with despair. He has gone. She trembled. It was then that Gu Feng grasped the gravity of the situation. His countenance turned ashen. What do we do? Sister, what can we do? He stammered in panic. Gu Yuran shot him a glare filled with fury. This is your doing. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? This is tantamount to murder. If anything happens to Jiang Cheng, do you think the Jiang family will let you off easily? Even if we have our differences with him, this is beyond acceptable. At this moment, bystanders began to gather, with some calling for emergency services and the police. Authorities and medical personnel arrived promptly, initiating a frantic search in the lake. Yet, as seconds ticked by, there was still no sign of Jiang Cheng. Gu Feng stood at the water's edge, enveloped in regret and terror, fully aware that he had plunged into a calamity. As dusk descended, the search continued, but Jiang Cheng remained missing. Gu Yuran sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She regretted not preventing her brother from this path, which had led to this tragedy. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's heart was consumed by profound dread, his mind a void. For both Gu Feng and Gu Yuran, this day would become an everlasting nightmare. Nightfall enveloped the park, and the search for Jiang Cheng remained intensely ongoing. Gu Feng and Gu Yuran stood by the lake, their hearts laden with fear and remorse, feeling as though they were trapped in a frozen abyss. Suddenly, a police car screeched to a halt at the park entrance. Jiang Cheng's elder sister, Jiang Yao, and his second sister, Jiang Xingsan, hurriedly arrived. Jiang Yao's expression was grim, her eyes filled with urgency and fury, while Jiang Xingsan appeared worried and frantic. Gu Feng, Gu Yuran, this is your doing, Jiang Yao exclaimed, her anger boiling over upon spotting them. Gu Yuran, tears streaming, repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. We never anticipated it would escalate to this point. Jiang Xingsan cried out, if anything happens to my brother, none of you will escape unscathed. Gu Feng lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze, his voice trembling. I didn't mean to, truly. Jiang Yao interrupted him furiously. You didn't mean to? Your malicious revenge pushed my brother into the lake, and now his fate hangs in the balance. Do you think a mere I didn't mean to suffices? Gu Yuran sobbed as she explained. Gu Feng only intended to teach Jiang Cheng a lesson. He never envisioned it would culminate in such severity. Jiang Xingsan shouted in rage. Teach him a lesson? What deep-seated enmity could warrant this? A heated argument ensued, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Just then, an officer approached, urging, let us refrain from arguing. The priority now is to locate Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yao, suppressing her fury, implored, Officer, please, we must find my brother. The officer nodded and resumed the search. As time dragged on, each second felt like an eternity for those present. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan paced anxiously by the lake, their eyes fixed on the water's surface. Suddenly, Jiang Xingsan seemed to recall something and turned to Gu Feng, saying, if anything happens to my brother, your family will bear the brunt of the Jiang family's wrath. Gu Feng shuddered, while Gu Yuran wept. Miss Jiang, I apologize on behalf of Gu Feng. We're truly sorry. Jiang Yao coldly replied, what good are apologies now? We'll discuss this once Jiang Cheng is found. The crowd around the park continued to swell, whispers of concern filling the air. That poor child. Let us hope for a safe return, some murmured. These youngsters acted too impulsively, leading to this catastrophe. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan felt their hearts ache with anguish and rage. After what felt like an eternity, the police approached again, regret etched on their faces. I'm sorry, we have thoroughly searched the lake and found no sign of Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yao erupted in fury. How could this be? A living person fell into the lake. How can you claim he is missing? The crowd fell silent, grappling with the grim news. Just then, Jiang Yao's phone rang unexpectedly, already fraught with anger over Jiang Cheng's disappearance. She felt exasperated to receive a call at such time. She had no strength left to answer it. Sensing her dismay, Jiang Xingsan grabbed the phone, preparing to answer for her sister, when she suddenly exclaimed, Sister, sister, it's a call from Xiao Cheng. The crowd froze, staring at her in disbelief. Jiang Yao snatched the phone, her voice trembling. Xiao Cheng, where are you? Are you all right? On the other end, Jiang Cheng's weak yet composed voice replied, Sister, I'm fine. I'm at home. Upon hearing this news, the collective anxiety lifted, and Gu Yuran sank to the ground in relief. All right, I'll wait for you at home. Chapter 14. The inevitable consequence upon receiving Jiang Cheng's call. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan hurriedly made their way home. Along the way, Jiang Yao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of relief for her brother's safety and anger at the day's events that left her shaken. Upon arriving home, they found Jiang Cheng seated on the sofa, still clad in his damp clothing, his hair dripping, his face pale, yet his gaze resolute. Xiao Cheng. Jiang Yao rushed over and enveloped Jiang Cheng in an embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Cheng gently patted his sister's back, reassuring her, elder sister, I'm truly fine, do not worry. Jiang Xingsan approached as well, taking Jiang Cheng's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing her usually strong second sister in tears, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and began to recount his ordeal. The moment Gu Feng pushed me in, my mind went blank. I felt the icy lake water envelop me instantly. I struggled desperately, but my body continued to sink. At that moment, I truly believed it was the end for me. His voice trembled as he paused before continuing, but then I thought of you both, of our warm home. With all my strength, I fought to move my arms and kicked with my legs. Each breath became a monumental effort, each movement draining my energy. Tears glistened in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he recalled. Just when I was on the verge of losing consciousness, I suddenly felt something beneath my feet. I pushed off with all my might and, with that force, finally broke the surface. Gasping for air, I swam toward the shore. After reaching land, he collapsed, utterly exhausted. Jiang Yao held Jiang Cheng's hand tightly, saying, Xiao Cheng, you have suffered. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Elder sister, it is all in the past. See, I am well now. Jiang Yao looked at her brother with concern, declaring, regardless, this incident cannot be left unaddressed. Xiao Cheng, go take a bath, or you might catch a cold. All right, I shall do so now, he replied, making his way toward the bathroom. At that moment, Gu Feng and Gu Yuran arrived at Jiang Cheng's home. Gu Feng, still brimming with defiance, glared at Jiang Cheng, thinking to himself, consider yourself lucky this time. You didn't drown, but next time might not be so fortunate. Upon noticing Gu Feng's arrival, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Gu Yuran, I'm lucky to be alive. Take good care of your dear brother from now on. Gu Feng scoffed, don't act all righteous. I won't be grateful to you. Gu Yuran quickly interjected, Jiang Cheng. I apologize. Gu Feng is still immature. Jiang Cheng regarded Gu Feng with a calm demeanor, stating, Gu Feng, your obstinacy will ultimately lead to your own downfall. With arms crossed and a disdainful expression, Gu Feng retorted, Humph, spare me the pretense of virtue. You think you can intimidate me? Jiang Xingsan glared at Gu Feng, admonishing, Gu Feng, you have committed a grave error and yet shown no remorse. Do you not feel even a twinge of guilt? Jiang Yao, trembling with rage, pointed at Gu Feng, exclaiming, You are utterly unreasonable. Your malice knows no bounds. Do you not fear retribution? Gu Feng laughed heartily. Retribution? Ha! I, Gu Feng, am not afraid. Come at me if you dare. Gu Yuran anxious, tugged at Gu Feng, urging, Gu Feng, stop this, apologize to Jiang Cheng. She knew that the Gu family stood no chance against the Jiang family, no matter how many Gu families there were. Gu Feng shrugged off Gu Yu Ran's grip, shouting, sister, don't interfere. I will not apologize to him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng remarked, Gu Feng, I do not wish to be your enemy. But if you persist in this manner, you will inevitably suffer the consequences. With a defiant expression, Gu Feng replied, Humph, we shall see. As Gu Yu Ran noticed Gu Feng's intent to leave, she hurriedly tried to catch up. Gu Yu Ran, I hope your beloved brother does not disappoint you. Jiang Cheng called out to the departing Gu Yu Ran. Though she did not fully comprehend his words, she felt confident that Gu Feng would not let her down. Xiao Cheng, the Gu family has gone too far. Let me help you teach them a lesson. Jiang Yao exclaimed, glancing at Jiang Cheng. He merely shook his head. Elder sister, I wish to resolve this myself. After all, this is my conflict with the Gu family. Jiang Cheng smiled at Jiang Yao, saying, Elder sister, do not be upset. Come, let's play a game of chess. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yao nodded and sat down. As they set up the board, the siblings began their match. Jiang Cheng was focused, contemplating each move carefully, while Jiang Yao, still agitated by earlier events, voiced her concerns. Xiao Cheng, you should not let Gu Feng off so easily, she stated, making her move. Jiang Cheng gently shook his head. Elder sister, repaying malice with malice is not a wise solution. Jiang Yao shot him an exasperated glance. You're simply too kind-hearted. He understood that even if he chose to ignore the Gu family, Gu Feng's actions would ultimately lead to his own downfall. Conversely, targeting the Gu family might alter the course of past events. After a while, Jiang Cheng skillfully maneuvered his pieces, gradually gaining the upper hand. Jiang Yao grew anxious, her brow furrowing. Oh dear, Xiao Cheng, I know you excel in your studies, but your chess skills are impressive as well. Jiang Yao remarked. Jiang Cheng humbly replied, Elder sister, you must be letting me win. Everyone knows you are the brightest in our Jiang family. At last, Jiang Cheng triumphed in their game. Jiang Yao sighed in resignation. You truly are remarkable. It seems I am destined to lose my title as the most intelligent in the Jiang family to my younger brother. Now, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Jiang Cheng declared, taking the ingredients from her hands and heading to the kitchen, followed curiously by Jiang Xing-san. Jiang Cheng expertly washed, chopped, and cooked, and soon the kitchen was filled with delightful aromas. Xing-san, you've yet to taste Xiao Cheng's cooking. It is absolutely delicious. I am fortunate to be the first to sample his culinary creations. Jiang Yao boasted to Jiang Xing-san. She adjusted her hair. Elder sister, you and Xiao Cheng act like children together. Mind your own business. Jiang Yao continued to show off. Before long, a feast of beautifully presented dishes adorned the table. Second sister, do try this. Jiang Cheng urged, watching eagerly as Jiang Xing took a bite. Her eyes lit up. Xiao Cheng, this is excellent. Your skills rival those of a professional chef. Jiang Cheng beamed with joy. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang Yao went to answer it, surprised to find Gu Qingling standing at the door. Is Jiang Cheng at home? I have come to apologize on behalf of Gu Feng, she said, her head bowed, holding a few gifts in her hands. Chapter 15. A return to apologize. Jiang Yao stepped aside to allow Gu Qingling to enter the house. Upon entering the living room, Gu Qingling observed Jiang Cheng sitting with Jiang Xing-san, while Jiang Yao occupied a seat at the dining table, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Jiang Cheng, I am truly sorry. Gu Feng has gone too far. Gu Qingling reiterated her apology, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Yet within that sincerity lay profound guilt and anguish, as if burdened by countless unspoken words. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, his clear and deep-set eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and wariness as he scrutinized Gu Qingling. You apologize on his behalf? That is uncharacteristic of you. His voice was low and restrained, drawing a deep breath that seemed to summon all her courage. Gu Qingling slowly replied, Jiang Cheng, I have come not only for Gu Feng, but also for myself. Her voice trembled, tinged with an imperceptible quiver of suppressed tears. Each word painstakingly extracted from the depths of her soul, laden with boundless regret and self-reproach. A jolt of realization struck Jiang Cheng, akin to an invisible lightning bolt. His expression darkened ominously, as if a storm was brewing, oppressive and suffocating. You seem to remember quite well," he retorted, his tone icy and cutting, reminiscent of the biting winds of winter that chill the heart. His gaze was filled with anger and sorrow, the pain of deep-seated wounds intertwined with unquenchable resentment. Tears welled in Gu Qingling's eyes as she urgently implored, "Jiang Cheng, if I can start anew, I do not wish for such events to recur. I beg you to grant me a chance to atone for my mistakes." Her voice grew hoarse with emotion, and tears finally escaped, trailing down her pale cheeks, each drop a testament to her shattered heart's lament. Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh, filled with despair and derision. "Gu Qingling, do you truly believe I would accept your words? In the Gu family, I was treated as a mere tool, devoid of dignity and rights. I lived each day in fear and torment. Did you ever harbor an ounce of compassion? Any semblance of guilt?" His voice rose, charged with uncontrollable fury, his body trembling with agitation. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan, bewildered by the unfolding drama, exchanged glances. "What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once and cease this absurdity." Jiang Yao's face was a mask of anger and confusion as she struggled to comprehend why this woman from the Gu family had intruded into their lives with such disconcerting proclamations. Seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yao's dismissal, Gu Qingling continued to fixate on Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with desperation. "Jiang Cheng, I understand that the wounds of the past cannot be easily erased. I realize that my transgressions cannot be simply rectified, but I genuinely wish to change, to start afresh." Her voice was imbued with despair and helplessness, akin to a lost child in the darkness, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Jiang Cheng's gaze remained frigid as he retorted sharply, "A fresh start? Do you think this is a game? Do you believe that by uttering the words 'start anew,' you can erase the pain you have inflicted upon others? The torment I endured in the Gu family, the nightmares that plague my nights, the memories of humiliation are indelibly etched into the depths of my soul, impossible to obliterate." His voice choked with emotion, tears hovered in his eyes, yet he fought to suppress them, unwilling to display vulnerability before one who had once caused him harm. Gu Qingling trembled, stepping closer to Jiang Cheng, yearning for connection, yet fearful of rejection. "Jiang Cheng, I know that no words can amend the damage I have caused you, but I am willing to dedicate my life to making amends." Her voice resonated with unwavering determination, as if it were her final vow. Jiang Cheng recoiled, distancing himself from her approach. "A life? What significance does your life hold for me? The child that I lost, the torment I endured cannot be compensated for by a mere declaration of for a lifetime." His voice was laced with pain and resignation, a deep-seated despair that suggested he had surrendered all hope for the world. Gu Qingling halted, tears cascading like a torrential flood. "Jiang Cheng, I know I was wrong. I truly understand now." Her voice was ragged, a testament to overwhelming sorrow and remorse. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an effort to regain composure. "Gu Qingling, it is too late. Everything is far too late. Your apologies and regrets cannot alter the facts that have transpired." Though his tone had softened, it remained steeped in anguish and resolution. Jiang Yao approached, grasping Jiang Cheng's arm. "Xiao Cheng, do not waste your time on her. She is unworthy of your energy." Her eyes conveyed a blend of concern and protectiveness for her brother. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, glancing at Jiang Yao before returning his gaze to Gu Qingling. "Gu Qingling, leave. I do not wish to see you again, nor do I want to hear anything concerning the Gu family." His voice was weary, as though he had expended all his strength. With resignation, Gu Qingling set down her gifts and turned toward the door, each step feeling like a heavy burden, as if she treaded upon an endless abyss. "Jiang Cheng, I will prove it to you," she called out, her voice imbued with the last flicker of hope before she departed. After Gu Qingling's exit, Jiang Cheng fell into deep contemplation. His expression was vacant, as if his spirit had vacated his body, leaving only a shell behind. Jiang Xingsan observed Jiang Cheng's despondent demeanor, worry etched across his face. "Xiao Cheng, what was that woman saying? Jiang Cheng shook his head, his voice low. Elder sister, do not inquire further. Let us eat. However, his tone bore no hint of appetite, merely a mechanical delivery. The meal was consumed in an atmosphere of unease, Jiang Cheng's thoughts preoccupied with Gu Qingling's words. Each bite felt as though he were chewing wax, mechanically masticating yet devoid of flavor. After the meal, Jiang Cheng sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Jiang Yao approached, sitting beside him, gently stroking his head. Xiao Cheng, do not let Gu Qingling's words trouble you. Perhaps she intended to sow discord. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Elder sister, I understand, but this matter is not so simple. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if pondering something profound. Conflicted and torn, Jiang Cheng harbored deep resentment towards Gu Qingling and the Gu family. The past wounds were etched into his memory, making it difficult to let go. Yet, the sincerity of Gu Qingling's apology and remorse stirred a flicker of uncertainty within him. He grappled with whether to trust her, whether to grant her another chance. The night breeze wafted through the window, caressing Jiang Cheng's face. Yet it could not dispel the shadows clouding his heart. Memories of his days in the Gu family resurfaced, living in constant fear, anxious that a single misstep would invite punishment. He had no friends, no warmth, only endless solitude and dread. Now, Gu Qingling's arrival disrupted the fragile peace he had struggled to attain. He was uncertain of what the future held, whether he could relinquish the animosity of the past and begin anew. Thus, Jiang Cheng remained seated on the sofa for an interminable time, the night deepening around him. Sleep eluded him, as the pain and confusion within felt like an invisible web, tightly ensnaring him, rendering escape impossible. Chapter 16. Heartwarming moments on the following morning. Warm and gentle sunlight streamed through the somewhat antiquated window, casting a soft glow upon Jiang Cheng's slightly fatigued visage. Yet, at that moment, he appeared utterly listless, as if enveloped by a veil of gloom. The tumultuous thoughts from the previous night tangled in his mind like a chaotic mass, leaving his eyes marred with alarming red streaks. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he could not permit these relentless worries to obstruct his path forward. Jiang Cheng gradually sat up from his bed, vigorously rubbing his face with his hands in an attempt to dispel the remnants of sleepiness and hasten his awakening. He took a deep breath, silently reminding himself that he must not be easily defeated by past setbacks or present troubles. The college entrance examination was of paramount importance. He must gain admission to Yedu University to see her. After freshening up, Jiang Cheng strode purposefully to his desk, retrieving a substantial stack of review materials. His gaze reflected unwavering determination and focus, as if the world around him had vanished, leaving only him and the books before him. Yet, intrusive thoughts would occasionally flit through his mind like phantoms, causing his pen to pause involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Cheng shook his head vehemently, exerting every effort to redirect his attention to his studies. He tirelessly calculated complex mathematical problems on a sheet of densely filled draft paper, muttering incantations to himself as if this ritual would bolster his resolve and expel the vexing distractions from his mind. By noon, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan had been bustling in the kitchen for quite some time, preparing a sumptuous feast. She gently called out to Jiang Cheng, Xiao Cheng, come and eat. Remember, good health is the foundation of success. You must nourish yourself to have the strength to study. Upon hearing his sister's call, Jiang Cheng walked slowly to the dining table, mechanically shoveling food into his mouth, his thoughts still entrenched in his review materials. Observing her brother's demeanor, Jiang Yao felt a pang of sympathy and softly remarked, Xiao Cheng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. While the college entrance examination is indeed crucial, it is equally important to balance work and rest. Look at you, you've lost weight. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation. In the afternoon, he continued to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge, revising physics concepts. The intricate formulas and principles swirled in his mind as he diligently wrote in his notebook, softly reciting the material. At that moment, Jiang Xingsan entered the room and, seeing Jiang Cheng so engrossed, gently suggested, Xiao Cheng, take a break. Don't wear yourself out. I'm fine, just a little longer, Jiang Cheng replied. Jiang Cheng shook her head in resignation and quietly exited the room. Time passed, and as the sun began its descent, the sky transformed into a canvas of orange and red. Jiang Cheng felt a slight strain in his eyes, so he set down his pen, rubbed his eyes, and stood to stretch. When dinner time arrived, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan brought the dishes to the table. Jiang Cheng approached and sat down slowly. Jiang Yao placed a piece of meat into his bowl, saying, "Xiao Cheng, eat more meat. You need to replenish your strength." Jiang Cheng looked gratefully at his sister and replied, "Thank you, Jia." Jiang Xingsan added, "Xiao Cheng, don't push yourself too hard, just do your best." Jiang Cheng resolutely stated, "Eldest sister, second sister, I know you care about me, but I must succeed in this college entrance examination. I want to get into Yedu University to meet someone." Upon hearing this, both sisters exchanged curious glances. "Someone? Is it a boy or a girl?" "Xiao Cheng, tell us about this person. I can help you analyze it." "Oh, Jia, I'll tell you when the opportunity arises." Jiang Cheng's face visibly flushed. "Xiao Cheng, Yedu University may be challenging to enter, but do remember to rest," Jiang Xingsan remarked while pinching Jiang Cheng's cheek. "How about we go for a stroll? The night market here is quite enjoyable." "All right, I'll accompany you both," Jiang Cheng replied, heading to change his clothes. After getting ready, he ventured out with his sisters to the night market. As they walked, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan eagerly inquired about the person Jiang Cheng wanted to meet, but he merely blushed, pursing his lips, unwilling to divulge any details. Upon entering the night market, the vibrant scene enveloped them. Colorful lights, the cacophony of vendors, and throngs of people immersed them in a joyous atmosphere. "Wow, look over there. They have candy figures," Jiang Xingsan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stall. The trio approached, where the vendor skillfully scooped syrup, his wrist flicking gracefully, and soon a lifelike candy rabbit materialized before them. "Xiao Cheng, doesn't this resemble you?" Jiang Yao chuckled, handing the candy rabbit to him. Jiang Cheng took the confection and shook his head, saying, "Jia, this is more like you, all bouncy and lively." Laughter erupted among them. As they continued, they discovered a ring toss game stall, filled with various small trinkets, adorable toys, and exquisite ornaments. "Xiao Cheng, let us try our luck. Maybe we'll win a grand prize." Jiang Xingsan eagerly purchased a bundle of rings. Jiang Cheng and his sisters took turns tossing the rings, but they either flew far off or missed the targets entirely. Just as their chances dwindled with no success, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, aimed at a beautiful music box, and threw with all his might. The ring landed perfectly around the music box. "Wow, Xiao Cheng, that's amazing." Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan cheered. The vendor handed the music box to Jiang Cheng, smiling. "Young man, you have quite the luck." Holding the music box, Jiang Cheng felt elated, contemplating getting another prize to give to his second sister, while keeping this music box for his eldest sister. As they strolled, they were captivated by the enchanting sound of a eru. Following the melody, they saw an elderly man playing on the street, the poignant tune mesmerizing them. They stood quietly, listening, and when the performance concluded, Jiang Cheng led the applause, placing some change into the man's donation box. That eru playing was truly beautiful. It brought a sense of tranquility, Jiang Yao remarked. At that moment, a commotion emerged nearby, prompting their curiosity to investigate. They discovered a street magic performance, where the magician showcased impressive tricks, conjuring doves and making handkerchiefs disappear, eliciting gasps from the audience. Jiang Cheng watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is incredible." After the performance, they came upon a food stall. Jiang Yao bought grilled squid. Jiang Xingsan opted for stinky tofu, while Jiang Cheng savored a bowl of icy dessert, relishing every bite. "Oh, this flavor is absolutely divine," Jiang Xingsan mumbled through her food. Suddenly, a dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the night market with vibrant colors, prompting everyone to pause and admire the spectacle. "So beautiful." Jiang Cheng gazed at the sky, his heart brimming with joy. In a corner of the night market, they stumbled upon a portrait artist's stall. Jiang Yao suggested that they have a portrait drawn of Jiang Cheng as a memento. The artist meticulously observed Jiang Cheng while the brush danced across the paper, and before long, a vivid portrait was completed. "Xiao Cheng, Do you think it resembles me? Jiang Cheng, San inquired, holding up the painting. Jiang Cheng gazed at the depiction of himself and replied with a smile. It does, remarkably so. As they strolled along, they arrived at a place adorned with lantern riddles. The riddles hung from an entire rack, and Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder sister, second sister, shall we try our hand at solving the riddles? Jiang Cheng said eagerly. They pondered each riddle earnestly. Some were solved swiftly, while others left them scratching their heads in contemplation. Before they knew it, the hour had grown late, and the crowd at the night market had begun to dwindle. Xiao Cheng, did you enjoy yourself today? Jiang Yao asked. Jiang Cheng nodded vigorously. I had a great time. Thank you, elder sister and second sister. As long as you can relax and prepare well for the college entrance examination, we will be at ease, Jiang San said gently. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng presented a music box to Jiang Yao. Elder sister, this music box is for you. I know you have a busy schedule, and I heard that music can alleviate stress, so I thought you might enjoy it. He handed the music box to Jiang Yao, who accepted it without hesitation. Jiang Cheng then turned to Jiang San. Second sister, this pair of earrings is for you. Though they are rather inexpensive, he added bashfully, scratching his head. Jiang San joyfully accepted the earrings, trying them on and admiring herself in the mirror. Thank you, Xiao Cheng, I love them. She enveloped Jiang Cheng in a warm embrace. I like them too, as long as they are from you. Xiao Cheng, I adore them, Jiang Yao chimed in, joining the hug. That night, as Jiang Cheng lay in bed, he reflected on the delightful moments spent at the night market, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Chapter 17, the happiest 2 days. The stillness of night enveloped Jiang Cheng's room, and with a contented smile, he gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself successfully gaining admission to Yedu University, where he would encounter the cherished person he had long held in his heart. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the aged window, casting a warm glow upon Jiang Cheng's bed. He rubbed his eyes, stretched widely, and after refreshing himself, he returned to his desk. The joyful memories from last night's night market seemed to invigorate him, enhancing his focus and efficiency in studying. Days passed, and Jiang Cheng devoted nearly all his time to revision. His efforts did not go unnoticed by Jiang Yao and Jiang San, who watched over him with a mix of concern and pride. One serene afternoon, while Jiang Cheng was immersed in his studies, the doorbell rang abruptly. Jiang San answered the door to find a girl standing there. Hello, I'm here to deliver some materials to Jiang Cheng, she announced, holding several review books. Oh, a classmate of Xiao Cheng's. Please come in. Jiang San welcomed her inside. You can sit here for a moment while I fetch Xiao Cheng. The girl, who was none other than Jiang Cheng's class monitor, Wang Xiao, settled onto the sofa. Watching Jiang San ascend the stairs, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This older sister seems rather intimidating, she murmured softly. She has such a cool demeanor. She seems quite formidable. She glanced around the luxurious villa, thinking to herself, this place is truly magnificent. When I followed the address given by the teacher, I wondered if I'd taken a wrong turn. I never imagined this would be Jiang Cheng's home. After a short while, Jiang San returned, embracing Jiang Cheng as they descended the stairs. Jiang Cheng approached Wang Xiao and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for bringing me the materials, class monitor. Not at all. Jiang Cheng, these are some review materials personally compiled by our teacher. I hope they prove helpful. Wang Xiao replied with a smile as she handed him the books. Thank you so much, Jiang Cheng said appreciatively. By the way, which university do you plan to apply to? Wang Xiao inquired curiously. I aspire to attend Yedu University, Jiang Cheng declared with determination. Wow, Yedu University is quite challenging to get into. You must give it your all. Wang Xiao encouraged him. I will certainly work hard, Jiang Cheng affirmed with confidence. After chatting for a while longer, Wang Xiao rose to take her leave. Let us talk again sometime. Goodbye. Jiang Cheng bid her farewell as he escorted her out. Before long, the day of the college entrance examination drew near, and the school organized a mock exam. Jiang Cheng felt somewhat anxious, but he reminded himself to remain calm. Throughout the examination, he answered the questions diligently, and reviewed his work carefully. Although routine exams were simple for him, he understood the importance of not being complacent. To better prepare Jiang Cheng for the upcoming exam, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xing decided to take him on an outing to the countryside for some relaxation. In the evening, Jiang Yao sat beside Jiang Cheng and said, "Xiao Cheng, how about we go out to the countryside tomorrow for some fun? Wouldn't that be delightful?" She employed her charm skillfully. Jiang Cheng, unable to resist her persuasion, nodded in agreement. As dawn's gentle light streamed into Jiang Cheng's room, it stirred him from his dreams. He opened his sleepy eyes, recalling that he was to venture into the countryside with his elder sister Jiang Yao and younger sister Jiang Xing that day, instantly feeling invigorated. Jiang Cheng quickly rose, washed up, and donned comfortable sportswear. Upon descending the stairs, he found Jiang Yao and Jiang Xing eagerly waiting in the living room. "Xiao Cheng, you're quite quick today," Jiang Yao remarked with a smile. "Of course. It's such a joyous day. I wouldn't want to lag behind," Jiang Cheng replied. The trio, with their pre-packed bags and provisions, hopped into the car and set off towards the countryside. Along the way, Jiang Cheng gazed out the window as the trees lining the road swiftly retreated behind them, his spirits soaring like the clear sky outside. Jiang Yao animatedly discussed the potential beauty and activities they might encounter in the countryside with Jiang Xing, occasionally turning to ask Jiang Cheng for his thoughts. Jiang Cheng, filled with anticipation, envisioned the delightful moments that awaited them. The scenery outside transformed from towering city buildings to vast fields and distant rolling hills. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination. As they stepped out of the car, the refreshing air greeted them, revealing an expansive green meadow that resembled a grand emerald carpet. The undulating mountains in the distance harmonized beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds. A crystal-clear stream flowed beside the grass, producing a soothing melody. "Wow, this place is stunning," Jiang Xing exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, savoring the pure essence of nature. "I feel completely rejuvenated," he remarked. They strolled along the stream, the water so transparent that they could see the pebbles and darting fish below. Jiang Yao playfully splashed water, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Oh dear, Xiao Cheng, look at your elder sister. She has splashed water all over me." Jiang Xing feigned annoyance. Jiang Cheng chuckled and scratched his head. "Sister, she is just too excited." Jiang Yao laughed even harder. "Ha, come join me in the fun." Encouraged by Jiang Yao, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xing eagerly joined in the water play. After splashing around, they followed the stream into a forest. Towering trees loomed above them, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Birds chirped joyfully in the treetops, seemingly welcoming their arrival. "Xiao Cheng, how about a tree climbing competition?" proposed Jiang Yao. Jiang Cheng hesitated. "Sister, isn't that a bit risky?" "Don't worry, your younger sister is here," Jiang Yao replied, already rolling up her sleeves to get started. Seeing his elder sister's determination, Jiang Cheng decided not to hesitate any longer. "All right, but let us all be careful." Thus, the three began their tree climbing contest. Jiang Yao, usually appearing delicate, climbed with surprising agility, quickly reaching a considerable height. Jiang Xing followed closely behind, while Jiang Cheng ascended cautiously, reminding his sisters to prioritize safety. Ultimately, Jiang Xing claimed first place, waving triumphantly at Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yao. "Haha, aren't I impressive?" "Indeed, you are second, sister," Jiang Cheng acknowledged, giving her a thumbs up. Yet inwardly, he mused, "It's hard to imagine two girls climbing trees. What if someone sees us? We'd be in trouble." Once they descended from the trees, all three were slightly breathless. They found a flat patch of ground, laid out a picnic blanket, and began to indulge in their prepared feast, which included delicious sandwiches, sweet fruits, and a cake lovingly made by Jiang Xing. "Come on, Xiao Cheng. Eat more to replenish your energy," Jiang Yao urged, offering him a slice of cake. Jiang Cheng took a bite, exclaiming, "Second sister's cake is delightful." Jiang Xing smiled. "I'm glad you like it. I made plenty, so help yourself." As they savored their meal, they shared amusing stories and jokes, laughter echoing through the air. After finishing lunch, They reclined on the grass, gazing up at the clouds drifting overhead. The clouds morphed into various shapes, some resembling horses, others resembling dragons. Xiao Cheng, don't be too anxious about the college entrance exam. Just do your best. Regardless of the outcome, your sisters will always support you. Jiang Cheng said gently. Jiang Cheng nodded. I understand, second sister. Having you both by my side gives me great comfort. After resting for a while, they rose to continue their exploration of the countryside's beauty. Upon reaching a gentle hillside adorned with a vibrant tapestry of wildflowers in hues of red, yellow, and purple, Jiang Yao and Jiang Cheng eagerly commenced their quest to gather these blossoms, intending to fashion them into garlands. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng observed with a radiant smile illuminating her face. Xiao Cheng, come here, let me crown you with a flower wreath, Jiang Yao said, approaching her with the meticulously crafted garland. Adorning her head with the floral creation, Jiang Cheng beamed and exclaimed, I feel like a flower fairy. Haha, Xiao Cheng. You look absolutely delightful, Jiang Cheng playfully teased. Come now, let us capture a group photo, suggested the eldest sister. Subsequently, the two drew closer to Jiang Cheng, resulting in a delightful collection of photographs. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, casting a splendid glow of evening hues across the sky. The golden sunlight enveloped them, as if bestowing a gilded aura upon their figures. What a beautiful sight, Jiang Yao remarked. After tidying up their belongings, they embarked on their journey homeward. Today has truly been a joyous occasion. Elder sister and second sister. These have been the happiest 2 days of my life, Jiang Cheng declared. Jiang Yao and Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring her sentiments. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over her. The absence of Gu Qingling's presence over these past few days had granted her a sense of inner tranquility. As for the reason behind Gu Qingling's absence, it was simply that she understood the importance of not disrupting Jiang Cheng during her crucial examinations. Thus, she restrained her impulse to visit, contemplating the possibility of celebrating with Jiang Cheng once her exams concluded. Chapter 18. Finally admitted on the following morning, Jiang Cheng awoke under the gentle embrace of warm sunlight, remnants of yesterday's joyful excursion lingering in his heart. He stretched languidly, swiftly completed his morning routine, and settled at his desk. As he opened his textbooks, he endeavored to immerse himself in a day of revision. However, his attention wavered, as vivid memories of the delightful moments spent with his sisters in the countryside danced through his mind. Just as he struggled to focus, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call. Xiao Cheng, this is Gu Qingling. How has your revision been lately? Her gentle voice resonated through the receiver. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly and replied, It's going well enough, though I find myself distracted at times. If you could refrain from bothering me, I would perform better. Gu Qingling paused momentarily before responding. All right then, I shall wait until after your college entrance examination to visit. The call continued. By the way, Xiao Cheng, I have arranged for some study materials to be prepared. I will bring them to you shortly. Jiang Cheng hesitated again. Perhaps it's best if you don't. I fear it might waste my time. Gu Qingling, sensing his reluctance, quickly reassured him. It won't take too long, I promise. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng acquiesced. Before long, Gu Qingling arrived at Jiang Cheng's home. As he opened the door, he saw her holding a thick stack of materials, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Thank you, Gu Qingling, he said as he accepted the materials. With a smile, she encouraged him, keep up the good work. Once your exams are over, we shall celebrate together. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng's response, she departed, leaving him with a swirl of thoughts. At noon, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan prepared a lavish lunch. Xiao Cheng, eat more to replenish your energy, Jiang Yao urged, continuously serving him dishes. Jiang Cheng nodded, assuring them, sisters, I will strive hard and not disappoint you. In the afternoon, he plunged back into his intense study regimen. Time flew by, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Given his status as the top student in his year, he was certainly capable of gaining admission to Yedu University. Yet, fear gnawed at him. Fear of losing marks due to arrogance, and fear that if he did not attend Yedu, he would never see her again. Feeling somewhat weary, Jiang Cheng approached the window and gazed at the starry sky. Just then, Jiang Xing-san entered the room. "Xiao Cheng, don't overexert yourself. Take a proper break," she advised. Jiang Cheng turned and smiled. "Second sister, I understand. I will manage my time well." At that moment, his phone rang again. It was his homeroom teacher. "Jiang Cheng, there's a psychological guidance lecture at school tomorrow before the exams. Why not attend?" his teacher suggested. After contemplating, Jiang Cheng agreed, thinking that it might indeed be beneficial. The next day, Jiang Cheng arrived at school early. During the lecture, the teacher shared numerous methods for alleviating exam stress and adjusting one's mindset. Jiang Cheng listened intently, taking detailed notes. After the lecture, he encountered Wang Xiaoxiao on campus. "Jiang Cheng, did you find today's lecture helpful?" she inquired. He nodded. "It was quite enlightening, and it has bolstered my confidence for the college entrance examination." As they conversed, they unwittingly strolled into the classroom, where classmates were diligently revising. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan were in the living room discussing something. "Xiao Cheng, we have decided to prepare a feast of your favorite dishes later to cheer you on," Jiang Yao announced. Touched, Jiang Cheng embraced his sisters. "Thank you. I will get my all." That evening, as he lay in bed reflecting on the day's experiences, his heart brimmed with strength. He believed that with the support of his sisters and friends, he could achieve remarkable results in the exams. On the third day, invigorated by his sister's encouragement, Jiang Cheng approached his study challenges with renewed vigor. He immersed himself entirely in his revision, meticulously contemplating each concept and diligently tackling every practice question. During lunch, he remained preoccupied with a challenging math problem. Jiang Xingsan rapped on his bowl. "Xiao Cheng, focus on your meal first. You can ponder afterward." In the afternoon, feeling somewhat agitated and noticing a decline in his study efficiency, he decided to take a walk to clear his mind. In the community garden, he spotted several children playing joyfully, their laughter gradually lifting his spirits. Upon returning home, he resumed his studies at the desk, feeling considerably more focused. Thus, Jiang Cheng navigated through day after day of intense and fulfilling revision. With only 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the school organized a final mock exam. Jiang Cheng remained composed, performing to the best of his abilities. After the exam, students gathered to discuss the questions, all filled with anticipation and anxiety for the approaching tests. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan inquired about his exam performance. Jiang Cheng confidently replied, "It felt quite good. I believe I can replicate this during the actual exams." His sisters' faces lit up with smiles of encouragement. In the days that followed, Jiang Cheng adjusted his schedule to ensure he was in peak condition for the exams. Finally, the day of reckoning arrived. As he stepped into the examination hall, he was filled with determination and confidence. Throughout the exam, he meticulously read the questions and responded with care, striving to do his utmost on each one. When the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last exam, Jiang Cheng set down his pen and exhaled deeply. Exiting the hall, he spotted Jiang Yao waiting at the school gate. She rushed to him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Xiao Cheng, regardless of the outcome, you're already the best," she said. Jiang Cheng smiled. "Eldest sister, I feel I performed quite well." In the days that followed, while awaiting his results, Jiang Cheng busied himself learning various skills that intrigued him. At last, the day arrived when the exam results were announced. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he checked his scores. Upon seeing the results, he leapt with joy. "Sisters, I have been accepted into Yedu University," Jiang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan were overwhelmed with joy, their eyes brimming with tears. The home was filled with laughter and elation. Gradually, they calmed, and Jiang Yao remarked, "Xiao Cheng, I believe the start date for Yedu University is quite late. Isn't it? What's on your mind, eldest sister? Shall we perhaps consider getting a driver's license first?" Jiang Yao suggested with a grin. "Sound great. I was just thinking the same," Jiang Cheng replied. And Jiang Yao's heart fluttered with delight at his enthusiastic agreement. "How wonderful. Soon I could be the co-pilot for my little brother." Chapter 19. Obtaining a license and shopping. After making the decision to pursue a driving license, Jiang Cheng promptly commenced his preparations. Jiang Yao contemplated hiring a personal instructor for her brother, believing he would benefit from more attentive and focused guidance. However, Jiang Cheng declined his sister's well-meaning offer. "Sister, there's no need to hire a separate coach. I wish to observe how others practice driving and learn various methods," he stated earnestly. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Jiang Yao relented. Following the registration and medical examination, Jiang Cheng officially embarked on his journey to learn driving. On the first day at the driving school, he encountered Li Feng, a lackey of Gu Feng. The moment Li Feng laid eyes on Jiang Cheng, a glimmer of provocation flickered in his gaze, as if to convey disdain. "Humph, what a surprise to see you here. Oh, isn't this Jiang Cheng? Even he has come to learn to drive." His tone dripped with evident sarcasm. Jiang Cheng merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. Yet, Li Feng persisted. "I've heard you excel academically. I wonder if you can surpass me in driving." A trace of contempt adorned his features, seemingly convinced that Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly fall short in this endeavor. Jiang Cheng maintained his silence, unwilling to engage in a war of words with Li Feng. However, a flicker of determination passed through his eyes as he silently thought, "Let us wait and see." As the practice commenced, Li Feng was intent on outshining Jiang Cheng, displaying an eagerness that bordered on recklessness. Each time it was his turn to drive, he rushed to start the engine and accelerate, attempting to showcase his speed and prowess. Yet, his impatience led to frequent errors. In contrast, Jiang Cheng remained composed and attentive, diligently absorbing the instructor's explanations and meticulously observing the actions of other students, his eyes reflecting focus and contemplation. When it was Jiang Cheng's turn to practice, he methodically adjusted the seat, rearview mirror, and fastened his seatbelt, executing each movement seamlessly. Starting the car, he deftly coordinated the clutch and brakes, each action executed with precision. Li Feng watched, gritting his teeth, his forehead veins subtly protruding in frustration. After several practice sessions, Jiang Cheng exhibited remarkable progress, prompting the instructor to offer praise. Conversely, Li Feng's hasty approach resulted in repeated mistakes, whether stalling the engine or crossing the lines. After each blunder, he shot a resentful glare at Jiang Cheng, as if blaming his own shortcomings on Jiang Cheng's commendable performance. This is just the beginning. Wait and see," Li Feng declared defiantly, his voice laced with anger and resentment. In the days that followed, Jiang Cheng maintained his diligent attitude, continually reflecting on his experiences and addressing his shortcomings. During breaks, he would earnestly study driving techniques, meticulously considering the nuances of each maneuver. Meanwhile, despite his efforts, Li Feng struggled to perform at his best due to his unstable mindset, frequently complaining about the car's difficulty and the instructor's teaching methods. In the second subject, the reverse parking maneuver posed a considerable challenge. Despite multiple attempts, Li Feng failed to master it, either unable to park or encroaching on the lines. Each failure left him exasperated, pounding the steering wheel and muttering profanities. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, observed and analyzed the mistakes of other students, deriving insights from their errors. When it was his turn to practice, he successfully parked on the first attempt, garnering admiration from his peers. "Jiang Cheng, how are you so skilled? Do you have any secrets?" a fellow student inquired curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, practice diligently, and reflect thoroughly. Master each point and the timing of every operation. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's frustration deepened, prompting him to train even harder. Yet, the more anxious he became, the less effective his practice proved. His training sessions extended, yet his progress remained negligible. As the exam date for the second subject approached, Li Feng was consumed by anxiety, losing sleep over his determination to surpass Jiang Cheng. In stark contrast, Jiang Cheng maintained a tranquil mindset, adhering to a regular routine and preparing diligently. On the day of the exam, Jiang Cheng performed consistently, executing each maneuver with finesse and successfully passing. However, Li Feng, overwhelmed with nerves, faltered during the parallel parking segment, resulting in a failure. "This time you're just lucky, Jiang Cheng. Let us see how you fare in the third subject." Li Feng returta arbitrarily, his eyes brimming with jealousy and anger. Jiang Cheng chose to ignore him and continued his studies for the third subject, which emphasized practical driving skills and safety awareness. During practice, Jiang Cheng adhered strictly to traffic regulations, constantly observing road conditions and executing gear shifts smoothly. He remained calm in the face of unexpected situations. Although Li Feng attempted to learn from his previous failures, his timing with the turn signals remained erratic, and he struggled to control the braking force. On the day of the exam, Jiang Cheng arrived early at the testing center. While Li Feng was fueled by a desire to redeem himself, his gaze resolute. Jiang Cheng completed all tasks effortlessly, parking smoothly and passing the examination. Li Feng, however, veered off course during the straight driving portion, leading to yet another failure. Seeing Jiang Cheng's relaxed demeanor filled him with a sense of defeat, causing him to slump down in despair. He glared at Jiang Cheng, muttering, "Wait, I refuse to believe you'll pass the fourth subject on your first try." With that, he brushed off the dust from his pants and turned to leave. The outcome was predictable. Jiang Cheng successfully passed the fourth subject exam and obtained his driving license. Holding the precious document, he felt immense joy. In stark contrast, Li Feng fasa rapata failuras. With his license finally in hand, Jiang Cheng stood outside the testing center, brimming with happiness. "Xiao Cheng, your sister is here to pick you up," Jiang Yao called out, appearing beside him in her car. Realizing her presence, he handed her the driving license. "Sister, I got my license," he exclaimed with a smile. Jiang Yao beamed with pride. "My brother is simply outstanding. Now we can go out and have some fun." They ventured to a large shopping center, where Jiang Yao cheerfully informed Jiang Cheng, "Xiao Cheng, today you are the star. Feel free to buy whatever you desire." Jiang Cheng gazed at the opulent mall, feeling slightly bashful as he scratched his head. "Sister, you don't need to spend so much." But Jiang Yao was undeterred, firmly leading him into a trendy clothing store. Jiang Cheng tried on various new outfits, while Jiang Yao attentively assessed each one, offering her opinions. Soon enough, Jiang Cheng emerged looking refreshed and striking. Next, they visited an electronics store, where Jiang Yao unhesitatingly purchased the latest gaming console for him. As they exited the shopping center, dusk had settled, and the city's nightscape was breathtaking. Jiang Yao took Jiang Cheng to an upscale restaurant to celebrate their joyous occasion. The restaurant featured soft lighting and soothing music as the siblings savored exquisite cuisine while sharing amusing anecdotes from their driving lessons. "Xiao Cheng, witnessing your diligence and excellence fills me with pride," Jiang Yao remarked with a smile. Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he replied, "Sister, if it weren't for your unwavering support, I wouldn't have felt such motivation." After their meal, they strolled along the riverbank, the evening breeze gently caressing their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, relishing the serene moment. "Sister, today has truly been delightful," he expressed. "This is just the beginning. There's a surprise waiting." Jiang Yao replied with a mysterious smile. It turned out that Jiang Yao had purchased 2 tickets for a concert featuring Jiang Cheng's favorite singer. As they entered the concert venue, they were enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere, cheering and singing along to the music. By the time the concert concluded, it was past 11 o'clock at night. Yet their spirits remained high, and Jiang Yao took Jiang Cheng to the night market. The vibrant atmosphere was filled with lively chatter, while an array of food stalls emitted tantalizing aromas. "Little Cheng, try this skewer. It's absolutely delicious." Jiang Yao offered him a sizzling lamb skewer, glistening with juices. Jiang Cheng took a bite and praised, the flavor is truly delightful." They indulged in their food while meandering about, acquiring a few trinkets along the way. Before they knew it, the hour had crept close to midnight. "Sister, today has been the most unforgettable day," Jiang Cheng remarked. "As long as you are happy, anything I do is worthwhile," Jiang Yao replied. Upon returning home, although Jiang Cheng felt a bit fatigued, his spirits soared. He lay on his bed and soon drifted into a sweet slumber, still reminiscing about their wonderful day. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao gazed at her peacefully sleeping brother and gently closed the door. This half-day excursion not only brought joy to Jiang Cheng, but also deepened a bond between the siblings. "Where have you two been?" A voice laced with annoyance emerged from behind Jiang Yao. She turned to find a cold face staring back at her. "Xing-san, isn't it true that little Cheng just obtained his driver's license?" "I simply took him out for a little drive," Jiang Yao replied. her expression betraying a hint of guilt. You didn't take me with you. I waited at home all day for you. Jiang Cheng, San retorted, somewhat irked. Oh, little Xing-san, I promise we will take you next time, all right? Little Cheng is already asleep. Let us hurry and get some rest. Jiang Yao employed her charm once more, but it proved ineffective on Jiang Cheng-san. If you don't take me next time, I will be truly upset. Jiang Yao chuckled at the usually aloof Jiang Cheng-san. All right, I promise to include you next time. Chapter 20. Severe pollen allergy on the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Jiang Cheng's bed. He stirred awake, stretching languidly, and a smile crept onto his lips as he reminisced about the joyous day that had preceded. Meanwhile, Gu Qingling had meticulously chosen a gift and, brimming with delight, arrived at Jiang Cheng's home early in the day. When Jiang Yao opened the door and saw Gu Qingling, a look of confusion crossed her face. Gu Qingling, what brings you here? Jiang Yao inquired. Gu Qingling, smiling, raised the gift box in her hands. I heard Jiang Cheng has finished his college entrance exams, so I came to celebrate. Gumin, Jiang Yao said coldly as she ushered Gu Qingling inside. At that moment, Jiang Cheng emerged from his room, his eyes narrowing in perplexity upon seeing Gu Qingling. Jiang Cheng, congratulations on completing your exams. Gu Qingling exclaimed, extending the gift towards him. However, Jiang Cheng did not accept it. Gu Qingling, I recall mentioning that I do not wish to see anyone from the Gu family, Jiang Cheng stated, his tone tinged with anger. Gu Qingling, sensing the tension in his voice, became flustered. Jiang Cheng, please don't be like this. I only came to congratulate you, she implored anxiously. Jiang Cheng frowned, his voice icy. Congratulate? Given how your family treated me, do you not find it disingenuous to come and congratulate me now? Gu Qingling hastily replied, Xiao Cheng, please trust me just this once. I genuinely came to celebrate your success. Genuine? Gu Qingling, whom are you trying to fool? Jiang Cheng remained unmoved. Gu Qingling's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. Jiang Cheng, I know I was wrong. I have always wanted to explain. Jiang Cheng scoffed. Explain? What is there to explain? The truth is evident. I truly came with no ulterior motives today, just to wish you a bright future. Gu Qingling insisted, fighting back tears. After a brief silence, Jiang Cheng finally spoke. Gu Qingling bit her lip, placed the gift down, and turned to leave. Jiang Yao watched Gu Qingling's departing figure, then glanced at the indifferent Jiang Cheng, letting out a resigned sigh. As Gu Qingling exited Jiang Cheng's home, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. She felt utterly helpless in finding a way to dissolve Jiang Cheng's resentment towards her. After leaving, Gu Qingling wiped her tears, her spirits plummeting. She could not comprehend the depth of Jiang Cheng's prejudice against her, especially when she was so earnestly seeking his forgiveness. Meanwhile, after Gu Qingling departed, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Sitting on the sofa, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the gift Gu Qingling had left behind. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what she might have brought for him. Approaching the gift box, he opened it to discover a stunning bouquet of flowers. The vibrant array of blossoms exuded a captivating fragrance. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's face turned pale. He was severely allergic to pollen. Before he could react, his body began to exhibit allergic symptoms. His skin reddened rapidly, itching uncontrollably, and his breathing became labored. Jiang Yao emerged from the kitchen, startled by Jiang Cheng's condition. Xiao Cheng, what happened? Jiang Cheng struggled to reply, Sister, I'm having a pollen allergy. Jiang Yao quickly dialed for emergency assistance. Soon, Jiang Cheng was rushed to the hospital where doctors promptly initiated treatment, transporting him into a ward. Outside the room, Jiang Yao anxiously awaited news, her heart heavy with worry. She reflected on Jiang Cheng's rejection of her earlier, feeling a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, she resolved to clarify her stance with him, believing it was necessary. Thus, Gu Qingling returned to Jiang Cheng's home. Upon opening the door, Jiang Xingsan confronted her, anger etched across his face. What do you want? It's your fault Xiao Cheng is lying in the hospital right now, he shouted. Gu Qingling, taken aback, stammered, What? Jiang Cheng is hospitalized? How could this happen? I had no idea about his pollen allergy. You had no idea? After all these years at your Gu family you still didn't know? Jiang Xingsan reprimanded. Gu Qingling seemed to recall something, muttering under her breath. No wonder there are no flowers in his garden. Tears streamed down her face anew. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't know. I'm going to the hospital right now to see him. Hurriedly, Gu Qingling made her way to the hospital, where she found Jiang Yao looking weary outside the ward. Miss Jiang, how is Jiang Cheng? Gu Qingling asked anxiously. He is still under observation. The doctors say his condition is quite serious, Jiang Yao replied curtly. Gu Qingling stood outside the room, peering through the window at Jiang Cheng lying on the hospital bed. Her heart flooded with guilt and remorse. After a while, a doctor exited the ward. Both Gu Qingling and Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. May I go in and see him? Gu Qingling asked cautiously. Jiang Yao hesitated, but eventually nodded. Entering the room, Gu Qingling was struck by Jiang Cheng's frail appearance. Her heart aching. Jiang Cheng, I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would turn out this way, she whispered. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Gu Qingling, a complex emotion flickered in his gaze. This isn't your fault. I was careless in opening the gift box, he replied. Hearing this, Gu Qingling's tears flowed once more. You're still so gentle. Why didn't I notice it before? She murmured. Jiang Cheng, just awakening, did not catch her words. Later, the doctor provided additional instructions regarding Jiang Cheng's care, indicating that he would need to remain hospitalized for a few more days. Gu Qingling, filled with surprise and disappointment, ultimately nodded and left. In the following days, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan took turns caring for Jiang Cheng in the hospital. Though Jiang Cheng did not require assistance, he could not refuse their kindness. Whenever he insisted he was fine, Jiang Yao would feign sadness, saying things like, does Xiaoqing no longer need his sister? Moreover, Jiang Xingsan had also learned to pout, making it hard to believe that the aloof second sister could act so endearingly. By day, Jiang Yao would prepare nutritious meals for Jiang Cheng, keeping him company to alleviate his boredom. Xiaoqing, you need to recover quickly. Your sister is waiting to go out and play with you, Jiang Yao said gently. I will, sister. Just don't overexert yourself, he assured her. At night, Jiang Xingsan would take over. His care for Jiang Cheng was meticulous. Xiaoqing, rest well and don't move around too much, he advised while adjusting the blankets. Jiang Cheng teased, sister, take a break. Jiang Xingsan shot him a glance. It's nothing. I've practiced martial arts since I was little. This is easy. Despite being rejected by Jiang Cheng, Gu Qingling could not shake her concern and desired to care for him at the hospital. One day, she arrived with a basket of fruit, only to be stopped at the ward door by Jiang Yao. Miss Jiang, I just want to see him. Please let me in. Gu Qingling implored. Jiang Yao shook her head. It's really unnecessary. Xingsan and I can take good care of him. Reluctantly, Gu Qingling handed the fruit to Jiang Yao and turned to leave. A few days later, Gu Qingling returned to the hospital, this time encountering Jiang Xingsan. What are you doing here? Xiaoqing doesn't want to see you, he stated bluntly. Gu Qingling, feeling wronged, replied, I genuinely care about him. Jiang Xingsan coldly responded, our concern is sufficient. You should leave. With tears in her eyes, Gu Qingling departed from the hospital, perplexed as to why Jiang Cheng refused to see her. Under the attentive care of Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan, Jiang Cheng's health gradually improved. In the evening, Jiang Cheng remarked to Jiang Yao, sister, if she comes again, please let her in. Jiang Yao sighed. Xiaoqing, we fear she may hurt you once more. Jiang Xingsan, standing nearby, playfully tapped Jiang Cheng's nose, saying, you're simply too soft-hearted. Nevertheless, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan slightly eased their restrictions on Gu Qingling's visits. A few days later, Gu Qingling returned to the hospital, and this time Jiang Yao did not refuse her. Come in, but don't tire Xiaoqing too much, Jiang Yao instructed. Gu Qingling nodded repeatedly as she entered the ward, and upon seeing Jiang Cheng, her eyes glistened with tears. Jiang Cheng, are you feeling better? Gu Qingling inquired softly. Jiang Cheng smiled. Much better, thank goodness. Gu Qingling patted her chest in relief. After several days of care, Jiang Cheng finally made a full recovery. On the day of discharge, the sun shone particularly brightly. Jiang Cheng exclaimed joyfully, while Jiang Yao, Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingling smiled at him. Once home, Jiang Cheng decided to treat everyone to a meal, and this time, Gu Qingling was also present at the table. The atmosphere during dinner was warm and harmonious. Jiang Cheng raised his glass, contemplating why Gu Qingling was here. During her second visit, he reflected deeply. In truth, throughout both his past and present lives, Jiang Cheng had never truly harbored intense hatred for Gu Qingling. Within the Gu family, she appeared relatively normal. His animosity was directed towards the Gu family members, particularly Gu Feng and a few others who frequently tormented him, while Gu Qingling had shown indifference towards him. Thus, his resentment towards her was not particularly profound. He simply wished to avoid any entanglement with the Gu family, nothing more. Chapter 21. Shopping at the mall. Gu Yuran inquired with a hint of confusion. Gu Qingling lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "I went to see Jiang Cheng." "Jiang Cheng? You still have contact with that guy?" Gu Yuran abruptly stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Did I not tell you to keep your distance from him?" Gu Qingling raised her head, her gaze steady as she looked at Gu Yuran. "Yuran, Jiang Cheng is not as you perceive him." With a cold laugh, Gu Yuran retorted, "Not as I perceive him? He is merely an ungrateful leech, and our family has shown him more than enough kindness." "What nonsense are you spouting? You do not understand the truth of the matter at all." Gu Qingling's voice slightly elevated. "In the past, some people in our family treated Jiang Cheng poorly, but that is not his fault." Furrowing her brow, Gu Yuran replied, "Eldest sister, have you been bewitched by him to defend him?" "I have not." Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingling continued, "Jiang Cheng has finished his college entrance exams, and he fell ill and was hospitalized. I merely wished to show my concern." "Concern? Our family owes him nothing." Gu Yuran crossed her arms defiantly. "Do not forget, when he was with us, he caused us no small amount of trouble." Gu Qingling bit her lip. "Yuran, those are all things of the past. Moreover, it was my accidental gift that caused his allergic reaction and led to his hospitalization. I feel guilty about it." That is merely his misfortune." Gu Yuran showed no sign of sympathy. Unable to restrain herself, Gu Qingling exclaimed, "Yuran, you're being too excessive. Jiang Cheng is actually a good person. He has always been hardworking and kind-hearted." "Kind-hearted?" Gu Yuran scoffed. "If he were kind-hearted, he would not harbor resentment toward our family. That is because someone in our family wronged him first." Gu Qingling's emotions flared. "We cannot generalize." Gu Yuran looked at Gu Qingling, her tone softening slightly. "Eldest sister, I am doing this for your own good. I do not want you to be misled by Jiang Cheng. Yuran, I have my own judgment." Gu Qingling turned to walk to her room. "I believe in Jiang Cheng." Watching Gu Qingling's retreating figure, Gu Yuran felt a surge of anger. In the following days, Gu Qingling appeared distracted, preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Cheng and how to change Gu Yuran's perception of him. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was accompanying Jiang Cheng shopping for clothes. The reason being that Jiang Cheng insisted he accompany her to make up for not inviting her on a previous outing with Jiang Yao. The mall bustled with crowds. Vibrant and lively, Jiang Cheng flitted from one shop to another, selecting her favorite styles. Jiang Cheng followed behind her, occasionally offering suggestions. "Xiao Cheng, what do you think of this one?" Jiang Cheng held up a black shirt in front of her. Jiang Cheng smiled. "It looks quite nice, sister. It suits you well." At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Cheng caught sight of a familiar figure, Gu Yuran. His expression turned grim, and a wave of irritation washed over him. He truly did not wish to encounter members of the Gu family at such a time. Gu Yuran, having spotted Jiang Cheng and Jiang Cheng, furrowed her brows, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Jiang Cheng noticed Jiang Cheng's change in demeanor and followed his gaze. Discovering Gu Yuran. "What a coincidence," Jiang Cheng muttered under her breath. Clad in high heels, Gu Yuran approached with an imposing air. "Jiang Cheng, you truly are like a lingering spirit. I should be saying that seeing you brings nothing but trouble." Jiang Cheng shot back. "You ungrateful creature." Gu Yuran glared at him. Jiang Cheng could not help but interject, "Gu Yuran, watch your words." Gu Yuran smirked. "What? Do you two plan to team up against me?" Jiang Cheng clenched his fists. "Gu Yuran, I do not wish to argue with you, but please do not overstep." "Overstep? I think it is you who is overstepping." Gu Yuran raised her voice. Do you think that leaving the Gu family means you can live a good life? Jiang Cheng's anger flared completely. The Gu family? I have never cared for it. Onlookers began to gather, intrigued by the escalating confrontation. Jiang Xingsan seized Jiang Cheng's arm. Xiao Cheng, ignore her. Let us go. But Gu Yuran was relentless, blocking their path. Want to leave? It is not that easy. Today, we will settle this. Jiang Cheng glared at Gu Yuran. What is there to discuss? Hasn't the Gu family already done enough harm to me? Gu Yuran taunted. Harm? You blame our family for your own incompetence? Jiang Xingsan added angrily. Gu Yuran, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, a mall security guard approached. Please keep your voices down and do not cause a disturbance here. Gu Yuran shot the guard a glare. What business is it of yours? The guard replied sternly. If you continue like this, I will have to ask you to leave. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng struggled to maintain his composure. Gu Yuran, there is nothing left to say between us. Do not pursue me any further. With that, he pulled Jiang Xingsan along, maneuvering past Gu Yuran, and quickly departed. Gu Yuran called after him, Jiang Cheng, do not get too complacent. Once outside the mall, both Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xingsan were in low spirits. Xiao Cheng, do not let such people upset you. It is not worth it. Jiang Xingsan consoled him. Jiang Cheng nodded. Sister, I know. It is just that seeing her brings back unpleasant memories. Do not dwell on it. Let the past remain in the past. Jiang Xingsan patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. That Jiang Cheng is becoming increasingly intolerable, Gu Yuran muttered to herself while gazing into the mirror. At that moment, Gu Qingling entered the room. Yuran, why are you so furious? She asked. Gu Yuran replied irritably. It's all because of Jiang Cheng. I ran into him at the mall, and we got into an argument. Gu Qingling's heart sank. How could this happen? Gu Yuran shot her a glare. Eldest sister, are you still defending him? Gu Qingling quickly explained. I just think it is unnecessary to escalate things. Gu Yuran retorted. He is nothing but an ingrate. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingling suggested, Yuran, perhaps we truly have misunderstood Jiang Cheng. Misunderstood? Gu Yuran laughed coldly. You have been deceived without even realizing it. Sighing, Gu Qingling chose not to respond further, knowing that her words would not penetrate Gu Yuran's stubbornness. That evening, Gu Qingling lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She pondered the day's events and felt compelled to do something to ease the conflict between Jiang Cheng and Gu Yuran. The next day, Gu Qingling resolved to seek out Jiang Cheng. She stood hesitantly before his door, gathering her courage before finally knocking. When Jiang Cheng opened the door and saw Gu Qingling, his expression darkened. What do you want? Gu Qingling bit her lip. Jiang Cheng, I would like to talk to you. Jiang Cheng frowned. There is nothing to discuss. Please, just give me a moment, Gu Qingling pleaded. Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng allowed her inside. I heard about what happened to the mall yesterday, Gu Qingling began. Jiang Cheng scoffed. And? Are you here to blame me as well? Gu Qingling quickly shook her head. No, I want to apologize. Yuran has a bad temper and said many excessive things. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cheng replied, that has nothing to do with you. Gu Qingling gazed at Jiang Cheng earnestly and said, Jiang Cheng, I truly hope we can resolve the grievances of our past. Jiang Cheng lifted his head, meeting Gu Qingling's gaze. Gu Qingling, it's not that I do not wish to, but some wounds, once inflicted, are exceedingly difficult to mend. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Qingling's eyes. I understand, yet I am unwilling to surrender. Observing Gu Qingling's presence, Jiang Xingsan's expression darkened. What brings you here? Gu Qingling felt a twinge of embarrassment. I merely wish to converse with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Xingsan scoffed. What is there to discuss? Our family does not welcome those from the Gu family. With no choice but to comply, Gu Qingling stood up to leave. I apologize for the disturbance. As she watched Gu Qingling's retreating figure, Jiang Cheng's heart swirled with complexity. His relationship with Gu Qingling had improved significantly since their previous encounters, and he hoped that her transformation was genuine. Chapter 22. Gu Qingxin returns home at this moment. Gu Yuran was languidly playing video games at home, still fuming over her quarrel with Jiang Cheng. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Annoyed, Gu Yuran set down her game controller and went to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find a tall and exquisite woman standing at the threshold, her third sister, Gu Qingxin. Surprised, Gu Yuran asked, "What brings you here?" Gu Qingxin smiled as she stepped inside, placing her luggage down. Gu Yuran pouted, muttering under her breath. Gu Qingxin raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, "What's wrong? Who has upset my sister?" With an exasperated sigh, Gu Yuran collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, "It's that Jiang Cheng. He is simply insufferable." As Gu Qingxin settled beside her, she heard the name Jiang Cheng. Gu Yuran began to vent her frustrations. "Lately, my eldest sister has been overly protective of him, and I can't stand it. He has caused nothing but trouble in our family, and now that he has gone, he still lingers like a ghost. Today, we had a huge argument at the mall, and he shows not a shred of gratitude." Listening to Gu Yuran's grievances, Gu Qingxin pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding at play? Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Gu Yuran exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Qingxin, don't tell me you're going to defend him like our eldest sister." With a soft chuckle, Gu Qingxin replied, "I'm merely trying to understand the situation better. After all, we shouldn't only hear one side of the story. Perhaps Jiang Cheng has his own struggles." "Struggles? I believe he simply doesn't know how to appreciate anything," Gu Yuran retorted, still indignant. As Gu Yuran continued to complain, Gu Qingxin found herself lost in thought. She glimpsed the past and the future, realizing that she had acquired memories from her previous life. She recalled how her family treated Jiang Cheng during her time abroad, and how her beloved sister, Gu Feng, ultimately led to her demise. A maelstrom of complex emotions surged within Gu Qingxin as she listened to Gu Yuran's tirade. She opened her mouth, hesitating to find the right words. Finally, Gu Qingxin spoke slowly. Gu Yuran looked at her with confusion. "Qingxin, you seem off today. It's just Jiang Cheng. Why are you so preoccupied?" Drawing a deep breath, Gu Qingxin stood and began pacing the living room. "Sister, perhaps our family has indeed made many mistakes in the past. Jiang Cheng's experiences within the Gu household might not have been what we imagined." "What do you mean, Qingxin? You can't seriously be falling for his tricks. What's so special about him?" Gu Yuran frowned, her expression one of disbelief. Gu Qingxin bit her lip, deciding to withhold the truth about her newfound memories. "Sister, please listen. Although I've been away for years, I've come to sense that Jiang Cheng is a sensitive and hardworking person. Among so many of us in the Gu family, how many truly treated him well? Perhaps our so-called care has often been merely condescension and charity." Gu Yuran's anger flared at Gu Qingxin's words, and she abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at her sister. Gu Qingxin, equally agitated, raised her voice, "Sister, I'm not defending him. I just want us to look at this matter objectively. Shouldn't we reflect on Jiang Cheng's experiences in our family? Reflect? I believe you've been bewitched by him." Gu Yuran shouted, her fury unabated. "Haven't we treated him well enough? It's he who is ungrateful." Gu Qingxin gazed at her stubborn sister with a sense of helplessness and fatigue. "Sister, why can't you understand? We cannot always be so self-righteous." "I don't understand. It seems you're the one who is confused," Gu Yuran shouted back. "If you continue to defend Jiang Cheng, don't expect me to recognize you as my sister." Gu Qingxin felt a pang from Gu Yuran's words, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister, how can you say that? I just want everyone to see things clearly." With a dismissive huff, Gu Yuran retorted, "I don't want to hear any more from you. Just leave. I don't want to see you." Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxin strove to calm her emotions. "Sister, please think it over. I don't wish to argue with you any further." With that, she turned and left the living room. Feeling that continuing the argument was futile, she resolved to seek out their eldest sister, Gu Qingling, hoping she might understand her perspective. Gu Qingxin arrived at Gu Qingling's room and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Gu Qingling's voice from within. Gu Qingxin opened the door to find her eldest sister staring blankly out the window. "Eldest sister," Gu Qingxin softly called. Gu Qingling turned to see Gu Qingxin and smiled faintly. "Qingxin, what is troubling you?" Gu Qingxin sat beside Gu Qingling and recounted her quarrel with Gu Yuran. Gu Qingling sighed. Yuran can be quite impulsive. She struggles to see beyond her immediate feelings. "Eldest sister, I genuinely believe we have misunderstood Jiang Cheng. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with him," Gu Qingxin asserted, determination etched across her face. Gu Qingling nodded, Qingxin, your intentions are commendable. Gu Qingxin responded resolutely. Eldest sister, I've made up my mind. I must go find him now. Very well, but remember to exercise patience, Gu Qingling advised. Knowing her sister's resolve was firm, she then provided Gu Qingxin with Jiang Cheng's address. Grateful, Gu Qingxin set off alone towards Jiang Cheng's home. As she walked, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. She was uncertain of Jiang Cheng's reaction upon seeing her, and whether she could indeed mend the rift between them. At last, she arrived at Jiang Cheng's doorstep. Hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage and knocked on the door. Jiang Cheng opened it, surprise evident on his face. You? What do you want? Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxin replied, Jiang Cheng, I wish to talk with you. Jiang Cheng frowned. I have nothing to discuss with you. He began to close the door, but Gu Qingxin quickly blocked it with her hand. Please, just grant me a moment. Seeing the earnestness in her eyes, Jiang Cheng hesitated but eventually relented, allowing her to enter. Speak. What is it? His tone remained icy. Gu Qingxin gazed at him, slowly articulating. I know that the Gu family has treated you poorly in the past, and I sincerely apologize for that. Jiang Cheng scoffed. You too? You want to apologize? Momentarily bewildered, Gu Qingxin pressed on. I hope for a fresh start, a chance for us to truly understand one another. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cheng retorted, a fresh start? You Gu family members are utterly laughable. Gu Qingxin quickly interjected, Jiang Cheng, I am not like the others. During my time abroad, I reflected deeply on our family's many faults. Jiang Cheng met her gaze. And what of it? What difference does that make? Gu Qingxin responded earnestly, Jiang Cheng, I know I cannot expect you to change your view of the Gu family overnight, but I implore you to give me an opportunity to demonstrate my sincerity. Jiang Cheng remained silent, merely observing her. Gu Qingxin continued, I recognize you as a diligent and kind-hearted individual. The misunderstandings and pain between us should not persist. Jiang Cheng's expression softened slightly, yet he remarked, what does your speech accomplish? With unwavering determination, Gu Qingxin declared, Jiang Cheng, I will prove my sincerity through my actions. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. It was Jiang Xing calling. Jiang Cheng answered the phone, and Jiang Xing anxiously exclaimed, Xiao Cheng, something's wrong. It seems that elder sister is unwell. Jiang Cheng's expression changed dramatically, and Gu Qingxin quickly inquired, what happened? Without the time to explain, Jiang Cheng dashed outside, and Gu Qingxin unhesitatingly followed suit. Chapter 23. Hospitalized from exhaustion, Jiang Cheng hurriedly raced towards the hospital, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His breath came in quick gasps, his mind fixated on one thought. His sister must not be in peril. Gu Qingxin closely followed behind, her steps slightly frantic, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Cheng's back. Throughout the journey, images of his sister's tireless efforts flashed in Jiang Cheng's mind. She had devoted herself to the Jiang family, tirelessly working day and night, and that resilient figure pierced his heart with deep pain. Guilt and concern filled his heart. He despised himself for not recognizing his sister's fatigue sooner, for failing to alleviate her burdens. Finally arriving at the hospital, Jiang Cheng disregarded his own exhaustion and rushed straight to his sister's ward. His eyes brimmed with urgency and concern, as if, at that moment, her safety was the only thing of significance in the world. Jiang Yao lay quietly on the hospital bed, receiving an intravenous drip. Her complexion was pale, and her once bright eyes now appeared dim. Jiang Cheng gently sat at her bedside and took her hand, his voice trembling as he asked, Sister, how are you? His tone was laden with profound care and fear. Jiang Yao managed to muster a faint smile, weakly responding, Xiao Cheng, don't worry, I'm fine. I've just been overworked lately. She attempted to soothe her brother with a light-hearted tone, but her feeble voice only deepened the ache in his heart. Gu Qingxin stood nearby, witnessing the deep bond between the siblings, feeling a twinge of emotion within her. She stepped forward, softly saying, Jiang Cheng, please don't be too anxious. The doctor mentioned that as long as she rests well, Jiang Yao will recover swiftly. Her eyes radiated sincerity and comfort. Jiang Cheng glanced up at her, remaining silent. Yet the wariness and coldness in his gaze had lessened slightly, despite the lingering resentment he harbored towards the Gu family. Gu Qingxin's concern stirred a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. In the days that followed, Jiang Cheng remained steadfastly by his sister's bedside. He meticulously attended to her daily needs, refusing to let his guard down. Each morning, he would rise early to prepare a nutritious breakfast, then sit by her side, patiently feeding her. At noon, he would inquire about her cravings and rush around to procure her desired meals. In the evenings, he would draw warm water for her, helping her wash her feet so she could drift into a comfortable slumber. Gu Qingxin often came to assist, bringing nourishing foods like homemade chicken soup and bird's nest soup, or helping with errands and other manageable tasks. Initially, Jiang Cheng resisted her help, coolly rejecting her offerings with remarks like, "We don't need your things. We can manage on our own," without uttering a word of gratitude. However, gradually, he ceased to refuse her assistance. One day, as Jiang Cheng accidentally knocked over the medication he had prepared for his sister, he stood helplessly when Gu Qingxin quietly brought a mop to clean the mess and went to fetch more medicine. In that moment, watching her diligent back, Jiang Cheng felt his resistance wane a bit. A few days later, Jiang Yao's condition stabilized somewhat. On this particular day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth and hope within the ward. Observing the bustling Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingxin, Jiang Yao sighed and expressed her gratitude. "Xiao Cheng, and you too, Gu Qingxin. Thank you both. I've had much to ponder these days." Both Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingxin paused their tasks to look at her. Jiang Yao continued, "Xiao Cheng, I've always wanted to provide you with a better life, which led me to neglect my health. This illness has taught me that health is of utmost importance." In Gu Qingxin, "I once thought all members of the Gu family were like Gu Yuran." Gu Qingxin quickly interjected, "Sister Jiang, it's my duty to help. The Gu family has wronged you in the past, and I sincerely wish to make amends. I understand that we may have caused you pain, but I truly want to change that." Jiang Cheng remained silent for a moment before affirming, "Sister, focus on your recovery. Do not worry about anything else." His eyes reflected unwavering determination, as if assuring her he would take good care of her. As days turned into weeks, Jiang Yao gradually regained her health. During this time, the relationship between Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingxin underwent a subtle transformation. One sunny day, with a gentle breeze blowing, Jiang Cheng pushed Jiang Yao, who was seated in a wheelchair, to the hospital garden to bask in the sunlight. Gu Qingxin followed closely, and the three shared laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The flowers in the garden bloomed vibrantly, their colors competing for attention, releasing delightful fragrances. Gu Qingxin cautiously remarked, "Jiang Cheng, I truly wish to know you better. I understand you hold prejudices against the Gu family, but I hope you can grant me an opportunity to prove that I am different." Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Cheng looked at her and slowly replied, "I've known since childhood that life is not easy. During my time with the Gu family, despite appearances, I always felt like an outsider. Their gazes and remarks made me feel out of place." Gu Qingxin listened intently, saying, "I understand that feeling. When I was abroad, I often felt lonely and helpless. Everything around me was unfamiliar. I had no family and no one who truly understood me. It was a painful experience." Jiang Cheng paused, seemingly taken aback by her confession. After a moment of silence, he said, "I hardly saw you when you were in the Gu family, so I don't harbor much dislike for you." Gu Qingxin sighed softly. "My family wanted me to receive a better education and broaden my horizons. But it was there that I realized the warmth of home is irreplaceable." Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps we all have our own struggles." Gu Qingxin continued, "Jiang Cheng, I know the past cannot be changed, but we can strive together for the future. I want to be your friend, a true friend." Looking into her sincere eyes, Jiang Cheng felt a ripple of emotion within him. Yet he replied, "I don't know if I can trust you." Gu Qingxin eagerly responded, "Give me time, and let me prove myself to you. I will show you my sincerity through my actions." As they walked side by side, their silhouettes stretched long under the sun. A few days later, Jiang Yao was finally ready to be discharged from the hospital. Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingxin worked together to facilitate the discharge process, gathering her belongings. Chapter 24. Gu Qingxin's confession. His eyes were filled with concern and tenderness as he hurriedly helped his sister to the sofa, speaking softly, "Sister, please rest for a moment." Jiang Cheng's tone was infused with boundless care. as if his sister were the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. I will prepare a grand meal for you. When Jiang Cheng made this promise, a resolute light flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yao looked at her brother's determined expression, a smile of relief mixed with fatigue gracing her face as she gently nodded. Jiang Cheng then called their second sister, Jiang Xingsan, who was still outside. The moment the call connected, a hint of nervousness washed over him. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Second sister, eldest sister has been discharged from the hospital." On the other end of the line, Jiang Xingsan was momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of joy. "Really? That's wonderful." Jiang Cheng continued, "You need not worry. I will prepare a feast for eldest sister shortly." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Xingsan repeatedly expressed her delight before hurriedly hanging up and making her way home. As she entered, her gaze anxiously sought out her eldest sister. Upon seeing that Jiang Yao appeared well, a joyful smile blossomed on her face. "Eldest sister, it's such a relief to see you healthy." Jiang Xingsan's voice trembled slightly as she hastened to her sister's side, tightly grasping her hand. Jiang Cheng approached and remarked, "Second sister, why do you have a scent of blood?" Jiang Xingsan visibly flinched but quickly regained her composure. "Ah, I just passed by the seafood market. It must be the smell of fish." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Let us go grocery shopping together to celebrate tonight." Thus, Jiang Cheng, Jiang Xingsan, and Gu Qingxin set off for the market. Along the way, Jiang Xingsan curiously inquired about Jiang Yao's time in the hospital. Upon their arrival at the market, the three of them began selecting fresh ingredients from various stalls. Jiang Cheng meticulously chose dishes that his sister loved, each selection evoking memories of her contented expressions. Jiang Xingsan assisted by carrying bags, her eyes fixated on the dishes her sister favored, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Gu Qingxin also contributed her suggestions, her voice gentle and warm like a spring breeze. As the aromas of cooking filled the kitchen, beads of sweat trickled down Jiang Cheng's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused and resolute. Jiang Xingsan helped wash and chop vegetables, her movements somewhat clumsy but imbued with sincerity and dedication. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxin kept Jiang Yao company in the living room, her soft words attempting to soothe Jiang Yao's past pains. As evening approached, the kitchen was filled with tantalizing scents. Jiang Cheng presented dish after dish, adorning the dining table. "Sister, come and taste the dishes I prepared." His voice carried a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Yearning for his sister's approval, the family gathered around the table, and Jiang Yao gazed at the spread with heartfelt emotion, tears welling in her eyes. This dinner was not merely a feast for the palate, but a profound expression of familial bonds. They chatted and laughed as they dined, and Jiang Cheng, observing his sister's joyful demeanor, felt a surge of happiness. At that moment, Jiang Xingsan raised a glass, declaring, "Eldest sister, may you always enjoy good health. And Xiao Cheng too, he must stay healthy." Jiang Cheng, however, paused, his expression dimming momentarily. Yet he swiftly masked it with a strained smile, raising his glass alongside the others. Gu Qingxin perceptively noted his fleeting reaction, her heart tightening. She understood that Jiang Cheng bore immense pressure and pain within. As everyone toasted, a warm atmosphere enveloped the room, yet beneath this warmth, an unspoken bitterness lingered in each heart. After the meal, Jiang Yao felt fatigued, while the three siblings remained in the living room, continuing their conversation. Jiang Cheng spoke to Gu Qingxin, his voice low and hoarse, as if each word drained his strength. "Don't say that. It's what I ought to do." Jiang Xingsan interjected playfully. "Xiao Cheng, it seems not all members of the Gu family are as insufferable as Gu Yuran." Jiang Cheng responded slowly, "Perhaps that is true." His voice conveyed a hint of weariness and resignation. Gu Qingxin smiled softly, yet that smile concealed an ocean of sorrow. The atmosphere in the living room grew subtly tense, an oppressive sadness weighing on each heart. Jiang Cheng escorted her to the door, and they stood silently for a moment. The night breeze whispered softly, bringing a chill. "I had a wonderful time today." Gu Qingxin broke the silence, her voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the night, albeit trembling slightly. Jiang Cheng gazed at her and replied, "Yes. I must thank you for everything over these past few days." After expressing his gratitude, he suddenly added, "You came to find me because you received memories from a past life, didn't you?" His eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty, as if he sought an answer to explain everything. Jiang Cheng, taken aback by his inquiry, felt a surge of panic. She wished to lie, but upon meeting Jiang Cheng's gaze, she admitted, "Indeed, I obtained those memories a few nights ago." Her voice trembled with fear and helplessness. Jiang Cheng's eyes grew vacant as she continued, "But you, Jiang Cheng, are the only one who has changed." Her gaze refocused on him, brimming with complex emotions. Jiang Cheng listened intently, contemplating her words. "It is true. From the moment I met you, I sensed that you must have memories of a past life. Otherwise, you would have sought me out so suddenly." His tone held a note of determination, as if he had resolved to confront whatever lay ahead. Jiang Cheng pressed on. "Yes, I witnessed your plight in those memories. I saw you succumb to cancer, ultimately unable to afford treatment and passing away. The Jiang family only learned of your fate a month after your death, and in that time, they began to suppress the Gu family, eventually leading to its downfall under Gu Feng's command." Her voice grew more impassioned, tears spilling from her eyes once more. "And Gu Feng is truly despicable." As she spoke, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. "He caused the demise of me and my sisters. Eldest sister suffered the most, wrongfully imprisoned and ultimately taking her own life in jail." Jiang Cheng's voice resonated with despair and fury, her world seemingly crumbling in that moment. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Cheng began to weep, her sobs echoing poignantly in the quiet night. Jiang Cheng, ever sensitive to the sight of tears, quickly soothed her. "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer." His voice was filled with warmth and comfort as he reached out to wipe her tears. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Jiang Cheng, it's all my fault. If only I had discovered sooner." His eyes mirrored confusion and anguish, as if the entire world had frozen at that instant. After a while, Jiang Cheng wiped her tears and slowly released Jiang Cheng. She looked up in his eyes and said, "You truly are very gentle." With that, she waved goodbye to Jiang Cheng and turned to leave, leaving him standing at the door. He murmured softly, "It seems not all members of the Gu family are like Gu Feng." Chapter 25. Sister Returns. Jiang Cheng stood at the door for a long while, the tranquility of the night seemingly allowing his thoughts to settle gradually. The moonlight, like liquid silver, cascaded upon his shoulders, delineating a solitary silhouette. After a considerable time, he took a deep breath, as if inhaling the myriad emotions swirling within his heart, and slowly turned to enter the house. As he stepped into the living room, Jiang Cheng dashed towards him like a gust of wind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Jiang Cheng just hugged you, so as your sister, I must hug you too," she exclaimed with a hint of childishness, her voice laced with both stubbornness and affection. This time, Jiang Cheng did not stand in shock as he had before. Instead, his hand gently patted her back, akin to soothing a startled fawn. "Ah, my dear second sister," he said, his voice tinged with a tender exasperation, as soft as a whisper in the night breeze. "What's wrong? Can't I hug my little Cheng?" Jiang Cheng lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with bright enthusiasm. "Such a wonderful brother. It would be a pity not to embrace you," she declared proudly, her lips curving upward in a smile filled with affection for her brother. After a moment of shared warmth, Jiang Cheng released him and pulled Jiang Cheng to the sofa. At that moment, the soft glow of the living room lights cast a warm halo around them. "Little Cheng, I have some good news to share," exclaimed Jiang Cheng, her eyes shimmering with excitement, radiating a light that seemed to illuminate the entire room. Jiang Cheng looked at her with curiosity, his eyes wide with anticipation. "What good news?" he asked, a hint of urgency in his voice as he leaned slightly forward. Jiang Cheng laughed, her tone light and joyous, as if this were the most delightful news imaginable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's face brightened with surprise, his eyes widening. "Really? When did third sister arrive?" His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, her gaze filled with expectation, as if she could already envision the joyous scene of their family reunion. Jiang Cheng nodded eagerly, then inquired, "Second sister, tell me about third sister situation. I haven't seen her in so long. I wonder what she has become." His eyes glimmered with a yearning to learn more about the sister he had not seen in ages. Clearing her throat, Jiang San began. Luo is still as straightforward as ever, saying whatever comes to mind without holding back. She gestured animatedly, her expression lively. However, after experiencing more in the world, she has matured and become more composed than before. Jiang Cheng listened intently, nodding occasionally. Jiang San continued. She has a great fondness for small animals. Every time she encounters stray cats or dogs, she cannot help but take care of them. Oh, and she has an insatiable love for food, especially desserts. Once she sees cakes or ice cream, she's utterly captivated. At this, she couldn't help but chuckle. But your third sister also values her health, often going for runs and such. Jiang Cheng absorbed Jiang San's description, gradually conjuring an image of Jiang Luo in his mind, filled with warmth and anticipation. He imagined her with a gentle smile, holding a cherished book, the scene both beautiful and heartwarming. "All right, little Cheng, let us get some rest," Jiang San said, standing up and stretching. "Okay, good night, second sister." Jiang Cheng rose as well, and together they ascended the staircase. Soon after, they entered their respective rooms. The following day, Jiang Cheng awoke early, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains and illuminating the room. After a quick wash, he diligently tidied up every corner, preparing to welcome Jiang Luo's return. Around noon, Jiang San received a call from Jiang Luo, announcing her arrival at the station. Jiang Cheng and Jiang San hurriedly drove to fetch her. Along the way, Jiang Cheng felt both excited and anxious. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, he noticed she had changed slightly. Her once youthful face now bore traces of maturity and confidence, her eyes radiating determination and calmness, yet still exuding a gentle aura. Third sister, Jiang Cheng ran over, enveloping Jiang Luo in a big hug, one filled with longing and joy. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, patting Jiang Cheng's back. "Little Cheng, you've grown so much." Her voice was gentle and warm, brimming with affection for her brother. Just then, Jiang San approached, playfully feigning anger. "Oh, little Cheng, why didn't you hug me when you first saw me?" Jiang Cheng released Jiang Luo and turned to his second sister. "Because you are too aloof. And third sister was always so gentle with me when we were young." He winked. "Of course, your third sister has always been gentle," Jiang San said, pulling Jiang Cheng in for a hug. Nearby, Jiang Luo smiled softly, her smile blossoming like flowers in spring, beautiful and enchanting. Jiang Cheng glanced over at Jiang Luo, noticing the necklace adorning her neck, which reminded him of an incident at the Gu family home. Previously, upon seeing Gu Feng with a bicycle, he had felt a pang of envy and longed for one himself, fully aware that the Gu family would never buy him one. That day, having been punished by being denied food, he had run out and found himself sitting by the gates, until a girl arrived, seemingly a university student. She gently patted Jiang Cheng's head and asked if he had eaten. When he shook his head, she took his hand, saying she would take him to eat. For reasons he could not fathom, he trusted her implicitly and followed her to a small eatery. After their meal, she asked if he desired any gifts. Jiang Cheng immediately blurted out a bicycle, and she told him to return to that restaurant the next day. The next evening, he returned to the designated eatery, where he spotted the girl waiting with a bicycle, waving at him. In the end, feeling shy, he gifted her the necklace he had purchased with his savings from a small shop. Unfortunately, the bicycle did not remain with him for long, as Gu Feng forbade him from outshining him, leading to the bicycle being destroyed. Jiang Cheng had cried alone until his voice grew hoarse over this incident. Now looking at Jiang Luo, he silently thought, "I never expected that necklace from years ago would still adorn Luo. I must get her a new one." Soon, they all entered the car, with Jiang San at the wheel. Throughout the journey, laughter filled the air, the scenery outside receding while the atmosphere within the vehicle grew ever warmer. Upon returning home, Jiang Luo sank into the sofa. "There's south no place like home," she mused, her voice imbued with nostalgia and fondness. Just then, Jiang Yao, descending from upstairs, beamed with joy. Is the eldest sister feeling better? Jiang Luo hurried toward Jiang Yao, her eyes full of concern. Of course. Little Cheng and the others have taken great care of me these past few days, Jiang Yao replied, her tone brimming with pride. And little Cheng's cooking is absolutely delightful. Jiang Luo halted abruptly. This is not fair. She pouted in feigned anger and turned to the newly arrived Jiang Cheng, continuing, Xiao Cheng, please prepare a meal for third sister tonight, so she can savor something delightful. Unable to resist her charming manner, Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Jiang Luo's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating the entire room like the sun. As night fell, Jiang Cheng busied himself in the kitchen, crafting a dinner for Jiang Luo. The sound of clanging pots and pans filled the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo engaged in conversation with Jiang Xingsan and Jiang Yao in the living room, sharing her myriad experiences from abroad. The tales, filled with novelty, elicited gasps of astonishment and bursts of laughter from a group. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of fragrant dishes. Jiang Luo savored Jiang Cheng's culinary creations, extolling their virtues. Xiao Cheng, your culinary skills are exceptional. Third sister cannot find such delectable dishes abroad. She spoke as she ate, her eyes brimming with contentment and joy. The group gathered together, laughter echoing throughout the space. And a warm ambience enveloped the room, as if time itself paused to cherish this moment of warmth. Chapter 26. The gift from Jiang Cheng on the following morning. Golden sunlight cascaded through the delicate, gauzy clouds, gently illuminating Jiang Cheng's tall figure. The previous night, he had promised to accompany Jiang Luo to purchase some necessities. He quickly completed his morning routine and hurried downstairs. At the foot of the stairs, Jiang Luo was already standing gracefully, waiting for him. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, the gentle breeze caused the hem to flutter, resembling a blooming flower. The two walked side by side along the bustling street, the cacophony around them transforming into a symphony of life. Jiang Cheng attentively selected various items for Jiang Luo, his gaze filled with concern, akin to the warmth of the spring sun. As they strolled, his eyes were drawn to a beautifully decorated jewelry store. A thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to buy Jiang Luo a new necklace. As they entered the store, before he could admire the dazzling adornments, a familiar and loathsome voice pierced the air. Oh, isn't this Jiang Cheng? What brings someone as impoverished as you to such a high-end place? Have you come to the wrong location? Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and looked up, confirming that it was indeed the most detestable Gu Feng. With arms crossed and a disdainful expression, Gu Feng continued to mock him. With your meager background, do you honestly think you can afford anything here? I suspect you're merely here to bask in the air conditioning and indulge your eyes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng stifled the surge of anger rising within him and replied as calmly as he could, Gu Feng, your arrogance knows no bounds. My purpose here is none of your business. Do not presume that your wealth grants you the right to trample on the dignity of others. Gu Feng scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. You speak of dignity? What qualifications do you possess for such a discussion? Look at your shabby appearance. You are utterly unworthy of anything in this store. It appears you are merely putting on a facade, pretending to be someone of substance. Jiang Cheng's gaze hardened, a fire igniting within him as he calmly retorted, Gu Feng, do not underestimate others. Today, I intend to purchase the finest necklace, to show you that not everyone is as pitiful as you imagine. With that, Jiang Cheng ignored the arrogant Gu Feng, called over a sales associate, and began to select items with care. His eyes scanned the exquisite necklaces, each one shimmering with enchanting brilliance, yet he remained resolute, seemingly searching for the one that would best convey his sentiments. Before long, his gaze landed on a dazzling diamond necklace. The diamonds sparkled like stars, set in a delicate platinum chain, exuding unparalleled charm. Without hesitation, he produced his bank card to make the purchase, showing no signs of doubt or regret. Gu Feng stood by dumbfounded. He had initially thought Jiang Cheng was merely putting on a show, but he was astonished to discover Jiang Cheng's genuine affluence. A thought crossed his mind. How could this person possibly have so much wealth? This necklace alone was worth more than his allowance for over 2 months. Jiang Cheng, holding the meticulously chosen necklace, approached Gu Feng and coolly stated, "Gu Feng, do not always consider yourself superior. There are always greater people and greater wealth beyond your own. Your money means little to me. This is merely a fraction of my monthly allowance." Leaving Gu Feng standing there, pale and humiliated, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of relief for having accepted the bank card his father had given him earlier. Upon entering the living room, he found Jiang Luoluo sitting on the sofa. He smiled as he approached her, slowly opening the box in his hand, revealing the radiant necklace that sparkled before her eyes. Jiang Luoluo gasped in surprise, her hand covering her mouth, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she trembled. "Xiao Cheng, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Gently grasping Jiang Luoluo's hand, Jiang Cheng replied tenderly, "Sister Luoluo, this is what you deserve. In my heart, you are worthy of the finest things in this world. Moreover, the necklace I previously gifted you should be replaced. This is a token from me, Jiang Cheng, to you, and not from Gu Cheng. I hope this necklace accompanies you, just as I will always be by your side." Without hesitation, Jiang Luoluo, filled with happiness and emotion, adorned herself with the necklace and enveloped Jiang Cheng in a warm hug, choking back her words. "Xiao Cheng, you will always be my pride." After a moment, she released Jiang Cheng, and hearing her words, he felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly exited the room. By evening, the sky was painted with vibrant hues of sunset, resembling a breathtaking canvas. Upon entering, Jiang Yao exclaimed, "At last, we can relax today." Jiang Xingsan chimed in, "Indeed, after a long day of work, I am utterly exhausted." Scanning the room, Jiang Yao spotted Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoluo seated on the sofa and suggested, "Let's dine out tonight. It's tiring for Xiao Cheng to cook every day." Jiang Xingsan nodded in agreement. "Eldest sister is right. We should treat Xiao Cheng well." The family readily concurred, and soon they arrived at a luxurious restaurant, adorned with opulent decorations and dazzling lights. Jiang Luoluo intentionally wore the necklace prominently, eager for her sisters to witness Jiang Cheng's kindness towards her. Typically gentle, Jiang Luoluo could be quite cunning when it came to matters involving Jiang Cheng. Naturally, Jiang Yao and Jiang Xingsan noticed it immediately. Curious, Jiang Yao leaned in and asked Luoluo, "That necklace is stunning. Where did you get it?" With a proud expression, Jiang Luoluo replied, "This was a gift from Xiao Cheng." Jiang Xingsan's eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Cheng, you are biased. Why only gift Luoluo? We want gifts too." Jiang Cheng chuckled helplessly. "Second sister, it was merely a coincidence that I found something suitable for sister Luoluo." Feigning annoyance, Jiang Yao added, "Xiao Cheng, eldest sister has always treated you well. You cannot show favoritism." Jiang Cheng quickly reassured them, "Eldest sister, second sister, do not worry. I will certainly find suitable gifts for both of you in the future." Jiang Xingsan pressed on, No, you must specify when you'll buy us gifts." Scratching his head, Jiang Cheng promised, "Second sister, I assure you, I will prepare gifts for you very soon." At that moment, the server began to bring out the dishes, each dish more delectable than the last, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. The family momentarily set aside the topic of gifts and began to relish the sumptuous feast. As Jiang Yao savored a piece of fish, she remarked, "The food here is truly exquisite. Xiao Cheng, you work hard cooking at home too." With a smile, Jiang Cheng replied, "Eldest sister, as long as you're happy, I do not mind the effort." After their meal, the family strolled out of the restaurant, enjoying a leisurely walk under the night sky, the cool breeze brushing against them. Suddenly, Jiang Xingsan tugged at Jiang Cheng's arm. "Xiao Cheng, do not forget your promise regarding our gifts." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Second sister, rest assured, I have already purchased them. They are at home." "Xiao Cheng, where are the gifts? Where are they?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Do not rush. I will go upstairs to get them for you." After a short while, he returned with the items, handing them to his sisters. Upon unwrapping her gift, Jiang Yao discovered it was the book she had long desired, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. "Xiao Cheng, you are truly considerate." Jiang Xing excitedly unwrapped the gift and, upon seeing the exquisite black dress, joyfully embraced Jiang Cheng. Xiao Cheng, you truly understand me. The family gathered once more, enveloped in laughter and joy. Observing the radiant expressions of his sisters, Jiang Cheng felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Chapter 27. The approaching school year, the joyous moments of summer seemed to slip away like fleeting shadows, and before long, the summer vacation draws to a close, bringing the start of the school year ever closer. Upon learning that Jiang Cheng's school term was imminent, his elder sisters, Jiang Yao, Jiang Xing-san, and Jiang Luo, wasted no time in preparing everything he would need for this new chapter in his life. Their meticulous efforts were beyond words. They demonstrated an unparalleled attention to detail. As the eldest, Jiang Yao exhibited her decisive nature. Amidst her busy schedule, she seized every spare moment to carefully select suitable study materials for Jiang Cheng. She personally visited stationery stores, her gaze sharp and focused, meticulously comparing the quality of notebook paper. Each time she opened a notebook, she would gently run her fingers over the pages to assess their smoothness and thickness, ensuring they could withstand prolonged writing without ink bleeding. When it came to fountain pens, she was particularly discerning, testing each one for writing fluidity and examining whether the nib's thickness suited Jiang Cheng's writing style. Even with the backpack, she spared no effort, trying it on repeatedly to evaluate its comfort, as well as the width and material of the straps, ensuring it would alleviate the burden on Jiang Cheng's shoulders. With every item she picked up, she silently assessed its suitability for him. After careful selection, she ultimately chose a high-quality set of notebooks with thick, smooth paper that allowed for effortless writing, an exquisite fountain pen that felt substantial in hand, and a stylish yet practical backpack, featuring a modern design and well-thought-out compartments for organizing books and belongings. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing devoted her full attention to Jiang Cheng's living essentials. Understanding that dormitory life would present various inconveniences compared to home, she prepared an extraordinarily comfortable bedding set for him. The soft mattress felt cloud-like, instantly erasing any fatigue upon lying down. The warm comforter, crafted from premium fabric and filling, would provide endless warmth on cold nights. And the fluffy pillow, with its perfect height and softness, offered the utmost support for his head and neck. Additionally, she carefully selected practical living items such as portable hangers, lightweight yet sturdy for drying clothes, compact storage boxes to keep his small items organized, and durable water bottles, made from safe materials with excellent insulation to ensure he could enjoy water at the right temperature at all times. To create a homely atmosphere in his dormitory, Jiang Xing also invested considerable time and effort in choosing a set of cozy curtains adorned with heartwarming patterns, hoping to craft a comfortable personal space for Jiang Cheng. As for Jiang Luo, she was acutely aware of Jiang Cheng's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Thus, she tirelessly visited numerous bookstores to select a variety of reference books for him. These encompassed a wide range of subjects, from intricate mathematical problem-solving to insightful literary analyses. Additionally, she carefully curated extracurricular reading materials designed to broaden his horizons, including popular science books exploring the mysteries of the universe, biographies recounting historical events, and art albums to inspire creativity. Understanding that a good book could unlock new realms of knowledge, she was particularly attentive during her selection process. Moreover, she prepared a beautifully crafted bookmark made of fine wood, smooth to the touch, engraved with encouraging words. The ocean of knowledge is vast and boundless. May you bravely forge ahead and reap endless treasures. She hoped that whenever Jiang Cheng saw this bookmark while reading, he would feel her care and support. Upon entering the room, Jiang Cheng was taken aback by the sight before him. The living room was filled with items his sisters had thoughtfully prepared for him. Xiao Cheng, come and see the backpack and fountain pen your elder sister bought for you. Do you like them? Jiang Yao greeted him with a warm smile. Jiang Cheng hurried over, examining the backpack with delight. Its understated yet fashionable design was to his taste. He picked up the fountain pen, gently twisting the cap to appreciate its weight and balance, then tried writing a few words on paper. The lines flowed smoothly, the ink distributed evenly. Big sister, this backpack is fantastic. I love it, thank you. His voice brimmed with joy and gratitude. Jiang Xing eagerly showcased her contributions, saying Xiao Cheng, take a look at the bedding and living supplies I prepared for you. They will surely be convenient at school. As he surveyed the thoughtful items, warmth surged within him. He caressed the soft mattress, warm comforter, and fluffy pillow, feeling the meticulous care his sisters had poured into these gifts. The portable hangers, compact storage boxes, and durable water bottles were all imbued with practicality and thoughtfulness. Second sister, you've thought of everything. I will cherish these gifts, Jiang Cheng said, his voice thick with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Luo approached him, handing him a stack of books. Xiao Cheng, you can take a look at these books when you have time. They will be beneficial for your studies. Jiang Cheng accepted the books, flipping through them, his eyes lighting up at the wealth of knowledge contained within. When he read the encouraging words on the bookmark, warmth enveloped his heart. Luo, thank you. I will read them diligently. He grasped the bookmark tightly, as if holding on to the sister's earnest expectations. These moments were once unimaginable during his time with the Gu family. Overwhelmed with gratitude and warmth, Jiang Cheng resolved to prepare a sumptuous dinner for his family to express his appreciation. He entered the kitchen, bustling about. Good son, are you cooking? Jiang Du's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, causing Jiang Cheng to jump. Dad, what brings you here? Please sit. Dinner will be ready shortly. The sounds of chopping and sizzling filled the kitchen, and soon a feast of fragrant and delectable dishes was laid out on the table. Succulent braised pork, aromatic sweet and sour ribs, refreshing vegetable salad, and steaming corn and rib soup. Gathered around the table, the family shared laughter and warmth. Jiang Du took a bite of the meal, giving a thumbs up in praise. Son, your cooking is impressive. You should show off your skills more often. Everyone nodded in agreement, singing Jiang Cheng's culinary praises. Watching his family's satisfied smiles filled Jiang Cheng's heart with happiness and contentment. After the meal, the family sat together in the living room, the warm atmosphere still lingering in the air. Jiang Du glanced at the multitude of items prepared by the sisters for Jiang Cheng, chuckling, your intentions are good, but you need to prepare so much for Xiao Cheng. Your fifth sister, Jiang Yuchu, is already teaching at Yi University, so we can rest easy with her looking after him. I've already arranged for him to stay with her. Jiang Yao, feeling slightly uneasy, furrowed her brow as she replied, Dad, even though Yuchu is there, we still want to contribute our share. Jiang Du waved his hand, speaking earnestly. I understand your affection for your younger brother, but we cannot allow Xiao Cheng to be free of worries entirely. It is beneficial for him to engage in some self-reliance and personal growth. Jiang Xing-san replied, Father makes a valid point, but can Yuchu manage alone while caring for Xiao Cheng? Yuchu is inherently responsible in her endeavors, and with the support of other teachers and classmates at school, they will look out for one another. At that moment, Jiang Cheng interjected, Father, sisters, please do not fret. I will take good care of myself. With Sister Yuchu by my side, I am certain I will adapt splendidly. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement, stating, In that case, let us place our trust in Xiao Cheng. However, do ensure to communicate with the family if anything arises. In the ensuing days, with the assistance of her sisters, Jiang Cheng organized her belongings in anticipation of the forthcoming academic term. Chapter 28. A new campus on the first day of a new semester. The gentle morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting delicate rays upon Jiang Cheng's room. He awoke early, swiftly rising from his bed and completing his morning routine with alacrity. Then, earnestly donning the tidy attire he had prepared in advance. At that moment, his family was already waiting downstairs. They gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast together. Jiang Du repeatedly instructed Jiang Cheng, saying, My child, once you reach university, make sure to study diligently and get along well with your classmates. Although the Jiang family does not bully others, we must never allow ourselves to be bullied. No matter what happens, your father will always be here for you. Meanwhile, his sisters chimed in, continuously stuffing Jiang Cheng's backpack with various snacks and trinkets. Soon, breakfast concluded, and Jiang Cheng walked out of the house with his family. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Eldest sister, I forgot to grab my luggage. I'll go get it. Little Cheng, you need not worry about that. I've already arranged for your luggage to be sent to fifth sister, Jiang Yao replied. Jiang Cheng smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, they're always so considerate. Next, Jiang Yao personally drove Jiang Cheng to Yedu University. Throughout the journey, both Jiang Yao and Jiang Cheng felt a mix of excitement and a tinge of reluctance. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Cheng observed his sisters in the front. Jiang Yao glanced at him through the rearview mirror, her eyes brimming with concern as she said, "Little Cheng, you must know that your eldest sister is both happy for your entrance into university and worried that you may not take care of yourself." Jiang Cheng quickly added, "Indeed, little Cheng, university is not like home. You must rely on yourself for everything." With a resolute expression, Jiang Cheng replied, "Eldest sister, second sister, rest assured. I'm grown up now. I can manage. Besides, I have Yuechu's sister to look after me." Jiang Yao sighed softly, speaking earnestly, little Cheng, don't get too caught up in playing. Your studies must not fall behind." Jiang Cheng promptly nodded in agreement. "I understand, eldest sister." Seeing his obedient demeanor, Jiang Xing smiled, saying, "That's more like it. By the way, little Cheng, if you meet a girl you like, don't be shy. Pursue her boldly." At this, Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson, and he shyly protested, "Second sister, what are you talking about? I'm going to study, not to date." Jiang Yao chuckled at his bashful response. Laughing heartily, little Cheng has grown up and knows to be shy. However, second sister is right. If there is a chance, don't let it slip away. With an exasperated sigh, Jiang Cheng said, "Eldest sister, second sister, can we not talk about this?" Jiang Xing teased, All right, we won't speak of it anymore. You'll understand when you meet someone." Eldest sister, Yedu University looks truly vast. I must explore it thoroughly, Jiang Cheng remarked. Of course, Jiang Yao replied. Yedu University is a renowned institution. You must cherish this opportunity. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way, time swiftly passing in the pleasant atmosphere until they arrived at the entrance of Yedu University. Upon arriving, Jiang Cheng gazed at the bustling crowd and the scholarly architecture of the campus, filled with anticipation for the future. Little Cheng, take care of yourself at school. If anything arises, don't hesitate to call your sister, Jiang Yao reiterated. Jiang Cheng nodded earnestly, his gaze firm as he assured, Eldest sister, you can rest easy. I will. As Jiang Cheng beamed with happiness, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered something, saying, Oh, little Cheng, once you enter, there's no need to seek out fifth sister. Just wander around, and she will find you. I've shared your phone number with her. Jiang Cheng nodded, bidding farewell to his sisters. After parting from them, Jiang Cheng strolled through the campus, curiously familiarizing himself with his surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechu, having finished her tasks at the college, began her search for Jiang Cheng. She first visited his dormitory, but found him absent, leading her to call him. Upon learning that he was at the library, Jiang Yuechu hurried over. The library was remarkably quiet, the only sound being the faint rustle of turning pages. Jiang Yuechu walked quietly, her gaze meticulously scanning the rows of bookshelves. At last, in a corner, she spotted Jiang Cheng engrossed in reading. She approached him gently and tapped him on the shoulder. Jiang Cheng looked up, and upon seeing Jiang Yuechu, his face lit up with a joyful smile as he exclaimed, Yuechu's sister. With a smile, Jiang Yuechu replied, Little Cheng, how is college treating you? Let me tell you about things to be mindful of here. Jiang Cheng nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. They found a vacant spot to sit down, and she kindly reminded him that he could always reach out to her if he encountered any academic difficulties. After leaving the library, Jiang Yuechu guided Jiang Cheng to the lecture building, showing him where his classes would take place. Little Cheng, as you start school, you may feel a bit out of sorts, but don't fret, you'll adapt in due time. Yuechu's sister, I know, I will work hard. Just wait for me in the classroom, she replied, reaching out to ruffle his hair. He did not shy away, allowing her to do so. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Cheng proceeded to his class in preparation for lessons. Upon entering the classroom, he found several classmates already seated, all eagerly engaging in animated conversation. Jiang Cheng chose an empty seat, and the student beside him enthusiastically greeted him. Hey, classmate. Hello, I'm Yu Yang. Hello, I'm Jiang Cheng, he responded, and the two quickly fell into a lively discussion. Before long, the class bell rang, and a young, Beautiful female teacher walked into the classroom. Jiang Cheng focused intently, only to discover that it was Jiang Yuechu. The classmates fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as they observed their new instructor. Jiang Yuechu smiled and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Yuechu, your teacher for this semester. I hope we can have a fulfilling and enjoyable term together. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of delight. With Yuechu's sister present, he anticipated a more relaxed and enjoyable class. As Jiang Yuechu commenced her lesson, her voice was melodious and engaging, her explanations captivating and accessible. Jiang Cheng listened intently, unable to tear his eyes away from her, diligently noting down key points. Jiang Yuechu was quite pleased with his performance, her gaze reflecting approval. When the class bell rang, Jiang Yuechu assigned some homework before leaving the classroom. The students gathered together, discussing their new teacher, some praising her beauty while others lauded her teaching prowess. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng quietly organized his notes. Chapter 29. The envy of classmates. The end of the day's studies resonated like a lively melody. Yu Yang cheerfully patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder, to which Jiang Cheng responded with a gentle smile and a slight shake of his head, saying, "No need. I don't stay in the school dormitory." A look of perplexity immediately crossed Yu Yang's face, and just as he was about to inquire further, a graceful figure at the classroom door captured everyone's attention. Jiang Yuechu stood there quietly, resembling a blossoming lotus, her gaze filled with warmth as she softly said, "Xiao Cheng, let us go." The classmates' eyes instantaneously converged like lightning, first widening in astonishment, followed by a complex mix of envy and jealousy. Wow, Jiang Cheng is actually being picked up by teacher Jiang. The boys cast envious glances, admiring Jiang Cheng's chiseled features and silently lamenting his fortune. Meanwhile, the girls envied Jiang Yuechu for being able to leave with such a handsome and charming companion. Under the intense scrutiny of his classmates, Jiang Cheng felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, lowering his head as he walked slowly toward Jiang Yuechu. She naturally took his hand, the warmth of her touch sending a slight tremor through him, and together they exited the classroom. Behind them, the murmurs of their classmates swelled like a tide in the air. Upon leaving the teaching building, Jiang Cheng slightly turned his head and whispered, "Sister Yuechu, will this be inappropriate? Everyone is talking." Jiang Yuechu smiled gently, her expression as refreshing as a spring breeze. Jiang Cheng, though helplessly smiling, felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Thus, Jiang Yuechu led Jiang Cheng to the parking lot. As they walked, she remarked, "Xiao Cheng, our home is a bit far from the school, so I usually drive. But don't worry, I think my sister will bring your car over in the next couple of days." The thought of that sleek sports car made Jiang Cheng shiver with apprehension. He mused to himself, if that car were parked at the academy, wouldn't it provoke envy to the point of envy-induced blindness? What if they isolated me because of it? That would be disastrous. I must be cautious and avoid being seen in it. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Cheng entered the car. Along the way, he and Jiang Yuechu chatted and laughed. She inquired with genuine concern about his first day of classes, her tone filled with care and anticipation as he eagerly shared his experiences and joys from the classroom. Before long, the car glided into a beautifully landscaped community. They disembarked, and Jiang Yuechu retrieved a small, square object from her bag, handing it to Jiang Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, this is for you." Jiang Cheng accepted it, curiosity piqued as he examined the small square. "Sister Yuechu, what is this?" Noticing his bewildered expression, Jiang Yuechu patiently explained, "This is the access card for our community. The security system here is particularly robust. Without this, one cannot enter." Jiang Cheng's understanding dawned as he scrutinized the object, marveling at its clever design. So it functions like an access card. "Xiao Cheng, come here, just place that little thing here," Jiang Yuechu directed, and obediently, Jiang Cheng set the square down in the indicated spot. In the next moment, the previously closed door slowly opened. "All right, Xiao Cheng, let us head upstairs." Jiang Cheng followed her into the elevator. Upon entering the apartment, Jiang Cheng was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The decor exuded a minimalist yet warm style, with the living room adorned in soft beige tones, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of floating among clouds. The pale blue curtains added a refreshing touch, akin to a gentle summer breeze, enveloping the space in comfort. Modern art pieces adorn the walls, their creative lines and colors infusing the ambience with an artistic flair. A soft gray fabric sofa occupied the room, adorned with vibrant cushions that sparkled like stars in the night sky. In front of it stood a wooden coffee table, its natural grain displaying the beauty of the wood. Neatly arranged books and fresh fruit rested atop, the open pages whispering tales of erudition and contemplation, while the fruit exuded a tempting fragrance, enriching the atmosphere with a sense of life. In one corner, a tall green plant thrived, its lush leaves reaching upward as if yearning to touch the ceiling, each leaf pulsating with vitality, filling the space with a touch of nature. As Jiang Cheng curiously surveyed the room, he followed Jiang Yuechu deeper inside. At that moment, a plump cat sauntered lazily from another room. Its round body resembled a moving ball of fur, each step displaying an endearing clumsiness. This little one doesn't particularly like me. Usually it ignores me, Jiang Yuechu remarked with a hint of resignation. However, to her surprise, upon seeing Jiang Cheng, the cat's previously languid eyes sparkled with excitement. It dashed over joyfully, rubbing against Jiang Cheng's feet while purring contentedly, gazing up at him with affection. Jiang Cheng chuckled as he knelt down to gently stroke the cat's head, its silky fur gliding through his fingers like fine silk. The cat closed its eyes in bliss, relishing the tender caress. "How peculiar! It seems to adore you," Jiang Yuechu said, her eyes filled with curiosity and delight. Jiang Cheng cradled the cat, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Hey, Sister Yuechu, does the little cat have a name?" At this question, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Yuechu's cheeks as she stammered. It's called Cheng Cheng embarrassed. She knelt down, attempting to mask her awkwardness. Cheng Cheng, what a lovely name. Jiang Cheng gently called out to the little cat, his voice melodious and inviting, as if engaging in a conversation with it. Observing Jiang Cheng's oblivion to her embarrassment, Jiang Yuechu felt a wave of relief wash over her, lightly patting her chest in gratitude. "Shout, Cheng, shall I show you around the rooms?" Jiang Cheng nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Yuechu guided him through the other rooms. Her bedroom was cozy and inviting, adorned with soft pink bedding, reminiscent of a young girl's dreams, brimming with sweetness and romance. A delightful plush toy rested on the bedside, its smile seemingly capable of dispelling all worries. The study was filled with books, encompassing a range from classical literature to modern science. A spacious desk sat by the window, sunlight filtering through and casting golden flecks across its surface. Jiang Cheng's room was arranged according to his preferences, with tranquil purple walls and bedding featuring his favorite patterns, the desk adorned with beloved stationery and books, as if the room were crafted exclusively for him. "Xiao Cheng, why don't you sit in the living room for a while? I'll go prepare dinner," Jiang Yuechu said as she entered the kitchen. Jiang Cheng settled onto the sofa, with the cat curled up on his lap, peacefully dozing away. The gentle sound of soft snoring resembled a hypnotic melody, enveloping Jiang Cheng in a profound sense of relaxation. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, threading through the air like invisible silk, tantalizing Jiang Cheng's taste buds. Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld Jiang Yuechu skillfully stir-frying the vegetables in the pan, her movements fluid and graceful, akin to an exquisite performance. "Sister Yuechu, do you need any assistance?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "No need, just sit back and wait for the meal," Jiang Yuechu replied with a smile, her expression brimming with confidence and anticipation. Soon, an array of delectable dishes graced the dining table, each one a feast for the senses, causing mouths to water in eager anticipation. Taking a bite, Jiang Cheng could not help but exclaim, "Sister Yuechu, this is delicious." The look of satisfaction on his face filled Jiang Yuechu with immense joy. After the meal, Jiang Cheng proactively began to clear the dishes. His movements were swift and adept, and in no time, the dining table was spotless. Once tidied up, the two settled in the living room to watch television. Meanwhile, the cat leapt onto the sofa, curling up beside Jiang Cheng, as if perceiving him as the warmest of havens. Chapter 30. Holidays and the hospital the night enveloped the world like a vast black curtain. The final scene fading away as if it were a distant dream. Jiang Yuechu lazily stretched her body and said, "Xiao Cheng, it is time for bed. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I will take you for a delightful stroll through Yi City." Her voice carried a gentle warmth and anticipation. Jiang Cheng nodded softly, his bright eyes glimmering under the light as he cradled the sleeping cat and entered the room, moving with utmost care as if afraid to disturb the little creature's sweet dreams. He gently placed the cat on the bed and tucked a corner of a light blanket over it before lying down himself. The soft bed felt like a warm embrace, and soon, Jiang Cheng drifted into a blissful slumber. Images flickered in Jiang Yuechu's mind like a film, recalling the precious moments since Jiang Cheng had come home, the laughter shared and the warmth experienced together, causing her lips to curl into a smile. Accompanied by the silvery moonlight, she too slowly succumbed to sleep, her dreams undoubtedly filled with warmth and peace. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender rays into the room. Jiang Cheng awoke early, tiptoeing to the kitchen, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared breakfast. The aroma of food wafted through the kitchen as he skillfully fried eggs, their sizzle echoing like a cheerful song. Toasted bread turned golden and crisp, and rich milk was warmed. When Jiang Yuechu, still bleary-eyed, emerged from her room, the enticing scent greeted her. She had heard that Xiao Cheng could cook, and now she could finally taste it. Jiang Yuechu smiled, her face radiating excitement. Seated side by side at the dining table, sunlight poured over them, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. They savored the delightful breakfast, each bite imbued with the essence of home. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yuechu gazed out at the azure sky and bright sunshine, suggesting, "Xiao Cheng, the weather is splendid today. How about a picnic in the park?" Jiang Cheng readily agreed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They swiftly gathered the necessary food and supplies, packing bread, fruits, and drinks into a backpack before joyfully setting off to the park. The park was a verdant haven, with lush trees intertwining to form a green canopy. Vibrant flowers bloomed abundantly, releasing enchanting fragrances, and birds chirped merrily in the branches, their clear melodies akin to celestial music. They found a flat patch of grass, where Jiang Cheng carefully spread out the picnic blanket, while Jiang Yuechu arranged the prepared food. "Xiao Cheng, the scenery here is truly beautiful. I didn't want to come alone before," Jiang Yuechu remarked, her gaze filled with admiration for nature. "Indeed, being here with Sister Yuechu feels especially wonderful," Jiang Cheng replied. As they enjoyed their delicious meal, they engaged in cheerful conversation. After the picnic, they strolled leisurely along the lakeside, a gentle breeze rippling across the water surface. Jiang Cheng noticed someone leisurely rowing a boat on the lake. An excitement sparkled in his eyes. "Sister Yuechu, shall we go boating?" he asked eagerly. Jiang Yuechu nodded with a smile, and they headed to the rental station, where they took a small boat and slowly rowed toward the lake center. The water shimmered under the sunlight, and the cool breeze brought an exquisite sense of comfort. After their boating adventure, the afternoon had already arrived. The warm sun cast long shadows as they visited a bookstore, with a faint scent of ink and paper filled the air. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu each selected their favorite books, immersing themselves in the world of literature, as if time had come to a standstill. Upon exiting the bookstore, Jiang Cheng spotted an ice cream shop, its colorful treats enticing and mouth-watering. "Sister Yuechu, would you like some ice cream?" he inquired. Jiang Yuechu laughed and bought 2 cones, and they sat outside, relishing the sweet, refreshing delight. The sugary flavor melted in their mouths, bringing sweetness to their hearts. Exhausted, Jiang Yuechu collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to move, while Jiang Cheng entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Sister Yuechu, could you help wash the vegetables?" he asked gently. Jiang Yuechu promptly rose and joined him in the kitchen. Through their harmonious cooperation, a sumptuous dinner was soon ready. "I had such a wonderful time today," Jiang Cheng said with satisfaction, a radiant smile gracing his face. "As long as you're happy, I will take you along next time," Jiang Yuechu replied with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. After dinner, they sat on the balcony, gazing at the star-studded sky. The stars twinkled like jewels embedded in a black tapestry. Embracing the tranquility of the night, Jiang Yuechu softly murmured, "Xiao Cheng, I hope you remain this happy always." Jiang Cheng responded firmly, "Sister Yuechu, rest assured." "Xiao Cheng, how about we go hiking tomorrow?" Jiang Yuechu suggested, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "Sister Yuechu, I'm afraid I can't. I have something to attend to tomorrow." A hint of difficulty flickered in his gaze. Jiang Yuechu, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Cheng, what is so important?" Jiang Cheng pressed his lips together, a serious expression crossing his face as he replied, "Sister Yuechu, I need to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechu's expression shifted to one of concern, her brow furrowed. "Why suddenly a hospital visit? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Cheng quickly shook his head, reassuring her, "Sister Yuechu, don't worry. I just want to have a routine checkup. There are no special symptoms." Jiang Yuechu frowned, still somewhat anxious, her gaze filled with care. "Are you sure?" "Xiao Cheng, please don't hide anything from me." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng smiled. "Sister Yuechu, really it's nothing to worry about." With a gentle sigh, Jiang Yuechu reluctantly said, "All right then, just be careful. Let me know the results as soon as you have them." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Okay, Sister Yuechu." The following morning, as the sun rose, soft rays bathed the city streets. Jiang Cheng arrived alone at the hospital, where people bustled about, the sounds of chatter, footsteps, and various machines mingling together. Clutching his registration slip tightly, he navigated through the different departments. As he waited in line, his anxiety grew. During the examination, his palms were slick with sweat, and the wait for results felt like an eternity, each second stretching infinitely. Finally, after completing all the tests, Jiang Cheng sat on a bench in the hospital, his heart heavy with unease. He had lost his life due to late-stage cancer in his previous existence, and this time, he silently vowed to take preventive measures to avoid a repeat of that fate. The wait seemed interminable, with every second stretching out painfully. His thoughts wandered far, reminiscing about the joyful moments spent with his family, their warm smiles, tender embraces, and boundless love. Together, they had traversed countless seasons. In her, he had yet to see her. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Cheng finally received his test report. His hands trembled slightly as he nervously opened the report, scrutinizing its contents word by word. When he observed that all his health indicators were normal, there were no abnormalities, the weight on his heart finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply, as if a colossal stone had vanished from his chest. As Jiang Cheng exited the hospital, the sun poured down upon his face without reservation, filling him with an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. His steps became notably lighter. He promptly dialed Jiang Yuechu's number. "Sister Yuechu, I've completed the examination, and everything is normal." The voice on the other end brimmed with delight, as if a significant burden had also been alleviated from her heart. "That's wonderful, Xiao Cheng. I knew you would be fine." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Sister Yuechu." Upon entering, he saw Jiang Yuechu already dressed, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited him. "Xiao Cheng, hurry and change your clothes. We'll be heading out shortly," she urged. Jiang Cheng nodded and walked towards his room, his steps imbued with an extraordinary lightness. Chapter 31. How is it that I encounter him everywhere? "Sister, Xiao Cheng is fine. It was merely a false alarm." "Good, as long as everything is well. At last, in this lifetime, I can free myself from that wretched illness. Each recollection of it fills me with dread. The pain inflicted by the ailment feels akin to an endless abyss of darkness, gradually consuming my will and hope. It is a torment that penetrates to the very marrow, as if countless sharp blades are ruthlessly slicing and scraping within my body. Every breath, every slight movement, and even the slightest shift in thought could trigger a wave of agony. Unlike the sharp, discernible pain of an external injury, this suffering is diffuse and elusive. At times, it strikes like a heavy hammer, leaving my body momentarily paralyzed. At others, it pricks like a multitude of needles, incessantly irritating every nerve. The relentless tides of pain surge one after another, offering no respite, ensnaring Jiang Cheng in a vortex of suffering, with no direction toward salvation. Night, which should be a time of tranquility and rest, becomes a period when Jiang Cheng endures a doubling of torment. He tosses and turns, unable to find a comfortable position to alleviate even the slightest bit of discomfort. Cold sweat soaks his garments, his features contorted by pain, and his eyes revealing despair and helplessness. The agony of cancer not only ravages the body, but also devastates the soul. It transforms once resilient individuals into fragile beings, obscuring optimistic smiles beneath a shroud of suffering, a weight too heavy for life to bear. After changing his clothes, Jiang Cheng stepped out with Jiang Yuechu. They arrived at a cozy restaurant and chose a seat by the window. The aroma of food permeated the air, and the soft light bathed the wooden tables and chairs, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Xiao Cheng, let's celebrate well today, Jiang Yuechu said with a smile, her gaze filled with love and satisfaction for Jiang Cheng. Nodding, he wore a relaxed smile, as if all the gloom had dissipated in that moment. All right, Sister Yuechu. After ordering their meal, Jiang Yuechu regarded Jiang Cheng with concern in her eyes. Xiao Cheng, please do not make your sister worry so much anymore. Jiang Cheng sheepishly scratched his head, a hint of guilt in his eyes. I understand, Sister Yuechu. Soon, delectable dishes began to arrive at their table. The exquisite presentation, enticing colors, and mouth-watering aromas were enough to make anyone salivate. Jiang Cheng shared recent, amusing anecdotes, while Jiang Yuechu listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting with warm remarks. At that moment, the warmth of familial love nourished their souls, much like the delightful food before them. After their meal, they strolled leisurely down the street. The evening breeze caressed their faces, bringing a sense of comfort. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the street, adding a warm touch to this ordinary day. Passing by an arcade, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure. Excitedly, he tugged at Jiang Yuechu's sleeve and exclaimed, Sister Yuechu, let us go in and play. The anticipation in his gaze was simply irresistible. Jiang Yuechu readily agreed, and the two entered this world brimming with joy and excitement. Upon entering the arcade, the blaring music and vibrant lights enveloped them instantly. Jiang Cheng dashed towards the racing game area, eagerly settling into the simulation cockpit, fastening his seatbelt, and gripping the steering wheel with determination and focus. As the race commenced, he slammed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to evade obstacle after obstacle, executing precise drifts around corners, showcasing remarkable skill. With each overtaking maneuver, exhilaration surged through him, as if he were truly on a racetrack, reveling in the thrill of speed. His heartbeat resonated with the roar of the engine, and all his worries faded into oblivion. She stepped onto the dance machine, her graceful movements synchronizing perfectly with the music that played. A confident and joyous smile adorned her face. Every action of hers harmonized with the rhythm, capturing the attention of onlookers who applauded and marveled at her performance. In that small space, Jiang Yuechu shone like a dazzling star, radiating enchanting brilliance. Meanwhile, they also tried their hand at shooting games. Jiang Cheng, wielding a toy gun, focused intently on the targets that appeared on the screen. Each pull of the trigger was accompanied by a low growl, as if he were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with an adversary. Jiang Yuechu, undaunted, displayed keen eyes and swift shooting motions, achieving an impressive accuracy rate. They competed against each other while offering encouragement, jointly experiencing the tension and excitement of the games. Next, they approached a claw machine. Jiang Cheng attempted to grasp a cute teddy bear, but after several failed attempts, he remained undeterred. Jiang Yuechu cheered him on from the side, her tone gentle yet resolute. Xiao Cheng, don't rush, try once more. Finally, after multiple tries, Jiang Cheng successfully snagged the plush toy and excitedly handed it to Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu accepted the toy, gently stroking it, her eyes filled with affection. Xiao Cheng, it looked just like you. Time flew by in joyous revelry, and before they knew it, they had spent a considerable amount of time in the arcade. Upon exiting, darkness had fallen, and streetlights flickered on, illuminating the streets as if it were daytime. Both wore expressions of satisfaction and excitement, reminiscing about the delightful moments spent in the arcade. This visit to the arcade not only allowed them to forget their daily worries. Jiang Yuechu remarked. Just as they were about to head outside, they turned a corner and encountered the very person Jiang Cheng despised the most. Gu Feng. Why must I encounter him everywhere? Let us take a detour, he thought, preparing to walk the other way. But he soon noticed Gu Feng surrounded by a group of people, and Jiang Cheng instantly recognized Yang. How can it be him? This cannot continue. He turned to Jiang Yuechu and said, Sister Yuechu, I can't move any further. Could you bring the car over? Upon hearing that Jiang Cheng could not proceed, Jiang Yuechu gently patted his head and said, Xiao Cheng, wait here. I'll be back shortly. With that, she drove away. Once she departed, Jiang Cheng steeled himself and approached Gu Feng, his steps resolute and his eyes betraying a hint of anger. Chapter 32. Debt and competition. Jiang Cheng strode towards Gu Feng and his companions, feeling a mixture of anxiety and determination. He could not stand idly by while Yu Yang was bullied. Gu Feng, let him go, Jiang Cheng shouted. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, Gu Feng turned, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Oh, isn't this Jiang Cheng? What? Do you wish to join the fray? Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and replied, Gu Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Gu Feng let out a cold laugh. Humph, do you really think you can save him? How naive. With that, he gestured for his men to grip Yu Yang tighter. Jiang Cheng's resolve intensified. Gu Feng crossed his arms, tauntingly regarding Jiang Cheng. This guy owes money and refuses to pay. I'm here to collect. What can you do about it? Jiang Cheng scanned the surroundings, noting that Gu Feng had brought many accomplices, making a direct confrontation unwise. His mind raced as he sought a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gu Feng, there are cameras everywhere. Everything you do today will be recorded. If you wish to avoid trouble, it will be prudent to back off now. Gu Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his arrogance. Don't try to scare me. This little matter is nothing to me. Jiang Cheng pressed on. Even if you are unafraid, what about your companions? Would they like to accompany you to the police station for tea? Some of Gu Feng's men began to waver, exchanging uncertain glances. Sensing his words were having an effect, Jiang Cheng pressed harder. If you cease your actions now, we can all part ways peacefully. As for the money he owes you, I will repay it for him. Otherwise, if this escalates, it will not end well for anyone. At that moment, one of Gu Feng's underlings leaned in and whispered, Boss, maybe we should let this go. If we get caught, it could spell trouble. Gu Feng hesitated, glaring fiercely at Jiang Cheng. Consider yourself fortunate today. I'll spare you for now. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his men to release Yu Yang. Once freed, Yu Yang appeared weak, and Jiang Cheng quickly supported him. Are you all right, Yu Yang? Jiang Cheng inquired with concern. Yu Yang shook his head. I'm fine, thank you. Let's not linger here. We should leave quickly. Jiang Cheng helped him away, but Gu Feng called out behind them. Jiang Cheng, I will remember this debt. We shall see. Ignoring him, Jiang Cheng quickened their pace until Jiang Yuechu arrived in her car, asking urgently what happened. Yu Yang was momentarily stunned upon seeing her. Jiang Cheng briefly recounted the events before assisting Yu Yang into the vehicle. Inside, Yu Yang expressed his gratitude. Jiang Cheng, if it weren't for you today, I truly do not know what would have happened. Jiang Cheng smiled. Do not mention it. We are friends, and this is what friends do. As the car sped through the night, it soon reached Yu Yang's home. After thanking Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu once more, Yu Yang turned to enter his house. However, Jiang Cheng called out, wait a moment, and handed him a card. There's about 5,000 in here for my previous expenses. Use it to repay him. I know you may not wish to accept it, so consider it a debt to me. You can repay me later when you are able. With no choice, Yu Yang thanked him again. You were truly brave today, Xiao Cheng, Jiang Yuechu remarked. Jiang Cheng sighed. I simply did not want to see Yu Yang bullied. But next time, you must inform your sister. Remember to do so, Jiang Yuechu advised. Jiang Cheng nodded. Understood, Sister Yuechu. Back at home, Jiang Cheng lay in bed, his thoughts tumultuous. He pondered the day's events, worrying whether Gu Feng would indeed come looking for trouble with Yu Yang again, and how Gu Feng had appeared in Yedu. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into a restless sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Jiang Cheng's face. He rubbed his eyes and got up to wash and dress. After breakfast, he prepared to leave. Jiang Yuechu, concerned, cautioned, Xiao Cheng, I will not be with you today. Please be careful. Jiang Cheng nodded, I understand, Sister Yuechu. Arriving at school, he felt distracted throughout the day, and Yu Yang seemed preoccupied as well. After classes, they exited the school together, only to be confronted suddenly by Gu Feng and several of his associates. Jiang Cheng, did you expect to see me so soon? Gu Feng sneered. Jiang Cheng frowned. What do you want now? Yu Yang added, I have already repaid you. What more do you seek? Gu Feng scoffed. The money is settled. But yesterday's affair is far from over. Jiang Cheng stepped protectively in front of Yu Yang. What exactly do you intend to do? Gu Feng replied, I can refrain from bothering Yu Yang, but you must agree to one condition. Jiang Cheng, wary, asked, what condition? Gu Feng proposed, let's have a basketball match. If I win, you will follow my orders. If I lose, I promise to leave you both alone. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Cheng agreed, very well, let's compete. They headed to the school's south basketball court, where a crowd of students gathered. The match commenced, with Gu Feng launching an aggressive offensive, scoring repeatedly. Jiang Cheng, however, did not falter, utilizing his exceptional skills and tenacity to keep pace. Yu Yang cheered him on from the sidelines. As the game progressed, Jiang Cheng found his rhythm and gradually took the lead. With time running out and the scores tight, Jiang Cheng executed a stunning three-point shot, sealing the victory. Cheers erupted from Yu Yang and the surrounding students. That junior is Jiang Cheng, right? He is so cool. Indeed, if only I were as handsome. I wonder if Jiang has a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's expression darkened as he begrudgingly conceded, Jiang Cheng, you were impressive this time. I will uphold my word and not trouble you again. Jiang Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief. I hope you keep your promise. With a scowl, Gu Feng departed. From above, Jiang Yuechu witnessed the entire scene, having recorded the basketball match on her phone. Xiao Cheng is so handsome. I wish I could hug him. She fantasized. Yu Yang, let us go, Jiang Cheng said. All right, brother Jiang. The two continued towards the school gate. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechu, realizing she had forgotten to bring her brother the car keys, hurried downstairs. I was so absorbed that I forgot to give Xiao Cheng his keys. I'll grab a bottle of water. I'm a bit thirsty, Jiang Cheng remarked. Ha, brother Jiang. Why didn't you accept the water that girl offered you earlier? Yu Yang Deaset, Chiro Jing Dawan. Oh, you wouldn't understand. What do you want to drink? Anything is fine. Whatever you buy, I'll drink. Jiang Cheng nodded and walked towards the convenience store. After a short while, he emerged with 2 bottles of drinks. Here's the milk I got for you, he said, handing one to Yu Yang, who accepted it gratefully. Glancing at the drink Jiang Cheng had purchased, he noted, I prefer something sour. Jiang Cheng mentally noted this small detail. As he opened a drink and took a sip, he spotted Jiang Yuechu approaching. Sister Yuechu, he greeted joyfully. Yu Yang turned to look and stood up. Hello, Teacher Jiang. At long last, Jiang Yuechu arrived, seizing Jiang Cheng's beverage and indulging in it. Yu Yang, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished. After savoring the drink, Jiang Yuechu slowly spoke. Xiao Cheng, I forgot to mention that my sister has brought your car over. Here are the keys. She handed Jiang Cheng the car keys. All right, Sister Yuechu, what would you like to eat tonight? I will buy some ingredients and prepare a meal for you. Jiang Yuechu pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. I prefer something a bit spicy. Got it. You can go ahead and take care of your matters, Sister Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu nodded and then departed. Jiang Cheng helped Yu Yang up from the ground, and they made their way towards the parking lot. Chapter 33 Soon, I will see you. Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang arrived at the parking lot. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's sports car, Yu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell slightly open, his face a canvas of disbelief and wonder. Unable to contain his excitement, he circled around the car, his gaze sweeping over the sleek lines and striking design. He reached out, gently touching the car's surface as if it were a precious work of art. Brother Jiang, is this your car? Yu Yang stammered, his voice brimming with admiration and envy. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, get in. Yu Yang cautiously opened the car door and slid into the luxurious interior, his eyes darting around, taking in the opulent decorations. He ran his fingers over the leather seats, reveling in the exquisite texture. Brother Jiang, I've never been in such a fine car, Yu Yang exclaimed, a hint of excitement and nervousness in his tone. By the way, aren't you supposed to be staying in the dorm? Jiang Cheng suddenly inquired. Well, I originally planned to stay in the dorm, but due to some circumstances, I ended up renting a place outside, Yu Yang replied, sheepishly scratching his head. Jiang Cheng paid little mind to this, starting the car. Since it was parked on campus, many passers-by could see them as they drove away. Thus, Jiang Cheng donned a mask, concerned that others might recognize him. Yu Yang, though puzzled, refrained from asking further questions. As the car glided out of the campus, Yu Yang gazed out at the familiar scenery, still exhilarated by the experience of riding in a sports car. Brother Jiang, with that mask on, you look like a big star, Yu Yang teased. Jiang Cheng chuckled. What can I say? I prefer not to attract too much attention. Throughout the journey, Yu Yang frequently glanced curiously at the various features of the car, while also observing Jiang Cheng's focused demeanor as he drove. Brother Jiang, your driving skills are impressive, Yu Yang remarked. Haha, practice makes perfect, Jiang Cheng replied. Before long, they arrived at the apartment complex where Yu Yang lived. Thank you so much, Yu Yang said as he prepared to exit the car. However, he paused and added, Brother Jiang, why not come inside for a glass of water? Your throat must be dry. Jiang Cheng, not wanting to refuse, parked the car and followed Yu Yang inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by an elderly man with graying hair seated in the living room, while a young girl quietly worked on her homework beside him. The elderly man's face lit up with a warm smile as he looked up. Yu Yang hurriedly introduced, and Jiang Cheng politely greeted the old man. Hello, Grandpa. The grandfather nodded with a smile. Child, please sit down. Yu Yang's younger sister, Yu Jiechi, looked at Jiang Cheng with curiosity, shyly smiling. Yu Yang poured a glass of water for Jiang Cheng, who accepted it and took a sip, expressing his gratitude. Brother Jiang, no need for formalities. This is my grandpa and my sister, Yu Yang said. Jiang Cheng surveyed the small yet cozy room, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. At that moment, Yu Jiechi approached her brother, tugging at his sleeve. Brother, I have a question I can't solve, she said. Yu Yang gently patted her head. Let me see it. Jiang Cheng observed as Yu Yang patiently explained the problem to his sister, gaining even more respect for him. After helping her, Yu Yang turned to Jiang Cheng and said, Brother Jiang, my parents passed away early, and my grandpa takes care of the household, so I have to look after my sister. Jiang Cheng bat Yu Yang's shoulder. You are remarkable, Yu Yang, for holding this family together. Yu Yang smiled modestly. What can I say? Life must go on. The grandfather listened, tears glistening in his eyes. This child is so understanding. It has been tough on him. Grandpa, please don't say that. Yu Yang works hard. Life will surely improve in the future, Jiang Cheng reassured. After chatting for a while, Jiang Cheng stood up, preparing to leave. Brother Jiang, do come by often, Yu Yang requested. Jiang Cheng nodded. Of course I will. After departing from Yu Yang's home, Jiang Cheng decided to visit the market to buy groceries. Knowing that Jiang Yuechu enjoyed spicy food, he silently planned the dinner menu. At the market, he navigated through various stalls, carefully selecting fresh ingredients. He first arrived at the vegetable stand, picking out a handful of vibrant green bell peppers, followed by several plump red tomatoes and 2 glossy eggplants. Boss, I'll take a pound of these greens, Jiang Cheng said. Sure thing, young man. These greens are exceptionally fresh, the vendor replied, expertly weighing them and handing them over to Jiang Cheng. Next, he ventured to the meat section, meticulously choosing a piece of pork belly that had a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, envisioning a spicy stir-fry that Jiang Yuechu would surely relish. He also picked up some ribs, planning to make a nourishing rib soup for her. With his bags filled, Jiang Cheng headed home. Upon arrival, he placed the groceries in the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves, ready to start his culinary endeavors. He began by preparing the pork belly, slicing it into thin pieces and chopping the bell peppers into small chunks. After pouring oil into the pan and allowing it to heat, he added ginger and garlic to infuse the oil with fragrance, then tossed in the pork belly to stir-fry. The meat sizzled in the pan, gradually turning golden brown. Jiang Cheng skillfully stirred, seasoning it with soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and sugar, before adding the bell peppers and quickly stir-frying them until a mouth-watering dish of spicy pork belly was ready. At that moment, the aroma of the rib soup wafted through the air. Jiang Cheng added the chopped corn and carrots to the broth, allowing it to simmer further. He then prepared scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cutting the tomatoes into small pieces and whisking eggs. After frying the eggs in oil until cooked, he sauteed the tomatoes until they released their juices, reintroducing the eggs and seasoning with salt. In no time, a delicious plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was also ready. Jiang Cheng arranged all the dishes on the dining table, and just then, the door swung open as Jiang Yuechu entered. "Wow, it smells amazing!" Jiang Yuechu exclaimed with delight. Jiang Cheng smiled in response. After washing her hands, she sat at the table, her fatigue melting away at the sight of the feast before her. "Xiao Cheng, you've worked hard," Jiang Yuechu said appreciatively. "It's no trouble, as long as you enjoy it," Jiang Cheng replied. As they began their dinner, Jiang Yuechu praised each dish, her enthusiasm evident. "Xiao Cheng, your culinary skills are truly exceptional," she remarked. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "I'll make it for you often from now on." After finishing their meal, Jiang Cheng cleaned up the dishes while Jiang Yuechu relaxed on the sofa. "Sister Yuechu, was work tiring today?" Jiang Cheng inquired. Jiang Yuechu shook her head. "Not at all. Thanks to your delicious dinner, I feel much more relaxed." Jiang Cheng felt a surge of happiness, satisfied that he could alleviate some of Jiang Yuechu's burdens and bring her joy. "It seems that Yu Yang is a friend worth having." He picked up his phone, glanced at the calendar, and murmured to himself, "Soon, I will see you." Chapter 34. The freshman welcome ceremony. In the early morning, Jiang Cheng rose early and, after a brief wash-up, began to prepare breakfast. He fried eggs, toasted bread, and warmed milk. As Jiang Yu awoke and spotted the breakfast laid out on the table, her heart brimmed with delight. "Xiao Cheng, you are always so considerate," she remarked. With a smile, Jiang Cheng replied, "Sister Yu, hurry and eat. A new day should be filled with vigor." As she ate, Jiang Yu seemed to recall something. "Xiao Cheng, it seems that the academy is hosting a welcome ceremony for the freshmen today. Remember not to be late." Jiang Cheng felt a wave of confusion, for he had not heard of any such event. Just then his phone rang. Answering it, he heard a voice on the other end. "Brother Jiang, have you arrived at the academy? I heard there's a welcome ceremony today." "I'm not there yet. Wait for me a moment, and we'll meet at the academy." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Cheng ended the call. He bid farewell to Jiang Yu and hurried to the academy, pondering this sudden welcome ceremony. Upon reaching, he immediately spotted Yu Yang waiting at the entrance. "Brother Jiang, you finally made it. Let us hurry inside and find a good spot." Yu Yang tugged at Jiang Cheng, leading him into the auditorium. The hall was bustling with excitement, and every seat was filled. After some effort, they found 2 empty spots in the back row and settled down. On stage, the lights twinkled and the music played cheerfully. The dean began with an enthusiastic speech, warmly welcoming the freshmen and expressing heartfelt expectations. This was followed by a series of vibrant performances, showcasing the youth and talents of the newcomers. "Brother Jiang, don't you think this year as freshmen seem quite lively?" Yu Yang leaned closer to Jiang Cheng and whispered. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's an undeniable joy in the air. Feeling somewhat drowsy, he turned his head, only to catch sight of someone he wished to avoid, Gu Feng. What was he doing at Yedu University? At that moment, the host took to the stage, smiling as she announced, "We will randomly select an audience member to come on stage and sing a duet with me." The audience erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating who would be chosen, especially since the host was, apart from Jiang Yu, the most beautiful flower of the entire school. Jiang Cheng, however, remained unfazed, continuing to watch the stage. "Now, let us begin the selection." The host pressed a button, and the numbers on the big screen began to whirl rapidly. Moments later, the numbers settled. "Congratulations to Jiang Cheng." Seated in the back row, the host exclaimed enthusiastically. Jiang Cheng froze momentarily, while Yu Yang beside him chuckled and nudged him. "Brother Jiang, go show off your skills." Amidst the audience's gaze and applause, Jiang Cheng shyly made his way to the stage. The host greeted him warmly. "Don't be nervous, Jiang Cheng. Let us pick a song we both know." Gathering his composure, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment before saying, "Let us sing Tornado." Initially, he felt nervous, his voice slightly trembling. But as the melody progressed, he gradually relaxed, and his singing became more fluid and confident. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Jiang Cheng stepped down from the stage, and Yu Yang gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Jiang, you sang splendidly." The ceremony continued with passionate recitations and astonishing magic performances. Time flew by, and the freshman welcome ceremony drew to a close. The host returned to the stage, expressing gratitude for everyone's participation and support, announcing that the welcome ceremony had concluded. This evening, we will hold a tea party, and everyone is welcome to join. Finally, I hope the freshmen will have a wonderful time in our academy in the days to come. As the audience gradually exited, Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang stood up. Brother Jiang, today's ceremony was quite interesting, Yu Yang remarked. Indeed, I didn't expect to be called up to sing, Jiang Cheng replied as they chatted while leaving the auditorium. At that moment, the sun shone brightly upon them. By the way, Brother Jiang, how about we play basketball this afternoon? Yu Yang suggested. Sure, it's been a while since I've had a good workout, Jiang Cheng readily agreed. At noon, they had a simple meal at the cafeteria. As time passed, they made their way to the basketball court, where several students were already playing. Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang joined in, engaging in an intense basketball match. Jiang Cheng ran, leaped, and shot hoops, releasing his energy freely. Yu Yang was equally competitive, skillfully coordinating with Jiang Cheng. The game progressed energetically, with everyone immersed in the joy of sports. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to dip lower in the sky. Breathless and exhausted, Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang sat at the sidelines for a break. Brother Jiang, today's game was exhilarating, Yu Yang exclaimed. Indeed, I worked up quite a sweat. I feel invigorated, Jiang Cheng wiped his brow. At that moment, a girl approached them. Jiang Cheng, would you like some water? She handed him a bottle, and he accepted it without hesitation. How much do I owe you? I can transfer the money. The girl quickly attempted to refuse, but Jiang Cheng insisted. No way. If I took your water, I must pay you. Seeing Jiang Cheng's firm stance, she relented. She displayed her phone's QR code, and Jiang Cheng scanned it, only to realize it was a friend request code. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing. He added her as a friend and transferred the money. After accepting his friend request, the girl dashed away without a word, leaving Jiang Cheng a bit bewildered. Though he dismissed it, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab a bite to replenish our energy? Yu Yang suggested. Sure, I know a snack shop with great food, Jiang Cheng replied. They arrived at the snack shop, ordered some delicacies, and indulged heartily. Brother Jiang, there's a tea party tonight. Are we going? Yu Yang suddenly asked. Yes, let us go see. Let me make a call, Jiang Cheng said, dialing Jiang Yu's number. On the other end, Jiang Yu reluctantly agreed. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm his sister. After shaking off her thoughts, she glanced at her phone, which had just been hung up. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, after ending the call, headed towards the tea party with Yu Yang, completely unaware that Jiang Yu was already contemplating how to reprimand him. Upon arriving at the tea party venue, the atmosphere was cozy and elegant, with soft lighting and an array of exquisite snacks and beverages displayed. Students gathered in groups, chatting animatedly. Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang found a corner to sit down and began to savor the treats on the table. Just then, Gu Feng approached, wearing a sly smile. Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect to run into you here, Gu Feng remarked mockingly. Jiang Cheng frowned, wishing to ignore him, but Yu Yang couldn't hold back. Gu Feng, what do you want? With a cold chuckle, Gu Feng replied, what can I do? Just wanted to see if certain individuals still think so highly of themselves. Jiang Cheng set down the snack in his hand and shot Gu Feng a cold glare. Gu Feng, don't stir up trouble. But Gu Feng persisted. What? Afraid to confront me? Curious glances from nearby students turned towards them as the tension escalated. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, striving to contain his rising anger. Gu Feng, this is not a place for your antics. Gu Feng laughed heartily. Jiang Cheng, don't think that just because you have the Jiang family backing you, I would fear you. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the host approached. Everyone, please remain calm. Today is a joyful occasion. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt the atmosphere, the host declared. Gu Feng scoffed and turned away. Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang resumed their seats. Yet their spirits were somewhat dampened by Gu Feng's presence. Jiang Gu, ignore that fellow. He is merely envious of you, Yu Yang consoled. Jiang Cheng nodded. I understand. I just find him a bit foolish. As the tea party progressed, Jiang Cheng's mood gradually lightened, allowing him to appreciate the performances of his classmates. After a while, The host suggested that everyone engage in games to foster mutual understanding. During the games, Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang demonstrated remarkable synergy, winning numerous prizes. However, Gu Feng stood by, observing coldly and occasionally making snide remarks. Jiang Cheng endeavored to disregard Gu Feng's presence, immersing himself fully in the game. As the tea party neared its conclusion, attendees began to mingle freely. Jiang Cheng was engrossed in conversation with several newly acquainted classmates when Gu Feng approached once more. Jiang Cheng, let us compare our academic prowess, Gu Feng challenged. Jiang Cheng regarded him and inquired, what do you wish to compare? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng replied, let us compare our scores from the recent test. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng agreed, very well, let us compete. Yu Yang interjected, Jiang Ge. Don't pay him any mind. He is simply looking for trouble. Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly. It's fine. I am curious to see what tricks he might employ. After all, Jiang Cheng had gained admission based on his academic performance, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly at Gu Feng's overconfidence. With Jiang Cheng's agreement, Gu Feng departed the scene. Chapter 35. The show-off between sisters as time gradually passed. The tea party concluded. Brother Jiang, do you think you could defeat that fellow Gu Feng? Yu Yang asked with a hint of concern. Jiang Cheng chuckled confidently. Rest assured, he is no match for me. Yu Yang scratched his head. All right, I support you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Cheng patted Yu Yang on the shoulder. Put in your best effort. You can do it too. Upon opening the door, they found Jiang Yuechu sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, her expression serious. Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. Jiang Yuechu rose and approached him. What tea party did you attend today? You didn't keep me company. What should your punishment be? Jiang Cheng hurriedly replied, Sister Yuechu, I was wrong. Next time, I promise to accompany you first. How about I make you breakfast for a week? Jiang Yuechu pondered for a moment. A week is not enough. It must be at least 2 weeks. Jiang Cheng grimaced. Fine, 2 weeks it is. Only then did Jiang Yuechu smile satisfactorily. Now that's more like it. Cool, me. Give your sister a leg massage. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to sit beside her and begin the massage. As he was massaging, he seemed to recall something. Sister Yuechu, how does Gu Feng from the Gu family end up at Yedu University? He inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yuechu paused. Oh, you mean that kid from the Gu family? Jiang Cheng nodded eagerly. It's all because of his sister. She is a teacher at our academy. To get that, Gu Feng admitted. She apparently donated a library to the academy. Unlike my little Cheng, who got in based solely on his merits. At this point, Jiang Yuechu beamed with pride. However, Jiang Cheng was deep in thought. Gu Feng's sister must be Gu Xian, his 5th sister. He had scarcely seen her at school and had once been reprimanded by her in a previous life, unaware that she was a teacher here. He then recounted his competition with Gu Feng to Jiang Yuechu, who dismissed it as a trivial matter. Jiang Cheng sighed in relief, finished the massage, and hurried to freshen up. Lying in bed, he contemplated the events of the day. No wonder Gu Feng was so confident. It turned out he wanted Gu Xian to alter his grades. Fortunately, Sister Yuechu would oversee this matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechu was busy typing on her phone. The reason was that the sisters had formed a group chat to share tidbits about Jiang Cheng. She posted the video of Jiang Cheng giving her a leg massage, which quickly incited public outrage. As soon as she shared the video, comments flooded in. Yuechu, you are too much. How can you enjoy little Cheng's attentive service alone? I'm so envious. Jiang Xingsan chimed in. Exactly, Yuechu, you must give us a chance. It should be my turn next time. Jiang Luo spoke eagerly. Oh dear. Why doesn't little Cheng massage us too? Yuechu, you must let him show us some kindness. That one do. This time, little Cheng offered to massage me. Jiang Yueyin retorted. Yuechu, don't be too smug. When little Cheng sees us, he will surely be more inclined towards us. Jiang Lingxue added. Indeed. Little Cheng cares most for his sisters. He wants to be good to just you. Jiang Qiqi urged. Sister Yuechu, stop showing off. Quickly tell us how little Cheng has been doing at school. Jiang Yuechu replied. Little Cheng is excelling at school. He even had a competition today. But I'm not worried at all. My little Cheng will definitely win. Jiang Xingsan exclaimed. Really? Little Cheng, is that amazing? He deserves a good reward. Jiang Yueyin added. I can't wait to see little Cheng. Jiang Yuechu laughed. Just wait and see. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight barely illuminated the room, Jiang Cheng rose quietly from bed, careful not to awaken Jiang Yuechu, who was still in slumber. He tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her. Skillfully, he turned on the stove and began frying eggs. The alluring aroma wafting from the kitchen soon roused Jiang Yuechu from her sleep. Upon exiting her room, she beheld a sumptuous breakfast laid out on the dining table, filling her heart with joy. "Little Cheng, you still have a bit of conscience," Jiang Yuechu said with a smile, her face radiating satisfaction. After breakfast, Jiang Cheng arrived at the academy. No sooner had he taken his seat than Gu Feng boisterously proclaimed from the front of the classroom, "Jiang Cheng, this time I will definitely surpass you and show you my prowess." Jiang Cheng merely smiled faintly, unfazed by Gu Feng's provocation, and continued to immerse himself in his studies. During the exam, Gu Feng was even more ostentatious in front of Jiang Cheng, declaring, "Just wait and see. I have made thorough preparations. This first place is mine." Jiang Cheng looked at him calmly and replied. The examination hall was eerily quiet, with only the sound of pen nibs scratching across paper. After receiving the test papers, Jiang Cheng quickly skimmed through the questions and felt a sense of assurance. He began to answer meticulously, contemplating each question carefully and writing neatly. When he encountered difficult problems, he remained composed, calmly analyzing, recalling the knowledge he had acquired, and seeking the path to solutions. In contrast, Gu Feng, initially brimming with confidence, soon found the questions more challenging than he had anticipated. Anxiety set in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, causing him to slow down. Nevertheless, Gu Feng still believed he could win, for after all, his fifth sister could assist him in cheating. He had pleaded with her for quite some time, convinced this time he would succeed. As time ticked away, Jiang Cheng maintained his focus and composure, finishing the questions with fluidity. After thoroughly checking his paper for any omissions or mistakes, he confidently submitted it. Gu Feng, on the other hand, rushed to complete his answers just as the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. When the results were announced, a palpable tension enveloped the campus. Students gathered around the results board, eager to see their scores. Jiang Cheng calmly approached, and upon seeing his name at the top, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Gu Feng, however, searched desperately for his name, finally spotting it far down the list, his expression darkening instantly. Far behind Jiang Cheng, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. Clenching his fists tightly, he seethed with resentment. "Jiang Cheng, consider yourself lucky this time. I won't let you off so easily next time." However, Jiang Cheng remained indifferent to Gu Feng's reaction, knowing that his results were earned through hard work and talent. Fuming, Gu Feng smashed his phone into pieces. "Brother Jiang, impressive. First place. Yui Young Brai said. Your score isn't bad either. Third place is yours, isn't it? Cool, me. Let me treat you to something delicious. Bring Grandpa and Jichi along." Jiang Cheng smiled. "All right, thank you for the treat," Yu Yang said, wrapping an arm around Jiang Cheng. "Let us go. We'll drive to fetch them." Jiang Cheng's car, although classified as a sports car, was quite different from others. It featured not only the driver and passenger seats, but also additional rear seating, hence its limited edition status. The two proceeded toward the parking lot. Chapter 36. Have you thought about your sister? As dusk descended, the remnants of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red, casting a gentle glow over the city. Gu Feng strode purposefully towards Gu Xian's residence, his expression dark and his steps hurried, his inner fury intensifying along with the disappointment of unmet expectations regarding Jiang Cheng's humiliation. Upon reaching Gu Xian's door, he knocked forcefully without hesitation. Gu Xian opened the door, her face revealing a mixture of surprise and helplessness at the sight of her brother. "Sister, why didn't you help me?" Gu Feng erupted as soon as he entered. Gu Xian frowned slightly and replied, "Xiao Feng, I cannot engage in actions that contradict my principles." "What principles?" "You are my sister. You are supposed to assist me. We had an agreement. Do you know how embarrassed I was today?" Gu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, Gu Xian said, "Xiao Feng, you cannot always seek shortcuts. Cheating to achieve good results is unethical and irresponsible. I don't care. I pleaded with you for so long. And this is how you respond?" Gu Feng exclaimed, agitatedly waving his arms. Observing her spoiled brother, Gu Xian felt a mix of anger and pity. Xiao Feng, you must understand that success attained through one's own efforts is the only meaningful kind. How can you rely on others and expect to stand firm in society, let alone manage the Gu family? Gu Feng was unyielding, retorting loudly, those are just excuses. You simply don't want to help me. With a sigh, Gu Xian replied, Xiao Feng, I'm doing this for your own good. Consider this a lesson. You should reflect on yourself and strive to earn good grades through your own abilities. Reflect? All I know is that you made me lose face in front of my classmates. Gu Feng, filled with anger, turned and stormed out. Gu Xian watched her brother's retreating figure, her heart heavy with worry. Once outside, Gu Feng wandered aimlessly down the street, his emotions a tumultuous blend of rage and grievance. He felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Even his closest sister refused to lend a hand. It was all Jiang Cheng's fault. Indeed, it was entirely his fault. Gu Feng attributed all mockery directed at him to Jiang Cheng. As darkness enveloped the sky, streetlights flickered to life. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng drove toward Yu Yang's home. Brother Jiang, just a heads up, I don't think my grandfather will come, Yu Yang remarked, as if he had known all along. That's fine, I understand. Older folks often find it hard to engage with the younger generation. It's perfectly normal for them not to want to attend. Yu Yang nodded silently, contemplating. Brother Jiang is handsome, performs well academically, and is polite. If I were a girl, I would certainly marry him. He shook his head, dismissing the wild thought. After a while, Jiang Cheng parked the car, and both he and Yu Yang walked towards the rental apartment. Upon entering, they found the interior simple yet tidy, with Yu Yang's grandfather seated and reading a newspaper. Hello, Grandpa, Jiang Cheng greeted politely. Yu Yang added, Brother Jiang wants to treat us to dinner today. Grandpa waved his hand, children, you go ahead, I won't be joining. Jiang Cheng quickly insisted, Grandpa, you should come along, it will be lively. But Grandpa remained steadfast, no, you young people enjoy yourselves. At that moment, Yu Jiechi emerged from a room, shyly smiling at Jiang Cheng. Hello, Brother Jiang. Jiang Cheng returned the smile. Hello, Jiechi. Yu Yang urged his grandfather once more, Grandpa, please join us. Brother Jiang is so eager to invite you. Grandpa still shook his head. I truly won't go. Please stop insisting. With a resigned smile, Grandpa added, All right, thank you, Xiao Jiang. Seeing Grandpa's firm stance, Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang ceased their attempts. Jiechi, shall we go? Jiang Cheng proposed. Yu Jiechi nodded obediently and followed them out. Yu Yang's grandfather watched the polite young man and couldn't help but reflect. It seems Yang Yang has found a truly good friend. Along the way, Yu Yang and Jiang Cheng chatted and laughed, while Yu Jiechi, though somewhat shy, occasionally contributed to the conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng seemed to recall something. Oh no, quickly help me unlock my phone and dial Sister Yuechu's number. He urged Yu Yang. Seeing Jiang Cheng's urgency, Yu Yang hastily followed his instructions to unlock the phone and dial Jiang Yuechu's contact. The call connected after a few rings. Hello, Xiao Cheng, came Jiang Yuechu's gentle voice from the other end. Sister Yuechu, I'm having dinner with friends today. Would you like to join us? Jiang Cheng cautiously posed the question, fearful of neglecting Jiang Yuechu once more and facing her wrath. Sure, I'd love to meet Xiao Cheng's friends. Jiang Yuechu replied affirmatively. Jiang Cheng then provided her with the details of the location before hanging up. The others in the car listened intently to the conversation. Brother Jiang, is teacher Jiang your sister? Yu Yang asked tentatively. Yes, she's my fifth sister, Jiang Cheng said with a hint of pride. Yu Yang immediately understood. While Yu Jiechi in the back seat was left bewildered, pondering how Jiang Cheng could possibly have 5 sisters. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechu, seated next to Jiang Yao, was checking the address. Sister, why did you suddenly come over? Jiang Yuechu asked, looking at Jiang Yao with reluctance. Because your video in the group made me jealous, Jiang Yao replied unabashedly. Jiang Yuechu, her expression darkening, was taken aback when she opened the door to find her eldest sister standing there. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they decided to sit and wait for Jiang Yuechu's arrival. Jiang Cheng thoughtfully pulled out chairs for Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi. Order whatever you like, he offered as he handed them the menu. Yu Yang was unreserved, selecting several of his favorite dishes, while Yu Jiechi appeared a bit hesitant. Jiang Cheng smiled encouragingly at her. Jiechi, don't hold back, order more. Before long, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yao arrived at the restaurant. Upon seeing Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Cheng quickly stood to greet her. Sister Yuechu, over here, he called out. Jiang Yuechu approached with a smile. Xiao Cheng, these are your friends? Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi stood up nervously to greet her. This is Yu Yang, and this is his sister, Yu Jiechi, Jiang Cheng introduced. Everyone took their seats, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. Just then, a voice interrupted. Xiao Cheng, have you thought about your sister? Jiang Yao, who had been hiding outside, suddenly appeared. Hearing her familiar voice, Jiang Cheng looked up. Eldest sister, you're here. He rushed over and enveloped Jiang Yao in a hug, which surprised her, as she hadn't anticipated such a sudden embrace. Jiang Cheng then proceeded to reintroduce everyone. Sister Yuechu, eldest sister, we must enjoy a good meal today. Jiang Yuechu nodded. All right, everyone, don't be shy. Jiang Yao curiously inquired about how Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi knew Jiang Cheng. Yu Yang, sleekly bashful, scratched his head and began recounting their acquaintance. As the conversation deepened, the atmosphere gradually lightened, with laughter and chatter filling the air as they dined together. Chapter 37. The heart of a young girl. After finishing their meal, Jiang Cheng proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yao were engaged in lively conversation with Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi. Jiechi, which grade are you in this year? Jiang Yao inquired warmly. I'm in the second year of high school. You must work hard. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your brother Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yuechu added with a smile. Yu Jiechi nodded obediently. Shall we go out for a stroll, and then buy something for Grandpa? Jiang Cheng suggested. Everyone expressed their agreement. The streets at night were bustling with life, lights twinkling all around. Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang walked ahead, while Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yao, and Yu Jiechi followed closely behind. Xiao Cheng is truly a remarkable child. He treats his friends so well, Jiang Yao remarked. As they walked, they arrived at a park. How about we go in and sit for a while? Jiang Cheng proposed. They entered the park and found a bench to sit on. Jiang Cheng looked at his friends, his heart swelling with warmth and joy. Yu Yang, let us go to the mall later and buy something for Grandpa. You can join me, Jiang Cheng suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao quickly interjected, and Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Jiang Cheng watched them drive away. All right, let us head to the mall, he declared, pulling Yu Yang towards the sports car, not giving her a chance to refuse. Yu Jiechi quietly followed behind. Once both were in the car, it roared to life and sped towards the mall. Jiechi, what does Grandpa usually like to eat? Jiang Cheng asked as he drove. Oh, I think Grandpa likes spicy food, Yu Jiechi replied. Yu Yang chimed in. Grandpa has always enjoyed spicy dishes since he was young. Even now, at his age, he still indulges in them occasionally. He scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. The car soon arrived at the mall. After parking, Jiang Cheng led Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi inside. The mall was filled with people, vibrant and lively. As they walked, Jiang Cheng pondered what to buy for his grandfather. They first arrived at the food section, where Jiang Cheng meticulously selected various spicy delicacies. He carefully picked several packs of authentic spicy dried tofu, a few jars of spicy meat sauce, and some spicy dried fish. Do you think Grandpa will like these? Jiang Cheng asked, holding up his selections. Yu Yang noted empatically. He will definitely love them. That jar of meat sauce alone is almost 1,000. If Grandpa knew the price, he might hesitate to indulge. Next, they ventured to the health products section. Knowing that his grandfather was getting older and needed extra nutrition, Jiang Cheng chose several boxes of calcium tablets and vitamins suitable for seniors. These should be beneficial for Grandpa's health, Jiang Cheng remarked. Yu Yang agreed, saying, Jianggo, you don't need to buy so much. I really don't know how to thank you. It's nothing. It's the least I can do. After finishing their purchases for Grandpa, Jiang Cheng turned to Yu Jiechi with a smile. Jiechi, let me buy you a few outfits as well. Yu Jiechi felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Cheng, there's no need. It's too extravagant. Jiang Cheng gently patted her head. Silly girl. This is my gift to you. They entered the women's clothing section, where Jiang Cheng's discerning eye led him to select several youthful and vibrant outfits for Yu Jiechi. There was a pink dress adorned with exquisite floral embroidery, which looked incredibly sweet when worn. A casual sports outfit that was simple yet comfortable, and a white shirt paired with blue jeans, exuding youthful energy. As Yu Jiechi tried on the clothes and emerged from the fitting room, her face radiated joy. Jiang Cheng, they look really great, she exclaimed happily. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. As long as you like them, we'll take them all. After purchasing the clothes, they explored other areas of the mall. Jiang Cheng bought Yu Jiechi several pairs of beautiful sneakers and a charming backpack. At this point, their shopping cart was overflowing with items, notably 2 large plush toys that Jiang Cheng had specifically bought for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yao. As Jiang Cheng pushed the cart toward the checkout, Yu Jiechi quietly said, "Jiang Cheng, thank you. No one has ever been this kind to me." Jiang Cheng replied gently, "Jiechi, you can always come to me if you need anything." She nodded vigorously. Although the girl was somewhat shy, she felt that her heart now held more than just her brother and grandfather. There was someone else. After completing the purchase, they stepped out of the mall with their arms full of bags. On the way, Yu Jiechi gazed at the night scenery outside, her heart brimming with gratitude. She realized that her life might change for the better because of Jiang Cheng. Soon, the car arrived at Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi's home. Jiang Cheng helped carry the items inside, where he found Grandpa sitting in the living room watching television. "Oh dear, why did you buy so much?" "Such a waste of money," Grandpa remarked. Jiang Cheng approached and placed the items he had bought for Grandpa on the table. "Grandpa, this is just a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it." Grandpa smiled and nodded. "What a good child. Thank you." Yu Jiechi also showed her new clothes to Grandpa. "Grandpa, Jiang Cheng bought me so many new outfits." Grandpa patted Yu Jiechi's head. "Jiechi, remember to cherish Xiao Jiang's kindness." The girl nodded happily. After sitting at Yu Yang's house for a while, Jiang Cheng prepared to take his leave. "Grandpa, Yu Yang. Jiechi, I'm off now. I'll come to visit again soon," Jiang Cheng said. Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi escorted him to the door, watching him drive away. Yang, you've made a wonderful friend," Grandpa remarked. Of course, Jianggu excels in every aspect. He proudly boasted about his friend. "Jiaki, Yang. Remember to not trouble Xiao Jiang too much." The two understood and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had returned home, opened the door, and upon hearing the sound, the two girls walked over to him, gazing at the plush toys in his hands. "These are gifts for my sisters. The purple one is for the eldest, and the blue one is for Yuechu Jia." He handed the toys to them. The plush toys were quite large, towering over the girls. Jiang Yao immediately embraced her toy, unable to let go. "Xiao Cheng, I absolutely adore this plush." Jiang Yuechu also hugged her toy, saying, "Hee, I'm so glad you like them." Just as they were enjoying the moment, someone suddenly hugged Jiang Cheng from behind. "While you all hold onto your toys, Xiao Cheng is all mine," a familiar voice exclaimed. Jiang Cheng turned to see his second sister. "You're here too," he said. "Not just me. There is someone else. I wonder if you'd like to meet her." "She is right outside," she replied. "Who is it?" Jiang Cheng asked as he walked towards the door. Gu Qingxin, Chapter 38, 3 rooms. 6 individuals. Gu Qingxin and Jiang Cheng gazed at her in confusion. What was her purpose for being here? Upon seeing Jiang Cheng emerge, she quickly exclaimed, "Jiang Cheng, I didn't come here alone." As she spoke, she pulled out the person hiding behind her. Gu Qingling? At the sight of Gu Qingling, Jiang Cheng's expression shifted to one of complexity. His lingering disdain for the Gu family remained, yet he found it difficult to confront Gu Qingxin, considering the assistance she once extended to his elder sister. Gu Qingling seemed to sense Jiang Cheng's internal conflict and cautiously remarked, "Jiang Cheng, I realize you may not wish to see me, but I truly only want to speak with you for a moment." After a brief silence, Jiang Cheng finally replied, "Come in." As everyone entered the room, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Jiang Yuechu attempted to break the silence, smiling as she said, "Everyone, please don't just stand there. Have a seat." Jiang Cheng sat in a corner of the sofa, his expression still far from pleasant. Gu Qingxin took a deep breath and began, "Jiang Cheng, I understand that the Gu family has done many things that you despise, but I have always wanted to explain." Jiang Cheng scoffed. "The actions of your Gu family cannot simply be erased with your apology." Gu Qingling quickly interjected, "I understand. but I truly don't wish for our relationship to remain so strained. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's demeanor softened slightly, yet he retorted, "That has not changed the wrongdoings of your family." Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yao quietly listened, with Jiang Yuechu finally suggesting, "Xiao Cheng, why not hear her out? She may genuinely be here to apologize." Jiang Cheng glanced at his sister, but remained silent. Gu Qingxin sensed the tension and continued, "Jiang Cheng, I have faced many helpless situations in the Gu family. There are decisions I simply cannot influence, but I do hope you can forgive my elder sister this once." After a prolonged silence, Jiang Cheng finally spoke, "Fine, I shall listen to what you have to say." Gu Qingling looked at him and said, "Jiang Cheng, ever since those events transpired, I have felt a deep sense of guilt. I came here to sincerely admit my wrongs and hope for your understanding. I never disliked you. I merely believed you were superfluous because Gu Feng arrived at the Gu family before you, leading me to misguidedly align with Gu Feng against you. For that, I'm truly sorry." As she spoke, she stood and bowed deeply to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. At that moment, Jiang Yuechu said, "Since they are sincere, Xiao Cheng, why not grant them another chance?" Jiang Cheng lifted his head, surveyed the group, and said, "Very well, I shall observe your forthcoming actions. But do not presume that mere words can rectify everything." Gu Qingling nodded vigorously. Jiang Yuechu then seemed to recall something and said, "Xiao Cheng, do you remember the competition you had with Gu Feng?" Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, of course. If it weren't for Sister Yuechu, Gu Feng and Gu Xian would have surely succeeded. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingling lowered her head. Jiang Yuechu continued, "Actually, I had originally intended to personally grade the test that day, but Gu Qingling brought Gu Xian to me and informed me of the entire situation, even warning Gu Xian herself." After Jiang Yuechu spoke, Jiang Cheng appeared somewhat surprised, though he did not show it. Suddenly, Jiang Yao stood and declared, "It's getting late. Let us all rest for the night. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Yet, none of them seemed eager to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Yuechu suggested, "Why don't we all stay here tonight? There's an extra room available." The girls exchanged glances, indicating agreement. In the next moment, a mischievous smile crept onto their faces. "Yuechu, there are 3 rooms and 6 people," Jiang Yao chuckled. Instantly, the girls exchanged looks, with only Jiang Cheng appearing somewhat bewildered. 6 individuals, 3 rooms, 2 persons per room. Surely, one would end up sharing a room with Jiang Cheng. The girls began to strategize, each harboring their own intentions. Jiang Yao proposed, "How about we play a game to decide who shares a room with Xiao Cheng?" Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they readily nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson at the suggestion, and he anxiously protested, "What are you all doing?" However, his objections were as inconsequential as a pebble tossed into the sea, instantly drowned out by the enthusiasm of the girls. "Let us play a riddle game. Whoever guesses the most correctly will share a room with Xiao Cheng," Jiang Yuechu declared, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as if this game promised endless amusement. The game commenced, and the first riddle was presented. Red fruits hang on a stick, coated in sugar. Delightful to taste. The girls immediately set to work, deep in thought. Gu Qingxin furrowed her brow, pondering intensely and muttering, "Red fruits, hanging on a stick." Gu Qingling bit her lip, her gaze focused as if pondering a life-and-death dilemma. Jiang Yao and Jiang Yuechu were equally determined, swiftly searching their minds for the answer. Jiang Yuechu tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her brows knitted in concentration, while Jiang Yao blinked rapidly, her eyes darting around. Jiang Cheng stood aside, dumbfounded, observing them with a mix of helplessness and confusion. He could hardly comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. A smug smile graced Gu Qingxin's face, as if victory was imminent. Jiang Cheng watched in disbelief, never expecting them to take this so seriously. After all, it was merely about sharing a room. They could sleep on the sofa, but, alas, it seemed the sofa was not an option. He absent-mindedly scratched his head. As time passed, a conclusion finally emerged. The victor was Jiang Yao, while the other girls hung their heads in defeat. Only Jiang Yao laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I'm sorry, Xiao Cheng, but you'll be keeping me company tonight." As she spoke, she seized Jiang Cheng's hand and led him toward the room. Jiang Cheng, blushing fiercely, struggled, saying, "Sister Yao, this is quite improper." Yet Jiang Yao paid no heed, firmly pulling him into the room. Once inside, Jiang Cheng stood there, flustered and uncertain, while Jiang Yao appeared unfazed, smiling. "Xiao Cheng, don't be nervous. I want tea bite." Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Quick, go see who it is." Jiang Yao opened the door to reveal Gu Qingxin and Jiang Xingsan standing outside. Gu Qingxin, looking aggrieved, said, "Sister, this isn't fair. We still want another chance." Gu Qingling chimed in, "Yes, it shouldn't be settled so easily." Jiang Yao crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, stating, "This is the outcome of the game. A wager is a wager." The tension in the room escalated as the group remained at a standstill. At that moment, the previously silent Jiang Yuechu approached and suggested, "Why don't we come up with a new method? Let us not argue." Everyone turned to her, awaiting her proposal. After some thought, Jiang Yuechu suggested, "Let us draw lots. That way it will be purely based on luck, and no one can complain." The group found this method relatively fair and agreed. Thus, Jiang Yuechu prepared slips of paper for everyone to draw. Each person was filled with anticipation and nervousness, while Jiang Cheng stood nearby, his expression darkening. Ultimately, the result of the draw revealed that Jiang Xingsan would be sharing a room with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yao wore an expression of reluctance, while Jiang Xingsan quietly chuckled beside her. Jiang Xingsan gently suggested to Jiang Cheng, "Xiao Cheng, shall we retire for the night?" With a resigned nod, Jiang Cheng followed her into the room. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber for Jiang Cheng. Chapter 39. A sleepless night. Jiang Cheng followed Jiang Xingsan into the room, where the soft and warm lighting did little to ease his restless heart. Jiang Xingsan gently closed the door and turned to face Jiang Cheng, a shy smile gracing her lips. Jiang Cheng averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, his hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. Breaking the silence, Jiang Xingsan softly said, "Xiao Cheng, don't be so tense. Let us tidy up a bit before we sleep." With that, she began to arrange the bedding on the bed. Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment before slowly moving to assist her. Their hands brushed against each other inadvertently, causing Jiang Xingsan to pause slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Xiao Cheng, you should wash up first," Jiang Xingsan suggested quietly, chiding herself for her own thoughts, reminding herself that she was indeed Xiao Cheng's older sister. Jiang Cheng nodded, feeling a great sense of relief as he retreated into the bathroom. Staring at his reflection, he took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. After freshening up, Jiang Cheng emerged to find that Jiang Xingsan had already changed into her pajamas and was seated at the edge of the bed, waiting for him. His face flushed again, unsure of where to sit, his eyes darting around the room. Sensing his discomfort, Jiang Xingsan pointed to the chair beside the bed, saying, "You can sit here for a moment." Obediently, Jiang Cheng took a seat, and once more, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of their breathing. After a while, Jiang Xingsan spoke up, "Xiao Cheng, don't worry. I'm your sister. I won't do anything to you." Surprised, Jiang Cheng looked up at her and replied, "I know it's my first time sharing a room with a girl. I feel a bit shy." Jiang Xingsan chuckled softly, "Xiao Cheng, it's all right. Don't let my appearance fool you. I could be a little shy too." Continuing, she added, "I'm genuinely happy to be in the same room with you tonight. I simply wish to chat more and get to know my Xiao Cheng better." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a little more at ease, and they began to converse, sharing their interests and amusing anecdotes from their lives. The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed and pleasant. Before they knew it, time had slipped away. Jiang Xingsan yawned and remarked, "Oh dear, it's getting late. Let us sleep." Jiang Cheng nodded, and they both lay down on their respective sides of the bed. Jiang Cheng faced away from Jiang Xingsan, his body tense. "Good night, Xiao Cheng," Jiang Xingsan whispered gently. Yet, despite her words, Jiang Cheng found sleep elusive, his mind racing with thoughts of the evening. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Jiang Xingsan suddenly called out, "Xiao Cheng, are you asleep?" Startled, Jiang Cheng quickly replied, "No, not yet." Jiang Xingsan admitted, "I'm a bit scared. Could you come a little closer?" After a moment's hesitation, remembering his sister's fear of the dark, he shifted closer to her. Jiang Cheng seemed to relax, and soon her steady breathing filled the room. Jiang Cheng, however, remained wide awake, staring at the ceiling, his heart a tumult of emotions. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their faces. Jiang Cheng awoke first, glancing at the still sleeping Jiang Cheng. He shook his head and prepared to rise for his morning routine. However, as he stepped off the bed, he stumbled. Looking down, his eyes widened in shock. "Elder sister? And you all, what are you doing here?" His shout startled both Jiang Cheng and the others lying on the floor. Jiang Yuechu rubbed her eyes and yawned, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Cheng, your sudden outburst woke us all." Jiang Yao stretched lazily and grinned. "We were just worried about you too, so we decided to keep watch." Gu Qingxin and Gu Qingling groggily rose from the floor, confusion evident on their faces. Jiang Cheng, sitting on the bed with disheveled hair, playfully scolded, "You all are quite something. Didn't you think you might scare Xiao Cheng?" Jiang Cheng looked at them helplessly, asking, "What on earth is going on?" Jiang Yuechu explained with a laugh, "We were just curious about how you two fared last night, and before we knew it, we dozed off." Not long after Jiang Cheng and Jiang Cheng had settled in for the night, a faint noise had drifted from outside. Jiang Yao, Jiang Yuechu, Gu Qingxin, and Gu Qingling had been tiptoeing toward the room. Jiang Yao, leading the way, cautiously pushed the door and, finding it unlocked, felt a wave of delight. Jiang Yuechu followed closely behind, her heart racing with both excitement and apprehension. Gu Qingxin and Gu Qingling exchanged glances, silently encouraging each other as they stealthily entered the room. The room was dim, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the window. They tread lightly, fearful of making a sound. Jiang Yao approached the bedside, noting that both Jiang Cheng and Jiang Cheng were sound asleep, and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuechu crouched down, observing the two, while Gu Qingxin and Gu Qingling stood by, holding their breath in anticipation. Just then, Gu Qingling accidentally bumped into a nearby chair, causing it to creak. Jiang Yao quickly covered her mouth in alarm, and everyone froze, their hearts racing at the thought of waking the two on the bed. After a tense moment passed with no movement from the bed, they collectively exhaled. Jiang Yao whispered, "Let us stay in this corner and keep quiet." Thus, the four found a corner to sit and quietly monitor Jiang Cheng. However, as they waited, fatigue overtook them, and they dozed off. Jiang Cheng shook his head in disbelief. As everyone began to awaken, playful banter ensued. Jiang Yao teased, "Xiao Cheng, how was it sleeping with Xing last night?" Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Well, it was just a normal sleep." The group erupted in laughter at his bashfulness, and Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit shy herself, interjected, "All right, let us not tease Xiao Cheng anymore. We should hurry and clean up." Everyone sprang into action, and Jiang Cheng decided to prepare breakfast. He entered the kitchen, ready to display his culinary prowess. Skillfully, he gathered eggs, flour, milk, and other ingredients, rolling up his sleeves with confidence. Jiang Yao leaned against the doorframe, grinning, "How wonderful! We get to enjoy Xiao Cheng's breakfast again." Jiang Cheng smiled back, saying, "Elder sister, just wait and see." He cracked the eggs into a bowl, added flour and milk along with a pinch of sugar, and began mixing the batter. Gu Qingxin, curious, approached and asked, "Are you making pancakes?" Jiang Cheng nodded, "Exactly. You'll get to taste my cooking soon." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Cheng tidied up the living room, occasionally sharing knowing smiles as they listened to the sounds from the kitchen. Jiang Cheng heated the frying pan and poured in the batter, soon producing a golden pancake. He sliced some fruit and brewed several cups of hot milk. When Jiang Cheng set the breakfast on the table, everyone gathered around eagerly. Jiang Yao wasted no time, taking a bite of a pancake and exclaiming, "Xiao Cheng, this is delightful. You've truly captured my appetite." The others quickly joined in the praise, relishing the warm atmosphere as they enjoyed breakfast, the previous night's awkwardness and tension seemingly dissipating in the gentle morning light. Chapter 40. Campus isolation. As Jiang Cheng concluded a delightful breakfast, He packed his bag with vigor, ready to attend classes at the academy. He hummed a cheerful tune, his buoyant steps radiating vitality as he entered the classroom, illuminating the space around him. However, when his gaze instinctively drifted toward Yu Yang's seat, he was met with an unsettling emptiness. A flicker of concern ignited within him. Yu Yang was typically the epitome of punctuality, never one to arrive late. What could be amiss today? As the first class drew to a close, Yu Yang's absence weighed heavily on Jiang Cheng's mind, inciting a deepening unease. Furrowing his brow, he could no longer suppress his worry and quickly retrieve his phone, dialing Yu Yang's number with urgency. "Hey, Yu Yang, why aren't you in class today?" Jiang Cheng inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. On the other end, Yu Yang feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing, Jiang, don't worry. I have a few matters to attend to." Upon hearing his tone, Jiang Cheng's concern intensified. He knew Yu Yang too well to dismiss the underlying tension in his voice. "What is really going on? Don't hide it from me." Jiang Cheng's voice escalated, imbued with an undeniable firmness. After a brief silence, Yu Yang sighed. "It's Jia. She's being bullied at school. I'm heading there to find out more." Jiang Cheng's heart sank, as if struck by a hammer. Without hesitation, he declared, "Wait for me. I'm coming right over." He rushed out of the school without even asking for leave, driving straight to Yu Yang's rented apartment. The journey was heavy with dread as Jiang Cheng's grip on the steering wheel tightened instinctively. He considered his friendship with Yu Yang and his familiarity with Yu Jia, a gentle, kind-hearted girl. How could she possibly be bullied? A cascade of questions and worries flooded his mind. Before long, Jiang Cheng arrived at Yu Yang's residence. He knocked urgently on the door, the sound mirroring his inner turmoil. Yu Yang soon opened the door, weariness and concern etched across his face, dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a sleepless night. "Jiang, what are you doing here?" Yu Yang asked, surprise tinging his voice. As Jiang Cheng stepped inside, he noticed Yu Jia seated on the sofa, her eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches, her hair disheveled, and her school uniform dusted with dirt, clearly having gone through a tumultuous ordeal. Their grandfather sat nearby, offering her comfort. Yu Yang cast a sympathetic glance at his sister and explained slowly, "Jia has been isolated and bullied by several girls at school, and they even pushed her down." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's fury ignited, veins throbbing on his forehead. "This is outrageous. Why would they do such a thing?" His voice thundered, causing the air in the room to thicken with tension. "Jia sobbed, 'I don't know. I didn't do anything. They just suddenly targeted me." Her voice trembled, steeped in a sense of helplessness and injustice. Jiang Cheng offered her reassurance, his gaze resolute and compelling, as though he could shield Jia from the storm. Yu Yang nodded, saying, "I've already contacted the school teachers, but I still feel uneasy. I want to accompany Jia to school personally. Then let us go together. I want to see just how brazen these bullies can be," Jiang Cheng replied, his voice brimming with indignation and resolve. The trio swiftly set off for the school. Along the way, Jiang Cheng continuously comforted Jia, sharing jokes to lighten her spirits and alleviate her fears. Upon arriving at the school gates, their flashy sports car drew the attention of many students who gossiped and speculated about the occupants. Once inside, they headed directly to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses, appeared rather stern. "Teacher, you must stand up for my sister," Yu Yang implored, his voice laced with desperation. The teacher furrowed her brow, her tone flat, as if accustomed to such issues. Jiang Cheng interjected, "Teacher, Jia is a good child. She cannot be bullied without reason." His eyes fixed on her, seeking a reassuring response. The teacher nodded, "I understand. I will address this matter promptly." However, her demeanor seemed dismissive, her words repetitive. After exiting the teacher's office, Yu Yang took Jia to her classroom while Jiang Cheng roamed the campus, inquiring about the situation to gather further insights. He learned from Jia's classmates that the girls who bullied her were known for their arrogance, leveraging their affluent backgrounds to dominate others. Determined, Jiang Cheng resolved to confront these bullies. He found them huddled in a corner of the playground, laughing and snacking, oblivious to the consequences of their actions. "Why are you bullying Yu Jia?" Jiang Cheng demanded, his voice icy, eyes ablaze with fury. The girl shot him disdainful glances. One with dyed blonde hair scoffed. What is it to you? Mind your own business. You must apologize for your behavior. It is unacceptable. Jiang Cheng insisted. Another girl sneered. Apologize? No way. She's just a coward. She deserves to be bullied. Unable to contain his anger, Jiang Cheng stepped forward, raising his voice. If you refuse to apologize, I won't hesitate to expose your misdeeds for all to see. The girls' expressions shifted momentarily, but their bravado quickly returned. The blonde girl taunted, You think we're scared? What evidence do you have? Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. I will find evidence, and you'll regret your actions. At that moment, Yu Yang and Jiaqi approached. Jiaqi timidly interjected, Jianggu, let it go. As long as they don't bully anyone again, it's enough. Seeing her reluctance, the girls assumed Jiaqi was frightened and became even more emboldened. You're lucky this time. Just stay away from us. Jiang Cheng glared at them. Don't think this is over. With that, he led Yu Yang and Jiaqi away. After they left, Jiaqi remained despondent. The following day at school, Jiang Cheng encouraged her to attend classes as usual. Jiaqi hoped for a change, but the teacher's attitude toward her grew even colder. The teacher pretended not to notice her efforts, dismissing her inquiries about assignments with nonchalance. Once Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang heard of this, their apprehensions deepened. They resolved to confront the teacher once more for clarity. Upon arriving at the office, the teacher's expression hinted at irritation. Teacher, why aren't you addressing Jiaqi's situation? Yu Yang pressed, suppressing his frustration. The teacher turned her head away, coldly stating, Didn't I say I would handle it? Stop bothering me. Yu Yang could no longer hold back, but Jiaqi is still isolated in your class, and you're doing nothing. After a moment of silence, the teacher arrogantly replied, Sorry, but the parents of those girls have offered me quite a bit to keep things quiet. Jiang Cheng exclaimed with indignation. As an educator, how can you disregard the feelings of your students for such trivial benefits? The teacher, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered their head but stubbornly retorted, In any case, I am powerless. Jiang Cheng gazed at the indifferent teacher, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 41. A perfect resolution upon entering the house. Jiang Yuechu immediately discerned the gloomy expression on Jiang Cheng's face. Xiao Cheng, what troubles you? Your countenance appears quite distressing, Jiang Yuechu inquired with concern. Jiang Cheng let out a sigh and recounted in detail how Yu Jiechi had been bullied at school and how the teacher, having accepted bribes from the other party's parents, had neglected the matter entirely. After listening, Jiang Yuechu patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder and reassured, What does it matter? The Jiang family may lack in many things, but we are certainly not short on wealth. Come, sister will accompany you to resolve this issue. The following day, Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Cheng, Yu Yang, and Yu Jiechi arrived at the school together. They made their way directly to the principal's office, dressed in an assertive and professional manner. Jiang Yuechu approached the principal without hesitation. Hello, principal. I am a professor from Yeda University. I have been informed that there are teachers at your esteemed institution accepting bribes and turning a blind eye to the bullying of students, which severely tarnishes the school's reputation. The principal, upon hearing this, became visibly anxious. Madam, please remain calm. We will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. Jiang Yuechu scoffed coldly. It is best that you do, for I do not wish to witness my brother's friend enduring such indignities at school. The principal hastily nodded in agreement. Absolutely, absolutely. Furthermore, I expect you to summon the parents of the offending children to the school, Jiang Yuechu continued. The principal, left with no choice, quickly made the necessary calls. Before long, the teacher who had accepted bribes entered with several parents. Once everyone was present, Jiang Yuechu stated bluntly, Are you aware that your daughters have been bullying classmates at school? One of the parents arrogantly replied, Children will bicker. What is so serious about that? Jiang Yuechu's gaze turned icy. Bickering? Your daughter pushed Jiechi down and isolated her. Does that sound like mere bickering to you? Another parent attempted to diffuse the tension, only for Jiang Yuechu to interject loudly. Education? If you cannot educate them properly, I do not mind taking on that responsibility myself. And do not think that wealth can resolve every issue. This situation must yield justice for Jiechi. The arrogant parent, hearing Jiang Yuechu's words, scoffed derisively. Humph! Who do you think you are shouting here? Jiang Yuechu stepped forward, her demeanor calm and composed. Who am I? I am the one who can make you pay for your actions. At that moment, the corrupt teacher could no longer contain himself, urging everyone to calm down and avoid escalating the situation. Jiang Yuechu shot him a glare. Did you think of remaining calm when you accepted bribes? Now you fear the situation will blow up? Another parent interjected. So what if you are a university professor? We are not to be trifled with. Jiang Cheng, fueled by anger, retorted, Did you not think Jiechi was not to be trifled with when you bullied her? Yu Yang echoed, Your children have erred, yet you remain so brazen. The arrogant parent pointed at Jiang Cheng and Yu Yang. You two brats have no place here. Jiang Yuechu, undeterred, pressed on. Then tell us, how do you propose to resolve this? First, your children must apologize to Jiechi in person and assure that they will no longer bully her. Second, the matter of the teacher accepting bribes must be treated with utmost seriousness. The bribed teacher quickly interjected, Jiang Yuechu, while the principal wiped his sweat, affirming, Yes, yes. We will certainly deal with this teacher sternly. The arrogant parent scoffed, Isn't it just an apology? What is the big deal? Jiang Yuechu retorted, This is not merely a simple apology. It is to ensure your children genuinely recognize their mistakes. Just then, one bald-headed parent felt Jiang Yuechu looked somewhat familiar and discreetly checked her information on his phone, his expression changing abruptly. Stammering, he exclaimed, You are Jiang Yuechu from Jiang Group. Jiang Yuechu raised an eyebrow. Now you know to be afraid? The other parents looked puzzled. Jiang Group? The bald-headed man quickly explained. Jiang Group ranks within the top 10 nationally in financial power. They could bankrupt you in an instant. Panic ensued among the parents, and the once arrogant parent lost his bravado. Ms. Jiang, I apologize. We truly failed to recognize your stature. Jiang Yuechu replied. Now you realize your error? It is too late. I, Jiang Yuechu, cannot tolerate your bullying tactics. My brother attempted to reason with you, and you ignored him. Do not blame others for this. The principal, realizing the gravity of the situation, had assumed that being a professor from Yeda University was sufficient status. Little did he know she was affiliated with Jiang Group. Ms. Jiang, please calm down. We will certainly handle this properly as per your requests. Jiang Yuechu affirmed, Principal, I hope you will keep your word. If this matter is not handled appropriately, I will wield the influence of Jiang Group to ensure your school suffers the consequences. The parents nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. We will properly educate our children and ensure they sincerely apologize to Jiechi. Jiang Yuechu warned, Remember your words. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yu Jiechi quietly said, Sister Yuechu, let it go, as long as they do not bully me again. Jiang Yuechu gently patted Yu Jiechi's head. Jiechi, do not fear. We must make them understand that wrongdoings have consequences. Jiang Cheng added, Indeed, they must not be let off so easily. The parents continued to apologize, and Jiang Yuechu remarked, I hope you follow through. Do not merely pay lip service. The once arrogant parent stammered, We dare not. We truly recognize our mistakes this time. Another parent assured, Ms. Jiang, rest assured. We guarantee there will not be a repeat of such incidents. Jiang Yuechu replied, It is best that way. Furthermore, arrangements must be made for Jiechi's psychological counseling and ongoing support at school. The principal quickly responded, Yes, yes, we will arrange for a dedicated psychologist to follow up. Jiang Yuechu stated, I will keep a close watch on this matter. If you do not handle it well, I will not let it slide. The parents nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, we will heed your guidance. Jiang Yuechu looked at them sternly. Remember today's words. Do not think that power and influence grant you immunity from your actions. Subsequently, Jiang Yuechu instructed the parents to bring their children over. The girls, heads bowed, likely had been reprimanded by their parents. Yu Jiechi, we apologize. We should not have bullied you. Though frightened, Yu Jiechi nodded in forgiveness. The parents reiterated their apologies. Jiechi, we are truly sorry. Jiang Yuechu declared, This time, I will let you off. Should you err again, there will be no leniency. After concluding the meeting, the group departed. The principal, relieved, let out a sigh. Sister Yuechu, you were incredible. Jiang Cheng exclaimed without restraint. Xiao Cheng, you are too kind. They wouldn't dare fear you. If it were our eldest sister here, they would likely end up at the police station. Jiang Yueyao chimed from the passenger seat. Regardless, we must thank Sister Yuechu for this. I'll prepare a grand feast at home to reward our heroine. Jiang Yuechu instantly agreed, for her brother's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. By the way, Xiao Cheng, why not invite your friend over for dinner as well? Jiang Yuechu suddenly suggested, remembering that Yu Yang had stayed behind with Jiechi. Sure, I'll give him a call later. Thus, the matter was resolved splendidly, and Jiang Cheng drove them home. Chapter 42. Finally meeting her that evening. Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi arrived at the foot of Jiang Cheng's residence, yet they found themselves unable to ascend the stairs. Thus, Yu Yang called Jiang Cheng. Brother Jiang, Jiechi and I are downstairs. All right, I'll be down shortly, came the prompt reply. A little while later, Jiang Cheng descended and ushered them inside. In the kitchen, Jiang Cheng was busily engaged, and soon a sumptuous dinner was laid out before everyone. They gathered around the dining table, laughter and joy resonating throughout the room. Jiang Yuechu praised Jiang Cheng's culinary skills, while Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi savored their meal with great delight. By the end of the feast, the bonds among them had deepened significantly. Throughout the dinner, Yu Yang expressed his gratitude repeatedly, but Jiang Cheng insisted that no thanks were necessary. After the meal, they prepared to leave. Sister Yuechu, you should rest now, Jiang Cheng said to Jiang Yuechu, who was seated on the sofa. She nodded in agreement and headed towards her room, only to suddenly turn back and approach Jiang Cheng. Xiao Cheng, it seems there will be a transfer student joining our class tomorrow. Could I ask you to look after her a bit? Jiang Yuechu inquired. Rest assured, Sister Yuechu, he replied with a smile. The following day, Jiang Cheng entered the campus, filled with anticipation for the new day and the responsibility of caring for the transfer student. The morning sun bathed the school paths in golden light as he walked briskly toward his classroom, contemplating how he might communicate with her and assist her in acclimating to her new surroundings. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that the students had already begun their morning self-study, the sound of reading echoing in the air. Classmates, this is our new transfer student, Lu Xiqing, Jiang Yuechu announced. Lu Xiqing stepped onto the podium and softly introduced herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Xiqing, and I am delighted to be here to learn with you all. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. Jiang Cheng stared at her, his heart filled with confusion. He had finally encountered her, yet why was this moment so different from his previous life? In his past life, he had first seen her at the third academy of Yedu University. Yedu University had 3 academies in total, and he was now at the first academy, a place he had never attended in his previous life. Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone calendar, realizing this can't be right. I should have had another week before meeting her. Was it possible that his reincarnation had altered the timeline? This was the only explanation that came to his mind. He gazed at the girl on the podium, his eyes reflecting a tender ache. Memories of their first meeting in his past life flooded back to him. At that time, he had not received the care of the Gu family, and the Jiang family was oblivious to his plight. Thus, even when bullied at the academy, he had no one to confide in until Lu Xiqing appeared. In his past life, she had claimed to be from the Lu family, a fact he had not fully grasped at the time. The Lu family was a powerful conglomerate, comparable to the Jiang family, perhaps even more formidable. Jiang Cheng's time at the third academy had been fraught with challenges. He had been so focused on the Gu family that he overlooked the care extended by the Jiang family, which ultimately hurt them deeply. Isolated and lacking familial support, he often faced ostracism and bullying from his peers. On one occasion, he found himself cornered by a group of aggressive classmates who assaulted him mercilessly. Powerless to resist, he endured both physical and emotional torment in silence. After they departed, Jiang Cheng curled up in a corner, filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. At that moment, Lu Xiqing appeared. She passed by and heard his muffled sobs. Approaching him gently, she helped him to his feet and reassured him with a soft voice, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lu Xiqing brought him to her dormitory, treated his wounds, and provided him with food and water. From that day forward, Lu Xiqing was always there when Jiang Cheng needed her most. When he faced misunderstandings from teachers, she stood up for him. When he felt disheartened by poor grades, she patiently tutored him. When Jiang Cheng fell ill with a fever and lay in his dormitory unattended, Lu Siqing rushed to his side, taking him to the hospital and staying by his side throughout the night. During his moments of despair, she would take him a stroll by the campus lake, sharing warm stories to encourage him to stay strong. When Jiang Cheng asked her why she was so kind to him, she smiled and replied, "Because I believe you are someone worthy of care." He began to work hard to change his circumstances. However, just when he thought everything was improving, he was struck by a devastating cancer diagnosis. Unable to accept this harsh reality, he sought financial help from the Gu family, only to be refused. Desiring to keep his illness a secret, he withdrew from school as his health deteriorated, ultimately passing away in the winter at the orphanage where he had once lived. In the end, he had no knowledge of Lu Siqing's fate. Jiang Yuechu seated Lu Siqing in the empty spot to Jiang Cheng's left, with Yu Yang on her right. Jiang Cheng greeted her warmly. "Hello, I'm Jiang Cheng. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lu Siqing glanced at him and nodded. He discreetly slid his notes toward her, making it easier for her to follow along. During the break, Jiang Cheng initiated a conversation with Lu Siqing, sharing amusing anecdotes about their class and the quirks of their classmates. She listened intently, her face gradually lighting up with a smile. At lunchtime, Jiang Cheng took her to the cafeteria, enthusiastically introducing her to the various culinary delights and their flavors. At the serving window, he thoughtfully pointed out which dishes were particularly popular. "Jiang Cheng, thank you for taking such good care of me today," Lu Siqing expressed gratefully. "There's no need to be so polite. It's only right that I do this," he replied. "But I'm still not accustomed to the food here," she admitted, furrowing her brow slightly. "You'll get used to it eventually. Who knows, after trying a few more times, you might actually come to like it," Jiang Cheng encouraged her. "I hope so. By the way, what classes do we have this afternoon?" Lu Siqing inquired. "The major courses might be a bit challenging, but don't worry. I'll be here to help you," Jiang Cheng reassured her, patting his chest confidently. "That's great. I'm really worried about keeping up," Lu Siqing confessed. "Don't fret. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand," he comforted her. After class, Lu Siqing stretched and said, "Jiang Cheng, yes?" He replied, "Well, we can review together after class," she proposed. "That sounds perfect," he nodded. "By the way, what was life like for you abroad?" Jiang Cheng curiously asked. Lu Siqing pondered for a moment before responding. "It was very different from here, but it also had its interesting aspects. I'll share more with you when I have the chance." "I look forward to it," Jiang Cheng smiled. As the day's lessons concluded, Jiang Cheng asked, "How did you find today?" "Although it was a bit tiring, it was quite good thanks to your help," Lu Siqing replied. "That's wonderful. Let's keep up the good work tomorrow," he encouraged. The two exchanged goodbyes, and Jiang Cheng drove home, his heart brimming with happiness. Chapter 43. You Cannot Shake Me Off Again. Seeing Jiang Cheng in such high spirits, Jiang Yuechu inquired, "Xiao Cheng, what has brought you such joy today?" "Yuechu Jia, I finally met the person I have longed to see," Jiang Cheng replied, his face glowing with excitement. Jiang Yuechu raised her eyebrows, her curiosity piqued. "Is it the new transfer student who just arrived today?" she teased, a playful smile adorning her face. Since the moment the transfer student entered the classroom, she had noticed her brother's gaze was different, gentler than ever before. "Yes, I finally saw her," Jiang Cheng exclaimed eagerly. Jiang Yuechu felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Lu Siqing had been studying abroad, and she wondered how her brother had come to know her. Moreover, the names of her brother and the girl seemed to share a delightful coincidence. Siqing, Jiang Cheng. After a brief exchange, Jiang Cheng hurried off to wash up and retire for the night, brimming with anticipation for a new day with Lu Siqing. The following morning, Jiang Cheng arrived at school, as usual. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Lu Siqing already seated, diligently engrossed in her textbook. "Good morning." Jiang Cheng greeted her with a warm smile. The day's lessons were both intense and fulfilling, with Jiang Cheng and Lu Siqing assisting each other in their studies, deepening their bond through shared conversation. During lunch, they walked side by side to the cafeteria. "Lu, do you feel you can keep up with today's lessons?" Jiang Cheng asked with genuine concern. Lu Siqing furrowed her brow slightly. "There are still a few points I don't quite understand. Could you explain them to me later?" "Of course," Jiang Cheng replied cheerfully. In the cafeteria, they chatted amiably while eating, the atmosphere relaxed and enjoyable. Suddenly, A few mischievous classmates inadvertently bumped into Lu Xiqing's tray, splattering soup onto her clothing. Jiang Cheng immediately stood up, addressing the culprits. "Watch where you're going." The offending students, taken aback by his serious demeanor, quickly apologized and scurried away. "Are you all right?" Jiang Cheng asked, concern etched on his face. Lu Xiqing shook her head. "Yeah, me fine." "Oh dear, what am I to do about this stain?" she lamented, eyeing the soup splatter on her clothes, her expression troubled. "Don't worry. Let us check the restroom to see if we can clean it up," Jiang Cheng reassured her. They hurried to the restroom, where Jiang Cheng took some paper towels, attempting to wipe away the stain. "Jiang Cheng, it seems this won't come off. It's just getting worse," Lu Xiqing said, anxiety creeping into her voice as she observed the spreading stain. "How about I ask teacher Jiang if there's a spare outfit?" Jiang Cheng suggested. "Do you think that's all right? Wouldn't it be too much trouble?" Lu Xiqing hesitated. "Not at all. Just wait for me here," Jiang Cheng replied before dashing out. "I could only find this shirt. You can wear it for now," Jiang Cheng said as he handed her the shirt. "Is this suitable?" Lu Xiqing asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "At this point, it's better than wearing stained clothes," Jiang Cheng encouraged. Lu Xiqing accepted the shirt and stepped into a stall to change. "Jiang Cheng, I'm changed, but this size is a bit large," she said, emerging and tugging at the loose hem. "That's all right. At least it's clean and neat," Jiang Cheng smiled. "But it still feels a bit awkward," Lu Xiqing said, glancing down at herself. "Don't overthink it. No one will pay it any mind," Jiang Cheng consoled her. "Really? I still feel a bit shy." Lu Xiqing bit her lip. Jiang Cheng patted his chest confidently. "Well, it's settled then." Lu Xiqing nodded in resignation. Upon returning to the classroom, a few curious glances were cast in Lu Xiqing's direction. "Lu Xiqing, why did you change clothes?" one classmate asked. "That shirt doesn't fit quite right," another chuckled. Jiang Cheng quickly interjected. "Loose clothing is stylish. As for you all, aren't you the one staring?" "Exactly, stop staring," Yu Yang chimed in, eager to support. Lu Xiqing cast a grateful glance at Jiang Cheng, whispering, "Thank you, Jiang Cheng." "Not at all. It's no trouble," Jiang Cheng said, scratching his head. After class, Lu Xiqing still fretted over her attire. "Jiang Cheng, I feel strange in this ill-fitting shirt," she expressed to him. "How about I accompany you to the nearby mall after school to find a new outfit?" Jiang Cheng proposed. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Lu Xiqing hesitated. "Not at all. It's no bother," Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. "All right then," Lu Xiqing nodded. After school, they made their way to the mall. "What kind of clothes do you like?" Jiang Cheng asked. "I'm not sure. I'll just browse," Lu Xiqing said, somewhat distracted. "Let us visit each store one by one," Jiang Cheng suggested, leading Lu Xiqing into a clothing shop. "What about this one?" Jiang Cheng held up a piece. "I don't like the color," Lu Xiqing shook her head. "How about this one?" Jiang Cheng picked up another. "The style isn't quite right." Lu Xiqing remained unsatisfied. "Choosing clothes for girls is truly a challenge," Jiang Cheng sighed, scratching his head. "Shall we try another store?" Lu Xiqing proposed. "Sure, as you wish," Jiang Cheng agreed. And they entered another shop. "This one seems nice." Lu Xiqing finally found a dress that caught her eye. "Then hurry and try it on," Jiang Cheng urged. Lu Xiqing stepped into the fitting room and emerged in the dress. "This one looks great. I'll take it," she declared, her eyes brightening. "Really? Let us see it in the mirror," Jiang Cheng encouraged her. "Of course it's true. Trust my judgment," he said with a grin. After purchasing the dress, Lu Xiqing's spirits lifted considerably. "Jiang Cheng, I can't thank you enough for today," she said sincerely. "Don't mention it. I'm just happy to help," Jiang Cheng replied. "To show my gratitude, let me treat you to ice cream," Lu Xiqing proposed. "Deal," Jiang Cheng agreed enthusiastically. They settled in the mall's lounge area, enjoying ice cream together, laughter filling the air. "Although today started off poorly, it improved immensely because of you," Lu Xiqing remarked. "In the future, feel free to share anything with me," Jiang Cheng said earnestly, gazing at Lu Xiqing. "Yes, it's wonderful to have you around," Lu Xiqing beamed sweetly. Lu Xiqing then summoned her chauffeur. "I'll take my leave now," she said with a smile. Jiang Cheng nodded and waved goodbye as the chauffeur drove away. Lu Xiqing smiled, reflecting, "It was worth the wait to find you, Jiang Cheng. This time, you shall not shake me off." Chapter 44. A perfect match. As I glanced over, I saw my sister, Jiang Cheng, leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Xiao Cheng, how was your time with Lu Xiqing today? Jiang Cheng turned her head, a smile gracing her face as she warmly inquired. A radiant smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Cheng's face. Sister, it was quite delightful today. Observing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but tease. Look at you, beaming with joy. Have you perhaps developed a fondness for that young lady? Jiang Cheng's cheeks flushed slightly, and he hastily replied, Sister, please don't say that. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you like her, pursue her boldly, Jiang Cheng encouraged with an encouraging demeanor. Oh, sister, it's still too early for that. We are merely getting to know each other, Jiang Cheng said as he settled onto the adjacent sofa. All right, my little Cheng has grown up. By the way, what do you wish to have for dinner? Jiang Cheng inquired with a smile. I'm fine with anything. You decide, sister, Jiang Cheng said. Though his thoughts clearly lingered on the delightful moments spent with Lu Xiqing earlier in the day. The butler, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, beamed and remarked, Miss, you seem to be in high spirits today. Yes, being with him truly brings me joy. She replied, Is it that classmate named Jiang Cheng? The butler asked curiously. Lu Xiqing nodded gently. Indeed, Uncle Butler, he is truly wonderful. Upon returning home, Lu Xiqing's parents awaited her quietly in the living room. Xiqing, how was your day at school? Her mother asked with genuine concern. Mom, it was fantastic. I made a new friend, Lu Xiqing said enthusiastically. Oh, a new friend? Is it a boy or a girl? Her mother inquired with keen interest. Lu Xiqing, feeling a bit shy, responded, It's a boy named Jiang Cheng. Her mother pondered for a moment and then smiled. It seems our Xiqing has grown up and has her own friends. Mom, don't overthink it. We're just ordinary friends. Lu Xiqing quickly clarified, her cheeks tinged with a blush. That night, Jiang Cheng lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to find sleep, his mind filled with Lu Xiqing's radiant smile and charming figure. He took out his phone, intending to message her, only to realize he did not possess her contact information. With a sigh of resignation, he set his phone aside, yet his thoughts remained fixated on her. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing too struggled to sleep, reminiscing about the delightful moments spent with Jiang Cheng, her heart swelling with an indescribable warmth. In a drowsy haze, she recalled a dream from long ago, where everything felt achingly real. In that dream, she harbored a deep affection for this boy, a love that knew no bounds. Yet, he vanished without a trace, and no matter how hard she searched, he remained elusive. When she inquired with the Jiang family, they appeared flustered and quickly dispatched someone to search for him. Her inquiries at the Gu family met with indifference, as they seemed eager for him to disappear. For this reason, she felt a genuine happiness for him. Later, she learned he had been accepted into Yedu University, prompting her to discuss with her mother her desire to transfer there. Thankfully, her mother, always gentle, readily agreed. At last, she met him and sat beside him. His scent, different from that in her dreams, was now fresher, and she found it delightful. I wish he could belong to me alone, Lu Xiqing mused, her thoughts revealing a sweet, yet dangerous expression. The following morning, Jiang Cheng woke early, eagerly anticipating seeing Lu Xiqing at school. He meticulously chose a stylish outfit and carefully styled his hair. Upon arriving at school, he spotted Lu Xiqing already seated in the classroom. Good morning. Jiang Cheng greeted her with a warm smile. Yu Yang, standing nearby, chimed in with a teasing tone, Brother Jiang, forgetting your friends for the sake of beauty. Jiang Cheng, hearing Yu Yang's comment, playfully retorted, Oh, go on, you rascal, stop talking nonsense. Yu Yang, feigning exaggeration, remarked, You can't deny it. Your gaze is practically glued to the campus beauty. Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. That's just a polite smile. Lu Xiqing, overhearing their banter, blushed and interjected, You two stop it. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered, commencing the lesson. During the break, Jiang Cheng could not resist leaning closer to Lu Xiqing, lowering his voice to say, It's all taken care of. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Cheng sighed in relief. That's good. I was worried about any lingering marks. At that moment, Yu Yang interjected, grinning, Oh, more secret whispers. Jiang Cheng shot him a glare, exasperatedly saying, Go away. This is none of your business. Yu Yang feigned innocence, muttering, humph, new love makes you forget old friends. Lu Siqing couldn't help but laugh at his antics. At lunchtime, Jiang Cheng, Lu Siqing, and Yu Yang walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Yu Yang remarked, I wonder what delicious food the cafeteria has today. Jiang Cheng turned to Lu Siqing, asking with concern, what do you want to eat? Yu Yang, no tiqing, deaset, brother Jiang. You're being quite biased. You didn't even ask me. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at him, replying, what else do you have to choose from? They found a spot in the cafeteria and settled down. Jiang Cheng asked Lu Siqing, were you able to keep up in class today? Lu Siqing nodded slightly. It was all right. There are just a few concepts I didn't quite grasp. Jiang Cheng promptly offered, I can explain them to you later. Yu Yang chimed in, Brother Jiang, you truly are a warm-hearted person. During the afternoon gym class, everyone jogged together. Lu Siqing stumbled and fell, prompting Jiang Cheng to rush over, helping her up while anxiously asking, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Lu Siqing shook her head, softly replying, I'm fine. Yu Yang joined them, joking, Another heroic rescue opportunity snatched away. As school ended, Jiang Cheng said to Lu Siqing, see you tomorrow. Lu Siqing smiled back, see you tomorrow. Yu Yang, sulking nearby, muttered, am I just being ignored? Jiang Cheng and Lu Siqing couldn't help but laugh. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng was immediately met by Jiang Yuechu, who eagerly asked, how was your day with Lu Siqing? Jiang Cheng sighed in exasperation. Sister, could you please stop asking about that? Jiang Yuechu, smiling, replied with that expression, it's clear there's been progress. Jiang Cheng sighed again, stating, it's just normal interactions between classmates. Jiang Yuechu continued, all right, if you want to tell me. I'll just have to peek for myself. Jiang Cheng's face darkened in response. Lu Siqing, blushing, said it was quite nice. Her mother, observing her demeanor, already comprehended much. Uncle Li, how has Siqing been faring at school these days? Lu Siqing's mother inquired. Since meeting the young master of the Jiang family, she has shown a rare smile. The woman seemed to understand, waving her hand for the butler to continue with his duties. Once he left, she murmured Siqing, Jiang Cheng, a match made in heaven. That night, Jiang Cheng lay in bed, glancing at the saved contact information on his phone, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 45, Silly Boy. Jiang Cheng lay on his bed, unable to resist sending a message to Lu Siqing. The academy is closed tomorrow. He continued, how about we go out for a stroll together? Jiang Cheng was too excited to sleep, eagerly anticipating the morrow. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing was harboring her own little thoughts. She mused, this will be our first outing alone. I must dress up beautifully to surprise him. She rummaged through her wardrobe, trying on outfit after outfit, imagining the astonished expression on Jiang Cheng's face, unable to suppress a giggle. She wondered whether he might prepare something special, perhaps a bouquet of flowers. Then she shook her head, dismissing her overthinking. Oh dear, no more wild imaginings. Let it unfold naturally. After all, he must be mine. With that, Lu Siqing closed her eyes, silently planning their itinerary for the next day, envisioning how to create an unforgettable experience with Jiang Cheng. The following day, Jiang Cheng woke early and knocked on Jiang Yuechu's door. Inside, Jiang Yuechu had already heard him and immediately sent messages in a group chat with her friends. Oh no, Xiao Cheng is about to be snatched away. After sending her message, Jiang Cheng stepped outside. He drove to Lu Siqing's home, and before long, she descended gracefully. Upon seeing Lu Siqing's carefully arranged appearance, Jiang Cheng was rendered speechless. You look stunning, he exclaimed. Lu Siqing blushed, shyly responding, only you would say that. They drove to a park on the outskirts, where sunlight bathed the earth, and the park flourished with vibrant life. They strolled along the winding paths, admiring the kaleidoscope of flowers and the lush greenery. Jiang Cheng, this place is truly beautiful, and the air is exceptionally fresh. Lu Siqing inhaled deeply, her face radiant with delight. As long as you enjoy it, we can come here often. As they walked, they arrived at a grassy meadow where Lu Siqing joyfully spun around a few times. Jiang Cheng stood aside, watching her ethereal figure, his heart swelling with happiness. Jiang Cheng, come sit with me, Lu Siqing beckoned. They sat side by side on the lawn, a gentle breeze brushing past them, bringing a refreshing coolness. They savored the tranquility and beauty of the moment, exchanging soft words, their gazes filled with tenderness and affection. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. "Are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal?" Jiang Cheng suggested. "Sure." Lu Xiqing stood, brushing off the grass clippings. Jiang Cheng led her to a charming restaurant, where the atmosphere was warm and romantic. They ordered several exquisite dishes, conversing and laughing under the soft lighting. After their meal, Jiang Cheng proposed, "How about we watch a movie?" Lu Xiqing readily agreed. They entered the cinema and found their seats. As the lights dimmed and the film began, Lu Xiqing's mind was not entirely on the movie. She stole a glance at Jiang Cheng, thinking, "This is our first time watching a movie together. I wonder if he will take my hand in the dark." Her heart raced at the thought. When the protagonists embraced passionately on screen, Lu Xiqing couldn't help but wish, "If only Jiang Cheng would hold me too." Sensing Lu Xiqing's gaze, Jiang Cheng quietly asked, "What do you think of the movie?" "It's quite good, though a bit touching," she replied. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Indeed, I noticed you were quite engrossed." Lu Xiqing blushed. "You caught me." Her eyes glistened, and she unconsciously inched closer to Jiang Cheng. This sudden proximity caused Jiang Cheng's face to flush. He attempted to maintain composure, gently patting her shoulder. "Don't be too sad. It's just a movie." Lu Xiqing nodded. "I know, but I can't help it." As the film reached its climax, with the protagonists overcoming numerous challenges to reunite, Lu Xiqing was moved to tears. Jiang Cheng handed her a tissue, softly saying, "My lady, don't cry." He added, "Perhaps true love is like this, requiring many trials." Lu Xiqing pondered. "Do you think we will face many challenges in the future?" Jiang Cheng lowered his head, blushing. Lu Xiqing, seeing her teasing succeed, decided not to cry anymore and wore a mischievous smile. When the male lead prepared a grand surprise for the female lead, Lu Xiqing thought, "I wonder if Jiang Cheng will prepare such surprises for me in the future." She whispered to him, "Jiang Cheng, look how romantic the male lead is." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, "Isn't it just a bouquet of flowers? What is so romantic about that?" Lu Xiqing felt her expectations dashed. Indeed, Jiang Cheng was just a silly boy. You boys don't understand. That's very romantic." "All right, my lady, let us keep watching." Lu Xiqing laughed. "This part is too funny." Jiang Cheng laughed heartily indeed. Lu Xiqing sighed softly, "Oh, Jiang Cheng, I wish we could be as wonderful as in the movies in the future." Jiang Cheng paused, then replied, "We will absolutely." Lu Xiqing turned to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "So, what do you think our future will look like? Perhaps we will traverse more beautiful places together and experience many delightful adventures." Lu Xiqing blinked. "Is it possible that you might suddenly become enlightened and turn particularly romantic?" Jiang Cheng scratched his head, chuckling shyly. "Well, I'll try my best." Upon hearing "try my best," Lu Xiqing couldn't resist and playfully pinched his thigh. He felt a sharp pinch and glanced down to see Lu Xiqing teasing him. Jiang Cheng quickly soothed her. "Don't be upset. Let us just watch the movie." Lu Xiqing shot him a glare but fell silent, returning her gaze to the screen. After a while, Lu Xiqing could not help but ask, "Jiang Cheng, do you think we can always be this happy?" As the movie's music swelled, Lu Xiqing did not catch Jiang Cheng's response. Yet she was certain that since that dream began, her heart had been unconsciously grasped tightly by this silly boy. Chapter 46. Team building. After watching the movie, the butler at Lu Xiqing's home was already waiting downstairs. Thus, Jiang Cheng bid her farewell. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Lu Xiqing bit her finger, realizing that she would have to take the initiative from now on. As Jiang Yuechu spotted Jiang Cheng, she immediately stood up and questioned, "Xiao Cheng, have you been with Lu Xiqing all day today?" Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, "Sister Yuechu, yes." Jiang Yuechu frowned, saying, "You little rascal, have you really fallen for that girl?" Jiang Cheng's face turned crimson as he stammered, "Sister, I just went out for a stroll with her." Jiang Yuechu shot him a glare. "Don't play coy with me. I know you too well. Be honest. What is the nature of your relationship?" Jiang Cheng helplessly stated, "Sister, there's really nothing much. We just went to the park, had a meal, and watched a movie. That's all." Jiang Yuechu huffed. "Don't think I don't know your intentions. Let me tell you, dating is not a game. You must take it seriously." Jiang Cheng nodded hastily. Sister, I understand. I'll be serious. Jiang Yuechu observed him, her tone softening a bit. That girl seems quite nice. But you must also make an effort. Don't let her suffer. Jiang Cheng earnestly replied, Sister, I get it. I will do my best. Jiang Yuechu finally nodded in satisfaction. Sister, let me tell you, our Xiao Cheng is definitely in a relationship. Alas, it seems Xiao Cheng is not meant for us after all. This time, she sent the message solely to Jiang Yao, avoiding the group chat to prevent public outcry. In his room, Jiang Cheng took out his phone and opened the chat history. The last message was a goodnight text from Lu Xiqing. He contemplated for a moment, his fingers hovering over the screen. Faced with the simple phrase good night, he hesitated to send it. Deep down, Jiang Cheng harbored feelings for Lu Xiqing but feared rejection, thus concealing his emotions. Was it affection, gratitude, or merely physical attraction? He shook his head. Lu Xiqing was undoubtedly beautiful, so there must be many suitors vying for her attention. No, was shallow thought. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the girl had already developed some dangerously deep feelings for him. Tossing and turning in bed, Jiang Cheng finally mustered the courage to send the good-night message. Perhaps she had already fallen asleep, he thought, feeling a sense of loss, yet also relief. On the other side, Lu Xiqing indeed saw Jiang Cheng's message, her heart feeling considerably more at ease as she drifted into a dream with a smile on her face. The next morning, Jiang Cheng was awakened by Jiang Yuechu's knocking. Xiao Cheng, hurry up. The sun is already shining on your backside. Jiang Yuechu shouted from outside the door. Jiang Cheng drowsily responded and got up to wash up. During breakfast, Jiang Yuechu began to tease him again. Were you thinking of that girl last night and couldn't sleep? Jiang Cheng's face flushed. Sister, stop saying that. Jiang Yuechu laughed. Still in denial? I see you are completely smitten. Jiang Cheng silently ate his breakfast, his thoughts lingering on Lu Xiqing. By the way, Xiao Cheng, summer vacation is approaching. Any plans? Jiang Yuechu suddenly asked. Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone. In just a week, the break would commence. Sister Yuechu, there is still a week left. No need to rush. Jiang Yuechu tapped his forehead. Silly boy, don't you remember your class is going for a team-building activity? Jiang Cheng touched his forehead, recalling what Jiang Yuechu had mentioned the previous day. Jiang Yuechu chuckled. You only have eyes for that Lu girl. Everything else seems to slip your mind. Jiang Cheng hurriedly refuted. Sister, don't say that. I just haven't been paying much attention. All right, I want to say anything more. Jiang Yuechu waved her hand. So, are you planning to put on a good show during the team building? Jiang Cheng lowered his head, mumbling through a mouthful of bread. What is there to show? As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that's enough. Jiang Yuechu rolled her eyes at him. You silly boy. Don't you want to leave a good impression on her? Jiang Cheng's face reddened again. Sister, why do you keep bringing her up? Upon arriving at school, Jiang Cheng saw Lu Xiqing chatting with Yu Yang and quickly approached them. Yu Yang, have you heard about the class team-building event? Jiang Cheng inquired. Lu Xiqing smiled slightly. I heard about it. It sounds like it will be fun. Yu Yang nodded. Yeah, I wonder what interesting activities we will have. Jiang Cheng looked at them. I was just about to ask if you both are going. Yu Yang hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Jiang Cheng quickly encouraged. Let us all go together. It'll be livelier that way. Yu Yang scratched his head. All right, then I'll join too. Jiang Cheng beamed. That's wonderful. We should prepare well. Lu Xiqing blinked. Jiang Cheng, what do you think we should prepare for? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. Essential supplies for daily living, as well as clothes and shoes suitable for outdoor activities. Yu Yang interjected, right, we should also bring some snacks and water. Lu Xiqing smiled. Should we plan some games to play during the team building? Jiang Cheng nodded. That sounds like a great idea. Yu Yang agreed, indeed. They engaged in lively discussion. The atmosphere filled with excitement. As the class bell rang, Jiang Yuechu entered the classroom. Classmates, tomorrow is the day for our team-building activity, she announced. I want to inform you all in advance that the location is up to your choice and attendance is voluntary. You could choose not to go. As Jiang Yuechu wrote 3 potential team-building locations on the blackboard, the students began to chatter excitedly. Jiang Yuechu cleared her throat. Let us discuss this after class. We need to start our lesson. After her words, there was a brief silence. Once the class bell rang, the classroom erupted into a flurry of voices as everyone eagerly discussed the team-building locations. I think the beach is great. We can play in the water. Camping at the base sounds fun. We can stargaze. Lu Xicheng, Jiang Cheng, and Yu Yang huddled together to discuss. Lu Xicheng stated, I still prefer the camping base. Jiang Cheng nodded, I think that is a good choice too. Yu Yang shrugged, all right, I'll go with you guys. Thus, it decided on the camping base. As time passed, when school ended, Jiang Yuechu returned to the classroom. So, have you all made your decision? Once you decide, come find me to fill out the form. We'll gather tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng was the first to submit the already completed form. Jiang Yuechu looked at her silly brother, who unsurprisingly chose the camping base. As the forms were collected, the camping base won overwhelmingly. So the final destination is the camping base. Yes, Jianggu, it's the camping base. Yu Yang exclaimed happily, glancing at Lu Xicheng, surprised to see her even more delighted than Yu Yang himself. Seeing no one respond, Jiang Cheng began to pack the items needed for the camping trip. Just as he finished, he walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Sister Yuechu, did you plan this on purpose? Jiang Cheng remarked, hee, you caught me. It's not that Xiao Cheng doesn't want to go to the camping site. Besides, it's not really cheating. The camping site has the same number of votes as the beach. So, I took the liberty to cast a vote for the camping site. With a smile, Jiang Cheng said no more, continuing to massage Jiang Yuechu's shoulders. The next day, everyone arrived at the camping site with great excitement. Upon arrival, they eagerly began setting up tents and preparing lunch, creating a lively and joyful scene. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, a group of unruly young men approached. Their hair dyed in vibrant colors, cigarettes dangling from their lips, swaggering with arrogance. The leader, a burly fellow adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, glared menacingly, declaring, this place is ours now. You better scram, or I won't hesitate to take action. The sudden hostility left the classmates stunned. Jiang Cheng stepped forward politely, stating, this is our reserved spot. Can't we all enjoy ourselves without interfering with each other? The leader sneered, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Who do you think you are? When I say leave, you leave. Don't lecture me about reasoning. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Cheng retorted seriously, on what grounds? This is unreasonable. At that moment, Yu Yang joined in, indignantly saying, exactly. You can't be so domineering. The world doesn't revolve around you. The antagonists immediately displayed their aggression, and one skinny member lunged at Yu Yang, shoving him while cursing, you dare talk back to our boss? You must be looking for trouble. Tension escalated rapidly. Lu Xicheng anxiously urged, everyone, stay calm and talk it out. Jiang Cheng swiftly positioned himself in front of Yu Yang, glaring at the opposition, and shouted, let us discuss this reasonably. Resorting to violence is not an option. The leader huffed, threateningly stating, you have one last chance. Get out now, or I'll make sure you regret it. Unflinching, Jiang Cheng straightened his back and firmly declared, no way. We are here for team building, and we will not leave. The aggressors, fueled by defiance, rolled up their sleeves to reveal tattoos, readying themselves for a brawl. The leader spat out his cigarette, cursing, you're asking for a lesson today. Jiang Cheng, undeterred, warned loudly, think carefully. Fighting is illegal. Don't create trouble for yourselves. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, the camping site manager hurried over, admonishing them, what is going on? No trouble allowed here. The intruders, seeing the manager, momentarily subdued their bravado, but still retorted, humph, consider yourselves lucky this time. Just don't cross paths with us again, before leaving in a huff. The classmates sighed in relief. Lu Xicheng expressed gratitude to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, we owe you one. Without your courage, who knows what would have happened? Jiang Cheng smiled. No problem. We can't let them bully us. Yu Yang patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Brother, you were incredibly brave. If it weren't for you, I might have really gotten hurt. Jiang Cheng chuckled, keeping quiet about his self-defense skills. The team building continued, with everyone engaging in games and barbecues, the atmosphere returning to joyfulness. As night fell, they gathered around the campfire, chatting merrily. One classmate remarked, Jiang Cheng was amazing today. He wasn't scared at all facing those people. Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit shy, replied, I was a bit nervous too, but I couldn't let them have their way. Lu Xicheng laughed, regardless. You're the hero of the day. Jiang Cheng scratched his head modestly. Let us not say that. We're all here to look out for each other. Yu Yang added, exactly, we are a team. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was unaware that two pairs of eyes were secretly watching his position. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, loud noises erupted from a distance. Jiang Cheng stood up to investigate and discovered the same group from earlier arguing with another group. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the class monitor and his companions who had gone to buy water. Jiang Cheng rushed over to mediate, followed closely by Lu Xiqing and Yu Yang. The ruffians, spotting Jiang Cheng, were furious, recalling their earlier encounter, and brandished their fists, ready to strike. Just then, Jiang Xing-san dashed forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the leading troublemaker crashing to the ground. You dare touch my brother, Jiang Xing-san bellowed. The gang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lu's maid appeared, shielding Lu Xiqing. Jiang Cheng stared at his sister in astonishment. Elder sister, what are you doing here? Jiang Xing-san shot him a glare. If I didn't come, you'd be bullied, wouldn't you? The class monitor and his group were stunned by the sudden turn of events. The ruffian leader, getting back on his feet, snarled. Who asked the meddlesome woman ruining my fun? Jiang Xing-san coldly retorted. With your kind, you dare act so brazenly? Leave now if you don't want to face the consequences. The ruffian hesitated, and one of his lackeys tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Boss, this woman seems formidable. Perhaps we should retreat. Reluctantly, the ruffians glared at Jiang Cheng and his friends before slinking away in defeat. The classmates gathered around, praising Jiang Xing-san. Jiang Cheng, is this your sister? She is incredible. Another added, yes, who knows what would have happened without her. Jiang Cheng felt a bit bashful, scratching his head. My sister has always been amazing. Jiang Xing-san admonished her brother. In the future, don't rush into such situations. All right? Jiang Cheng nodded, understood, sister. Jiang Xing-san glanced at Lu Xiqing and then at the now-vanished maid, thinking, this maid isn't bad. She managed to respond in time. A girl remarked, that was really intense. We're lucky Jiang Cheng's sister showed up, just in time. The class monitor chimed in, indeed. Let us continue having fun and not let those bad guys spoil our mood. Laughter and chatter resumed among the group. However, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of confusion, wondering how his sister had known he was there and arrived so promptly. He turned to Jiang Xing-san, asking, Sister, have you been following me? Jiang Xing-san, caught off guard by the question, evaded his gaze. No, I just happened to pass by. Jiang Cheng wasn't convinced. He knew his sister too well and suspected she was hiding something. Sister, just tell me the truth, he pressed. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Xing-san confessed, fine. It was Yuechu who told me you were here. I happened to be nearby and wanted to check on my little chum. Unable to resist, Jiang Cheng succumbed to his sister's charm. Lu Xiqing, overhearing, chuckled, Jiang Cheng, your family cares for you deeply. Jiang Cheng nodded, yes. I'm fortunate to have such caring family members. Reclining on the grass, he gazed at the starry sky and reflected, indeed, in this life I have family, those I cherish, and those who cherish me in return. As Jiang Xing-san departed, Jiang Cheng nestled in his tent, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 48. Will you accompany me? The following afternoon, the sun continued to blaze. As Jiang Cheng, Lu Xiqing, and Yu Yang entered the classroom, they were immediately surrounded by their classmates. Jiang Cheng. Yesterday was absolutely thrilling, exclaimed classmate A with palpable excitement. Classmate B chimed in, I never expected your sister to be so formidable. She took down that villain with a single kick. Lu Xiqing joined the conversation. Indeed, it truly startled me at the time. Yu Yang patted his chest, me too. Just thinking about that scene gives me chills. As the class bell rang, Jiang Yuechu walked into the classroom and observed the enthusiastic discussion about yesterday's events. Smiling, she remarked, it seems yesterday's team-building activity left a profound impression on everyone. However, we must now refocus and commence our lessons. Jiang Yuechu shook her head lightly. Yu Yang, you need to pay attention in class. Yu Yang sheepishly scratched his head. I understand, teacher. Finally, after a long day, the class ended and Jiang Cheng, Yu Yang, and Lu Xiqing gathered once more. Jiang Ge, do you think we will encounter such villains again in the future? Yu Yang asked. Jiang Cheng shrugged. I hope not. But even if we do, we must not show fear. Lu Xiqing nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot lose our momentum. At that moment, the class monitor approached, saying, Jiang Cheng, thank you and your sister for yesterday. If it weren't for you two, our team-building event would have been ruined. Jiang Cheng smiled. Oh, monitor, don't mention it. We're all part of the same team. Classmate C also joined in. We should all learn from Jiang Ge. Jiang Cheng blushed. Oh dear. You're making me shy. During lunch in the cafeteria, the conversation continued. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Ha, does that mean I've become the other child in my parents' eyes? Lu Xiqing laughed along. In the afternoon physical education class, while running, they continued their chatter. A female classmate, panting, asked Jiang Cheng, has your sister practiced martial arts? Yu Yang added, then you should definitely learn from her. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. I've already picked up a thing or two from my second sister. As the day's classes concluded and they left school, Lu Xiqing remarked, it feels like everyone is still immersed in yesterday's events. Jiang Cheng replied, indeed. It may take a while to process everything. After all, such occurrences are rare in our academy. Yu Yang said, but this is good. It has made our class more united. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng found Jiang Xingsan watching television in the living room. He approached her without surprise, second sister. Everyone at school is still talking about yesterday. Jiang Xingsan smiled. Oh, really? So, have you become the little hero? Jiang Cheng pouted, sister, please don't tease me. Jiang Yuechu emerged from the kitchen. Xiao Cheng, come help me with the dishes. As the family gathered around the dining table, Jiang Cheng said, I truly owe it all to my sister yesterday. Jiang Xingsan took a bite of food. Why thank each other for family matters? As long as you're safe. That's all that matters. Jiang Yuechu added, be more cautious in the future when going out. Jiang Cheng nodded, I understand. Jiang Cheng, today we have so much homework. Do you think we can organize such activities again in the future? Probably. Everyone is likely looking forward to it, he replied. Let us hope there won't be any more unexpected incidents, she said. Definitely not, Jiang Cheng assured her. Xiao Cheng, where do you plan to go during the summer vacation? Upon seeing a message from Lu Xiqing, Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment. On the other end, Lu Xiqing also hesitated before sending another message. Would you accompany me to a gathering? Jiang Cheng, puzzled, asked, what gathering? It's a family gathering, and it wouldn't be fun to go alone. Will you join me? When is it? Jiang Cheng inquired further. It's on the evening of our holiday. Oh, come on, Jiang Cheng, please accompany me. Her persistent coaxing left Jiang Cheng unable to refuse, and he sent a series of affirmative emojis. On the other end, Lu Xiqing felt victorious. She had been worried about Jiang Cheng declining, but now that she had succeeded, she felt a bit smug. I'll explain the details tomorrow at the academy. Good night. She hastily concluded the chat, concealing her mischievous grin. Jiang Cheng lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days, and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, Jiang Cheng arrived at school early. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lu Xiqing eagerly approached him. Good morning, Jiang Cheng. She greeted with a smile. Good morning. Now you can tell me more about the gathering, right? Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Xiqing cleared her throat and replied earnestly. The gathering will be held at the Imperial Hotel in the city center, starting at 8 in the evening. Jiang Cheng nodded. Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Lu Xiqing pondered for a moment. Just dress formally. There's no need to be too nervous. It's simply a casual gathering to chat and enjoy some food. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. I've never attended such family gatherings before, and I feel a bit uncertain. Lu Xiqing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll be there to introduce you to everyone. Jiang Cheng forced a smile. All right then, I hope nothing goes awry. Lu Xiqing winked. It won tea. By the way, there will be a dance after the gathering too. Jiang Cheng gasped in surprise. Huh? We have a dance? Lu Xiqing chuckled. Yes, but it's fine if you don't know how. I can teach you. Jiang Cheng scratched his head. That is really kind of you. Lu Xiqing waved her hand dismissively. Not a bother at all. Yet in her heart, she thought, attending with you would be no trouble at all. Curious, Jiang Cheng asked, what is this important matter? Lu Xiqing shook her head. I'm not sure either. We'll find out when the time comes. Jiang Cheng remarked. I hope it's something good. Lu Xiqing smiled. It will definitely be something good. The day's classes swiftly concluded. Lu Xiqing reminded Jiang Cheng. Don't forget to arrive on time tomorrow. Jiang Cheng confidently replied. Rest assured, I won't forget. Chapter 49. The Lu family wine party upon awakening in the morning. Jiang Yuechu found her room empty and hurried off to the academy. As the bell rang for class, she entered the classroom and addressed her students. Everyone, please settle down. I have something to share. I trust you are all aware that once we finish today's lessons, we will be on holiday, starting tomorrow. The students below erupted in groans of protest. All right, quiet down. Let us commence with the lesson. Jiang Yuechu organized her teaching materials, preparing to deliver her lecture. Jiang Cheng glanced at the empty seat beside him, speculating that she was likely occupied with preparations for today's wine party. Yesterday, Lu Xiqing had informed Jiang Cheng that she would be helping with the arrangements for the gathering, hence her absence today. Jiang Cheng mused to himself, taking a leave on the last day. Thus, the final day gradually passed. After formal classes concluded, Jiang Cheng drove away, while Jiang Yuechu rushed into the classroom with some items in hand, only to find Jiang Cheng had already left. Teacher Jiang, are you looking for Jiang Cheng? The class monitor approached. Yes. Has she already departed? Jiang Yuechu inquired urgently. The monitor nodded slightly. She left about 10 minutes ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuechu hurriedly exited, grabbed her car keys, and sped away. She gazed at the invitation on the passenger seat, feeling a twinge of worry. The invitation had been delivered to her by Lu Xiqing that morning when she requested a leave, asking her to bring Jiang Cheng along to the party. I completely forgot amidst the hustle, she silently reflected. Jiang Cheng, please take your time. Checking the time, she opened the door and headed towards the wine party. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Cheng arrived punctually at the Dihao Hotel. Clad in a sharp suit and sporting an impeccably styled haircut, he appeared even more dashing. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by the guards. Please present your invitation, one guard stated expressionlessly. Taken aback, Jiang Cheng replied, I came with Lu Xiqing. She may not have arrived yet. The guard scrutinized him, sneering, no invitation? You cannot enter. Do not think you can fabricate an excuse to gain entry. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, explaining, I was indeed invited. It's just that Lu Xiqing forgot to give me the invitation. The guard waved him off impatiently. Enough chatter. No invitation means no entry. I have seen many like you trying to sneak in for connections. A surge of anger welled up in Jiang Cheng, yet he strove to remain composed. Just then, a luxury car pulled up at the hotel entrance, and as the door swung open, Gu Feng and Gu Yuran emerged. Spotting Jiang Cheng being barred from entering, Gu Feng's face lit up with a smug smile. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Cheng. What's this? No invitation and trying to force your way in? He mocked. Jiang Cheng shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Gu Feng approached the guard and presented his own invitation, deliberately flaunting it before Jiang Cheng. Look, this is an invitation. Some people ought to know their place when trying to attend such a high-profile gathering. Clenching his fists, Jiang Cheng retorted, Gu Feng, do not push your luck. Gu Feng chuckled, and Jiang Cheng's fists tightened, but he understood that causing a scene here would be unwise. At this tense impasse, Lu Xiqing hurriedly arrived. Jiang Cheng, you made it, she exclaimed, rushing over to embrace his arm, catching Jiang Cheng off guard and flushing his cheeks. Just as he was about to speak, another car approached. Jiang Cheng, the invitation. I forgot to give it to you. Jiang Yuechu exited the vehicle, hastening towards them. Seeing Jiang Yuechu, Lu Xiqing's face broke into a delighted smile. Sister Yuechu, you didn't come with Jiang Cheng? Jiang Yuechu handed the invitation to Jiang Cheng, somewhat apologetically stating, It's all my fault for being so busy. I almost caused a mishap. Jiang Cheng accepted the invitation with a smile, replying, Sister, it's all right. We made it just in time. Noticing their familiarity with the young lady, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Apologies, please, you may enter. However, Lu Xiqing seemed to sense something amiss, glaring coldly at the guard. We will settle this after the party concludes. As Jiang Cheng and his companions entered the grand hall of the wine party, they were met with opulent decorations, where guests mingled in clusters. Gu Feng's expression soured upon seeing Jiang Cheng and Lu Xiqing gain entry, while Gu Yuran whispered, Xiao Feng, do not let them ruin our mood. Just enjoy the dance. Lu Xiqing introduced Jiang Cheng to various attendees, and he conducted himself with courtesy. At that moment, an esteemed figure from the business world approached Lu Xiqing, smiling as he addressed her. Xiqing, is this your friend? Lu Xiqing nodded, introducing, Uncle Li, this is Jiang Cheng, My classmate and a young heir of the Jiang family. Uncle Li appraised Jiang Cheng, nodding approvingly. Not bad. This young man appears quite spirited. Just then, Gu Feng sauntered over, sardonic as ever. Oh, are you trying to curry favor with Uncle Li? Jiang Cheng frowned. Gu Feng, please mind your words. Uncle Li's expression darkened. Young man from the Gu family, mind your manners in such a setting. Gu Feng scoffed and turned away. Lu Xiqing reassured Jiang Cheng. Ignore such people. Jiang Cheng smiled. I'm not bothered at all. After a while, Lu Xiqing's father took the stage to speak. I would like to express my gratitude to all friends and family for taking the time to attend this gathering. Today, in addition to enjoying your company, I have an important announcement to make. He paused before continuing. The Lu Group is set to embark on a new collaborative project, which will usher in new opportunities and growth for us. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lu's father added, I hope that in the days to come, we can work together towards mutual prosperity. As the speech concluded, music filled the air, signaling the commencement of the dance. Lu Xiqing turned to Jiang Cheng. Let me teach you how to dance. Jiang Cheng hesitated. I fear I won't perform well. Lu Xiqing grasped his hand, and as they began to dance, Gu Feng and Gu Yuran were also in the dance floor. Gu Feng's gaze filled with jealousy as he watched Jiang Cheng and Lu Xiqing. Gu Yuran remarked, Xiao Feng, stop staring at them and focus on dancing. Gu Feng replied irritably, just looking at them is infuriating. After one dance concluded, Jiang Cheng and Lu Xiqing stepped aside to rest. Jiang Yuechu approached. Xiao Cheng, you dance quite well. Jiang Cheng scratched his head. Sister, please don't tease me. At that moment, Lu's father approached. Xiqing, bring your friends over to meet me. Lu Xiqing led Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu to her father. He smiled. Young Master Jiang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Xiqing often speaks of you. They conversed amicably, with the atmosphere warm and inviting. As the party progressed, Jiang Cheng excused himself to visit the restroom. On his way back, Gu Feng intercepted him. Jiang Cheng, do not think you can achieve anything by relying on Lu Xiqing. Jiang Cheng stared at him. Gu Feng, what exactly do you want? Gu Feng chuckled coldly. I simply cannot stand you. At that moment, Lu Xiqing appeared. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her, Gu Feng huffed and turned away. Lu Xiqing asked, is he causing you trouble again? Jiang Cheng shook his head. It's nothing. Do not let it dampen your spirits. As the evening drew to a close, guests began to leave one by one. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu bid farewell to Lu Xiqing's family. Lu Xiqing said, Jiang Cheng, see you next time. Jiang Cheng nodded goodbye. Suddenly, Lu Xiqing's mother appeared behind her. This young man is quite impressive, Xiqing. You must work hard. Lu Xiqing was startled by the sudden appearance of his mother. Yet he felt a wave of shyness wash over him at her words. On their way home, Jiang Yuechu inquired of Jiang Cheng, how do you feel today? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng replied, quite well, I suppose. Jiang Yuechu smiled gently. Do not concern yourself with the Gu family. Just focus on being your true self. Gazing out at the night scenery through the car window, Jiang Cheng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 50. Sister reluctantly parting with you on the first day of summer vacation. Jiang Cheng rose early. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. After stretching and completing his morning routine, he descended to the dining area. Jiang Yuechu was already seated at the table, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing Jiang Cheng, she smiled and said, Xiao Cheng, come and have breakfast. As Jiang Cheng took a seat and reached for a piece of bread, he spoke. Jiang Yuechu set down her newspaper, looking at him with some surprise. What has prompted this sudden thought? Jiang Cheng replied earnestly. Jiang Yuechu nodded, her eyes reflecting a sense of pride. This is a good thing, but matters within the corporation are not simple. You must be mentally prepared. Jiang Cheng declared firmly, Sister, I understand, but I am not afraid of hard work. Jiang Yuechu chuckled lightly. All right, I will speak with father shortly. After breakfast, Jiang Yuechu initiated a video call with Jiang Du engaged in paperwork. Jiang Du paused as they appeared on screen. Why are you two siblings contacting me? Jiang Yuechu replied. Father, Xiao Cheng has something to discuss. Jiang Du turned his gaze toward Jiang Cheng, his expression scrutinizing. Xiao Cheng, have you thought this through? This is not a trivial matter. Meeting his father's gaze, Jiang Cheng responded, Dad, I have made up my mind. I will approach this seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Du stated, "Very well, I will arrange for you to try out the marketing department at your eldest sister's company." Jiang Cheng exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Dad. I plan to set off tomorrow. I will prepare today." Jiang Du nodded. "All right, Yuechu, please assist Xiao Cheng with his preparations." Once the video call ended, Jiang Yuechu turned to Jiang Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, I will miss you dearly," she said, pulling him into an embrace, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Noticing her lingering affection, he suggested, "How about this? Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast for you, sister." Jiang Yuechu was momentarily taken aback. After all, Jiang Cheng's culinary skills were truly remarkable. She released him, saying, "All right, but make sure to keep in touch with your sister." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Returning to his room, he picked up his phone and messaged Lu Siqing. "All right, I understand. Sister Yuechu, I'm stepping out for a bit." He entered her room only to find her asleep, so he quietly exited. Jiang Cheng drove to the mall, carefully selecting gifts: a box of fine tea for Grandpa Yu, a professional book that Yu Yang had long desired, and a delightful toy for Yu Jiechi. Holding the gifts, he arrived at the Yu residence. The Yu family was overjoyed to see him. "Grandpa Yu, I come to visit." Jiang Cheng greeted with a smile. "Grandpa Yu beamed. "Ah, Xiao Zhang, come in, come in." Jiang Cheng presented the gifts, saying, "This is a small token for you, Yu Yang and Jiechi." Yu Jiechi hugged the toy with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Jiang Cheng." Witnessing her happiness, Jiang Cheng felt he had made the right choices. It was entirely normal for a girl like Jiechi to adore toys. Yet her family's circumstances had prevented her from expressing such desires. Hence, he had chosen a plush toy larger than her. As they settled down, Jiang Cheng inquired, "Yu Yang, what are your plans for the summer?" Yu Yang pondered briefly before replying, "I might just stay home to review my studies and improve my grades." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. "That sounds good, but be sure to take some time to relax as well." Yu Yang smiled. "I know, by the way. You must perform well over in Lincheng." Jiang Cheng assured him confidently, "Of course, I will not let anyone down." At that moment, Grandpa Yu interjected, "Xiao Cheng, when you arrive there, be sure to heed the advice of your elders and approach your tasks with diligence." "Grandpa Yu, I will remember," Jiang Cheng replied. Yu Yang then asked, "What specific tasks will you be handling over there?" Jiang Cheng explained, "Dad has arranged for me to try out the marketing department at my eldest sister's company." Yu Yang remarked, "The marketing department is a great place for growth." Jiang Cheng sighed, "Indeed, but I must admit I feel a bit uncertain about my abilities." Yu Yang encouraged him, "Do not worry. With your intelligence, you will undoubtedly succeed." Jiang Cheng smiled, "I hope so. If you encounter any difficulties at home, feel free to reach out to me." Yu Yang patted his shoulder. "Go ahead and focus on your journey." Checking the time, Jiang Cheng prepared to leave. The Yu family escorted him to the door, where Yu Yang said, "Safe travels. Send me a message once you arrive in Lincheng." Afterward, Jiang Cheng bought a variety of ingredients. Upon returning home, he discovered that Jiang Yuechu was already awake and waiting for him in the living room. "Xiao Cheng, have you finished shopping?" she inquired. Jiang Cheng nodded, and she smiled. "Then let us get everything organized." They busied themselves, packing their bags and preparing the necessary items. In the evening, Jiang Cheng personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. After tasting a dish, Jiang Yuechu praised him. "Xiao Cheng, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, "Sister Yuechu, enjoy as much as you like." After the meal, Jiang Cheng sat on the sofa, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Sister, I understand." The next morning, Jiang Cheng carried his luggage alongside Jiang Yuechu as they set off for the airport. However, his mood was somewhat subdued. He had not received a message from Lu Siqing, not even a farewell. "Xiao Cheng, it's time to go," Jiang Yuechu exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. "Xiao Cheng, always remember to think of your sister." After a prolonged farewell, Jiang Yuechu reluctantly drove away. Jiang Cheng stared at his phone, feeling a sense of confusion. Not even a goodbye. He lamented, whether in this life or the previous one, I am unworthy of her." As the plane took off towards Lincheng, he gazed at the clouds, lost in thought. Chapter 51. Internship. As the plane touched down in Lincheng, Jiang Cheng disembarked, having previously informed his elder sister and the others not to come for him. Aware of their busy schedules, he wished to avoid any inconvenience. Since his car was parked in Yedu, he opted for a taxi. A smile crept across his face as he reminisced about the time his sister had gifted him the villa. Arriving at the villa, he opened the door and beheld the grand structure. Though it had been quite some time since his last visit, it appeared to be well maintained, exuding a sense of warmth and cleanliness. After quickly tidying up his luggage and changing his attire, he prepared to visit his father at Gu Group. Upon reaching the corporate headquarters, he gazed up at the towering building, a wave of anticipation swelling within him. Entering the lobby, Jiang Cheng conveyed his purpose to the receptionist, who politely directed him to the elevator leading to his father's office floor. Standing at the threshold of his father's office, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," called a steady voice from within. Pushing the door open, he saw his father engrossed in work at his desk. "Dad, I'm here," Jiang Cheng announced. His father looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Cheng, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Jiang Cheng settled onto the sofa as his father set aside his work to sit across from him. "The journey was smooth, I trust?" His father inquired with concern. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Yes, Dad, it went quite well. Since you're here, make sure to learn diligently. The responsibilities in the marketing department are no trifling matter. We could discuss it later. For now, let me show you around the headquarters," his father said, rising. "Xiao Cheng, come, I'll give you a thorough tour." As they left the office, his father elaborated on the operations and responsibilities of various departments. "This is the finance department, responsible for the company's cash flow and accounts," he indicated. Jiang Cheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally. They then proceeded to the R&D department. "This is the core of our innovation. The development and enhancement of new products rely heavily on their efforts," his father explained. Observing the industrious researchers, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of admiration. Subsequently, they visited the sales and human resources departments. Upon seeing Jiang Du, the sales team stood in unison. "Hello, General Jiang," they greeted. Jiang Du waved them off, encouraging them to continue their work. After the tour, his father remarked, "You have a general understanding now. Tomorrow, report to your sister's branch office in the marketing department and learn diligently." "I will do my best, Dad," Jiang Cheng affirmed. At the dinner table, Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Xiao Cheng, I heard you're interning at the branch office?" Jiang Cheng felt a bit shy and nodded. "Sister, I appreciate your help." Jiang Yao replied, "Not at all. I'm thrilled to have you." Their father interjected, "Let us discuss your internship, Xiao Cheng. Why don't you share your thoughts?" After some contemplation, Jiang Cheng replied, "I hope to gain a genuine understanding of the company's operational processes during this internship and to master the skills necessary for the marketing department, laying a solid foundation for taking over the family business in the future." His father nodded approvingly. "That's a commendable ambition, but practical application is not straightforward. Xiao Yao, you must keep a close eye on him at the branch. Xiao Cheng, be prepared. The competition in the marketing department is fierce." Jiang Cheng reassured, "Sister, don't worry." Jiang Yao smiled. "Confidence is good, but don't be overconfident. Marketing requires sharp observational skills and sound judgment. Ask questions and learn as much as you can." Jiang Cheng listened earnestly, affirming, "I will remember, sister." His father added, "Additionally, maintain a low profile at the company. Do not exploit your identity for special treatment." Jiang Cheng seemed to recall something. "By the way, sister, I hope to keep a low profile at the company. If employees discover my identity, it may hinder my ability to connect with them and could even lead to some resistance." He continued, "Sister, Dad, I sincerely wish to learn and accumulate experience discreetly. If everyone knows I am the boss's son, it will be challenging to receive genuine opinions and feedback. I want to establish my footing based on my own efforts and abilities, not my heritage." Jiang Yao nodded. "Xiao Cheng, your perspective is quite mature. I support you. As long as you remain aware and work hard, you'll be fine." His father concurred. "It's wonderful that you have such thoughts. Pursue them." However, later that night, Jiang Yao approached Jiang Cheng's room and gently knocked on the door. When he opened it, he looked at her in confusion. "Sister, what is up?" Jiang Yao smiled. "Xiao Cheng, I'd like to sleep with you tonight. Let us have a good chat." Jiang Cheng's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sister, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Let us just sleep separately and talk tomorrow." Jiang Yao feigned annoyance. "But I could accompany you at the beginning of the month." "Can't I now?" Jiang Cheng quickly waved his hands in explanation. Sister, that is not what I meant. It's just not a good time right now. Besides, I didn't intend for us to sleep together. Seeing Jiang Cheng's firm stance, Jiang Yao relented. All right, sleep early then. I'll take you to the company tomorrow. Jiang Cheng sighed in relief. Sister, you too? Good night. After shutting the door, he lay in bed, his mind occupied with thoughts of his internship the next day. Struggling to find sleep. The following morning, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling something pressing down on his hand. He nudged it, but it didn't budge. Groggily, he muttered, Sister, why are you here again? Sister? A familiar female voice reached his ears. Oh, let me sleep a little longer. As he drowsily spoke, he instinctively embraced the person beside him, hoping to drift back to sleep. All right, let us sleep a bit longer. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's eyes flew open as he recognized the figure before him. Lu Xiqing? Noticing his reaction, she smirked. What's wrong? Didn't you want to sleep a bit longer? Jiang Cheng hastily got up. No more sleep. I'm getting up. Lu Xiqing, having achieved her goal, ceased her teasing. I'll wait for you outside. With that, she exited Jiang Cheng's room. He hurriedly changed clothes and opened the door to find Lu Xiqing and Jiang Yao seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Jiang Cheng rushed over, and upon seeing his bewildered expression, the two women couldn't help but laugh. It's Xiqing. I just wanted to tease you. Jiang Yao chuckled. Lu Xiqing added, So, did you miss me? Seeing Jiang Cheng's lack of response, she continued, I planned to give you a surprise, so I contacted Jiang Yao. I arrived just before dawn, walked in, and saw you sleeping, so I decided to join you for a bit. Hee hee. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt elated but didn't want to say too much. All right, Xiao Cheng, eat up. Don't go hungry at the company, Jiang Yao said with concern. Jiang Cheng nodded, quickly finishing his breakfast before heading out. Upon arriving at the branch office, Jiang Cheng followed Jiang Yao's instructions and made his way to the marketing department. The manager, noticing him, approached with a welcoming smile. You must be Jiang Cheng. Welcome to our marketing department, the manager said. Let us get you set up with a workstation, and a colleague will assist you in familiarizing yourself with the workflow. Jiang Cheng followed the manager to his workstation, commencing a new day of labor. During lunch, he sat alone in a corner, enjoying his meal, when a colleague approached him. Hello, my name is Cheng Yu. You seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? Cheng Yu inquired with a smile. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, I am Jiang Cheng. Today marks my first day of internship. Cheng Yu, with warmth, responded. Feel free to ask me anything you might not understand in the future. Jiang Cheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 52. Entering the company through connections thus commenced Jiang Cheng's internship life within the company. Although certain aspects were still somewhat unfamiliar to him, he remained wholly focused and eager to learn. Upon entering, his elder sister, Jiang Yao, inquired with genuine concern, Xiao Cheng, how does your first day feel? Approaching his side, she gently patted his shoulder, saying, Take your time, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you have any questions regarding your work, feel free to ask me anytime. Jiang Cheng nodded, replying, Yes, sister, I understand. Today was mostly about familiarizing myself with some basic processes, and my colleagues were quite enthusiastic. That evening, he retired early to recharge for the following day's tasks. Not only was he proactive in his work, but he also dedicated his leisure time to self-improvement by reading relevant marketing literature. During a departmental meeting, the manager introduced an important upcoming project, soliciting collective input. Jiang Cheng attentively listened to his colleagues' discussions, quietly contemplating his own thoughts. When he heard some proposals from his peers that exhibited evident flaws, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to share his perspective. I believe that when considering market positioning, we could further segment our target customer base, rather than just adhering to the existing plan. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the room. Suddenly, the meeting room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward Jiang Cheng, some expressing surprise while others furrowed their brows. The manager, initially taken aback, encouraged him, Jiang Cheng, please continue. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng elaborated on his viewpoints and suggestions. Manager, the current plan we're discussing primarily targets a rather broad mass market. Implementing a more tailored marketing strategy could potentially enhance our market penetration and customer loyalty. At this juncture, a seasoned colleague interjected, Jiang Cheng, your suggestions sound promising, but the implementation could be quite challenging, and costs may escalate. I understand your concerns, Jiang Cheng replied, but through precise targeting, we can utilize our resources more effectively and improve marketing outcomes. Another colleague raised a doubt. As a newcomer, can you guarantee that this approach will be effective? I cannot assure 100% success, he admitted, but this idea stems from my research on market trends and several successful case studies. Naturally, further discussion and evaluation of feasibility are necessary. The manager nodded, acknowledging Jiang Cheng's ideas merit our deeper consideration. Let us all reflect on how we can refine this proposal. After the meeting, the manager requested a private word with Jiang Cheng. You performed admirably today, showcasing great ideas. However, it's essential to be mindful of how you express differing opinions within the company, as everyone has their own work habits and thought processes, he advised earnestly. Jiang Cheng nodded. Manager, I understand and will be more considerate. I was merely eager to contribute to the project, perhaps a bit too hastily. The manager smiled. It's commendable to have such youthful enthusiasm, but balance is key. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Following this meeting, Jiang Cheng garnered some attention within the department. Some colleagues regarded him as capable and innovative, eager to engage in collaboration with him. However, others perceived his eagerness to prove himself as presumptuous and voiced their discontent. Undeterred by the negative sentiments, Jiang Cheng remained focused on his work and continued to strive for self-improvement. However, troubles soon approached. While engrossed at his workstation, a colleague named Wang Chong approached him. Speaking with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, Jiang Cheng, I hear you were quite the star in the meeting." Jiang Cheng looked up with a smile, "Brother Wang, I merely share my thoughts for the benefit of the project." Wang Chong scoffed, "Humph, what do you know as a newcomer? Don't think your little cleverness will get you far." Though unsettled, Jiang Cheng maintained his composure, responding, "Brother Wang, I acknowledge my lack of experience and recognize there is much I can learn from you. I genuinely wish to contribute to the project." Wang Chong continued his onslaught. "Learn? You should first learn how to behave. Don't think a few compliments from the manager make you special." With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Cheng shook his head in resignation and returned to his work. He understood that encountering such individuals was inevitable in the corporate world, and that he must not let them disrupt his mindset or productivity. On that day, the company assigned a new task requiring collaboration between Jiang Cheng's group and Wang Chong's. During the planning discussions, Wang Chong deliberately picked on Jiang Cheng's suggestions. Dismissing every idea he proposed, Jiang Cheng attempted to communicate, "Brother Wang, regarding this plan, I believe it could enhance efficiency." Wang Chong, impatient, retorted, "Enhance what efficiency? Your idea is too naive. It's simply 1T work." Jiang Cheng patiently explained, "Brother Wang, my thought is that we could initially conduct a small-scale pilot. If successful, we could then roll it out comprehensively." Wang Chong exclaimed, "A pilot? Do you realize how much time and resources that would waste?" "Stop dreaming." Frustration bubbled within Jiang Cheng. Yet he restrained himself, striving to find solutions. After all, this was his sister's company, and he saw no need to create unnecessary troubles for her. Just as he felt lost and confused, Cheng Yu discreetly pulled him aside. "Jiang Cheng, don't stoop to Wang Chong's level. He is simply envious of you. He has not fared well in the company and feels unsettled seeing you excel." Grateful, Jiang Cheng looked at Cheng Yu. "Thank you, I will handle it. I just wish to perform my duties well, never anticipating this would happen." Cheng Yu reassured him, "I understand your feelings. Don't take it too hard. Let us allow our work to speak for itself and win his respect." In the days that followed, Jiang Cheng intensified his efforts, and his performance continued to shine. The manager took notice and increasingly commended him. However, Wang Chong was not about to relent. Unexpectedly, he allied with a few colleagues with whom he had established rapport, intentionally causing Jiang Cheng trouble at work and spreading rumors behind his back, claiming he had only secured his position through connections. Upon learning of these developments, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of anger, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, as he indeed had entered the company through connections. Chapter 53. Ignored upon return. Witnessing Jiang Cheng's increasing prominence within the company, Wang Chong's jealousy ignited fervently within him. He began disseminating rumors that Jiang Cheng had secured his position through connections, further embellishing tales that Jiang Cheng had engaged in deceitful practices at work, attributing his successes solely to sycophancy towards the manager. These rumors gradually circulated throughout the office, causing some uninformed colleagues to cast suspicious glances at Jiang Cheng. Although Jiang Cheng felt discomfort in his heart, he understood that the more he rushed to defend himself, the more it might appear as though he was guilty. Thus, he opted for silence, choosing to demonstrate his capabilities through diligent action. However, Wang Chang was undeterred. Noticing Jiang Cheng's unyielding demeanor, he escalated his efforts, rallying more colleagues to isolate Jiang Cheng further. In the workplace, he intentionally obstructed Jiang Cheng's tasks and even delayed progress, resulting in significant setbacks for their project. The manager, upon discovering the issues within the project, summoned both Wang Chang and Jiang Cheng for a discussion. Unable to contain his anger, Jiang Cheng found himself embroiled in a heated argument with Wang Chang in the office. Wang Chang seized the moment to declare, "Manager, this is all Jiang Cheng's fault. He operates independently within the team, lacking any sense of collaboration. He disregards all our suggestions." Fuming, Jiang Cheng retorted, "Wang Chang, you are slandering me. You have persistently nitpicked my proposals and have deliberately refused to cooperate." Wang Chang scoffed, "Jiang Cheng, stop making excuses. Every time we discuss plans, you stubbornly cling to your own opinions, utterly disregarding the thoughts of the rest of the team." Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "That is because my proposals are the result of thorough contemplation, supported by extensive market research and data. Conversely, you dismiss them without justification, purely out of spite." Raising his voice, Wang Chang shot back, "Stop your nonsense. It is your obstinacy that has severely delayed the project's progress." Jiang Cheng, infuriated, challenged Wang Chang, "Can you honestly say who is truly hindering our progress? I have been tirelessly pushing the project forward while you merely create chaos." With arms crossed and a derisive smile, Wang Chang replied, "Humph, you truly know how to embellish your own image. If it weren't for you, would the project have so many issues?" The manager intervened, his voice booming, "Enough. This is not the time for mutual accusations. We must focus on resolving the problem." As they exited the manager's office, Wang Chang cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Cheng, sneering, "Jiang Cheng, this is the consequence of opposing me." Jiang Cheng shot him a fierce glare, stating, "Wang Chang, your actions will not lead to a favorable outcome." As time elapsed, Jiang Cheng continued to work diligently despite the adversity. His professionalism and dedication gradually earned him the respect of some colleagues, who began to question Wang Chang's words and proactively sought collaboration with Jiang Cheng. Yet, Wang Chang's jealousy had reached a frenzied peak. One evening, as Jiang Cheng was preparing to leave the office, Wang Chang, accompanied by several of his allies, approached Jiang Cheng's workstation menacingly. "Jiang Cheng, it's time to settle the score," Wang Chang declared ominously. Jiang Cheng looked up, cautiously observing them. "Wang Chang, what do you intend to do? What do you think? You've humiliated me in the office, and today you will learn the consequences," Wang Chang threatened, raising his fist. Jiang Cheng stood firm, refusing to back down. "Wang Chang, do not act recklessly. This is a workplace." "And what of it? I won't be able to swallow my pride unless I teach you a lesson today," Wang Chang insisted, preparing to strike. At that moment, Cheng Yu and several colleagues who supported Jiang Cheng rushed over. "Wang Chang, don't go too far," Cheng Yu shouted. "This is a matter between Jiang Cheng and me. You should stay out of it," Wang Chang barked. "You cannot run rampant in the office, bullying your colleagues." "We cannot stand idly by," Cheng Yu replied. The tension in the air thickened as both sides stood their ground. Hearing the commotion, the manager approached, demanding, "What is going on here? This is unacceptable." Wang Chang, witnessing the manager's arrival, lost his earlier bravado. "Manager, Jiang Cheng," he began, attempting to explain. "I have seen enough, Wang Chang. You have been undermining team harmony with your underhanded tactics, and I can no longer tolerate it." Effective immediately, "You are suspended for reflection," the manager declared sternly. Wang Chang's face drained of color. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Jiang Cheng exhaled in relief, thanking the manager. The manager, regarding Jiang Cheng, stated, I have been observing your performance. Do not allow these incidents to affect your work. In order to thrive in this company, one must not only possess competence, but also navigate the intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Jiang Cheng refrained from relaying these matters to Jiang Yao, aware of her busy schedule and not wishing to burden her further. The following day, news of Wang Chang's suspension spread throughout the company. Those who had previously sided with Wang Chang began to mend their relationships with Jiang Cheng, admitting they had been misled. Jiang Cheng bore novedades, choosing to embrace understanding and forgiveness, though he remained wary of a select few who had willingly followed Wang Chang. Meanwhile, during his period of introspection at home, Wang Chang failed to recognize his own faults, attributing all misfortune to Jiang Cheng, convinced that Jiang Cheng had usurped his opportunities. Jiang Cheng, don't get too smug. This is far from over, Wang Chang seethed. Jiang Cheng calmly replied, Wang Cheng, do you still not comprehend? Your jealousy and narrow-mindedness have led to your own downfall. Wang Cheng, scoffing, turned away. As Jiang Cheng concluded his workday and departed the office, the night enveloped the streets and the lights flickered on. He walked homeward as usual, his thoughts consumed by the day's events. Suddenly, at a secluded alleyway, Wang Cheng and several burly men obstructed Jiang Cheng's path. Jiang Cheng, today you have nowhere to run, Wang Cheng snarled. Jiang Cheng halted, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed them, his heart devoid of any trepidation. He had long anticipated Wang Cheng's relentless pursuit. Wang Cheng, you're truly relentless, Jiang Cheng remarked coolly. Wang Cheng sneered, today marks your end. Jiang Cheng surveyed his surroundings and confidently stated, Wang Cheng, do you truly believe this will suffice to intimidate me? One of the hulking men stepped forward, swinging his fist. Kid, don't be so cocky. You're about to learn a lesson. Jiang Cheng merely smiled. Is that all you've got? Wang Cheng barked, stop wasting time, attack. The group of men lunged at Jiang Cheng simultaneously. He deftly sidestepped the first attacker, delivering an elbow strike to his back, causing him to stagger. Another assailant attempted a surprise attack from behind, but Jiang Cheng, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly crouched down and executed a sweeping kick, sending the attacker crashing to the ground. Wang Cheng stood by, dumbfounded. He had never anticipated Jiang Cheng's remarkable skills. As Jiang Cheng continued to fend off the attacks, he remarked, Wang Cheng, do you think violence can resolve your problems? Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. As long as I can incapacitate you, any means will suffice. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Jiang Cheng launched a powerful kick into the abdomen of one of the remaining attackers, who fell to the ground in agony. Now, only 2 assailants remained, their expressions betraying a hint of fear. Jiang Cheng gazed intently at them, inquiring, are you still going to continue? The 2 burly men exchanged glances, their hesitation palpable. Observing their reluctance, Wang Cheng bellowed, what are you afraid of? Let's go. At that moment, the distant sound of a police siren pierced the air. Wang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. We must leave. The moment the men heard the siren, panic ensued, and they hastily followed Wang Cheng's lead in fleeing the scene. Jiang Cheng watched their retreating figures, releasing a sigh of relief. He had long anticipated the frequent police patrols in this area, which was why he had chosen to walk here. Continuing his journey home, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Cheng. He understood that a person like Wang Cheng would continue to pose problems unless he underwent a profound transformation. Upon arriving home, Jiang Cheng tended to the minor abrasions on his body. His elder sister, Jiang Yao, noticed his condition and inquired with concern, Xiao Cheng, what happened to you? Not wishing to alarm her, Jiang Cheng downplayed the incident, remarking, it's nothing, sister. I just had a little fall on the way. Jiang Yao looked at him skeptically. Really? You mustn't hide anything from your sister. Jiang Cheng smiled reassuringly. Sister, truly, I am fine, so please don't worry. With a sigh, Jiang Yao responded, all right then, just be more careful when walking next time. Meanwhile, after Jiang Cheng had fallen asleep, Lu Xiqing quietly emerged from the next room and stealthily climbed into his bed. Chapter 54. Never again upon awakening from a restless slumber the next day, Jiang Cheng was beset by a profound sense of physical discomfort, as if he had endured a fierce battle. Slowly, he pried open his heavy eyelids, only to be jolted into full awareness by the sight that greeted him. Lu Siqing lay peacefully beside him, her delicate features radiating an unusual tranquility in sleep. Jiang Cheng shook his head in resignation and gently nudged her, murmuring, "Wake up! How did you end up here again?" Stirred by his gentle prodding, Lu Siqing rubbed her sleepy eyes. Jiang Cheng sat up, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. He shook his head, urging himself to shake off the remnants of slumber. Although he had done nothing amiss, the sight of them together could easily lead to misunderstandings. After hastily refreshing himself and donning a crisp business suit, he prepared to head to the office. Along the way, myriad events from the recent past at work replayed in his mind, particularly the perplexing behavior exhibited by Wang Chong. Wang Chong's jealousy and antagonism loomed over him like an ominous cloud, casting a shadow upon his thoughts. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Cheng entered his workspace as usual. However, his eyes widened in astonishment when he spotted Wang Chong's familiar figure occupying a position that should have been vacated. Had he really returned so swiftly? Jiang Cheng pondered, though he quickly admonished himself to refrain from meddling and focus on his own responsibilities. Fate, however, had other plans for him. In the afternoon, while engrossed in a work task, Jiang Cheng stumbled upon discrepancies in the company's financial records. Certain expenditures and income entries appeared murky, igniting a flicker of unease within him. His keen intuition warned him that this was no mere oversight. For the next few days, Jiang Cheng was consumed by the anomalies he had discovered, rendering him somewhat distracted at work. His colleagues took note of his unusual demeanor, casting curious and puzzled glances in his direction. Yet, fully aware of the sensitivity surrounding the matter, he refrained from providing them with excessive explanations. On Tuesday, while immersed in the overwhelming task of organizing a mountain of documents, he sought to unearth clues related to the financial discrepancies. Just as he was deeply focused, Cheng Yu gently pushed the door open and entered. "Jiang Cheng, what has been bothering you these past few days? You don't seem quite yourself." Cheng Yu inquired with genuine concern etched across her face. Meeting her earnest gaze, Jiang Cheng hesitated briefly before deciding to confide in her about the financial issues and his suspicions regarding Wang Chong. "Cheng Yu, I've unearthed some troubling irregularities in the company's accounts. I suspect they may be linked to Wang Chong's reinstatement," he stated, his voice low and serious. Cheng Yu's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "What? Is that possible?" Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation, his gaze resolute. "I wish I were mistaken, but all signs indicate that the matter is more complex than it appears." Cheng Yu furrowed her brow, anxiety creeping into her demeanor. "What should we do then?" After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of determination flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes. "Let us keep this under wraps for now and continue our investigation discreetly, seeking more compelling evidence." Cheng Yu nodded, her eyes reflecting trust. "All right, but be careful not to let Wang Chong catch on." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Cheng Yu felt an inexplicable faith in this newcomer. Jiang Cheng nodded firmly, immersing himself in the pressing inquiry. Diligence bore fruit, as he discovered that some crucial financial documents appear to have been tampered with, involving substantial sums that could not be dismissed as mere errors. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed that a grand conspiracy lay hidden beneath the surface. While Jiang Cheng was tirelessly searching for evidence, Wang Chong, now reinstated, seemed to have sensed Jiang Cheng's unusual behavior. Cunning and narrow-minded, Wang Chong perceived a potential threat in Jiang Cheng's actions and began to closely monitor him, hoping to uncover a weakness that would once again place Jiang Cheng at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to Jiang Cheng, Wang Chong deliberately created obstacles in his work, complicating tasks that should have been straightforward, thus hindering Jiang Cheng's progress. Though Jiang Cheng recognized Wang Chong's malicious intent, he refused to let these distractions deter him. He understood the importance of maintaining composure and focus amidst Wang Chong's petty schemes, remaining steadfast in his investigation of the financial discrepancies. During the lunch break, while most of the office personnel indulged in rest and relaxation, Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity to discreetly visit the finance office. Knowing that the room would be relatively empty at this hour, he aimed to locate crucial financial records. With meticulous caution, he rummaged through the filing cabinets, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he unearthed a vital document, the door to the finance office swung open abruptly, and Wang Cheng's familiar yet loathsome voice echoed in the air. "Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here?" Wang Cheng confronted him, suspicion and provocation evident in his gaze. With a contemptuous sneer, Wang Cheng retorted, "Really? It seems you have ulterior motives." Jiang Cheng shot him a cold stare, his tone unwavering. "Wang Cheng, do not slander me. I am merely fulfilling my professional duties." Wang Cheng's expression darkened as he advanced, attempting to snatch the document from Jiang Cheng's grasp. "Hand it over. This is not something you can peruse at will." Refusing to relinquish the document, Jiang Cheng held it tightly, meeting Wang Cheng's gaze with defiance. "Wang Cheng, are you feeling guilty?" The two men remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Their heated exchange attracted the attention of other colleagues in the finance office, who began to gather around them. Realizing that he could not press his advantage at that moment, Wang Cheng released his grip, casting Jiang Cheng a venomous glare as he spat. "Jiang Cheng, you wait and see. I will not let you prevail." Watching Wang Cheng's departing figure, Jiang Cheng silently mused. It seems the company harbors quite a few parasites. Upon entering the room, Jiang Cheng was met with Lu Siqing's resentful gaze. It dawned on him that he had neglected her in the midst of his work-related turmoil, and a twinge of guilt washed over him. He approached her and gently sat down beside her, speaking softly, "Oh, don't be upset. It's my fault." Lu Siqing remained unresponsive, her irritation palpable. Jiang Cheng chuckled helplessly, taking her hand in his and proposing, "How about I treat you to dinner as an apology?" This elicited a slight reaction from Lu Siqing, who turned to him and remarked, "Now that's more like it." They ventured to a restaurant where Jiang Cheng ordered Lu Siqing's favorite dishes. Throughout the meal, he served her with enthusiasm, sharing amusing anecdotes to elicit her laughter. After dining, he took her for a stroll through the mall. Lu Siqing's eyes sparkled at the sight of beautiful clothes and accessories. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng purchased anything that caught her fancy. After a while, Lu Siqing's spirits lifted entirely. She grasped Jiang Cheng's hand, grinning, "You did well this time. If you continue to treat me like this, I might just bite you." Jiang Cheng nodded earnestly, promising, "I shall never falter again." As they laughed and chatted, the earlier tensions seemed to fade away, leaving behind nothing but joy. Though they were not yet lovers, their bond was indeed deeper than that of many couples. Chapter 55, What Are You Doing? Subsequently, Jiang Cheng acted with increasing caution. In order to delve deeper into the discrepancies in the company's accounts, he approached Chengyu, requesting her to connect him with a reputable financial expert. This acquaintance was well regarded in the industry, possessing both extensive experience and keen insight. Jiang Cheng eagerly handed over the relevant financial documents he had gathered to Chengyu, awaiting the analysis with bated breath. When Chengyu's friend informed him that the accounting issues were alarmingly severe, potentially involving embezzlement and misappropriation of funds, a heavy weight sank within Jiang Cheng's heart. The news struck him like a leaden stone, pressing down upon him. He speculated that his elder sister was likely unaware of these matters, considering how busy she usually was. Jiang Cheng was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and after careful consideration, he resolved to consult the manager. Little did he know, the manager was clandestinely aligned with someone else. Upon entering the manager's office, he found the manager wearing a troubled expression, as if besieged by a multitude of dilemmas. "Manager, I have something important to report." Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to speak. The manager looked up, his eyes revealing weariness and resignation. "Go on," he said. Since Jiang Cheng's arrival, troubles had been incessantly brewing. Jiang Cheng laid bare his findings, his suspicions concerning Wang Cheng, and the analysis provided by his professional friend. As the manager listened, his countenance grew increasingly grave. "Jiang Cheng, your discoveries are indeed shocking, but without concrete evidence, we must proceed with caution. Mishandling this could not only disrupt the company's operations, but also implicate innocent parties." Emerging from the manager's office, Jiang Cheng felt a profound heaviness in his heart. He struggled to comprehend the manager's concerns, yet he was fully aware of the challenges he faced. Moreover, he believed that if the manager genuinely investigated, the truth would surely come to light. Returning to his workstation, He barely had time to settle in before he was met with Wang Chang's piercing mockery. Jiang Cheng, do you think you can pull off any tricks? Save your breath. He understood that engaging in a war of words with Wang Chang would be futile. Only by uncovering irrefutable evidence could he render Wang Chang speechless. Cheng Yu approached him, whispering a few words. Upon hearing her, Jiang Cheng's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Cheng Yu had just informed him that Wang Chang was not acting alone. He had a small clique backing him. This group was clandestinely colluding within the company, operating with impunity. Jiang Cheng realized he was contending not merely with Wang Chang, but with a complex web of vested interests. After lunch, an anonymous letter appeared on his desk. The warning within was sharp and threatening. Mind your own business, or suffer the consequences. Jiang Cheng stared at the letter, a blaze of fury igniting within him. He recognized this as a desperate attempt to intimidate him, further solidifying his resolve to uncover the truth. Undeterred by the anonymous threat, he was even more determined to expedite his investigation. Working late into the night, the company was deserted, save for the light still glowing in Jiang Cheng's office. As he prepared to conclude his work, he unexpectedly discovered some peculiar files on his computer. Though they appeared innocuous, Jiang Cheng's keen intuition signaled that something was amiss. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a meticulously crafted scheme. Trying to frame me with these? He muttered, swiftly saving the files to present to the manager the following day. At dawn, Jiang Cheng hurried to the manager's office, files in hand. However, upon entering, he found Wang Chang there, preemptively casting accusations. Manager, Jiang Cheng has been operating outside the bounds of his responsibilities and attempting to alter crucial company documents, Wang Chang declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Furious, Jiang Cheng glared at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, do not spout nonsense. These documents were deliberately placed on my computer to frame me. The manager, witnessing the escalating conflict, interjected, enough. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Jiang Cheng and Wang Chang fell silent, yet their eyes were rife with animosity. Jiang Cheng, I suggest you back off while you still can, lest you find yourself in dire straits, Wang Chang taunted. Jiang Cheng raised his head, his gaze unwavering. Wang Chang, do you not fear retribution for your misdeeds? Wang Chang sneered, retribution? Ha! Do not attempt to intimidate me. The manager will not believe you, without evidence. Your words are futile. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists. Wang Chang, do not revel in your arrogance. I will find the evidence. Wang Chang erupted into a mocking laugh. Go ahead, take your time. Jiang Cheng seethed. Wang Chang, you will regret this. During a departmental meeting, Wang Chang again sought to provoke Jiang Cheng. The proposal you are responsible for is riddled with flaws. Have you even put in any effort? He accused, deliberately addressing the group. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. Responding calmly, Wang Chang, do not nitpick. I have thoroughly verified and revised this proposal, and it meets the company's standards. Wang Chang scoffed dismissively. Meets the standards? You are merely going through the motions. At that moment, a colleague, Xiao Li, who had long been critical of Wang Chang's demeanor, could no longer remain silent. Wang Chang, do not go too far. Everyone can see Jiang Cheng's hard work. Wang Chang shot Xiao Li a glare. What give you the right to speak here? Xiao Li stood his ground. Wang Chang's expression darkened. So, you all wish to rebel alongside Jiang Cheng, do you? Jiang Cheng quickly interjected. Everyone, let's not quarrel. We should focus on our work. Wang Chang, if you have criticisms of my proposal, please offer specific suggestions for improvement instead of merely pointing fingers. Wang Chang, however, persisted. Jiang Cheng, do not think that just because others speak on your behalf, you can evade responsibility. After the meeting, Jiang Cheng encountered Wang Chang in the break room. Jiang Cheng, I heard you are still searching for evidence. Let me tell you, you'll find nothing. Wang Chang taunted. Wang Chang, your actions will inevitably leave traces. Jiang Cheng retorted. Wang Chang laughed. Traces? Even if there were, I would have erased them long ago. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Wang Chang, your confidence will be your downfall. You are blind to the unforeseen. Let us wait and see. Wang Chang scoffed, exiting the break room with his cup in hand. As Jiang Cheng contemplated the next steps in his investigation, Cheng Yu entered. Jiang Cheng, I heard Wang Chang is causing you more trouble, she said with concern. Jiang Cheng sighed. He has not let up at all. Cheng Yu lowered her voice. I think you should be cautious. I sense that Wang Chong and his cohorts will not relent. Jiang Cheng nodded. I understand. Thank you. I must be off now. Goodbye. Cheng replied as she departed. Jiang Cheng pondered the reasons behind Wang Chong's audacity, feeling overwhelmed. Deciding to cease his ruminations, he prepared to leave for the day, only to see Wang Chong emerging from the manager's office. Without further thought, he gathered his belongings and left for home. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the couch, exhaling deeply. The house was empty, likely because everyone was preoccupied. He lay there, gazing at the ceiling, his mind inexplicably drifting to the images of his sisters and Lu Siqing. What are you doing, Jiang Cheng? A familiar female voice called out. Chapter 56. Do you actually like me? What are you up to? Jiang Cheng. A familiar female voice rang out. Jiang Cheng abruptly sat up from the sofa, and there stood Lu Siqing, her face radiant with a smile. Jiang Cheng hurriedly waved his hand. No, I just didn't expect it. Lu Siqing sat down beside him, observing his furrowed brows. Have you not resolved your work issues? Jiang Cheng sighed. Oh, don't even mention it. Lu Siqing gently patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Don't be too troubled. I'm here to help you relax. Jiang Cheng looked at her in confusion. What can you do? Lu Siqing smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. With that, she suddenly reached out and tickled Jiang Cheng at his waist. Caught off guard, Jiang Cheng laughed. Stop it. He laughed while attempting to evade her. However, Lu Siqing was relentless. I won't let you mope around all day. Today, I must have some fun with you. Jiang Cheng dodged and weaved, causing chaos on the sofa. I yield. Jiang Cheng laughed, so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. Only then did Lu Siqing relent. Let us see if you dare to look so glum again. Jiang Cheng panted. A 1T, I promise. The two settled down, and Lu Siqing gazed at Jiang Cheng. You should put too much pressure on yourself. Things will eventually work out. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, I know. Lu Siqing's eyes twinkled. Then I have a surprise for you. She pulled out a box from her bag and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Curiously, he accepted it. What is this? Lu Siqing smiled. Open it and see. As he opened the box, he discovered a beautifully crafted photo album. Flipping through its pages, he found a collection of photographs chronicling their journey together from their first meeting to the present. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. When do we take these? Lu Siqing leaned against him. The implication of this is that it signifies after marriage. Of course, she couldn't say that outright, as she still felt a bit shy despite possessing memories of a past life. Jiang Cheng grasped Lu Siqing's hand tightly. Thank you, Siqing. Lu Siqing playfully replied. Just saying thank you 1T do. You need to show it. Jiang Cheng looked bewildered. Show what? Lu Siqing pointed to the kitchen. Go make me something delicious. Jiang Cheng grimaced. All right, I'll show you what I can do. Lu Siqing urged him. Hurry up. Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng headed to the kitchen while Lu Siqing chuckled in the living room. Under Jiang Cheng's skilled hands, a sumptuous dinner was soon prepared. They sat at the dining table, sharing laughter and conversation as they ate. After dinner, Lu Siqing pulled Jiang Cheng back to the living room. Come on, let's play a game. Jiang Cheng asked, what game? Lu Siqing produced a deck of cards. Let's play high card. Jiang Cheng smiled, sure. However, Jiang Cheng lost several rounds, causing Lu Siqing to laugh heartily. Jiang Cheng, your luck is terrible today. Lu Siqing teased. Jiang Cheng feigned anger. You must be cheating. Lu Siqing made a funny face. I'm not. You're just not very bright. As they quarreled and laughed, time slipped away unnoticed. Oh dear, it's getting late. We should sleep. Lu Siqing glanced at the time. Lu Siqing nodded. You have to work tomorrow, so rest early and don't dwell on your troubles. All right, but you better not sneak into my room again tonight. Jiang Cheng said sternly. Upon hearing this, Lu Siqing's face flushed, and she playfully retorted, Humph, who would want to go to your room? Dream on. Jiang Cheng chuckled. That is good night. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with thoughts of Jiang Cheng. She first took her phone and sent a message to Jiang Yao. Sister Jiang Yao, something seems off with Jiang Cheng. There might be an issue with your company. After sending the message, she sat up and walked to the cabinet, took out a bottle of wine, poured a small glass, and took a gentle sip. The alcohol emboldened Lu Siqing, making her usual shyness seem a distant memory. She thought of Jiang Cheng's handsome face and gentle eyes, and a wave of impulse surged within her. Dressed in a loose nightgown, she tiptoed to Jiang Cheng's room. After hesitating for a moment, she finally pushed the door open gently. Jiang Cheng was already fast asleep, his steady breathing echoing clearly in the quiet room. Lu Xiqing slowly approached the bed, gazing at Jiang Cheng's sleeping face in the dim moonlight. She reached out, lightly touching his cheek, and whispered, "Jiang Cheng, you silly boy." Jiang Cheng sensed the touch in his dreams, groggily opening his eyes to see Lu Xiqing standing by the bed, startling him. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Cheng asked in surprise. Lu Xiqing playfully said, "Can I come?" Jiang Cheng sat up, rubbing his eyes. "It's the middle of the night." "And you?" Before he could finish, Lu Xiqing lunged into his embrace. "Jiang Cheng, I like you," Lu Xiqing boldly declared. Jiang Cheng was taken aback by this sudden move, unsure where to place his hands. "Xiqing, don't do this. Have you had too much to drink?" Jiang Cheng tried to push her away, but Lu Xiqing clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. "I haven't drunk too much. I'm very clear-headed." "Jiang Cheng, do you actually like me?" Jiang Cheng helplessly replied, "Of course I like you, but no buts." Lu Xiqing interrupted him. "I don't want to wait any longer. I need you to be clear with me tonight." Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xiqing, feeling both touched and helpless. "Xiqing, I'm afraid of hurting you. Our feelings should develop gradually." Lu Xiqing lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Cheng, I don't want to take it slow. I want to be with you right now." Jiang Cheng was somewhat swayed by Lu Xiqing's determination, gently embracing her. "Xiqing, do you know? I've always wanted to work hard to give you a better future." Lu Xiqing smiled. "I don't need a future. I just want you here with me now." They held each other tightly, their heartbeats resonating in the silence. After a while, Jiang Cheng gently pushed Lu Xiqing away. Reluctantly, Lu Xiqing stood up. "Jiang Cheng, are you really letting me go?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "Xiqing, be good. We'll talk properly tomorrow." Lu Xiqing pouted, slowly walking toward the door. "Wait." At that moment, as Jiang Cheng called to Lu Xiqing, time seemed to stand still. Lu Xiqing turned around in confusion, and before she could react, Jiang Cheng dashed forward, pulling her tightly into his embrace and then leaning down to kiss her. The kiss was passionate and intense, filled with the emotions Jiang Cheng had suppressed for so long. Their breaths quickened, hearts pounding as if everything else around them had vanished, leaving only each other. Looking at her sleeping face, he smiled. The next morning, Jiang Cheng awoke, recalling the events of the previous night, and couldn't help but chuckle. After freshening up, he entered the living room and found Lu Xiqing sitting on the sofa, her face flushed. "Xiqing, good morning," Jiang Cheng greeted. Lu Xiqing dared not meet Jiang Cheng's gaze. "Morning." Jiang Cheng sat beside Lu Xiqing. "About last night," Lu Xiqing quickly interrupted. "I had too much to drink last night. Don't mind it." Lu Xiqing looked up in surprise at Jiang Cheng. "Oh my." Jiang Cheng. Chapter 57. Finally captured. Jiang Cheng smiled, ceasing to tease Lu Xiqing. "All right, I must head to work now. Take care at home." Lu Xiqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, go ahead and be safe." Upon arriving at the company, Jiang Cheng had scarcely settled in when Wang Chong swaggered over, his tone dripping with disdain. "Jiang Cheng, that matter from yesterday is far from over." Jiang Cheng frowned. "Wang Chong, what more do you want?" Wang Chong scoffed. "What do I want? You've ruined my plans, and don't think I'll let it slide." Jiang Cheng retorted with righteous indignation. "Wang Chong, your misdeeds will inevitably come to light." Wang Chong chuckled derisively. "Just you? I suggest you keep your head down, or you'll regret it." With that, he brazenly swept Jiang Cheng's documents off the desk, scattering them across the floor in disarray. Jiang Cheng glared at him. "Wang Chong, don't go too far." Wang Chong, however, sauntered away without a care. Resigned, Jiang Cheng crouched down to pick up the scattered papers. Unexpectedly, a short while later, the manager summoned him into the office. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the reason for the manager's request. "Jiang Cheng, your recent performance has been rather unsatisfactory," the manager remarked, his expression grim. Jiang Cheng looked up in surprise. Attempting to explain, "Manager, I've been working diligently. It's Wang Chong who has been targeting me." The manager interrupted impatiently. "No excuses. Wang Chong claims you're not cooperating with the team, hindering project progress." Jiang Cheng, infuriated, protested. "Manager, This is nothing but slander. The issue lies with Wang Chong. The manager slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, Jiang Cheng, I don't want to hear your explanations. You forfeited this month as performance bonus. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Manager, this is unjust. Just as Jiang Cheng and the manager were engaged in a heated argument, the office door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Jiang Yao entered with a stern expression, her steps confident and powerful. Her piercing gaze cut through the tension in the room like a blade, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Upon seeing Jiang Yao, the manager appeared as if struck by lightning, trembling and paling to a ghostly white. His lips quivered uncontrollably, and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, revealing his profound panic and unease. Jiang Zong, what brings you here? He stammered, his voice quaking with evident fear, as if he lacked the strength to speak. Jiang Cheng, momentarily taken aback by his sister's arrival, took a few seconds to regain his composure. Sister, he exclaimed. Jiang Yao approached Jiang Cheng, her stern demeanor softening as she gently said, Xiao Cheng, remember to tell your sister whenever there's something wrong. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she lightly patted his shoulder. Then, she turned her gaze, sharp as a hawk's, towards the manager and Wang Chong, her expression hardening. You two, do not think I am unaware of the underhanded schemes you've orchestrated in the company. The manager, hearing Jiang Yao's words, broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Zong, this is a misunderstanding, he stuttered, filled with dread and regret. He had never anticipated that the Jiang Cheng he had oppressed would have a formidable ally like Jiang Yao. He lamented his short-sightedness in offending Jiang Cheng, realizing too late the consequences of his actions. Jiang Yao sneered, her laughter laced with scorn. A misunderstanding? I have thoroughly investigated. You two have embezzled company funds and oppressed employees, thinking you could escape unscathed? I am here to settle accounts today. Wang Chong, hearing Jiang Yao's words, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face turned ashen, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Jiang Zong, spare me. I realize my mistakes now, he pleaded, his voice quivering with a hint of sobbing, filled with regret for his reckless actions. Jiang Yao replied sternly, Now you recognize your blunders? It is too late. You have committed grave offenses, and you shall face the full brunt of the law. At this moment, the manager clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to plead for mercy. Jiang Zong, considering my years of service to the company, I may not have merit, but I have endured hardships. Please forgive me this once. I promise to work diligently and atone for my wrongs. His voice was laden with desperation, eyes brimming with remorse. Jiang Yao cut him off without hesitation. You have worked for the company for years, and should have been grateful for the opportunities given to you, yet you chose to undermine the company's interests. This is unforgivable. Your actions have caused immense damage to the company and subjected other employees to injustice. I will not show leniency due to your past. The law will impose the punishment you deserve. The manager and Wang Chong, upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, fell into utter despair, acutely aware that they could not evade the consequences of their actions. Jiang Yao, with unwavering resolve, called for security to escort them away for appropriate action. The security personnel swiftly approached, seizing the arms of the manager and Wang Chong. The manager hung his head, resembling a deflated balloon, devoid of any will to resist. Wang Chong, however, was seething with rage, nearly being dragged away by the security. As they were let out, they continued to beg for forgiveness. But it was far too late. Wang Chong, overwhelmed by despair and fury, reflected on how he had lost his job because of Jiang Cheng. His once bright future had dissolved into nothingness, rendering his prospects bleak. Suddenly, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, he broke free from the security's grasp. Drawing a small pair of scissors from his pocket, his eyes ablaze with fury, he charged at Jiang Cheng, shouting, Jiang Cheng, you've ruined me. I'll make you pay. Jiang Cheng, startled by Wang Chong's sudden advance, instinctively prepared to evade. However, Wang Chong's speed was remarkable, and during his attempt to dodge, Jiang Cheng was still grazed on the arm. A sharp pain shot through him, but disregarding the agony, he engaged in a struggle with Wang Chong. In a fit of madness, Wang Chong swung the scissors wildly. Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Wang Chong's wrist, causing the scissors to tumble to the ground. With all his strength, Jiang Cheng then landed a powerful punch to Wang Chong's face, sending him crashing to the floor. Yet, Jiang Cheng, injured, found himself slightly unsteady. Onlookers were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Yao rushed forward to support Jiang Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched on her face. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. "Sister, I'm fine. It's just a minor scrape." At this moment, the security personnel managed to restrain Wang Chong once more. Lying on the floor, Wang Chong gasped for breath, his eyes still filled with resentment. "Wang Chong, you've gone completely mad," Jiang Yao exclaimed in anger. Wang Chong retorted with a bitter laugh. "Mad? You're the ones who forced me." Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Chong and remarked, "Wang Chong, you've brought this upon yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself." Wang Chong fell silent, merely sneering. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng was escorted by Jiang Yao to a nearby hospital for treatment. Upon receiving the news, Lu Xiqing hurried to the hospital. "Jiang Cheng, how could you be injured?" Lu Xiqing's face was a portrait of anxiety and concern. Jiang Cheng reassured her, "Xiqing, do not worry. It is merely some minor wounds." Lu Xiqing gazed sorrowfully at Jiang Cheng's injuries, seemingly lost in thought. Under the care of the doctor, Jiang Cheng's wounds were dressed. The physician advised him to rest adequately and to avoid any risk of infection. Upon returning home, Lu Xiqing tended to Jiang Cheng with great care. "You should focus on resting these days. Do not think about work," Lu Xiqing said. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I owe my safety to my elder sister's timely intervention. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened." Lu Xiqing sighed. "You must exercise caution at the company. Avoid encountering such dangerous individuals in the future." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Fear not. I am the disciple of my second sister, and quite capable." Meanwhile, Wang Chong was taken away by the police. In the precinct, he finally regained his senses and realized the severe repercussions of his impulsive actions. "How could I have been so rash?" Wang Chong lamented. However, it was too late. He faced legal consequences not only for embezzling public funds and suppressing employees, but now also for intentionally harming another, compounding his offenses. Within the company, employees gradually learned of the incident and expressed sympathy and concern for Jiang Cheng, while simultaneously feeling disgusted by Wang Chong's actions. Jiang Cheng is truly unfortunate to encounter someone like Wang Chong. Wang Chong brought this upon himself. He deserves every bit of it. "Wang Chong, you finally got what was coming to you." Colleagues shared their stories of the torment they had endured under Wang Chong's bullying. As for Jiang Cheng, he had already succumbed to a deep slumber on the sofa. Lu Xiqing watched over him, occasionally pinching his cheek with tenderness. Chapter 58. Little white on this day of recuperation at home. The morning sun gently filtered through the window like a delicate veil, casting a warm and pleasant glow throughout the room. The golden rays seemed to carry a healing power, filling the space with vitality and hope. In the early hours, Jiang Cheng was still enveloped in sweet slumber, a tranquil smile gracing his face as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Lu Xiqing entered the room quietly, her footsteps as light as a cat's, careful not to rouse the sleeping Jiang Cheng. In her hand, she held a small spray bottle filled with crystal-clear water, which sparkled under the sunlight. A mysterious smile danced upon her lips, tinged with a hint of mischief and anticipation. She tiptoed to the bedside, her eyes glinting with playful delight, and gently sprayed a fine mist of water onto Jiang Cheng's face. The unexpected coolness jolted him awake, causing him to sit up abruptly, his hair tousled and eyes still hazy, staring in bewilderment at Lu Xiqing, who was doubled over with laughter. "Ha, Jiang Cheng, it's time to rise," she exclaimed, her mirth almost bringing her to tears as she clutched her stomach, shaking with giggles. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Cheng wiped the droplets from his face, the water cascading down his cheeks and onto the blanket. Pretending to be angry, he shot her a glare, but his eyes betrayed a fondness that softened his expression. Lu Xiqing stifled her laughter, approaching him gently and taking his hand. "All right, get up and freshen up. A new day awaits us." After they had both washed up, They made their way to the living room, which was bathed in sunlight, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Lu Xiqing retrieved a beautiful jigsaw puzzle from a cabinet, its intricate landscape design bursting with vibrant colors. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she proposed, "Since we have some free time, shall we challenge ourselves with this 1,000-piece puzzle?" Jiang Cheng gazed at the pile of scattered puzzle pieces, wide-eyed and somewhat intimidated. The pieces were densely packed together, resembling a colossal mystery awaiting their resolution. "This won't be easy, but let's give it a try," he said, taking a deep breath to embrace the challenge. They settled down on the carpet, diligently starting to piece the puzzle together. Lu Xiqing searched for suitable pieces while humming a cheerful tune, her demeanor focused yet joyful, as if they were engaged in an entertaining game rather than a daunting task. Jiang Cheng scrutinized the puzzle's design, attempting to discern patterns amidst the chaotic lines and colors. "I found a piece," Lu Xiqing exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight and pride. Jiang Cheng smiled encouragingly. "Well done. Keep it up." Moments later, an idea struck Jiang Cheng that could expedite their progress. He began sorting the pieces by color and shape, grouping similar ones together. Lu Xiqing, impressed by his strategy, gave him a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You're so clever." Through their combined efforts, the puzzle gradually took shape. The once disordered pieces began forming cohesive sections, and the image became clearer. Their excitement and enthusiasm grew alongside the puzzle as progress. After a considerable effort, the puzzle was finally completed, revealing a breathtaking landscape before them. Rolling hills, winding rivers, and lush greenery, as if brought to life. Lu Xiqing jumped up in joy, her hands waving in the air. "Fantastic! We did it!" Her face radiated with the triumph of victory, shining as brightly as the sun. Jiang Cheng looked at the completed puzzle, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, filled with a sense of accomplishment and gratitude towards Lu Xiqing. At that moment, Lu Xiqing suggested, "Jiang Cheng, let's go out for a stroll. You've been cooped up at home for too long." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. Jiang Cheng readily agreed, eager to step outside and experience the world beyond his home. They quickly tidied up, changed their clothes, and ventured out. The outside world was bathed in brilliant sunshine, a gentle breeze caressing their faces. Trees lined the streets, lush and vibrant, while birds chirped merrily from the branches. Hand in hand, they laughed and chatted, savoring the delightful moments together. Jiang Cheng pointed to a small flower by the roadside and remarked, "Look, how beautiful this flower is, just like you." Lu Xiqing blushed at his compliment, playfully retorting, "You're just sweet-talking me." "How do you know I'm sweet? Want to give a taste?" Jiang Cheng grinned mischievously at her. Seeing her flushed cheeks piqued his interest further. His gaze intensified, his voice deepening with a magnetic charm. "Xiqing, your eyes shine like stars. Every time I see them, I'm captivated." Leaning closer, he whispered, his warm breath brushing against her hair. "And your hair, so silky. I wish I could stroke it forever." Lu Xiqing's heart raced, her cheeks burning as if they might bleed. Jiang Cheng continued, "Xiqing, your lips appear so soft. I've often wondered what it would feel like to kiss them." Unexpectedly, Lu Xiqing wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fiercely. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, leaving only their heartbeats and breaths in the universe. After a long moment, they slowly parted, her eyes filled with determination and love. "Jiang Cheng, I love you." He chuckled softly, "I know." They clasped hands once more, their silhouettes stretching long under the setting sun, as if inscribing their beautiful future together. They strolled through a bustling street, admiring the myriad shops and the ebb and flow of people. Lu Xiqing spotted a jewelry store and eagerly pulled Jiang Cheng inside. She chose a delicate hairpin, adorning her hair, and asked, "Does it look good?" Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, you look beautiful in anything you wear." Before they knew it, evening had arrived, painting the sky with a stunning sunset, casting a warm orange hue across the horizon. In a corner of an alley, they discovered a forlorn little black cat curled up, its fur matted and dirty, eyes filled with helplessness and fear. The cat trembled as if enduring hunger and cold. With compassion, Lu Xiqing approached, crouching down to gently scoop the little black cat into her arms. It shivered in her embrace, letting out a faint meow. Jiang Cheng nodded, his gaze tender. All right, we'll take it with us. In their arms, the little black cat gradually calmed, sensing their kindness and warmth. Once home, Lu Siqing prepared food and water for the cat, who devoured it eagerly, clearly famished. Jiang Cheng found a cardboard box, lining it with a soft blanket to create a temporary nest for the cat. Lu Siqing bathed the little creature, grooming its fur. After its bath, the cat appeared rejuvenated. Still a bit frail, but undeniably more adorable. Let us give it a name, Lu Siqing suggested, gazing at the little black cat. After a moment of thought, Jiang Cheng proposed, how about calling it Little Pudding? Lu Siqing shook her head. No, that's too ordinary. What about Little Black Bean? Jiang Cheng chuckled. Let us call it Little White instead. It's lucky to have met us. Lu Siqing clapped in delight, exclaiming, what a splendid name. Let's call it Little White. Shall we go buy some things for Little White? Absolutely. The two agreed, and they ventured out once more. Though the day was tinged with fatigue, it was predominantly filled with joy and warmth. They had spent a fulfilling and beautiful day together, welcoming a new member into their family. With no one downstairs, Jiang Yao settled onto the sofa to rest for a moment, just as she had barely taken a seat. The lively little kitten, Little White, stealthily emerged from an unseen corner. With somewhat unsteady steps, it wobbled towards the sofa, its eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of trepidation, still acclimating to its new surroundings. As it sniffed its way forward, upon spotting Jiang Yao sitting on the sofa, it suddenly quickened its pace. However, in its haste, it inadvertently tripped over the carpet, sending itself tumbling forward. Jiang Yao heard the commotion and looked down just in time to see Little White leaping in her direction. Instinctively, she extended her hands and caught the clumsy little creature. Thus, Little White unexpectedly found itself cradled in Jiang Yao's embrace. Initially taken aback, it soon seemed to sense the warmth and safety of her hold. Nuzzling its tiny head against her arm and emitting soft, gentle meows as if expressing its fondness. Jiang Yao was charmed by Little White's adorable demeanor and gently stroked its back, asking, Little One, how did you get in here? Witnessing the harmonious interaction between Jiang Yao and Little White, the two exchanged smiles, their hearts filled with contentment. Chapter 59. A lovely name as Jiang Cheng and Lu Siqing stepped through the threshold of their home. They were greeted by the sight of Jiang Yao cradling the small, white cat in her arms, her face radiating warmth and tenderness. The stern elder sister and the adorable little creature. Jiang Cheng approached Jiang Yao with a smile and recounted, it was curled up in the corner of an alley, utterly pitiful, filthy and famished, trembling all over. We gave a bath, fed it, and Siqing even tidied it up nicely. He continued, feeling that our home lacked some supplies for the kitten, we ventured out to purchase a few essentials. Jiang Yao nodded gently, glancing at the well-behaved little white cat in her embrace. I see. This kitten is indeed endearing. It seems destined to be part of our family, she remarked. Lu Siqing leaned in, affectionately patting the kitten's head, and announced, Elder sister, we've named it Little White. Jiang Yao chuckled. That is a lovely name. Our little black cat is called Little White as well. Jiang Cheng added, you have no idea, Little White is quite clever. Though it was a bit timid at first, it quickly adapted. They gathered around, teasing Little White as laughter and joy filled the room. As night descended, the soft glow of the lights enveloped Jiang Cheng, Lu Siqing, and Jiang Yao as they sat together on the sofa. Little White frolicked at their feet, and the cozy atmosphere brought immeasurable happiness. By the way, elder sister, I've decided not to attend the company internship, Jiang Cheng suddenly declared. Jiang Yao pondered this, nodding thoughtfully, aware that colleagues might harbor reservations given her relationship with the company's owner. Siqing, what are your plans moving forward? Jiang Yao inquired with concern. Jiang Cheng lifted his chin slightly, his gaze resolute. Lu Siqing grasped Jiang Cheng's hand, offering her unwavering support. I believe in you. Whatever decision you make, I will stand by you. Jiang Yao smiled, saying, no worries, sister will support you, Siqing. That night, Lu Siqing tossed and turned in bed, her thoughts consumed with memories of the day spent with Jiang Cheng. Unable to resist, she quietly opened her door and stealthily made her way to Jiang Cheng's room. Just as she reached his door, Jiang Yao's door swung open unexpectedly. "What are you doing up so late?" Jiang Yao's voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Startled, Lu Xiqing stammered, I just wanted to see if Jiang Cheng was asleep." Jiang Yao frowned slightly, admonishing, "Enough of this. It's late, and everyone needs rest. Let's talk tomorrow." As she watched Lu Xiqing's retreating figure, Jiang Yao couldn't help but smirk. "So that's why little Cheng isn't sleeping with me. It's you." In his room, Jiang Cheng had not truly fallen asleep. He felt a surge of anxiety and anticipation at the sound of commotion outside, but soon succumbed to the tranquility of the night. The following day dawned bright and breezy. Jiang Yao had taken a day off to accompany the two to the park with Little White. The park was alive with vitality, shaded by lush trees, blooming flowers, and the cheerful songs of birds. Little White dashed across the grass, chasing butterflies and sniffing the flowers along the path. While kittens are generally timid, Little White was an exception. Jiang Cheng, Jiang Yao, and Lu Xiqing strolled along the paths, taking in the beauty around them and savoring the leisurely moments. As they passed a basketball court, a group of young men were engaged in an intense game. One tall, burly player caught sight of Jiang Cheng and sneered, muttering, "Look at this boy, so fair-skinned. He must be relying on his looks." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and halted his steps. Lu Xiqing, infuriated, exclaimed, "What a rude thing to say." Jiang Yao's displeasure was evident as well. Jiang Cheng calmly addressed the young man. "Who are you calling a pretty boy?" The players ceased dribbling, approached Jiang Cheng, and scrutinized him with a contemptuous grin. "I'm talking about you. What is the matter? Can't handle the truth?" Jiang Cheng retorted with a cold smirk. "To judge someone solely based on appearance is rather shallow. You got some spirit. How about a match? Let us see if you have any real skills, or if you just talk big," the player challenged. A spark of determination ignited in Jiang Cheng's eyes. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid." Jiang Yao and Lu Xiqing exchanged worried glances, but ultimately chose to support him, bolstered by the conviction in his gaze. The match commenced swiftly. The opposing team, taking advantage of their height, adopted an aggressive strategy, attempting to overpower Jiang Cheng. Yet, he deftly maneuvered through their attempts, artfully evading their physicality. Receiving a pass from a teammate, Jiang Cheng executed a feint that outsmarted his defender, leaping into the air as the basketball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net. "How impressive!" Lu Xiqing couldn't suppress her cheers. The opposing team, unwilling to concede, intensified their defense in an effort to thwart Jiang Cheng's scoring. However, Jiang Cheng's exceptional ball handling and sharp perception allowed him to penetrate their defenses time and again. During one offensive play, a rival player committed a blatant foul, sending Jiang Cheng crashing to the ground. Lu Xiqing and Jiang Yao's hearts leapt into their throats. "Jiang Cheng, are you all right?" Lu Xiqing called out anxiously. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, rising and brushing off the dust. "I'm fine. Let us continue." His gaze intensified, embodying the spirit of a warrior on the battlefield. Jiang Cheng surged forward, his speed and precision becoming increasingly formidable, leaving the opposing players scrambling. As the game progressed, Jiang Cheng's team began to dominate. He continuously passed, shot, and coordinated seamlessly with his teammates, widening their lead. The opposing team grew agitated, committing more errors. Jiang Cheng, however, remained composed and methodical. In the final minutes of the match, Jiang Cheng seized the ball once more. His focus sharpened, and with a burst of speed, he leapt to make a three-point shot. The basketball spun through the air, and all eyes followed its trajectory. Swish! The ball sailed effortlessly through the hoop, securing their victory as the final whistle blew. The opposing players, panting and dejected, watched as Jiang Cheng passed by the tall player, remarking, "Brother, practice more. You'll improve." He then headed towards Jiang Yao and Lu Xiqing. The two rushed over, embracing him joyfully. "Little Cheng, you were incredible," Jiang Yao praised. Lu Xiqing, eyes sparkling with admiration, added, "Jiang Cheng, you were so cool just now." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "This is just the beginning. There's much more to come." A teammate approached Jiang Cheng, saying, "You were impressive. Let us exchange contact info. We can play together sometime." Jiang Cheng nodded, reaching for his phone only to realize he hadn't brought it with him. "Sorry, I seem to have forgotten my phone. The player nodded, scribbling down his contact information and expressing heartfelt thanks to Jiang Cheng. Unbeknownst to Jiang Cheng, the team he played with had frequently faced off against the opposing team, never once tasting victory. As the trio departed the basketball court with Little White, laughter echoed along their path. "Little Cheng, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled basketball player," Jiang Yao remarked. Jiang Cheng scratched his head. "I used to play a bit, and then my second sister encouraged me to exercise more, which helped me improve." Lu Xiqing blinked. "You must teach me more in the future." Jiang Cheng nodded, "Of course." They continued their leisurely stroll through the park, sunlight casting long shadows as they walked. Eventually, they arrived at the lakeside, where the crystal-clear water revealed fish swimming freely. "It's truly beautiful here," Lu Xiqing exclaimed. Jiang Cheng gazed upon the surface of the lake, his heart brimming with tranquility. At that moment, a butterfly fluttered by and alighted upon Lu Xiqing's hair. Jiang Cheng gently extended his hand, intending to catch the butterfly, but inadvertently brushed against Lu Xiqing's face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Yao, standing nearby with a sullen expression, remarked, "Oh, you two are quite romantic." Jiang Cheng and Lu Xiqing exchanged an awkward glance. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped towards the west, casting a splendid glow of twilight hues across the sky. Upon returning home, Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of exhaustion. Even more vexing was the realization, based on the day's observations, that someone dared to vie for Xiao Cheng's affection. "What a delightful day it has been," Jiang Cheng mused. "Indeed, it was truly unforgettable," Jiang Yao echoed, though her thoughts betrayed her possessiveness. "Xiao Cheng can only belong to me." Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing remained blissfully unaware of the looming rivalry. Chapter 60. As long as you can be well, the night deepened, and moonlight spilled through the window onto the floor, enveloping the room in tranquility. Jiang Yao tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace. Her mind consumed by the image of Jiang Cheng's charismatic figure on the basketball court and his intimate connection with Lu Xiqing. The more she pondered, the more restless she became, ultimately resolving to take a pillow and stealthily exit her room, making her way towards Jiang Cheng's bedroom. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing was equally troubled by the day's events, her thoughts filled with Jiang Cheng, tossing and turning in her own bed. She recalled his gentle smile and courageous demeanor, and finally could no longer resist the urge to rise, take a pillow, and quietly head towards Jiang Cheng's room. At the threshold of his door, they unexpectedly encountered one another. Under the moonlight, they caught sight of the pillows in each other's hands, momentarily startled, before their expressions morphed into a blend of embarrassment and wariness. Jiang Yao broke the silence first, lowering her voice as she asked, "Xiqing, what are you doing out here at this hour?" Lu Xiqing's face flushed instantly as she stammered, I just wanted to talk to Jiang Cheng." Jiang Yao scoffed, "Talk? It can't be that simple." Lu Xiqing hurriedly defended herself. "I swear, Jiang Yao, I mean no harm." Jiang Yao huffed. "Don't think I don't know what you're really after. Xiao Cheng is my brother. Don't entertain any improper thoughts." Lu Xiqing retorted, "Jiang Yao, having feelings for Jiang Cheng is not your exclusive right. I deserve to express my emotions too." Their voices gradually rose as they exchanged heated words. The commotion awakened Jiang Cheng, who groggily sat up and inquired, "Who is talking outside?" The sound startled both Jiang Yao and Lu Xiqing into silence as they exchanged panicked glances. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yao pulled Lu Xiqing aside and whispered, "Let's not wake Xiao Cheng. We can discuss this properly tomorrow." Lu Xiqing hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Jiang Yao lay back in bed, determined to dissuade Lu Xiqing, vowing not to let her take Jiang Cheng away. Conversely, Lu Xiqing resolved to fight for her feelings for Jiang Cheng, no matter the cost. Time passed, and unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Yao once again took a pillow and quietly opened the door. As she reached the corridor, she noticed Lu Xiqing's door had also opened. Their eyes met once more, both feeling a sense of resignation. Jiang Yao sighed. "Xiqing, it seems we must clarify things tonight." Lu Xiqing bit her lip. "Jiang Yao, I genuinely like Jiang Cheng. I hope you can support that." Jiang Yao frowned. "Support? Xiao Cheng has always been closest to me. How can I let you take him so easily?" Lu Xiqing replied. "Jiang Yao, love isn't determined solely by the length of time spent caring for someone. Jiang Cheng has his own thoughts and choices. The tension mounted as their voices grew louder. Jiang Cheng, now fully awake, opened his door to find Jiang Yao and Lu Xiqing standing there, looking surprised. "Sister, what are you two doing?" He glanced at the pillows they held, seemingly understanding the situation, and with a wry smile said, "Come in, let us talk this through." Once inside, Jiang Cheng sat on the bed while Jiang Yao and Lu Xiqing took seats on the chairs, the atmosphere thick with discomfort. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Cheng cleared his throat. "Sister Xiqing, it's late. Please stop this." Lu Xiqing obediently nodded, rising to leave the room. Yet Jiang Yao remained seated, prompting Jiang Cheng to look at her quizzically. "Sister, you should go to bed too." After a moment of silence, Jiang Yao finally stood up and slowly walked towards the door. However, not long after, Jiang Yao stealthily returned to Jiang Cheng's room. This time, her steps were so quiet that Jiang Cheng remained oblivious. She approached the bed, gazing at Jiang Cheng, who had already closed his eyes, her feelings overwhelming her. Without a word, she pinned him down and kissed him forcefully. Jiang Cheng, startled by this unexpected action, opened his eyes wide and attempted to push her away. Yet Jiang Yao's grip was surprisingly strong. She held him tightly, refusing to let him escape. His heart filled with shock and confusion, Jiang Cheng struggled against Jiang Yao's kiss, exclaiming, "Sister, what are you doing? Let me go." Jiang Yao appeared deaf to his pleas, lost in her own impulsive desires. Finally, with all his strength, Jiang Cheng managed to push Jiang Yao away. He sat up, panting heavily, glaring at her as he demanded, "Sister, have you lost your mind? Do you even understand what you're doing?" Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with obsession and fervor as she declared, "Xiao Cheng, I love you. I've always loved you, and I can't bear the thought of you with Lu Xiqing." Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister, don't say such things. We're siblings." Jiang Yao, undeterred, felt tears welling in her eyes. "But I'm not your biological sister. There are no blood ties binding me. Why can't I love you?" Furrowing his brow, Jiang Cheng responded, "Even without blood relations, the bond we've shared as siblings for so many years cannot be easily cast aside. Sister, please, come to your senses." Jiang Yao's emotions intensified. "I am clear-headed. I know my feelings, Xiao Cheng. I truly love you." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jiang Cheng faced the reality of the situation, realizing Jiang Yao was resolute in her stance. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and they both froze, tension filling the air. Lu Xiqing had returned, and upon witnessing the scene, her expression darkened. Jiang Yao, as if jolted awake, released Jiang Cheng, lowering her gaze in silence. Jiang Cheng, feeling awkward, explained, "Xiqing, this is a misunderstanding." "My sister." But Lu Xiqing interrupted, "A misunderstanding? How can this be a misunderstanding?" "Jiang Cheng, what are you truly thinking?" With a weary expression, he replied, "I don't know. This all happened so suddenly, and my mind is a mess." Lu Xiqing turned to Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, your actions are too much." Jiang Yao raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. "I don't think it's too much. I love Xiao Cheng. Is that wrong?" The three fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a while, Jiang Cheng broke the silence. "Let us all take a moment to calm down. Tonight's events were too abrupt. We need time to think." Lu Xiqing bit her lip. "Jiang Cheng, I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly." That night, Jiang Cheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The next morning, he awoke early, only to find Jiang Yao in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Jiang Yao, noticing him, averted her gaze. "Xiao Cheng, you're up. Come have breakfast." Jiang Cheng sat at the table, silent. Jiang Yao attempted to ease the awkwardness about last night. He looked up at her, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. "Sister, let us eat first." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Cheng finally nodded, rising to follow Jiang Yao into her room. As soon as they entered, she closed the door, and the atmosphere turned heavy once more. Jiang Yao lowered her head, her voice trembling with remorse. "Xiao Cheng, I am truly sorry. It was my impulsiveness that led to this. Last night, I lost my senses and acted so recklessly, putting you in such a difficult position." Jiang Cheng gazed at Jiang Yao, who bore an expression of deep regret, and a wave of compassion surged within him. He recalled the care and affection Jiang Yao had shown him, those tender moments vividly replaying in his mind. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Cheng stepped forward and gently embraced Jiang Yao, saying, "Elder sister, I know your feelings for me are sincere, but they should not manifest in this manner." Before he could finish his words, he was overtaken by impulse and kissed Jiang Yao. This kiss was laden with a tapestry of emotions, pain, conflict, and the intricate bond forged over years of sibling love. Jiang Yao was taken aback by the sudden kiss. Her eyes widened before slowly closing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Jiang Cheng released her, his gaze filled with confusion and anguish. "Elder sister, I am at a loss. My heart is in turmoil." Jiang Yao wiped her tears, striving to regain her composure. "Xiao Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, I will no longer pressure you, as long as you are well." The room was suffused with an atmosphere of sorrow and helplessness, both of them ensnared in profound inner turmoil. Chapter 61. Each according to their abilities as the evening descended. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the dining table where several individuals gathered for dinner. Yet, the atmosphere surrounding this meal was palpably tense. After emerging from her room, Jiang Yao remained silently contemplative. "Everyone, please eat," Jiang Cheng urged. "Today's dishes are prepared according to your preferences." Jiang Yao managed a strained smile, but refrained from speaking, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Lu Siqing set down her chopsticks and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yao, her tone laced with provocation. "Jiang Yao, who are you putting on this act for today?" Jiang Yao looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she regained her composure. "Siqing, what do you mean by that?" Lu Siqing let out a scoff. "Stop pretending. I know exactly what you're thinking." Seeing the escalating tension, Jiang Cheng quickly intervened. "All right, everyone, let's just enjoy our meal and not create any discord." Lu Siqing, however, was relentless. "Jiang Cheng, are you going to keep defending her?" Jiang Yao's expression darkened. "Siqing, please don't misunderstand. I regard Jiang Cheng merely as a brother." Lu Siqing scoffed again. "A brother? Who would believe that?" At that moment, Jiang Cheng raised his voice. "Siqing, enough." Lu Siqing's eyes brimmed with tears. "Jiang Cheng, do I not hold a place in your heart compared to her?" Jiang Yao quickly interjected. "Siqing, please don't blame Jiang Cheng. It's all my fault." Jiang Cheng shook his head in exasperation. "Both of you, can we please avoid this argument?" Suddenly, Lu Siqing sprang to her feet. "Jiang Cheng, you must clarify your choice today. Who will you choose?" Jiang Yao also stood, her voice tinged with desperation. "Siqing, don't pressure Jiang Cheng like this." Jiang Cheng appeared torn, glancing between Lu Siqing and Jiang Yao, uncertain of how to proceed. Lu Siqing pressed on. "Jiang Cheng, just say it." As she pushed the door open, she sensed the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. With a cold laugh, she silenced any further discussion, seizing Jiang Cheng's collar and, before both women, boldly kissed him. The abruptness of this act left all present in utter shock, as if time itself had frozen. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at her audacity, his mind racing in confusion. Lu Siqing and Jiang Yao stood stunned, caught off guard by the unfolding drama. The tears that had pooled in Lu Siqing's eyes seemed to freeze in place, her lips trembling yet unable to utter a sound. Jiang Yao clamped her hand over her mouth, disbelief and shock etched across her face. After releasing Jiang Cheng, Lu Siqing's expression held a mix of determination and defiance as she surveyed Jiang Yao and Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger as he exclaimed, "Second sister, what are you doing?" Lu Siqing smirked, licking her lips. "I want them to know you are my brother. No one else can compete with me." Finally regaining her composure, Lu Siqing burst into tears, shouting, "What is happening here? Sister Xingsan, how can you act like this? What's wrong? Can't handle it? Then stop entangling my Siqing." Lu Siqing retorted defiantly. Jiang Yao, too, could no longer hold back her tears. "Xingsan, you cannot do this. It will only worsen the situation." Lu Xingsan shot Jiang Yao a glare. "Worsen? I think it's already bad enough. You two have turned this into chaos over one Siqing. Is it truly worth it?" Jiang Cheng, caught in the turmoil, wore a look of helplessness. Lu Xingsan addressed him directly. I'm doing this for your sake, Xiqing. These two women are anything but easy. Wiping her tears, Lu Xiqing regained a semblance of calm. Sister Xingsan, I always thought you were reasonable, yet here you are, utterly unreasonable. Lu Xingsan let out a cold laugh. Reasonable? There's no reasoning in matters like this. Jiang Yao, still sobbing, urged everyone, please stop arguing and consider how to resolve this. Lu Xiqing, her voice barely above a whisper, confessed, Jiang Cheng, I cannot hold back any longer. Before Jiang Cheng could react, Lu Xiqing leaned in and kissed him fervently. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his face a picture of astonishment as he struggled to break free, but Lu Xiqing held him tightly. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Yao froze, her face flushed with rage and indignation. Let him go, Lu Xiqing, she shouted. Yet, Lu Xiqing seemed oblivious, lost in the kiss. Jiang Yao, consumed by fury, charged forward, pushing Lu Xiqing aside, pinning Jiang Cheng down, and kissing him fiercely as if to claim him entirely. Jiang Cheng, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, could only emit muffled sounds of protest. Lu Xingsan and the now-recovered Lu Xiqing hurried over. Stop! This is too much, Lu Xingsan urged. Let go of him. Lu Xiqing echoed, both women pulling Jiang Yao away. Yet Jiang Yao resisted fiercely, shouting, He is mine. No one can take him. Lu Xiqing, equally resolute, countered, Jiang Cheng loves me. You're lying. He has feelings for me. Jiang Yao retorted vehemently. Freed from their grasp, Jiang Cheng gasped for air, his face flushed. Lu Xiqing, tears in her eyes, lamented, Jiang Cheng, I've always loved you. Why must you seek other women? Jiang Yao, crying, added, Xiqing, the elder sister has always loved you. Observing the chaotic scene, Lu Xingsan felt increasingly agitated. She stepped forward, grasping Jiang Cheng's arm and pulling him toward the room. Since you both adore Xiqing so much, I will take him into the room and claim him entirely for myself. Lu Xiqing and Jiang Yao, unwilling to let Jiang Cheng be taken away, lunged forward simultaneously, each grasping one of his hands and refusing to release him. You cannot take him away. Lu Xiqing's voice trembled, yet remained resolute. Within her, a tumult of emotions surged. Despite possessing memories from a previous life, the sudden appearance of the Jiang family complicated matters beyond measure. Jiang Cheng is mine. No one can take him, Jiang Yao echoed, her face streaked with tears and her eyes burning with defiance. Caught in the middle of this tug-of-war, Jiang Cheng felt like a puppet being tossed about. Let me go, he shouted in frustration. Yet the three women were deaf to his pleas, each holding on tightly, unwilling to yield. Lu Xingsan pulled Jiang Cheng with all her might. No one will stop me today. I will claim him entirely and keep him away from you two mad women. Lu Xiqing gritted her teeth, her grip tightening further. Sister Xingsan, do not go too far. Jiang Cheng will not follow you. Jiang Yao, equally unyielding, declared, Xiqing is mine. I will not let you take him to do those shameless things. Just as the three remained locked in their stalemate, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a sharp pain radiate from his arm. It hurts. Please let go, he cried out. But the three women showed no sign of relenting. Instead, they pulled harder. Lu Xingsan's expression darkened. If you continue like this, Jiang Cheng will get hurt. Lu Xiqing shouted back. Then you still cannot take him away. Jiang Yao cried out. Xiao Cheng cannot go with you. Observing the two women clinging so tightly, Jiang Xing exerted even more strength, dragging Jiang Cheng across the floor. The two women clung to Jiang Cheng's trousers, desperately trying to hold on. As the struggle intensified, Jiang Cheng sensed something amiss. My trousers, he thought, realizing that under the relentless tugging of the three women, his pants could not withstand the overwhelming force and were torn away with a sudden rip. This unexpected turn of events froze the previously tense atmosphere, leaving everyone wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Then, someone broke the silence with a chuckle, and it seemed to shatter an invisible spell, prompting a cascade of laughter from the others. Jiang Cheng's face turned crimson as he hurriedly attempted to pull up his trousers. Embarrassed and angry, he shouted, Stop laughing. Yet, his disheveled appearance only provoked further hilarity among the group. Lu Xiqing laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is just too much." Jiang Yao doubled over, clutching her stomach, unable to stand straight. "Ha! Xiao Cheng, this is absolutely hilarious." Jiang Xin was laughing so hard he was stomping his feet. "Ha! I never expected this to happen." As laughter filled the air, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and the unspoken grievances seemed to melt away with each chuckle. In the end, who Xiao Cheng belongs to, let us just rely on our own abilities, Jiang Xin declared. The two women ceased their quarrel, nodding in agreement, only to burst into laughter once more. Jiang Cheng, in the room, looked down at his yellow sponge-like underwear, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 62. One's own choice. Jiang Cheng hid within his room, listening to the laughter of three women outside, his heart heavy with helplessness and indignation. Their mirth pierced his pride like daggers, and as he lay on his bed with eyes tightly shut, he sought to banish the embarrassing scene from his mind. It clung to him like a shadow, refusing to dissipate. Particularly vivid was the moment when his trousers were yanked down, leaving him feeling like a helpless clown exposed before an audience. His face flushed crimson, filled with self-reproach and dissatisfaction towards the three women. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing-san, Lu Si-chung, and Jiang Yao, having laughed, found the atmosphere shifting to something more delicate. Jiang Xing-san broke the silence first, saying, "Well, since we have all decided to rely on our own abilities, let's take a moment to calm down. Today's events have been quite absurd." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue and resignation as she leaned against the sofa, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Deep down, she recognized that her previous actions had been impulsive, yet she harbored no regrets. In her heart, Jiang Cheng was her beloved younger brother, and she could not tolerate other women easily taking him away. Lu Si-chung and Jiang Yao exchanged glances, though still unwilling. They understood that continuing the quarrel would not yield fruitful results. Lu Si-chung's eyes sparkled with complex emotions, feeling both anger towards Jiang Xing-san's assertiveness and jealousy towards Jiang Yao's presence. However, the sudden turn of events had thrown everything into disarray. She resolved silently to make Jiang Cheng fall in love with her. Jiang Yao pondered how to better care for Jiang Cheng as a sister, wishing to ensure he felt her love. Guilt washed over her. She believed she should not have let Jiang Cheng fall into such a predicament. She vowed to be more attentive to him, making him aware that she would always be his support. The three women settled in various spots, contemplating their next course of action. Lu Si-chung sat by the window, gazing out at the scenery, her mind swirling with thoughts. Beautiful moments replayed in her mind like scenes from a film. She began to analyze her strengths and weaknesses, recognizing that her memories from a past life were her greatest asset. With this knowledge, she could better understand Jiang Cheng's preferences and needs, thereby winning his heart. Yet, she also acknowledged that the presence of Jiang Xing-san and Jiang Yao posed significant obstacles. Jiang Xing-san's domineering nature weighed heavily on her, while Jiang Yao, as his sister, enjoyed an inherent closeness with him. She realized she must find a way to overcome these barriers to capture Jiang Cheng's affections. Jiang Yao sat on the sofa, her hands clasped tightly. Her heart was conflicted and tumultuous. She wished for Jiang Cheng to find happiness, while fearing he might be taken from her by another. She recognized that her feelings for him extended beyond mere sibling affection, encompassing something more profound and ineffable. Uncertain of how to confront these emotions, she grappled with her relationships with Lu Si-chung and Jiang Xing-san. Memories of childhood days spent with Jiang Cheng flooded her mind. Now, he had matured, forming his own thoughts and emotions. She felt powerless to assist him further, resigned to silently guard him. Acknowledging her earlier actions had been excessive, she knew they stemmed from her love for him. She could not stand idly by while others sought to claim him. Action was imperative to protect her brother. Jiang Xing began to strategize. Aware that impulsiveness would no longer serve her, she resolved to approach the situation with greater rationality. She decided to focus on Jiang Cheng's daily life, attending to his needs and ensuring he felt her affection. Concurrently, she sought opportunities to engage in earnest discussions with Lu Si-chung and Jiang Yao, clarifying that Jiang Cheng was her brother and that no one could harm him. As time slipped by in silence, night gradually fell, enveloping the room in a stifling atmosphere. Jiang Cheng finally spoke. Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone should take time to reflect. We shall continue tomorrow. Jiang Cheng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and entanglements. He was uncertain about his feelings for the three women and how to choose among them. It felt as though he was ensnared in an inescapable whirlpool. Thoughts of Lu Si-cheng's gentleness and kindness surfaced. She always appeared when he needed support and encouragement, her smile radiating warmth akin to sunlight, bringing him immense comfort. Jiang Yao also lingered in his mind, his sister who had always cared for him. Her tenderness and thoughtfulness enveloped him in warmth, and he recognized that her feelings transcended sibling affection, harboring a unique sentiment he could not articulate. He was unsure how to confront these feelings or navigate the relationships among them. Additionally, Jiang Cheng's assertiveness left him feeling powerless. He understood that her intentions were rooted in care, yet her approach was difficult for him to accept. He grappled with how to convey to her that he had matured, possessing his own thoughts and choices. His head throbbed with confusion, and sleep eluded him. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted his turmoil. Opening the door, he found Jiang Yao standing there, concern etched on her face. "Xiao Cheng, are you all right? I noticed you hardly ate anything tonight. I brought you some food," she said. Jiang Cheng looked at the food in her hands, warmth flooding his heart. "Thank you, elder sister," he replied, accepting the offering. Jiang Yao entered the room and sat beside him on the bed. "Xiao Cheng, I know you're feeling lost right now, but you must believe that I will always be your support. Whatever choice you make, I will stand by you," she reassured him. Jiang Cheng gazed at her, deeply moved, recognizing her sincere care. Sensing his inner turmoil, Jiang Yao gently patted his shoulder. "Xiao Cheng, do not feel pressured. Take time to listen to your heart and make the right choice. No matter whom you choose, I will bless your decision." With that, she rose and left the room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of reflection. He realized he could no longer evade his emotions. He must confront them courageously. He resolved to deliberate on his feelings for the three women and arrive at a thoughtful choice. As the night deepened, he lay in bed, his thoughts gradually settling. Closing his eyes, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he beheld Lu Si-cheng, Jiang Yao, and Jiang Cheng, all smiling at him. While uncertain of the dream's significance, he understood that his future was rife with challenges and opportunities. He must face them bravely and make the correct decision. Chapter 63. The Maid Protector. As the morning sun gracefully filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. The remnants of last night's dream lingered in his mind, leaving him enveloped in a haze of confusion and uncertainty. After completing his morning rituals and taking a deep breath, he resolved to confront his feelings with courage. Upon exiting his room, he noticed Lu Si-cheng, Jiang Yao, and Jiang Cheng already gathered in the living room. The trio wore expressions tinged with awkwardness, yet they endeavored to maintain a facade of normalcy as they engaged in casual conversation. Jiang Cheng was the first to shatter the uncomfortable silence, cheerfully exclaiming, "Good morning, Xiao Cheng. What splendid weather we have today." "Good morning, second sister," Lu Si-cheng chimed in. "Do you have any plans for today, Jiang Cheng?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, replying, "Not yet decided." Jiang Yao gazed at him tenderly, suggesting, "Xiao Cheng, if you have no pressing matters, why not keep me company for a chat?" Jiang Cheng nodded, though a sense of unease still gnawed at him. Although the atmosphere seemed light, an undercurrent of tension permeated the air. Observing Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng suddenly proposed, "Xiao Cheng, it's been a while since I tested your skills. Shall we have a practice session?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng acquiesced, understanding that Jiang Cheng intended to alleviate the group's tension while also gauging his recent progress. They moved to the courtyard, assuming their stances. Jiang Cheng encouraged, "Xiao Cheng, don't hold back, give it your all." With a deep breath, Jiang Cheng summoned his internal energy and launched an attack at Jiang Cheng. However, his efforts appeared feeble, easily thwarted by Jiang Cheng. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Cheng. He had not anticipated his skills to be so lacking. Jiang Cheng furrowed her brow, inquiring, Xiao Cheng, why is your strength so diminished? Jiang Cheng lowered his gaze, feeling a wave of dejection as he confessed, Second sister, I truly don't know. I haven't practiced much lately. With a sigh, Jiang Xingsan remarked, this won't do. You must remember to train regularly. Jiang Cheng nodded, guilt flooding his heart. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Xingsan proposed, how about I arrange for a protector for you? She can safeguard you and also ensure you practice your skills. Taken aback, Jiang Cheng stared at Jiang Xingsan, asking, Second sister, is that really feasible? Jiang Xingsan affirmed confidently, rest assured, I will find someone suitable. After making a phone call, she awaited the arrival of Jiang Cheng's new protector with eager anticipation. Curiosity also swelled within Jiang Cheng. He wondered what manner of individual this protector would be. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing and Jiang Yao exchanged glances, their hearts a mix of apprehension and intrigue regarding the unknown. As time passed, dusk finally arrived, and a figure emerged into view. It was a woman clad in a maid's attire, standing tall and graceful like an elegant bamboo, exuding a distinctive aura. Her gaze radiated determination and confidence, shimmering like brilliant stars, drawing others in effortlessly. Her eyes, bright and profound, seemed to harbor countless tales and wisdom. With each step she took, a serene presence accompanied her, as if she floated on air. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, smooth and silky, glimmering softly under the sunlight. A few rebellious strands danced playfully in the gentle breeze, adding to her lively charm. Her features were exquisite, her fair skin resembling flawless jade, unmarred by any blemish. The maid's uniform she wore was neat and fitting, the black skirt swaying gently with her movements, akin to a butterfly in flight. A white apron accentuated her slender waist, while a delicate bow at her collar imbued her with an air of sweetness and charm. Approaching the group, she offered a slight bow and introduced herself. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Wanner. Following my master's instructions, I am here to serve as Jiang Cheng's protector. Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to the chime of silver bells, captivating all who listened. As Jiang Cheng beheld Lin Wanner, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. Her presence seemed to usher a glimmer of hope into the atmosphere thick with confusion and tension. Jiang Xingsan looked upon Lin Wanner with satisfaction, stating, Wanner, from now on, Jiang Cheng is in your care. Ensure his protection and encourage him in his practice. Lin Wanner nodded solemnly, assuring, Master, you need not worry. I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Lu Xiqing and Jiang Yao regarded Lin Wanner with skepticism. Lu Xiqing couldn't help but inquire, do you truly possess the ability to protect Jiang Cheng? What grounds do we have for trusting you? Meeting Lu Xiqing's gaze, Lin Wanner replied calmly, I have trained under my master, and my skills are formidable. Moreover, since I have committed to this role, I will exert my utmost effort. Whether or not you choose to trust me is entirely up to you. Jiang Yao added, as a girl, can you genuinely safeguard Xiao Cheng in times of danger? With a gentle smile, Lin Wanner responded, do not underestimate a girl. I possess my own abilities and determination. Observing the exchange among the three, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. He interjected, all right, since second sister has brought Wanner here, we should place our faith in her. Together, we will face the challenges ahead. Jiang Xingsan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wanner is someone I have chosen. Do you not believe in my judgment? Despite the lingering unfamiliarity, Jiang Cheng felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation as he gazed at Lin Wanner. He smiled and said, Wanner, now that you are here, let me show you around this place. Lin Wanner inclined her head slightly, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Jiang Cheng guided her through the residence. First arriving at the spacious courtyard where the sunlight bathed the stone slabs, surrounded by flourishing flora. Pointing to a stone table in the courtyard, he remarked, here, we sometimes sit to chat over tea. If you ever feel weary, you may rest here. Lin Wanner observed her surroundings attentively, mentally cataloging the various locations. Next, they entered the hall, which was adorned in an elegant and antiquated style, furnished with exquisite pieces. Jiang Cheng explained, this is where we gather. Guests occasionally visit as well. Lin Wanner surveyed the hall, beginning to form a preliminary understanding of the space. Afterward, Jiang Cheng led Lin Wanner to the kitchen, which was immaculate and orderly, with various utensils neatly arranged. He added, "If you need anything, feel free to come here for food or drink." Lin Wanner nodded, acknowledging his words. Once they had familiarized themselves with the communal areas, Jiang Cheng brought Lin Wanner to her designated quarters. It was a tranquil room, simply yet comfortably arranged, featuring a soft bed, a writing desk with a chair, and a wardrobe. "Wanner, this will be your room from now on. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know," Jiang Cheng said. Lin Wanner surveyed the room and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Jiang. This room is very comfortable." Jiang Cheng smiled, replying, "No need for such formality. I will be looking to you for guidance in the future." With that, he exited the room, allowing Lin Wanner to rest. Having long heard of his master's younger sister, he was finally meeting her today. In her heart, she silently mused, observing him with a certain appeal that perfectly matched her desires. Why not seize him tonight? No. Today the master is still present. Perhaps when the master embarks on a mission one day, I shall make my move. As she entertained these perilous thoughts, the other girls outside remained blissfully unaware, inadvertently inviting a rival into their midst. Meanwhile, after Jiang Cheng departed, he received a phone call. "Hello, is this young Master Jiang? It's me, Teacher Li." Chapter 64. The Flowerless Field. Teacher Li? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. "What is it? Is there something you need?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's reaction, Teacher Li hastily replied, "I wanted to invite you to Longdu to visit our laboratory." Upon hearing laboratory, Jiang Cheng instantly understood. "Oh, I see. I will visit you another day." He agreed, which brought immense excitement to Teacher Li. After all, Jiang Cheng was a prodigy in every sense of the word. Just recently, he had heard that Jiang Cheng had gained admission to Yedu University purely on his own merits. Unlike those privileged youths who relied on their family's wealth to enter such esteemed institutions. "Wonderful. Confirm a date, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport." With the arrangements made, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Teacher Li was overjoyed. "Finally, we have this young master coming." Li Qin, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Professor, who exactly is this young master you mentioned?" A girl standing beside her suddenly inquired. Li Qin, momentarily forgetting her companion's presence due to her excitement, coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. "Well, he is the young master of the Jiang family." "Oh, I see," Ouyang Xinshin said thoughtfully. "I've heard online that this young master from the Jiang family was previously adopted by the Gu family, but was often bullied. Many people have spoken out for him. The invitation from you, teacher, is a great opportunity for him to meet new people. By the way, I heard that when he was with the Gu family, his grades were consistently at the bottom. Why then, do you wish to invite him to the laboratory?" Ouyang Xinshin questioned, puzzled. "Ah, that's something I've kept to myself. In fact, this young master is not academically challenged. His abilities and learning capacity far exceed yours." Li Qin explained. "I initially planned to mentor him as a struggling student, but he claimed he was merely controlling his grades. Naturally, I didn't believe him, so I had him take my exam. How'd it go?" Li Qin paused for dramatic effect. "What happened next?" Ouyang Xinshin urged, her curiosity piqued. Li Qin, relishing the suspense, continued, with a mindset of mere trial. "I handed him the exam. He completed it in a remarkably short time, and, once again, she left her sentence hanging, enjoying the anxious expression on her disciple's face. "Teacher, please tell me," Ouyang Xinshin implored. Li Qin, with a mischievous smile, finally revealed, upon reviewing his paper, "I discovered that he answered every question correctly and even annotated his thought processes." By the time Li Qin finished her tale, Ouyang Xinshin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such an extraordinary individual, and he is from the Jiang family. Truly, he is the man of my dreams. I wonder what he looks like. All right, stop daydreaming. Jiang Cheng is likely to arrive in Longdu in a couple of days. You'll have the chance to meet him anytime. Li Qin playfully tapped her on the head to dispel her fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng descended the stairs to address the three young women. "Sister, I will be heading to Longdu in a couple of days. Please take care of yourselves at home." The three girls sitting on the sofa were momentarily taken aback. "Why are you going to Longdu? Is it because we're bothersome?" Jiang Yao stood up, looking at him. She wondered if her brother was leaving because she had been unreasonable. If that were the case, she would consider moving out. Yes, Teacher Lee invited me to visit her laboratory. Their relief was palpable, as they had feared Jiang Cheng was beginning to dislike them and wanted to distance himself. Jiang Cheng-san eagerly asked, "Can I accompany you?" "That might not be possible. Teacher Lee's laboratory has strict regulations regarding visitors," Jiang Cheng replied. "Then we can accompany you to Longdu." Jiang Cheng-san looked at him expectantly, hoping for his consent. However, Jiang Cheng firmly declined. "No, elder sister, your company requires management, and second sister, though I'm unaware of your work, it must also be demanding." Si Cheng. He pondered for a moment, struggling to find a way to prevent Lu Siqing from joining. Lu Siqing smirked playfully. "Little Cheng, it seems you have no choice. I currently have no job." At this, Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on. He considered her a companion, yet she was now teasing him. Although he didn't mind, it was crucial to focus on his studies and strive for improvement. Perhaps a harem wouldn't be such a bad idea, he mused, shaking his head to dispel the thought. Ultimately, he found himself unable to refuse and agreed to let Lu Siqing accompany him. The two elder sisters grumbled in frustration. "Enough. It's getting late, so hurry upstairs and rest," Jiang Cheng declared as he headed to his room, ignoring the others. Upon returning to his room, he was startled to find Warner lying on his bed, seemingly awaiting his arrival. I came to serve you, young master." Jiang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Why is everyone so fixated on my body? Do they think consuming it will grant them immortality? He quickly pulled her out of the room and shut the door behind him. In truth, Jiang Cheng was not opposed to such matters. He simply didn't know how to navigate the situation. He was troubled, having reincarnated with the intent of attending Yedu University to reconnect with Lu Siqing. However, she seemed somewhat different this time, more cunning, as if she were particularly drawn to him. Faced with his sister, he felt incapable of acting on his feelings. If their father were to find out, he would likely scold him mercilessly. Never mind, tomorrow I could discuss the Longdu situation with him and seek his advice, he resolved, hastily washing up before collapsing onto his bed. At the Gu family residence, Gu Qingling stood by the window, gazing at the flowerless field that had once been Jiang Cheng's favorite spot. Though Jiang Cheng had forgiven her, the recollection of her past actions made her heart tighten painfully. This sensation was unbearable. She was currently unaware of Jiang Cheng's whereabouts, only knowing that his departure from the Gu family was indeed the right choice. Big sister. A figure approached, catching her attention. Chapter 65. The welcome party. A figure approached her and halted. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Gu Qingling gazed at the woman before her, Gu Shi, the fourth child of the Gu family. She had always favored Gu Feng, unhesitatingly purchasing anything he desired. Moreover, she posed a considerable threat to Jiang Cheng within the Gu household. With her indulgence of Gu Feng and his disdain for Jiang Cheng, she often targeted him. She recalled the incident when Gu Feng falsely accused Jiang Cheng of breaking his bracelet, and Gu Shi, eager to embellish the tale, firmly claimed that Jiang Cheng was to blame. How foolish she had been to believe their deceitful words. In hindsight, she had long warned Jiang Cheng never to enter her room, and being the obedient child he was, he never did. She had even installed cameras in her room, and in a fit of rage, she punished Jiang Cheng by forbidding him dinner and making him kneel outside for an extended period. Of course, Jiang Cheng, innocent of the accusation, would never admit to such a deed. He likely believed that she would eventually do right by him. Yet, she failed to restore his dignity and instead exacerbated his plight, causing him considerable distress. Remarkably, he remained resilient, shedding not a single tear. "What is the matter?" Gu Qingling regarded her with her usual demeanor. "Nothing much. I merely heard that Professor Lee from Longdu is hosting a welcome party, apparently to celebrate a prodigy visiting his laboratory. It seems rather grand, and I thought perhaps the Gu family should attend." Gu, she suggested, though her mind harbored ulterior motives. If this Professor Lee was indeed celebrating a genius, she could take Gu Feng along, allowing him to befriend this prodigy and potentially recruit him into the Gu family in the future. After all, a talent recognized by the foremost professor in Longdu would be a tremendous asset to any company. This could also provide Gu Feng with an opportunity to enhance his academic performance. Speaking of which, her thoughts drifted to that infuriating Jiang Cheng. Why had his grades suddenly improved, allowing him to gain admission to Yedu University? Why should Gu Feng be left behind? Well, if you wish to go, then by all means. Gu Qingling replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi hesitated. She indeed wanted to attend, but would be embarrassing. She hadn't been invited. If she were to receive an invitation, who would still seek her out? Sister, it's just that I haven't received an invitation. I was hoping you could assist me in contacting Professor Li so that I might witness this so-called genius with Gu Feng. Gu Shi said, her expression turning serious. She was not one to seek favors at home, yet this was for the benefit of the Gu family and Gu Feng. Gu Qingling narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Gu Shi as she contemplated the request. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Gu Shi, do you realize the stature of Professor Li? Her invitation is not something one can casually request, even when our family sought her guidance. It took considerable effort to secure her presence. Gu Shi bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance crossing her face. Sister, I understand this is difficult, but this matter is of great importance. After a brief pause, Gu Qingling sighed. Very well, I shall attempt to contact Professor Li on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee her acceptance. Furthermore, if this endeavor fails, do not bother me again. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi's face brightened with joy. Thank you, sister. As long as you are willing to help, I am certain it will succeed. She promptly opened her call log, located Professor Li's number, and dialed. As anticipated, she was met with rejection. I have been declined. There's nothing more I can do. Gu Qingling gestured dismissively. Gu Shi, disheartened, lowered her head in silence. Perhaps you should seek out father. He may have a solution, Gu Qingling suggested, confident that their father would not refuse her. After all, Gu Shi was once again acting in Gu Feng's interest, and given Gu Sheng's affection for Gu Feng, he was likely to do everything possible to assist. Upon hearing Gu Qingling's words, Gu Shi dashed towards the door. Watching her leave, Gu Qingling found herself pondering Jiang Cheng. She wondered how he was faring, longing to see him but fearing she might intrude. Meanwhile, Gu Shi arrived at Gu Sheng's study, urgently recounting her request for assistance in contacting Professor Li to enable her and Gu Feng to attend the welcome party. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow at the anxious Gu Shi. Why are you so intent on attending this welcome party? He inquired. Dad, this prodigy is recognized by the foremost professor in Longdu. If Gu Feng could befriend him, it would greatly benefit his future. Moreover, it would be advantageous for the Gu family's development, Gu Shi explained hastily. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Sheng nodded. Very well. I will do my utmost to reach out to Professor Li. However, you must remember to refrain from recklessly targeting Jiang Cheng in the future. His admission to Yedu University indicates he possesses notable talents. Gu Sheng's insight revealed his wisdom, for without it, the Gu family might have already faced ruin. Elated, Gu Shi eagerly agreed. All right, I will attend and then go. She dashed out, likely to inform Gu Feng of the news. Gu Sheng observed her retreating figure, silently grateful that he had not been the one to antagonize the Gu family, for that would have spelled disaster. He felt fortunate that his prolonged absence from home had shielded him from Jiang Cheng's ire. Little did he know, he was the true architect of their troubles. Years ago, Gu Sheng's wife had insisted on adopting a child, and when he sought the counsel of a fortune teller, the prediction suggested she sought someone to avert disaster. Accepting this notion, he had not opposed her and had subsequently adopted Jiang Cheng from an orphanage. Gu Sheng had harbored disdain for Jiang Cheng, neglecting him and allowing him to fend for himself. With this in mind, he resolved to find a way to keep his wife occupied. Why not take her along to the welcome party? He promptly contacted Professor Li, and after much negotiation, he secured entry into the laboratory by promising to provide additional experimental equipment, a costly endeavor that would undoubtedly strain their finances further. Chapter 66. Forcing myself to accept a harem. Gu Sheng, with a guilty expression, inquire, Madam, it has been quite a while since you last saw Xiaoxi, hasn't it? They are currently attending Professor Li's welcoming event in Longdu. Perhaps you should join them and meet their acquaintance. After all, he was merely a man living off his wife, and the Gu family thrived solely on her hard work. When she spoke, he dared not retort. If she directed him east, he would not venture west. Shaoxi, you say? That sounds agreeable. Do send me the location. Gu Madam's words were succinct and clear. Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very well, madam. He hastily sent the address, fearful she might change her mind. Gu Madam glanced at the address on her phone, frowning. The last time, she had gone to such lengths as to admit herself to the hospital to thwart his plans. After attending this welcoming event, she was determined to uncover what tricks he was up to. With that thought, she grabbed her suitcase and slowly made her way to the airport. Xiao Cheng, are we really leaving today? Could you not stay a while longer to play with me? Dear sister? Jiang Yao gazed at Jiang Cheng with a pitiful look as she packed her belongings. Jiang Cheng paused, her expression filled with gentle exasperation. Sister, this invitation from Professor Li to the welcoming event is of utmost importance. Jiang Yao pouted, her face a portrait of reluctance. Jiang Cheng nodded, slinging her backpack over her shoulder and stepping towards the door. Lu Xiqing followed closely, playfully sticking out her tongue at Jiang Yao as if to assert her claim. Accompanying Jiang Cheng were not just Lu Xiqing, but also their devoted maid, Lin Wan'er. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao, unable to join them due to work commitments, seethed quietly in frustration. Curse Lu Xiqing, just wait. Xiao Cheng would never take a liking to you. Let us first visit my father and inform him. I have some matters to discuss with him as well. The two companions nodded in agreement. They promptly hailed a taxi to head towards the company. Upon arriving at the corporation, Jiang Cheng instructed the two to remain downstairs while she ascended to discuss a few matters, returning shortly thereafter. Entering the office, Jiang Du immediately ceased his work upon seeing her, approaching with a smile. My dear son, what brings you here? Father, I have come to inquire about a few matters. Jiang Cheng settled onto the sofa, recounting the recent events to Jiang Du. Upon hearing her, Jiang Du burst into laughter. Young people must take care of their health. Such matters are plentiful. Your elder sisters genuinely care for you. Their audacity to act thus indicates their feelings can no longer be contained. At this, Jiang Cheng could not help but lament. My father is compelling me to gather a harem. He then posed a query. Father, why have I never met my mother? At this question, Jiang Du's demeanor grew serious. Your mother is still not available to meet, but in due time, when you have expanded the company, you shall undoubtedly see her. Jiang Cheng felt indifferent towards his mother, having grown up in an orphanage. Jiang Du had explained the circumstances of his upbringing. Back then, he was not as well off as he was now. After Jiang Cheng's birth, his mother vanished without a trace. Jiang Du, impoverished and burdened, had been deceived into accumulating substantial debt while caring for Jiang Cheng. That day, the creditor threatened that if the debt were not repaid, his son would suffer dire consequences. In panic, Jiang Du had left his child at the orphanage's doorstep and hidden away. Eventually, after achieving wealth and establishing the company, he sought to find Jiang Cheng, only to learn from the orphanage's director that the child had been adopted by the Gu family. Jiang Du had since kept a watchful eye on Jiang Cheng. Yet Jiang Cheng stubbornly refused to part from the Gu family. After hearing Jiang Du's explanation, Jiang Cheng shared his plans to travel to Longdu. Jiang Du was taken aback, recognizing the preciousness of Professor Li's invitation, and urged Jiang Cheng to enjoy himself. Descending to the ground floor, the two women awaited him. He boarded the car, and they set off for the airport. At last, they embarked on their journey to Longdu. Throughout the ride, Lu Xiqing chattered incessantly, attempting to capture Jiang Cheng's attention, while Lin Wan'er remained quietly vigilant beside her. Jiang Cheng's thoughts wandered as he recalled his conversation with Professor Li the previous day, who insisted on hosting a welcoming event for him, despite his continuous refusals, declaring it imperative. Meanwhile, Gu Madam had arrived at Longdu Airport, elegantly stepping out as her driver awaited her. Seated in the car, her thoughts drifted toward Gu Sheng's enigmatic behavior. She silently resolved to clarify matters after the welcoming event concluded. Jiang Cheng and his companions reached the airport and prepared to board. Lu Xiqing excitedly engaged Jiang Cheng in conversation while Lin Wan'er methodically handled the boarding procedures. Observing the two, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of warmth. Indeed, having company was the right choice, as being alone would have been exceedingly dull. As the plane ascended towards Longdu, Jiang Cheng reclined in his seat, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm his racing thoughts. Upon entering her room, she surveyed the familiar decor, yet felt no sense of belonging. She opened the wardrobe, selecting her attire for the day. As time passed, the aircraft approached Longdu. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, gazing out at the clouds, filled with anticipation. Upon disembarking, he spotted Professor Li scanning the area. "Professor Li, over here," Jiang Cheng called out. Li Qin turned towards the voice and spotted Jiang Cheng along with two beautiful women approaching. "Young Master Jiang, you have finally arrived." Li Qin grasped Jiang Cheng's hand warmly. "Not at all. It seems I kept Professor Li waiting," Jiang Cheng replied with his characteristic warmth. Li Qin then turned her attention to the two lovely ladies behind him. "And who might these two be? Oh, how remiss of me. This lovely young lady on my left is Lu Siqing, and the cool beauty on my right is Lin Wan'er." As Jiang Cheng introduced them, Li Qin chuckled in delight. "Come, let's head to the car." She took Jiang Cheng by the hand, leading him towards the parking lot, while the two beautiful young women blushed at the compliment. "Did he just call me a beautiful girl?" Chapter 67. A familiar scent as the group settled into the car. Li Qin drove while explaining the details of the welcome event and some particulars about the laboratory to Jiang Cheng. He listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing and Lin Wan'er sat quietly in the back seat, gazing curiously at the vibrant scenery of Longdu outside the window. "Young Master Jiang, this welcome event will gather many elites from academia and the business world, presenting an excellent opportunity for you to network," Li Qin remarked with a smile. Jiang Cheng nodded, expressing his anticipation to engage and learn from everyone. "By the way, Teacher Li, is there anything particularly special about this laboratory?" "Indeed," Li Qin replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We have invested considerable effort into creating this laboratory, which is equipped with advanced facilities and technologies. I am confident it will pique your interest." The car came to a stop in front of a luxurious hotel, where Li Qin escorted Jiang Cheng and his companions inside, having arranged their accommodations. "Young Master Jiang, please take your time to rest. Tomorrow's welcome event will undoubtedly be memorable," she said before departing. Entering the room, Jiang Cheng was struck by the spacious and comfortable environment, evoking a myriad of thoughts within him. He approached the window, overlooking the bustling cityscape of Longdu, his mind wandering. Lu Siqing, brimming with excitement, paced around the room, still reveling in the moment when Jiang Cheng had referred to her as a beautiful girl. In contrast, Lin Wan'er remained composed. Having checked the room for safety, she sat by the window, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gu was preparing for the welcome event in her own home. She selected an exquisite gown, meticulously coordinating it with jewelry and makeup. As time passed, night gradually descended. Jiang Cheng lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to rise and open it. "Shall we go out for a stroll? I know a fantastic barbecue place," Lu Siqing exclaimed as she stepped inside, followed closely by Lin Wan'er. "All right then, let us go." Lu Siqing had not anticipated Jiang Cheng's swift agreement, as she had initially planned to rest on his bed for a while. "Oh great, let us go," she said, awkwardly retreating towards the door, with Lin Wan'er trailing behind. The trio made their way to the barbecue stall. "Siqing, where exactly is this place you mentioned?" Jiang Cheng inquired. Lu Siqing animatedly pointed in a direction. "It's just over there, not far. I stumbled upon it during my last visit, and the food is simply delightful." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. "Then let us hurry there." As they walked towards the stall, Lu Siqing continued to chatter excitedly. "Jiang Cheng, did you know? The owner of that barbecue stall is exceptionally friendly, and he cooks the skewers to perfection. Sounds promising. I hope it lives up to your praise." Lin Wan'er interjected quietly, hoping it wouldn't be too noisy. Lu Siqing assured her, "Not at all. Although it can get crowded, the atmosphere is delightful." Before long, they arrived at the barbecue stall. Lu Siqing expertly found a spot to sit and called the owner over. "Sir, we would like some lamb skewers, chicken wings, chives, and a few bottles of drinks." The owner cheerfully replied, "Sure thing, coming right up." As Jiang Cheng observed the lively scene around him, he remarked, "This place is quite a vibrant ambience." Lu Siqing agreed. "Yes, I love this lively atmosphere filled with the essence of life." Lin Wan'er, meanwhile, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for safety. Soon, The barbecue was served, filling the air with enticing aromas. Lu Xiqing eagerly grabbed a lamb skewer and exclaimed, "This is delicious. Jiang Cheng, you must try it." Jiang Cheng took a skewer and sampled it, confirming, "Indeed, it is quite tasty." Lu Xiqing beamed with pride, "Of course. I know many great places. I'll take you both to more in the future." Lin Wanner nodded slightly, acknowledging the flavor. As they savored the barbecue and engaged in light conversation, the night grew late. Walking back, they passed a convenience store. "I'll go buy a bottle of water. What would you like?" Jiang Cheng asked. "Young master, I prefer something a bit sour." Lin Wanner responded. "All right, wait here," he said, heading into the store to quickly gather their requested drinks before hastily checking out. Just as Lu Xiqing was selecting her items, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent. This aroma, was it from Jiang Cheng? This fragrance was unmistakably that of Jiang Cheng as a favorite shampoo, one she often purchased for him during his childhood. She looked up, but all she saw was a retreating figure. Hastily placing her items on the counter, she paid and rushed outside, only to find that the figure had vanished. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? After all, it had been quite some time since she last saw the child. Standing at the entrance of the convenience store, Mrs. Gu furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. She shook her head, dismissing it as her longing for Jiang Cheng manifesting as an illusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng emerged from the store, handing the drinks to Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner. Lu Xiqing joyfully accepted a can of cola, eagerly cracking it open for a sip, while Lin Wanner politely took her drink, softly expressing her gratitude. Jiang Cheng contemplated the welcome event scheduled for the following day, pondering the individuals he might encounter and the exchanges that awaited him. Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner returned to their rooms, with Lu Xiqing eagerly anticipating the next day's activities, while Lin Wanner remained alert, silently guarding Jiang Cheng's safety. She recalled a dream she had years ago, where for 3 consecutive nights, she dreamt of a child and a woman with wings. The woman had told her that this child would bring her good fortune and that she must care for him diligently. At that time, she had been quite superstitious, searching through orphanages for the child. To her surprise, she indeed found a child fitting the description, believing it to be a blessing bestowed upon her by the divine, a treasure she vowed to cherish. Before departing abroad, she had entrusted Gu Sheng with the care of the child, and she wondered how he was faring now. She had never reached out since, hoping he would still remember her. Chapter 68. The protagonist of this occasion on the following evening, Jiang Cheng donned a well-tailored suit, exuding an aura of handsome sophistication. Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner also took great care in their appearance, and the trio set off for the venue of the welcome event. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was already vibrant and bustling. The dazzling lights, opulent decorations, and elegant music all showcased the grandeur of the occasion. Jiang Cheng surveyed the scene, feeling a mix of anticipation and slight nervousness. As they entered the venue, they spotted the Gu siblings, Gu Shi and Gu Feng. Gu Feng, clad in an expensive custom suit, wore a haughty expression, while Gu Shi adorned a graceful gown, her makeup impeccably done. Gu Feng immediately recognized Jiang Cheng, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, isn't it Jiang Cheng? What brings you to such an occasion? This place is hardly meant for someone of your stature," he mocked. He reveled in the fact that he held an invitation, feeling self-important and dismissive of others. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to ignore him. Lu Xiqing, however, could not contain her indignation and was about to retort when Jiang Cheng silenced her with a glance. "Let us move on and not pay them any mind," he said nonchalantly. The three found a corner to sit down, but Lu Xiqing remained visibly upset. "Jiang Cheng, that Gu Feng is utterly intolerable. How can you just stand by?" she exclaimed. Jiang Cheng smiled gently. "There's no need to stoop to his level. We are here to communicate and learn, not to engage in petty quarrels." Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. "Young master is right. Don't let them affect your mood." Yet, within Jiang Cheng's heart, he was silently reveling, thinking, "I'm the protagonist of this welcome event. Just wait until I take the stage. I will not hold back." "Young Master Jiang, the professor requests your presence," someone called out. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, eager for the proceedings to commence, anxious to witness the transformation of the Gu family's expressions. As time passed, the welcome event officially began. The host took to the stage, enthusiastically introducing the day's activities and guests. When it came to mentioning the protagonist, he intentionally built suspense. Today, we are honored to welcome a particularly special guest. He has received personal endorsement from Professor Li and can truly be called a genius. Now, let us welcome this guest with a round of enthusiastic applause. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Jiang Cheng gracefully ascended the stage. His entrance caused a stir, particularly for Gu Feng and Gu Shi, whose faces reflected disbelief. Standing center stage, Jiang Cheng greeted everyone with a warm smile. His poise and confidence captivated the audience. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Cheng. It is a pleasure to participate in today's welcome event. Thank you all for being here, and I hope we can enjoy an engaging exchange today. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's expression darkened. He could scarcely believe that the person he had just ridiculed was indeed the main attraction. He had intended to befriend the protagonist for the benefit of the Gu family, but was now taken aback to realize it was Jiang Cheng. In a hushed tone, he turned to Gu Shi. How is this possible? Jiang Cheng is the protagonist today? Gu Shi clenched her teeth in frustration. Jiang Cheng continued his speech, and the audience was entranced, offering spontaneous applause. As he descended from the stage, a throng of admirers encircled him, showering him with congratulations and expressing a desire for collaboration. Gu Feng watched Jiang Cheng bask in the attention, feeling regret for his earlier impulsiveness. We cannot let this slide. We must find a way to remedy this. Gu Shi urged, let's wait for Mother to arrive. As long as you appease her, you will certainly avoid being grounded. Gu Feng, resigned, could only comply, as no one had anticipated that the welcome event would be dedicated to Jiang Cheng. Young Master Jiang, Li Qin called out. Hearing his name, he turned to see Li Qin approaching with a young woman. Holding a small cake in hand, he moved toward them. Come, young Master Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This is my disciple, Ouyang Xin. She has been eager to meet you, and today I brought her along. Turning to Ouyang Xin, Li Qin said, all right, Xin, this is young Master Jiang. You two should have a chat. With that, she dashed off to join her circle of friends. As Xin gazed at the young man before her eyes sparkled with admiration. In her eyes, Jiang Cheng radiated a unique charm. His well-fitted suit accentuated his tall, handsome figure. His facial features were sharply defined, and he exuded an air of confidence and tranquility. The subtle smile playing upon his lips suggested a warmth that was compelling. Xin found Jiang Cheng's eyes particularly captivating, as if they held endless wisdom and tales waiting to be told. When their gazes met, her heart raced uncontrollably. His eyes reflected a calmness born of experience, intertwined with dreams and aspirations for the future. Jiang Cheng's elegant demeanor, as he approached with the small cake, resembled that of a gentleman stepping out from a painting. Xin noticed every movement he made was perfectly measured, embodying both humility and an undeniable presence. To her, the moment Jiang Cheng stood on the stage, he became the focal point of the entire event. His composed speech and self-assured manner left her deeply impressed. She could sense the brilliance emanating from him, a glow born from an unwavering pursuit of knowledge and a steadfast belief in the future. In her heart, she mused, so this is the Jiang Cheng my teacher spoke of. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. He was not merely talented, but possessed an enchanting allure that drew her in, leaving her eager to uncover more of his story. Without thinking, she blurted out, I like your eyes. What? Jiang Cheng, savoring his cake, had not quite heard her. Realizing her boldness, Xin quickly flustered. Oh, nothing. She stammered in an attempt to clarify. Noticing her embarrassment, Jiang Cheng offered her a piece of cake. Have a bite. It's delicious. She accepted it, taking a spoonful. It really is delightful. It has a taste of happiness. At that moment, she found herself daydreaming about a blissful future with Jiang Cheng. With a rosy blush, Xin lowered her head to eat the cake, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Cheng. Amused by her demeanor, Jiang Cheng chuckled. Your name is Ouyang Xin, correct? Xin looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Yes, my teacher always praises you, saying you're exceptionally outstanding. Jiang Cheng smiled modestly. Professor Li is too kind. I still have much to learn. As they enjoyed their cake and engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere remained relaxed and cheerful. Chapter 69. I will never go again in this lifetime. A gust of wind swept by, lifting Ouyang Xinxin's skirt. She instinctively tugged at it, fearful of an accidental exposure. Jiang Cheng noticed her action and removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders to shield her from chill. A warmth blossomed in Ouyang Xinxin's heart, deepening the blush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, as the coat settled upon her, two deadly gazes were fixated on him from behind. So, it turns out the young master prefers this kind of attention. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, as if the surrounding clamor was inconsequential to them. Ouyang Xinxin, still blushing, lowered her head to savor her cake, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Cheng, her heart brimming with curiosity and admiration for this remarkable man. Not far away, Gu Feng watched their intimate interaction, his jealousy burning like an unquenchable flame. He clenched his teeth tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. "Sis, who is that girl? She seems to share a special bond with Jiang Cheng," Gushi inquired softly. Gushi scoffed. "Whoever she is, it's unbearable to see Jiang Cheng stealing the spotlight in such a setting, happily chatting with another woman." Furrowing her brow, Gushi continued, "Xiao Feng, you should be concerned that father will be furious if he learns we offended Jiang Cheng at the welcome party." Gu Feng, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. "Let us observe the situation first. I refuse to believe he can maintain this arrogance forever." At that moment, Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinxin's conversation grew increasingly profound. "Young Master Jiang, I'm currently conducting an experiment and have encountered some challenges. Could you offer me some advice?" Ouyang Xinxin regarded him with hopeful eyes. Jiang Cheng pondered briefly before patiently analyzing her dilemma. "The key to your experiment lies in the accuracy of the data and the rationality of the methods employed. You might want to try several different approaches, compare the results, and determine which method proves most effective." After all, Jiang Cheng was a genius, his intelligence from his previous life not lacking, coupled with the ability to foresee many future events. Such problems were merely trivial. Ouyang Xinxin listened intently, nodding continuously. "Young Master Jiang, you truly are remarkable. You pinpointed the crux of such a complex issue so quickly." Jiang Cheng smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely talk. If you experiment more, you will surely find a solution as well." The two continued their conversation, oblivious to the envious glances from the beautiful girl behind them. Gu Feng's jealousy intensified. Why did all the girls gravitate toward that scoundrel Jiang Cheng? Just as he simmered in jealousy, Gu Shi's words silenced him. "Mom, you're here." Mrs. Gu, Su Jinxiu, approached slowly. Xiao Feng, have you missed me?" She embraced the two, her face radiant with joy. Su Jinxiu gently inquired, "Have you been well?" Gu Feng nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mom, we've been very good." As she gazed at them, her eyes filled with maternal affection. At that moment, she noticed Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinxin in the distance. "Who is that young man with the girl? He seems familiar." Curious, Su Jinxiu asked. Gu Shi and Gu Feng exchanged glances, and Gu Shi hesitated before answering. "Mom, that is Jiang Cheng." Su Jinxiu blinked in surprise. "Jiang Cheng? That name sounds somewhat familiar." Gu Feng hurriedly added, "Mom, don't you remember? He is the one you've always admired, Gu Cheng." Suddenly enlightened, Su Jinxiu exclaimed, "Oh, so it's Xiao Cheng. How'd he end up here? Why haven't you gone to see him?" Clearly, she had overlooked the fact that Gu Cheng had changed his name. Gu Shi bit her lip and said, "Mom, we ran into him at the welcome party. Previously, we had a bit of a misunderstanding." Furrowing her brow, Su Jinxiu listened intently. Gu Feng quickly explained, "Mom, we didn't initially realize he was the guest of honor, so our remarks were a bit brash. Now that we recognize our mistake, we were hoping to find an opportunity to apologize." Su Jinxiu regarded them with seriousness. "You two are always so impulsive. Xiaoqing is a good boy. You must not bully him. I have always liked him the most. Come, let us go greet him." Resigned, Gu Shi and Gu Feng followed Su Jinxiu towards Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinxin were still engrossed in conversation. When he suddenly saw Su Jinxiu and the others approaching, his expression subtly shifted. Su Jinxiu reached Jiang Cheng, smiling as she said, "Xiao Cheng, it's been a long time." Jiang Cheng replied coolly, "Madam, who might you be?" Su Jinxiu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. "Xiao Cheng, you don't remember me? I am Su Jinxiu, your Uncle Gu's wife. Su Hinxiu spoke gently. Jiang Cheng's gaze lingered on her, still tinged with confusion. After a moment of silence, he remarked, it is you, madam. It has indeed been a long time. The interval was so lengthy that I did not recognize you at first. He gazed at her, somewhat lost in thought. He was aware of her commanding presence, yet she had always shown him exceptional kindness. Everything had changed after she went abroad. There are no remedies for regrets. Having been reborn, I shall not tread the same path again. Su Hinxiu smiled. No gueris, Jiang Cheng. I never expected to see you here. You're growing more impressive by the day. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind words, madam. Beside them, Ouyang Xinxin watched curiously, wondering what tale lay between Jiang Cheng and this lady. Noticing Ouyang Xinxin, Su Jinxiu smiled and inquired, Xiao Cheng, who is this lovely young lady? Jiang Cheng introduced. This is Professor Li's student, Ouyang Xinxin. Su Hinxiu nodded. What a spirited young lady. Xiao Cheng, how did you come to know one another? Jiang Cheng briefly recounted their encounter at the welcome party. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu smiled. It seems you share a special connection. Xiao Cheng, do take good care of Miss Xinxin in the future. Gu Shi and Gu Feng watched from the side, their hearts filled with jealousy. Gu Feng couldn't help but interject, Mom, he is quite capable now. He doesn't need us anymore. Su Jinxiu shot Gu Feng a disapproving look. Xiao Feng, don't speak like that. Xiao Cheng has always been a good child. You should learn from him. Gu Feng lowered his head, silenced. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head. No need for that, madam. The Gu family is one I shall never approach again in this lifetime. Chapter 70. Truly grown up, there's no need, madam. I shall never return to the Gu family again. With these words, Jiang Cheng's face bore no trace of emotion. Why, Xiao Cheng? Have those girls bullied you? Su Jinxiu's anxiety was palpable. She paused slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. Jiang Cheng's gaze was icy. Madam, you should understand that since your departure, the Gu family has held no warmth for me. Ouyang Xinxin listened quietly, filled with confusion, and gently inquired. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at Ouyang Xinxin, hesitant to speak. Su Jinxiu sighed. Something must have happened, but you cannot simply abandon the Gu family. After all, it was once your home. Jiang Cheng scoffed. Home? Madam, you are exceedingly naive. In the Gu family, I was but a dispensable figure. They never truly regarded me as family. Gu Shi could not restrain herself. Jiang Cheng, do not be ungrateful. Hasn't the Gu family treated you well enough? Jiang Cheng's piercing gaze fixed on Gu Shi. Well, Gu Shi, ask your conscience where the goodness lies in the Gu family's treatment of me. Gu Feng chimed in. Exactly. Now that you've spread your wings, have you forgotten the Gu family's nurturing grace? Jiang Cheng glared at Gu Feng. Nurturing grace? What the humiliation and suffering I endured within the Gu family. How do you count that? Su Jinxiu frowned. Xiao Feng, Xiao Shi, cease your words. She looked at Jiang Cheng with compassion. Xiao Cheng, I had no idea you bore such grievances. I shall ensure they are taught a lesson. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Madam, there is no need. I have resolved to sever ties with the Gu family and have no further dealings with them. Ouyang Xinxin regarded Jiang Cheng with sympathy. Young Master Jiang, I had no idea you had endured so much. Jiang Cheng merely nodded. Su Jinxiu gazed at Jiang Cheng, filled with emotion. Xiao Cheng, you have truly grown up. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, if you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. At that moment, Su Jinxiu appeared composed. Yet inwardly, she was cursing Gu Sheng for his treatment of her beloved child. My favorite child, subjected to such bullying. They truly are insufferable. Just wait. Jiang Cheng inclined his head slightly. Thank you, madam. Su Jinxiu turned to Gu Shi and Gu Feng. You too. Remember this. If I learn that you continue to disrespect Xiao Cheng, I shall not spare you. Gu Shi and Gu Feng lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Su Jinxiu then looked at Ouyang Xinxin. Miss Xinxin, Xiao Cheng is a good child. I hope you can spend more time with him. Ouyang Xinxin blushed and nodded. Rest assured, madam, I will. With a sigh, Su Jinxiu turned to leave. Gu Shi and Gu Feng shot a fierce glare at Jiang Cheng before departing. Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinxin stood in silence. After a moment, Ouyang Xinxin broke the silence. Young Master Jiang, would you like another piece of cake? Jiang Cheng gently shook his head. No, Miss Ouyang. I lack appetite at present. Ouyang Xinshin looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with concern. Young Master Jiang, please do not be too sorrowful. Now that you have resolved to distance yourself from the Gu family, look forward. Things will surely improve. Jiang Cheng sighed softly. Miss Ouyang, you do not understand. The Gu family was once my perceived refuge, yet now it has become the place I most wish to avoid. I invested so much, only to receive endless humiliation and suffering in return. Ouyang Xinshin spoke gently. Young Master Jiang, let the past remain in the past. You are exceptional. A brighter future surely awaits you. Besides, you still have me as a friend. Jiang Cheng looked into Ouyang Xinshin's sincere eyes, warmth swelling in his heart. Miss Ouyang, thank you. Having you as a friend is indeed my fortune. Ouyang Xinshin smiled slightly. Young Master Jiang, please do not be so formal. As they conversed, a sudden commotion caught their attention nearby. They turned to see a group gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Ouyang Xinshin, curious, remarked, Young Master Jiang, it seems something has occurred over there. Shall we go take a look? Jiang Cheng nodded, and they approached together. Upon closer inspection, they found two young men arguing over a trivial matter. One of them exclaimed, Are you blind? You bumped into me and have yet to apologize. The other retorted defiantly, You clearly collided with me first, yet you play the victim. Their argument intensified, and it seemed they were on the verge of physical confrontation. Jiang Cheng frowned and stepped forward. Gentlemen, please cease this quarrel. It is not worth it over such a trivial matter. The two young men glanced at Jiang Cheng, one asking, Who are you? What does this concern you? Jiang Cheng replied calmly, I am merely a passerby, but I believe arguing in such a setting is quite inappropriate. Everyone should remain calm and resolve this matter amicably. The other young man insisted, He bumped into me first and has yet to apologize. How can I remain calm? Jiang Cheng suggested, Perhaps it is a misunderstanding. If everyone takes a step back and offers an apology, the issue can be resolved. Suddenly, one young man said, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. Having recognized Jiang Cheng, who was praised by Professor Li, he softened. The other young man, seeing the apology, also conceded. I too was at fault. I should not have argued over something so trivial. They shook hands, reconciling. Ouyang Xinshin looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with admiration. Young Master Jiang, impressive. You diffused the argument with just a few words. Jiang Cheng smiled modestly. It was merely a trivial matter. In such settings, we should cultivate understanding and tolerance. The two continued to walk through the welcome event, occasionally greeting others. A beautifully dressed woman approached them. She looked at Jiang Cheng and smiled. You must be Jiang Cheng. I've heard much about you. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. May I ask who you are? The woman replied. I am Cheng Yutong, the daughter of the Cheng group. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Cheng responded politely. Miss Cheng, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. Cheng Yutong gazed at Jiang Cheng with admiration. Young Master Jiang, your talent and demeanor are truly commendable. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to befriend you? Jiang Cheng hesitated, then said, Of course. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Cheng. Cheng Yutong smiled. Young Master Jiang, if the opportunity arises, we could collaborate. I believe we would have much in common. Jiang Cheng replied, Certainly, Miss Cheng. I would be delighted to collaborate if a suitable opportunity arises. Ouyang Xinshin watched Jiang Cheng converse with Cheng Yutong, feeling a pang of disappointment. She felt insignificant beside him. Jiang Cheng, sensing Ouyang Xinshin's change in demeanor, turned to Cheng Yutong. Miss Cheng, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Cheng Yutong smiled. Very well, young Master Jiang. I hope we have the chance to converse again. Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinshin departed from Cheng Yutong and found a quiet corner. Jiang Cheng looked at Ouyang Xinshin and asked, Miss Ouyang, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Ouyang Xinshin shook her head. Young Master Jiang, you are remarkable. Many are drawn to you. I feel the disparity between us is too great. Jiang Cheng smiled gently. Miss Ouyang, do not say such things. Each person possesses their own unique strengths and value. You are also remarkable. Your kindness and sincerity are truly moving, Ouyang Xinshin said. Her cheeks flushed. Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary girl, lacking your talent and capability. As they continued their conversation, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Jiang Cheng. Chapter 71. Have confidence in yourself. Lu Siqing approached Jiang Cheng, her face etched with concern. Jiang Cheng, I heard about what transpired earlier. The Gu family has truly gone too far. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, young master. Do not let their actions sadden you. Their failure to cherish you is their own loss. Jiang Cheng offered a faint smile of gratitude. Thank you for your concern. I have already resolved to sever ties with the Gu family and will no longer allow their matters to distress me. Ouyang Xinxin observed Lu Siqing and Lin Wanner from the side, internally marveling at Jiang Cheng's amiable nature. Lu Siqing, glancing at Ouyang Xinxin beside Jiang Cheng, inquired with a smile, And who might this young lady be? Jiang Cheng introduced her. This is Ouyang Xinxin, a disciple of Professor Li. Lu Siqing extended a friendly hand to Ouyang Xinxin. Hello, Miss Ouyang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ouyang Xinxin, somewhat shy, shook Lu Siqing's hand. Hello, Miss Lu. Lin Wanner also bestowed a warm smile upon Ouyang Xinxin. Miss Ouyang is quite charming. A flicker of jealousy crossed Lu Siqing's eyes as she observed Jiang Cheng and Ouyang Xinxin. Jiang Cheng, you and Miss Ouyang seem to share a special connection. You appear to be enjoying each other's company immensely. Jiang Cheng, slightly exasperated, replied, No, we are merely ordinary friends. Ouyang Xinxin's cheeks flushed slightly, harboring a subtle hope for Jiang Cheng to harbor feelings for her. As time passed, the gathering dwindled to a few attendees, signaling its conclusion. Young Master Jiang, we shall see you tomorrow evening. Ouyang Xinxin waved goodbye from the entrance. All right, see you tomorrow. After the event, Jiang Cheng walked towards the hotel with Lu Siqing and Lin Wanner. Throughout the journey, Lu Siqing remained silent, her expression somewhat somber. Jiang Cheng sensed her unusual demeanor but was unsure how to address it. Lin Wanner quietly observed their interactions. Suddenly, Lu Siqing plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms in a huff. Jiang Cheng cautiously approached her and softly asked, Siqing, what is troubling you? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Siqing shot him a glare and retorted, Why do you even need to ask? Are you not aware of your own heart? Jiang Cheng looked bewildered. I truly do not understand. What is the matter? Lu Siqing scoffed. You were chatting so merrily with that Ouyang Xinxin, leaving both Wanner and me in the lurch. Do you fancy her? Jiang Cheng hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Siqing, please do not misunderstand. Miss Ouyang and I are simply ordinary friends, enjoying a conversation. Lu Siqing was unconvinced. Ordinary friends? It seems to me your rapport is quite extraordinary. You have never conversed with me so joyously. Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation. Siqing, please do not be unreasonable. I genuinely have no other intentions. Lu Siqing's anger flared further. Unreasonable? Jiang Cheng, you dare to call me unreasonable now? Fine, then disregard me. With that, she stood and headed toward her room. Jiang Cheng quickly grabbed her arm, pleading, Siqing, please do not be angry. I admit my fault. Lu Siqing shook off his hand, demanding, What exactly did you do wrong? Jiang Cheng scratched his head, contemplating, I should not have engaged so deeply with Miss Ouyang, neglecting both of you. I assure you it will not happen again. Lu Siqing remained obstinate. What good is a mere assurance? You must face a consequence. Jiang Cheng, with a furrowed brow, queried, What consequence? Lu Siqing pondered for a moment before declaring, You must buy me breakfast for a week and accompany me on shopping trips and to the movies. Jiang Cheng hesitated. Wouldn't that be rather troublesome? Lu Siqing glared at him. Are you unwilling? Then forget it. Do not speak to me again. Jiang Cheng quickly responded, I am willing. Siqing, please do not be upset. Lu Siqing finally cracked a smile. That is more like it. Remember your promise. Should you dare to backtrack, I shall not spare you. Jiang Cheng nodded fervently. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. Lin Wanner, watching their exchange, could not help but chuckle. All right, young master. You two stop bickering and get some rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Jiang Cheng and Lu Siqing exchanged glances, both feeling a bit bashful. He had not anticipated Lu Siqing's jealousy over Ouyang Xinxin, which left them both exasperated and touched. He realized that Lu Siqing cared for him, prompting such a reaction. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing tossed and turned in her room, grappling with her sleeplessness. On one hand, she regretted her impulsiveness. on the other. She eagerly awaited Jiang Cheng to fulfill his promise. The following morning, Jiang Cheng arose early, procured breakfast, and delivered it to Lu Xiqing's room. He gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Xiqing, I have brought breakfast." Lu Xiqing opened the door and felt a warm sensation upon seeing the food in Jiang Cheng's hands. "You do have a conscience," she remarked as she accepted the breakfast. Jiang Cheng smiled. "Hurry and eat. We shall go shopping shortly." Lu Xiqing nodded and began her meal. After breakfast, they ventured out with Lin Wanner for a day of shopping. Lu Xiqing was in high spirits, pulling Jiang Cheng and Lin Wanner from shop to shop. Jiang Cheng patiently accompanied her, assisting with her bags. Lin Wanner looked on, a smile of contentment gracing her features. After a while, Lu Xiqing spotted a clothing store and eagerly dragged Jiang Cheng and Lin Wanner inside. She tried on several outfits, seeking Jiang Cheng's opinion. He provided thoughtful feedback. Ultimately, Lu Xiqing selected a lovely dress, and Jiang Cheng willingly paid for it. Lu Xiqing felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her demeanor towards Jiang Cheng softening considerably. Following their shopping spree, they watched a film together. In the cinema, Lu Xiqing leaned against Jiang Cheng's shoulder, basking in his warmth. Jiang Cheng gently held her hand, creating a profoundly cozy atmosphere between them. "Jiang Cheng, I had a splendid day today. You deserve a thumbs up," Lu Xiqing declared. Jiang Cheng gazed at her, saying, "As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. I will always be by your side." Lu Xiqing blushed and nodded, her heart brimming with joy. "By the way, you all should rest early tonight. I have to visit the laboratory." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng mention the evening's laboratory visit, Lu Xiqing furrowed her brows. "Jiang Cheng, why can't we go together? Is there something special about that laboratory?" she inquired. Jiang Cheng patiently elucidated, "Xiqing, that laboratory has strict regulations. Only authorized personnel may enter. I only have this opportunity due to Professor Li's invitation. You would not be permitted to enter, so it will be better for you to rest at the hotel." Lin Wanner chimed in, "Miss Lu, Jiang Cheng is right. Let him visit the laboratory without our interference." Though reluctant, Lu Xiqing recognized the validity of Jiang Cheng's reasoning. Pouting, she conceded. Jiang Cheng smiled, affirming, "You both should rest well at the hotel." Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng glanced at the time. "I will prepare now. I shall head to the laboratory in the evening. Should you feel bored, you may explore the area near the hotel, but do exercise caution." Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner found themselves somewhat at a loss in their room. Suddenly, Lu Xiqing recalled something. "Wanner, do you think Jiang Cheng and that Ouyang girl might encounter something in the laboratory?" "Do not let your imagination run wild. Jiang Cheng is merely going to visit the laboratory. What could possibly happen?" Lu Xiqing remained somewhat uneasy. "Yet I can't help but feel that Miss Ouyang harbors distinct feelings for Jiang Cheng. What if she seizes the opportunity to confess her affection to him?" Lin Wanna shook her head, saying, "Miss Lu, you mustn't be so sensitive. The young master has assured you of his unwavering companionship. You must trust him." Lu Xiqing sighed. "I wish I could believe in him, but I can't help but feel anxious." Lin Wanner grasped Lu Xiqing's hand and reassured her, "Miss Lu, you must have confidence in yourself." To be candid, Lin Wanner felt a twinge of unease herself. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's words, Lu Xiqing felt a slight sense of reassurance. Chapter 72. Why hasn't he returned yet? I have everything packed and am ready to head to the laboratory. You all should rest well at the hotel. If anything comes up, just give me a call." Lu Xiqing furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Cheng nodded and turned to leave the hotel room. Both Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner watched Jiang Cheng's departing figure, worry gnawing at their hearts. Lu Xiqing, with a pained expression, murmured, "Wanner, do you think Jiang Cheng won't end up with that Ouyang Xin, will he?" "Miss Lu, please don't overthink it. The young master is not that kind of person. Since he promised to stay by your side, he will surely keep his word," Lin Wanner gently reassured her. Yet, Lu Xiqing seemed not to absorb the comfort, her brow still tightly knitted. "But I can't shake this unease. Ouyang Xin appears to harbor feelings for Jiang Cheng. What if she makes a move?" Lin Vanya, appearing a bit perplexed, shook her head. "Miss Lu, you must trust the young master's feelings for you. Even if Ouyang does have intentions, it doesn't mean he would reciprocate." Lu Xiqing shook her head, her face clouded with worry. I hope so. Sigh. Waiting here at the hotel is so dull. Lin Wanner pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we find something to do? Lu Xiqing, still frowning, sighed. What can we do? There's nothing entertaining around here. Lin Wanner responded earnestly. We could read a book or have a chat. Lu Xiqing remained disinterested, replying helplessly, I'm not in the mood for reading. And I don't know what we would talk about. Lin Wanner then proposed, shall we take a stroll in the hotel garden? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiqing reluctantly agreed. All right, I suppose we could do that. The two made their way to the hotel garden, which boasted a beautiful environment and fresh air. However, Lu Xiqing had little mind to appreciate it, her thoughts consumed by Jiang Cheng. Wanner, do you think Jiang Cheng might encounter any dangers in the laboratory? Lu Xiqing asked softly, her face etched with worry. Lin Wanner, maintaining a calm demeanor, reassured her, Miss Lu, there's no need to fret. The laboratory should be quite safe. Still unconvinced, Lu Xiqing expressed her anxiety. But what if something does happen? Lin Wanner, with unwavering confidence, stated, you must trust in the young master's abilities. He will take care of himself. Lu Xiqing sighed, her expression heavy with concern. I hope so. They strolled through the garden for a while. Yet Lu Xiqing still felt restless. With a downcast expression, she said, Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the room, Lu Xiqing sat on the sofa, her mind in turmoil. What if something happened to him? She asked, her face fraught with worry. Lin Wanner, with a gentle demeanor, patiently replied, you mustn't be so anxious. Lu Xiqing, in a state of distress, retorted, how can I not be? I feel so unsettled. Lin Wanner softly responded, I hope everything will be well. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had arrived at Professor Li's laboratory. The laboratory was well equipped, with various instruments neatly arranged. Ouyang Xinxin was busy at work when she spotted Jiang Cheng, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Jiang Cheng, you've arrived, she exclaimed cheerfully. Professor Li is in his office. Let me take you to him. Jiang Cheng followed Ouyang Xinxin to Professor Li's office. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, Professor Li warmly invited him to take a seat. Young Master Jiang, welcome to our laboratory. Allow me to introduce our work to you, he said with a beaming smile. Jiang Cheng, with a serious demeanor, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Li. Professor Li, with pride evident in his voice, continued, our laboratory primarily focuses on researching new materials. Currently, we are engaged in an important project that, if successful, will have a profound impact across various fields. Jiang Cheng, filled with admiration, responded, that sounds impressive. How is your research progressing? Professor Li frowned slightly, saying, the progress has been relatively smooth, but we have encountered some difficulties. We are striving to overcome them. Jiang Cheng inquired with concern, is there anything I can assist with? Professor Li smiled and waved his hand. We are just delighted to have you here. If you have any suggestions regarding our research, we would certainly welcome them. Jiang Cheng humbly replied, I'm not very knowledgeable in this area, so I may not have much to offer. However, I will make sure to learn diligently. Professor Li encouraged him. That's all right. You can observe and familiarize yourself. In the future, if the opportunity arises, you may even participate in our research. Jiang Cheng nodded firmly. Thank you, Professor Li. Professor Li guided Jiang Cheng through the various sections of a laboratory, explaining the purpose and operation of the different instruments. Jiang Cheng listened intently, occasionally posing questions. After the tour, Professor Li asked Ouyang Xinxin to take Jiang Cheng to the rest area for a break. Ouyang Xinxin, her expression gentle, inquired, Jiang Cheng, what do you think of our laboratory? Jiang Cheng sincerely replied, it's quite impressive and advanced. Your research is also very meaningful. Ouyang Xinxin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, indeed, we are all working hard on this project. We hope to achieve success soon. Jiang Cheng encouraged her. I believe you will succeed. Ouyang Xinxin gazed at Jiang Cheng, her eyes shimmering. With deep affection, she said, Jiang Cheng, you truly are exceptional. I admire you greatly. Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit shy, responded, oh, I'm just an ordinary person. Ouyang Xinxin insisted earnestly, no, you are not ordinary. You are very talented and charming. Jiang Cheng quickly replied, Ouyang, you flatter me. Ouyang Xinxin hesitated, gathering her courage to say, Jiang Cheng, I have something I want to tell you. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, asked, "What is it?" No, it's nothing." She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner anxiously awaited Jiang Cheng's return. Lu Xiqing, her face a mask of worry, voiced her concerns. "Please don't fret. Perhaps the young master encountered something in the laboratory that delayed him." Lu Xiqing, frantic, replied, "How can I not be anxious? I worry something might happen to him." Lin Wanner confidently stated, "You must trust in him." Lu Xiqing, feeling helpless, said, "I hope so." Just then, Lu Xiqing's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Jiang Cheng calling. "Xiqing, you all should get some rest. I might be a bit late." Jiang Cheng's gentle voice came through the line. Lu Xiqing's face fell in disappointment. Chapter 73. The scheme succeeds. Jiang Cheng spoke with a hint of helplessness. "I am uncertain. Matters here remain unresolved. Xiqing, do not wait for me. Please rest well." Lu Xiqing bit her lip and replied, "Jiang Cheng, I shall." After hanging up, Lu Xiqing sat there in a daze, her spirits low. Lin Wanner gently consoled her, "Miss Lu, since the young master has mentioned he will be late, let us rest for now." Lu Xiqing sighed. "Wanner, how can I possibly sleep? My thoughts are consumed by him." Lin Wanner grasped Lu Xiqing's hand and said, "Miss Lu, worrying like this is futile. The young master is surely occupied with significant matters in the lab. Let us not add to his burdens." Lu Xiqing nodded slightly. "Very well, we shall rest. Yet, I still worry about whether Ouyang Xinxin will say something to Jiang Cheng." Lin Wanner chuckled. "Miss Lu, do not let your thoughts wander. The young master harbors feelings solely for you. He will not be easily swayed by others." Lu Xiqing reclined on the sofa, closed her eyes, and endeavored to calm her racing thoughts. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng observed the bustling crowd, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Ouyang Xinxin approached, and, noticing Jiang Cheng's distraction, inquired, "Jiang Cheng, what troubles you? Are you preoccupied with something?" Jiang Cheng quickly replied, "Nothing, just a bit fatigued." Ouyang Xinxin, with concern, suggested, "Then you should take a moment to rest." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I prefer to assist with something." Ouyang Xinxin looked at Jiang Cheng, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. Concurrently, at the Gu residence, Gu Jinxiu wore an expression of fury, her eyes brimming with reproach. Gu Sheng furrowed his brow. "Perplexed, madam, what is the matter? What has happened to provoke your anger?" Gu Jinxiu huffed coldly. "Are you feigning ignorance? Surely you are aware of the events concerning Xiao Cheng at today's welcome gathering? Is this how you treat Xiao Cheng in my absence?" Gu Jinxiu's face was a mask of indignation as she continued to question. Gu Sheng, bewildered, replied, "Madam, I truly do not comprehend what transpired. Please, do not be angry. Take your time to explain." Gu Jinxiu's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, "Do you still have the audacity to ask? Xiao Cheng has spent years with the Gu family. He has contributed in more ways than one. Yet, you all have humiliated him. Do you even consider him a part of the Gu family?" As these words fell from her lips, Gu Sheng was drenched in cold sweat. "Madam, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. I am innocent." As Gu Sheng continued to weave lies, Gu Jinxiu slammed her palm on the table in anger. "Gu Shi, fetch Gu Qingling. I wish to see how this elder sister conducts herself." At this moment, Gu Feng was already in a state of shock, while Gu Shi trembled slightly. Moments later, Gu Qingling, who had been contemplating a gift for Jiang Cheng, was brought in. Upon entering, she was met with Gu Jinxiu's furious countenance and the visibly apprehensive Gu Sheng and Gu Feng. A knot tightened in her chest, sensing the gravity of the situation. Gu Jinxiu glared at Gu Qingling and demanded, "Gu Qingling, tell me how you all treated Xiao Cheng in the past." Gu Qingling stammered, unable to speak. Gu Jinxiu barked, "Speak." "When Xiao Cheng first arrived at the Gu family, we viewed him as an outsider and treated him coldly. At one family gathering, while everyone was filled with laughter, no one acknowledged Xiao Cheng. He sat alone in a corner." Gu Jinxiu trembled with rage. And then? Gu Qingling continued. "Later, Xiao Cheng made every effort to fit in, yet we deliberately ignored his efforts. During one family-organized event, he actively participated in the preparations, but was assigned the most arduous and dirty tasks, only to be ridiculed by everyone. Gu Sheng listened, his expression darkening. Gu Jinxiu turned to him and said, "Do you hear this? This is how your family has treated Xiao Cheng. Do you still dare claim ignorance?" Gu Sheng quickly responded, "Madam, I truly had no idea they would act so cruelly. I shall ensure they are properly disciplined." Gu Jinxiu retorted, "Discipline? What good will that do now? Xiao Cheng has already endured so much suffering." Gu Sheng added, "Madam, we acknowledge our mistakes. We shall treat Xiao Cheng well in the future to atone for our wrongs." Gu Jinxiu replied, "Atone? Do you believe it is still possible to make amends? Xiao Cheng's heart has already been shattered by you." Gu Qingling lowered her head, seizing the opportunity. "Mother, we truly realize our errors. Please grant us a chance to apologize to Xiao Cheng." Gu Jinxiu paused momentarily before responding, "Very well, go and apologize to Xiao Cheng. If he does not forgive you, do not come to see me again." Gu Shi and Gu Xing nodded eagerly, "Yes, madam. We shall ensure Xiao Cheng forgives us." Meanwhile, Gu Qingling, having succeeded in her scheme, couldn't help but smirk, knowing that they would have to apologize to Xiao Cheng against their will, eager to see how they would handle it. Yet, she wondered if this would disturb Xiao Cheng. At the hotel, Lu Sicheng remained anxious for Jiang Cheng. Pacing restlessly in her room, her heart filled with unease. Lin Wanner observed her and remarked, "Miss Lu, do not be so anxious. You are making me dizzy." Lu Sicheng sighed, "How can I not be anxious? Ouyang Xinshin has her eyes set on Jiang Cheng, and I fear she may take him away." Lin Wanner smiled reassuringly, "Miss Lu, rest assured. The young master's heart belongs solely to you. He will not be swayed by another." In the laboratory, Jiang Cheng continued his busy work, while Ouyang Xinshin occasionally glanced his way, her heart heavy with melancholy. She understood that her chances were dwindling, yet she could not suppress her concern for Jiang Cheng. Approaching him, she said, "Jiang Cheng, you must be tired. Why not take a break?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I still have much to examine." Ouyang Xinshin regarded him with admiration, recognizing his ambition, while she herself felt paralyzed in pursuit of her dreams, spending her days idly at home or in the research institute. With a sigh, Ouyang Xinshin remarked, "Jiang Cheng, you truly are remarkable. I admire you greatly." Jiang Cheng smiled. "Thank you. You are quite exceptional as well." Ouyang Xinshin insisted, "No, I cannot compare to you. You have your goals and aspirations, while I merely drift through life." Jiang Cheng replied, "Everyone has their own way of living. You need not belittle yourself so." Ouyang Xinshin confessed, "Jiang Cheng, I truly envy you. You have someone you cherish and a career, while I have nothing." Jiang Cheng reassured her, "How could you say you have nothing? You possess dreams and talents. If you strive to pursue them, you will surely realize your worth." Ouyang Xinshin gazed at Jiang Cheng, her eyes shimmering with newfound determination. She understood the truth in his words. She could no longer allow herself to drift aimlessly. "Jiang Gongzi, come quickly. This is the last one." Upon hearing Li Qin's voice, Jiang Cheng made his way over. "Ouyang Gu, do come visit us when you have time." Having spoken, he turned and walked away, leaving Ouyang Xinshin standing there in a daze. Chapter 74. The bath incident. He never anticipated that a laboratory could be so vast. Throughout the journey, images of Lu Sicheng's visage and Ouyang Xinshin's dejected eyes incessantly occupied his mind. Yet, he understood that certain matters required clarification. When Jiang Cheng opened the door, he found Lu Sicheng seated on the sofa, her expression one of displeasure. "Wenn tut beside her, visibly anxious." Lu Sicheng lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with fury. Jiang Cheng hastily explained, "Sicheng, please do not be angry. Ouyang Xinshin merely conversed with me in the laboratory. She did not pester me." Lu Sicheng scoffed, "Conversing? A few words were enough for you to forget me entirely? Do you harbor feelings for her?" Jiang Cheng grasped Lu Sicheng's hand, asserting, "Sicheng, do not let your imagination run wild. My heart belongs solely to you. I cannot entertain thoughts of anyone else." Lu Sicheng wrenched her hand away, stating firmly. Jiang Cheng sighed, and Lu Sicheng rose, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You always have an excuse. Do you even comprehend how lonely I am here? How worried I am that Ouyang Xinshin might take you away?" Jiang Cheng replied helplessly, "Sicheng, I assure you, She cannot take me away. You must trust me. Lu Xiqing gazed at Jiang Cheng, tears welling in her eyes. How can I trust you? You are always with her. How am I to believe you? Jiang Cheng felt a pang of sorrow as he looked at Lu Xiqing. Xiqing, do not cry. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I shall be more attentive to your feelings in the future. Lu Xiqing wiped her tears and warned, you had better remember your words. If you continue to entangle yourself with Ouyang Xinxin, do not expect to see me again. Jiang Cheng quickly nodded, I will remember. Xiqing, please do not remain angry. Lu Xiqing considered his plea in silence for a moment before conceding. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. But you must promise me to avoid being alone with Ouyang Xinxin henceforth. Jiang Cheng affirmed, I promise you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Lu Xiqing nodded slightly, instructing, now, go take a shower and change your clothes. You look utterly filthy, almost like a beggar. Jiang Cheng glanced down at the chemical residue on his attire, chuckling softly. All right, I shall attend to it immediately. He entered the bathroom, turning on the faucet, warm water cascading over his weary form. He sighed gently, reflecting on Lu Xiqing's anger and his own helplessness, resolving to be more mindful of her feelings in the future. Meanwhile, in the outer room, Lu Xiqing's emotions had somewhat settled, yet unease lingered. Lin Wanner softly comforted her. Miss Lu, since the young master has promised you, do not remain angry. Lu Xiqing furrowed her brow. I do not wish to be angry, yet Ouyang Xinxin persistently clings to Jiang Cheng. How can I find peace? At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the bathroom, startling both Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner. An inexplicable wave of anxiety surged within Lu Xiqing as she instinctively moved toward the bathroom. Seeing this, Lin Wanner quickly grasped her arm. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Lu Xiqing replied in a fluster. I heard a noise inside. I worry something might have happened to Jiang Cheng. Lin Wanner hesitated. Perhaps the young master merely bumped into something. We should not intrude. However, Lu Xiqing's concern intensified. She freed herself from Lin Wanner's grasp and continued toward the bathroom. Lin Wanner, resigned, followed closely behind her. As they approached the bathroom, the sound of running water became distinctly audible. Lu Xiqing's heart raced involuntarily as she pressed her ear against the door, straining to discern the happenings within. Lin Vanya, feeling anxious, whispered, Miss Lu, this is not appropriate nevertheless. They heard no unusual sounds, only the water flowing and Jiang Cheng's faint breathing. Just as Lu Xiqing prepared to withdraw, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Jiang Cheng seemingly speaking to himself. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to listen. I am truly exhausted today. Xiqing's anger is warranted. I must make more time for her. Though Jiang Cheng's voice was soft, Lu Xiqing heard every word clearly. A wave of warmth enveloped her. She had not anticipated that Jiang Cheng would think of her even while bathing. A smile crept onto her face, and much of her anger dissipated. Lin Wanna noticed the shift in Lu Xiqing's expression and felt relieved. She gently tugged at Lu Xiqing's garment, signaling her to leave. Lu Xiqing nodded, preparing to turn away when a sudden thud emanated from the bathroom. Both Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner tensed again, uncertain of what transpired inside. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiqing gently pushed the bathroom door. It was unlatched, slowly creaking open. Through the gap, she glimpsed Jiang Cheng standing beneath the showerhead, his back to them. His silhouette, blurred by the steam, caused Lu Xiqing's cheeks to flush instantly. She swiftly covered her eyes, attempting to turn and flee, yet for some reason, her feet felt rooted to the spot. Lin Wanner, equally startled, covered her mouth in fear of making a sound. She grasped Lu Xiqing's hand, attempting to pull her away, but Lu Xiqing remained frozen. Jiang Cheng seemed oblivious to the door's ajar state, still absorbed in his shower. Lu Xiqing's heart wrestled with conflicting desires. She yearned to leave, yet felt an inexplicable urge to stay. Though her eyes were shielded, images of Jiang Cheng filled her mind. At that moment, Jiang Cheng unexpectedly turned around. Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner instinctively crouched behind the door. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, as if sensing something amiss, and approached the door. Both Lu Xiqing and Lin Wanner's hearts raced, unsure of what to do. Jiang Cheng halted at the door, glancing at the entrance, then down at his own body, seemingly grasping the situation. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he gently closed the door. Relief washed over Lu Xiqing and Lin Wan'er as they quickly rose and hurried back to their room. Once inside, Lu Xiqing's heart raced furiously, her face aflame. Unsure how to confront Jiang Cheng, Lin Wan'er appeared equally tense, uncertain of what to say. After a short while, Jiang Cheng emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Lu Xiqing and Lin Wan'er's expressions, he discerned the situation. A hint of awkwardness graced his features. Zicheng, Vanya, Yu Jiang Cheng hesitated. Lu Xiqing quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Cheng, we did not intend to intrude. We were merely concerned for you, Jiang Cheng sighed. I understand your concern, but this conduct is quite inappropriate. Lu Xiqing's cheeks deepened in color, her mind racing for response. Lin Wan'er interjected hastily, young master. It is all my fault. I insisted on bringing Miss Lu here. Please do not blame her. Jiang Cheng regarded Lin Wan'er. Wan'er, you truly lack discretion. This cannot happen again. Lin Wan'er quickly nodded and said, Yes, my lord. I acknowledge my mistake. Jiang Cheng then turned to Lu Xiqing and remarked, Xiqing, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Consider it as though it never occurred. Lu Xiqing slightly nodded and replied, All right, I shall no longer harbor any anger. Chapter 75. I will not forgive you. As Jiang Cheng entered the villa of the Jiang family, Lin Wan'er approached him and said, Jiang Cheng, they are here. With a frown, Jiang Cheng replied, I do not wish to see them. Tell them to leave. The butler hesitated before saying, Young master, they claim to have come to apologize, and their attitude is quite sincere. Perhaps you should meet with them. Jiang Cheng sighed and conceded, Very well, let them in. Lin Wan'er nodded and turned to invite the Gu family members inside. Shortly thereafter, Gu Sheng, Gu Shi, Gu Qingling, and others entered the room. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, their faces were marked by awkwardness and guilt. Gu Sheng stepped forward and said, Jiang Cheng, we have come to apologize. We treated you poorly in the past, causing you much distress. We realize our mistakes and hope you can forgive us. Jiang Cheng regarded Gu Sheng with a cold gaze. Gu Sheng quickly added, We were foolish before, failing to recognize your worth. Now we understand our errors, and we genuinely wish for your forgiveness. With a scoff, Jiang Cheng retorted, Do you believe that an apology suffices? The harm you have inflicted upon me cannot be undone. Gu Shi then approached, saying, Jiang Cheng, we are aware of our wrongdoings. We promise to treat you well from now on, to regard you as part of the Gu family. Please grant us this opportunity. Jiang Cheng looked at Gu Shi and asked, Why are you doing this? Is your remorse genuine, or is it merely due to pressure from Madame Su? Gu Qingling stepped forward and asserted, Jiang Cheng, we are truly remorseful. We acknowledge that our past actions were excessive, and we deeply regret them. We hope you can give us a chance to atone for our wrongs. She even blinked her eyes in a pleading manner. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cheng replied, You may leave. I do not wish to see you. I need time to contemplate. Gu Sheng and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Gu Qingling said, Jiang Cheng, we understand that you are angry, and we empathize with your feelings. But please believe us, we are sincerely remorseful. We will await your response. With that, Gu Qingling and the others turned and departed from the Jiang residence. Jiang Cheng watched their retreating figures, his heart a tumult of conflict and turmoil. He was uncertain whether he should forgive them, nor how he should confront them. He recalled his days in the Gu family, moments filled with neglect, mockery, and bullying. Pain and injustice swelled within him, leaving him questioning why he had to endure such treatment. He also remembered Su Jinxiu, the one who had always treated him well. He knew Su Jinxiu genuinely cared for him and sincerely wished for his happiness within the Gu family. He did not want to disappoint her or place her in a difficult position. His thoughts drifted to Lu Xiqing, the one he deeply loved. He knew Lu Xiqing and his elder sister had constantly worried about him and supported him. He did not wish for Lu Xiqing or his sister to be troubled or harmed because of him. Jiang Cheng fell into deep contemplation, grappling with his choices. He understood that forgiving the Gu family would not be an easy feat, yet he also recognized that refusing to forgive would lead to disappointment for many. He was at a loss for what to do. Lying on his bed, his thoughts surged like a tidal wave, the Gu family's past attitudes replaying in his mind. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. In his previous life, they had treated him like a mere pawn, trampling on his dignity at will. And now, they expected forgiveness with a simple apology? Absolutely not. At that moment, a gentle knock reverberated through the room. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and called out, "Who is it?" A soft voice replied from outside, "It is I, Lu Xiqing." Jiang Cheng's expression softened somewhat as he rose to open the door. Lu Xiqing stood at the threshold, concern etched on her face. "Jiang Cheng, I heard the Gu family came to see you. Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. Jiang Cheng shook his head, pulling Lu Xiqing into the room and closing the door. "I am fine. I just cannot find peace thinking about their actions." He clenched his fists tightly. Lu Xiqing gently grasped Jiang Cheng's hand and comforted him. "Jiang Cheng, do not let them anger you. Whatever decision you make, I will support you." Jiang Cheng gazed at Lu Xiqing, warmth flooding his heart. "Xiqing, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Lu Xiqing smiled gently. "We will face it together, no matter how great the challenge is." Jiang Cheng nodded, falling into silence for a moment before stating, "The Gu family is willing to sacrifice me for their own interests. They have treated me as a mere chess piece, manipulating me at will. I have endured neglect, ridicule, and bullying within the Gu family, and not a single person spoke up for me." Lu Xiqing looked at Jiang Cheng with concern. "They have gone too far. Jiang Cheng, please do not allow their actions to sadden you." Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply and continued, "I will no longer let them succeed. I will make them aware that Jiang Cheng is not someone to be trifled with." Lu Xiqing declared resolutely, "Yes, we cannot allow them to harm you any longer." Just then, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Jinxiu calling. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the phone. "Jiang Cheng, the Gu family has come see you, right? Do not be angry. They may genuinely realize their mistakes." Su Jinxiu's voice carried through the line. Jiang Cheng scoffed. "Realize their mistakes? The harm they have caused me cannot be remedied by a mere apology." Su Jinxiu sighed. "Xiao Cheng, I know you are hurting inside. However, if you do not forgive them, it may lead to considerable trouble." Jiang Cheng responded firmly, "I fear no trouble. The pain they have inflicted upon me will forever linger in my memory." Su Jinxiu was silent for a moment before saying, "Xiao Cheng, I understand your feelings, but you must also consider your future. If you continue to oppose the Gu family, it will not bode well for you." Jiang Cheng frowned. "I do not need the Gu family for my future. I will rely on my own efforts to forge a path for myself." Su Jinxiu replied helplessly, "Xiao Cheng, do not be so stubborn. The Gu family wields significant influence in the business world. If you oppose them, it may affect your career." Jiang Cheng dismissed her concerns. "I do not care. I will not compromise for the sake of profit. My Jiang family can surely contend with a mere Gu family." Before Su Jinxiu could respond, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. Lu Xiqing observed Jiang Cheng and stated, "Xiao Cheng, do not let your relationship with Madame Su deteriorate. She is only looking out for you." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I understand she means well, but I cannot forgive the Gu family. Their transgressions against me run too deep." Lu Xiqing nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. So what shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng replied, "We shall remain still for now and observe the Gu family's next moves." Lu Xiqing expressed her concern, "But what if they come seeking you again?" Jiang Cheng's gaze hardened. "As I have said, I will not forgive them." Chapter 76. The end of vacation time swiftly passes, and Jiang Cheng finds himself once again on the brink of a new semester. This thought brings him a sense of relief. "Xiao Cheng, school starts in just a few days. Remember to take good care of yourself, all right?" Jiang Yao expresses her concern with a worried look, as if it were Jiang Cheng's first day at school, a testament to her sisterly affection, albeit one that has somewhat morphed over time. Jiang Cheng gazes at his concerned sister, forcing a smile. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." Jiang Yao furrows her brows slightly. "In my eyes, you will always be the younger brother who needs looking after. University is nothing like high school. You must inform the family of any issues that arise." Jiang Cheng nods in acknowledgement. "You understand, sis. Please don't worry." With a sigh, Jiang Yao replies, "You always make me uneasy. By the way, is your living allowance sufficient? If not, I could transfer more." Remembering the seemingly inexhaustible bank card given to him by Jiang Du, Jiang Cheng quickly waves his hand. No need, sis. I have enough. Yet Jiang Yao remains unconvinced. Just make sure not to neglect yourself at university. Eat well and buy what you need. Jiang Cheng feels a mix of amusement and exasperation. Sister, I got it. If you keep this up, I might reconsider going to school. Only then does Jiang Yao halt her incessant nagging. All right, enough of that. Go pack your things. He looks at his cluttered desk, overflowing with books and notebooks, and reflects on the previous semester. Although it was busy, it was also fulfilling. He hopes to strive harder this semester for even better results. After packing, Jiang Cheng reclines on his bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. He feels a blend of relief and curiosity about the events that transpired with the Gu family and wonders if they will return. The next morning, Jiang Cheng rises early, freshens up, and steps out of his room with his luggage in hand. Jiang Yao has prepared breakfast, and upon seeing Jiang Cheng, she eagerly beckons him to eat. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Cheng bids farewell to his sister and embarks on his journey to school. Seated on the plane, he gazes out the window, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anticipation and anxiety. He wonders who he will meet and what experiences await him this semester. Upon arriving in Yidu, he drags his luggage and soon spots the eagerly awaiting Jiang Yuechu. Yuethuya, he exclaims, waving joyfully. Jiang Yuechu turns at the sound, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Jiang Cheng. Xiao Cheng. Without hesitation, she leaps into his embrace. Jiang Cheng, taken aback by her exuberance, gently nudges her. Yuethuya, come on, let go. People are watching. However, Jiang Yuechu clings tightly to his neck, coaxing, I want tea. I haven't seen you in ages. Let me hold you a little longer. Jiang Cheng chuckles helplessly. Yuechu Jia. At this rate, I'll one tea be able to walk. Reluctantly, she releases him but continues to stare as if she cannot get enough of him. I missed you too. Yuechu Jia. As soon as I arrive, here you are. He assures her. Jiang Yuechu huffs playfully. That's more like it. By the way, how was your summer? Did you think of me? It was decent, Yuechu Jia. However, I spent most of my time studying and preparing for the new semester, so I didn't have much time to think about you, he replies. Jiang Yuechu feigns annoyance. Oh, how could you not think of me? Just wait and see how I'll get back at you. She playfully reaches to tickle him. Jiang Cheng quickly dodges. Yuechu Jia, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I missed you. Satisfied, she stops her antics. That's better. Now let us head to school. As they make their way, Jiang Yuechu enthusiastically recounts her summer adventures. Xiao Cheng, you won't believe it. I visited so many fun places alone. There was a beautiful beach. We should go together next time. Jiang Cheng smiles and nods. Sure, Yuechu Jia. Whenever we have time, we'll go. She continues to excitedly share stories about interesting people she met. Oh, and I encountered a super handsome guy at a CAF. But I didn't have the courage to approach him. Ha! Jiang Cheng teases. Yuechu Jia, you two have moments of shyness? Jiang Yuechu rolls her eyes. Of course. I can be shy too, you know. By the way, did you have any exciting experiences over the summer? Jiang Cheng ponders for a moment. My summer was mostly spent reading at home and occasionally going out. Nothing particularly special. Jiang Yuechu looks disappointed. Oh dear, your summer sounds rather boring. You need to go out with me more often. He agrees. All right, I'll make sure to spend more time with Yuechu Jia. As the brother and sister chat, they arrive downstairs. Xiao Cheng, let us drop off the luggage upstairs, then I'll take you out for a meal. I discovered a fantastic place to eat over the summer. Jiang Cheng nods in response. They effortlessly carry their luggage upstairs, and once settled, Jiang Yuechu excitedly pulls Jiang Cheng toward the restaurant she mentioned. The dishes there are truly amazing. You're going to love it. Before long, they reach the restaurant. Bustling yet warmly inviting, Jiang Yuechu expertly orders several signature dishes as they chat and await their meal. Just then, a family at the next table arrives, accompanied by a rambunctious little boy. The boy runs around the restaurant, soon crashing into Jiang Cheng's table. Jiang Yuechu frowns. Little one, slow down. It's dangerous to run like that. The boy merely sticks out his tongue and continues on his merry way. Jiang Cheng steadies his drink, casting a bemused glance at the boy. Meanwhile, the boy's mother barely glances in their direction, showing no inclination to discipline her child. Jiang Yuechu can no longer hold her tongue. Parents should keep an eye on their children. Running around in a restaurant can easily lead to accidents. The boy's mother retorts defensively, "He is just a child." What is wrong with being lively? You're too old to fuss over kid. Jiang Yuechu is infuriated. It's not about fussing. There should be basic decency in public spaces. The mother grows increasingly obstinate. How dare you speak like that? My child has manners. Jiang Cheng quickly intervenes, grasping Jiang Yuechu's arm. Yuechu Jia, let it go. It's not worth it. Jiang Yuechu remains agitated. They are utterly unreasonable. The boy's mother continues to mutter under her breath. Not wishing to engage further, Jiang Yuechu pulls Jiang Cheng to a different table. Xiao Cheng, I can't believe such parents exist. Jiang Cheng comforts her. Don't let it get to you, Yuechu Jia. They're not worth your anger. People like them will face consequences in the end. Jiang Yuechu chuckles, nodding. All right, you have a good temperament. But they truly cross the line. After a while, their food arrives, and Jiang Yuechu's mood begins to lift. Let us not worry about them. We'll enjoy our meal. The food here is genuinely delicious. She places a piece of food into Jiang Cheng's bowl. Jiang Cheng smiles. All right, Yuechu Jia, let us savor this culinary delight. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoes from behind them. Chapter 77. Even the most mischievous can become kind before me. Lay the scene of a mischievous young boy sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. His skin reddened from scalding water. His mother, in a state of panic, cried out desperately for help. Someone please, save my child. Call for a doctor. Witnessing this, Jiang Yuechu felt a pang of sympathy, but was momentarily reminded of the family's earlier rudeness, leaving her hesitant. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow, grappling with his own inner turmoil. The boy's mother, noticing the indifference of those around her, grew increasingly frantic. Why are you all so heartless? Please help my child. Gently tugging at Jiang Cheng's sleeve, Jiang Yuechu whispered, Xiao Cheng, perhaps we should assist them. After all, the child is innocent. Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng replied, but they were so unreasonable earlier. After a sigh, he conceded, fine, let us not dwell on it. Saving a life is paramount. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. The mother of the boy glimpsed Jiang Cheng's actions, a flicker of gratitude illuminating her eyes. Jiang Yuechu stepped forward to comfort her. Please remain calm. The doctor will arrive shortly. Tightly clutching her child, tears streamed down her face as she lamented, It's all my fault. I should have kept a closer watch on him. Jiang Cheng reassured her, Do not be too hard on yourself. The most important thing is to await the doctor's arrival. As onlookers began to murmur their thoughts on Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu's noble actions, comments flowed. These two young people are quite compassionate. Indeed, despite the family's earlier behavior, they still chose to help. Though, that child is rather unruly. The parents should indeed discipline him. While waiting for the doctor, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu remained by the mother's side, offering her solace. The boy's cries of pain tugged at their hearts, stirring Jiang Yuechu's emotions. Xiao Cheng, that child is truly unfortunate, she murmured. Jiang Cheng nodded. Let us hope he will be all right. Moments later, the sound of an ambulance pierced the atmosphere as doctors and nurses swiftly arrived. They administered urgent care to the boy before carefully transporting him to the ambulance. Once the ambulance departed, a somber mood enveloped the restaurant. Jiang Yuechu sighed. I never anticipated such an event. Jiang Cheng reflected, yes. Parents must truly take responsibility for their children. Otherwise, peril may easily ensue. Jiang Yuechu agreed. Yet, we have performed a good deed. Jiang Cheng smiled, indeed. May that little boy learn from this experience. Do you think he will suffer any after effects? Jiang Yuechu asked, concern etched on her face. Jiang Cheng pondered, I doubt it. The medical response was timely, and with proper treatment, he should recover. Still unsettled, Jiang Yuechu replied, I hope so. That family was exceedingly irresponsible. Jiang Cheng remarked. After this incident, they should learn their lesson. Jiang Yuechu shook her head in resignation. I hope they truly recognize their mistakes. After a moment of silence, Jiang Cheng broke the stillness. Yuechu, let us not dwell on it. We did our best. They continued their conversation, gradually lifting their spirits. Looking at the uneaten dishes before them, Jiang Yuechu suggested, Xiao Cheng, let us not waste the food. We should eat. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. All right. As they began to eat, the flavors remained delightful, yet their hearts carried a different weight. After finishing their meal, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuechu exited the restaurant, their minds still heavy with contemplation on humanity. Xiao Cheng, why do some people refuse to heed the advice of others? Jiang Yuechu pondered aloud. Jiang Cheng reflected. Perhaps they are too stubborn or believe they are always right. Sighing, Jiang Yuechu replied, this is indeed detrimental. It not only brings trouble upon themselves, but may also harm others. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, we ought to listen to others. Only then can we continue to grow. Jiang Yuechu gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Cheng, you are maturing. Embarrassed, Jiang Cheng chuckled. Yuechu, please don't flatter me. As they strolled and conversed, they unknowingly arrived at a bustling park. Elderly individuals ambled leisurely, children played joyfully, and young adults jogged energetically. Observing the vibrant scene, Jiang Yuechu felt her spirits lift. Xiao Cheng, let us sit over there for a while, she suggested, pointing to a nearby bench. Jiang Cheng nodded, following her to the bench. There they sat, watching the people around them, savoring the beauty of life. Xiao Cheng, what kinds of people do you think we will encounter in the future? Jiang Yuechu suddenly inquired. Jiang Cheng contemplated. I'm not certain. With a smile, Jiang Yuechu continued. What plans do you have for the semester? I am to focus more on my studies and strive for better grades. I also wish to participate in some extracurricular activities to enrich my spare time, Jiang Cheng replied. Jiang Yuechu nodded approvingly. That sounds great. Academics are important, but balance is essential too. By the way, do you remember our promise to visit the seaside together? Jiang Yuechu asked. Jiang Cheng affirmed. I remember. We shall go whenever we have time. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Jiang Yuechu's eyes. I truly look forward to that day. They lingered in the park for a while, until the sun began to set. All right, Jiang Cheng agreed as they rose to leave, heading toward his residence. Throughout their walk, a lightness returned to their hearts, as they cast aside the earlier events from their minds. Upon reaching Jiang Cheng's home, they chatted for a bit longer before bidding each other goodnight. He understood that life would present a plethora of individuals and myriad situations. Yet as long as one maintains kindness and optimism, overcoming obstacles is assured. The following morning, while browsing videos, Jiang Cheng received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, may I speak with Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang? A woman's voice inquired from the other end. I am a mother of the little boy from the restaurant incident. I wish to express my gratitude for saving my child that day, the woman said. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated she would find his number. No need for thanks. It was the right thing to do. How is the child now? The woman replied. He is much better. The doctor assured me that with proper care, he will not suffer any lasting effects. I am truly grateful. Without your help, I would have been at a loss. Jiang Cheng responded. There is no need to be overly polite, as long as the child is all right. The woman continued. I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my appreciation. Are you free? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng replied, Really, it's not necessary. The woman insisted, You must come, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. With no choice but to acquiesce, Jiang Cheng relented. Very well, when shall we meet? The woman proposed. How about tomorrow evening? I will be at the Guinan restaurant waiting for you. Jiang Cheng affirmed. All right, I will be there on time. After ending the call, Jiang Cheng felt a mixture of emotions. He expected the woman to be so persistent in her gratitude. He felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Though he had faced indecision at the time, it now seemed that every effort was worthwhile. On the following evening, Jiang Cheng arrived at the restaurant the woman had mentioned. She was already waiting there and, upon spotting him, quickly stood to greet him. Mr. Jiang, you've come. Please, take a seat, she warmly exclaimed. Jiang Cheng, feeling a bit shy, replied, There is no need for such formality. The woman insisted, It is essential. You are a benefactor to our family. If it weren't for you, my child might have. Jiang Cheng interjected, Do not say such things. What matters is that the child is well. The woman ordered an abundance of dishes and continuously served Jiang Cheng. Surprised by her generosity, he quickly said, There is no need to be so kind. I cannot eat all this. She replied, You must eat more. This is a small token of my gratitude. As they dined, she shared her story about herself and her child. It turned out she was a single mother, often consumed by her work, leaving little time to care for her child. The recent incident with her child made her profoundly aware of her shortcomings, leading her to resolve to dedicate more time to her child and provide a proper education. Coincidentally, she had been on leave that day and had left her phone behind, only bringing a small amount of cash for a meal. Without Jiang Cheng's assistance, she genuinely felt lost. After their meal, the woman presented Jiang Cheng with a gift. He promptly declined, saying, "No, really, there's no need for such courtesy." Yet she persisted, "You must accept it. This is my small token of appreciation. If you refuse, I shall feel quite remiss." Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng accepted the gift. Upon opening it, he discovered a beautifully crafted notebook accompanied by a fine pen. Inscribed on the notebook was a heartfelt message: "Thank you for your kindness. May you enjoy peace throughout your life." A warmth spread through Jiang Cheng's heart. He realized that, although modest in value, this gift represented the woman's sincere gratitude. It seemed that even the most troubled souls could embrace kindness. Chapter 78. The neighboring brother. He held the exquisite notebook and fountain pen in hand, while scenes of tonight's encounter with the little boy's mother replayed in his mind. Could it be that a villain could transform into a good person? Was Gu Qingling truly sincere? Eager to share his thoughts, he hastened to the door of Jiang Yuechu's room and gently knocked. "Yuechu Jia, are you asleep?" Jiang Cheng inquired softly. "Not yet. Xiao Cheng, come in." Jiang Yuechu's voice resonated from within. Jiang Cheng pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Yuechu was seated at her desk, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Jiang Cheng's arrival, she set the book aside and smiled at him. "Xiao Cheng, what brings you to me at this late hour?" she asked. Jiang Cheng approached her, took a seat beside her, and presented the notebook and pen. "Yuechu Jia, look. This is a gift from the little boy's mother tonight," Jiang Cheng said. Jiang Yuechu accepted the notebook and pen, examining them closely. The words inscribed on the notebook, "Thank you for your kindness. May you have peace throughout your life," warmed her heart. "This gift holds great significance, Xiao Cheng. It seems that woman is genuinely grateful to you," Jiang Yuechu remarked. Jiang Cheng nodded and began recounting the events of his meeting with the little boy's mother. "Yuefuya, that woman kept thanking me tonight and ordered a lot of dishes, constantly serving me food. I felt a bit embarrassed," Jiang Cheng shared. "Huh, that indicates her heartfelt gratitude." Jiang Yuechu replied with a smile. "She also told me her story with her child. It turns out she is a single mother, very busy with work and unable to care for her child. After the incident with her son, she deeply reflected on her mistakes and resolved to spend more time with him and provide a proper education." Jiang Cheng continued. Being a single mother is indeed challenging. I hope she can spend more time with her child and prevent such dangers from occurring again," Jiang Yuechu expressed thoughtfully. "Yes, I feel the same way," that woman said. "If it weren't for us, she wouldn't know what to do," Jiang Cheng added. "This could be considered a good deed. I hope she encounters good fortune in the future." They chatted for a while longer, and Jiang Cheng's heart gradually calmed down. "All right, Xiao Cheng, good night," Jiang Yuechu said. "Good night, Yuechu Jia," Jiang Cheng replied before leaving her room. Back in his own room, he lay on his bed and took out his phone to message Lu Siqing. "Xiao Cheng, Siqing, something special happened yesterday. The mother of the little boy who was scalded at the restaurant found me. She treated me to a meal and gave me a meaningful gift." Lu Siqing, "Really? What was the gift?" Xiao Cheng, "An exquisite notebook and a fountain pen, with the words 'Thank you for your kindness. May you have peace throughout your life' inscribed on it." Lu Siqing, "Wow, that's wonderful. How is the little boy now?" Xiao Cheng, "The little boy is much better. The doctor said, with proper treatment, he will have no lasting effects. His mother has also decided to spend more time with him and educate him properly." Lu Siqing paused for a moment before sending another message. "I give you a big thumbs up, followed by a cute emoji." Xiao Cheng, "Do you have time tomorrow? Let us go out for a day before school starts." "I can't go out now. Why don't you come directly to the Lu house? I'll wait for you." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Cheng replied, "All right, I'll go tomorrow morning." "Good. Then let us rest early today. Good night." "Good night." After their conversation, Jiang Cheng lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing felt a twinge of worry. She used to enjoy playing with Lin Gige when she was younger. However, after her father sent him abroad for studies, she had not seen him since. She wondered what he looked like now. Suddenly, It struck her that she was supposed to accompany her father to pick up Lin Gage in the morning, and she had forgotten to inform Jiang Cheng. Sending him a message now would likely be futile. He must have already fallen asleep. Forget it. I'll contact him tomorrow morning. The following morning, Jiang Cheng woke up early, filled with anticipation for his meeting with Lu Siqing. He meticulously prepared and set off for the Lu residence. Yuechu Jia, you don't have to wait for me for lunch today. I'm going out to play. He called towards Jiang Yuechu's room. All right, Xiao Cheng, be careful. After informing Yuechu Jia, he descended to the parking garage and started his car. On Lu Siqing's end, she was awakened early by her father, who was eager to head to the airport to greet Lin Chen. As they traveled to the airport, Lu Siqing kept thinking about not having informed Jiang Cheng about this. She reached for her phone, but her father spoke up. Siqing, it's been a long time since you've seen Lin Gage, hasn't it? I remember you loved playing with him when you were little. At his words, she put down her phone. Dad, that was ages ago. Now, if I saw Lin Gage on the street, I might not even recognize him. Haha, your Lin Gage has grown quite handsome, but the most handsome boy I've seen is still that friend of yours. Yes, the young master of the Jiang family. That lad is truly striking. I feel ashamed in comparison. Upon hearing this, Lu Siqing felt a surge of pride. Of course, he is my. Fortunately, she stopped short of finishing that thought. Now, distracted by her father's remarks, she had completely forgotten about Jiang Cheng, who was arriving at the Lu residence. Filled with joy, only to find the grand entrance tightly shut, the brass knocker glinting coldly in the sunlight. Confusion surged within him as his brow furrowed. He couldn't comprehend why the Lu family's door was closed at this hour. Jiang Cheng reached out to confirm once more that the door was indeed shut, and an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over him. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Siqing's number. The ringing echoed distinctly in the still air. Yet his calls went unanswered. Jiang Cheng's heart began to sink. He could not help but speculate what might have transpired with Lu Siqing. Was she facing trouble? Or was there an urgent matter at hand? A myriad of assumptions raced through his mind, amplifying his unease. Meanwhile, prior to Jiang Cheng's arrival at the Lu residence, Lu Siqing and her father were anxiously awaiting Lin Chen's flight to land in the airport's waiting hall. Lu Siqing's gaze frequently darted to the flight information display, her heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. She reminisced about the days spent playing with Lin Chen. Back then, he had been like a big brother, looking after her. Now, after so many years apart, she wondered what he had become. Finally, the announcement signaling the flight's arrival resonated, and Lu Siqing and her father fixed their eyes on the exit. Moments later, the crowd began to disperse, and when Lin Chen stepped through the doorway, Lu Siqing found herself astonished. Before her stood a tall and handsome young man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. His hair neatly slicked back, exuding an extraordinary aura. His eyes radiated confidence and maturity, capturing the attention of those around him. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Lu Siqing's father immediately beamed with warmth, striding over to grasp Lin Chen's hand in a firm handshake, initiating pleasantries. Chen, long time no see. You've really become quite successful, haven't you? I hope your journey wasn't too arduous. Uncle Lu, it's been a while. It was no trouble at all. I owe my success today to you, Lin Chen responded amiably. Lu Siqing stood to the side, feeling somewhat awkward, her gaze occasionally drifting to Lin Chen. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. She observed Lin Chen engaged in a lively conversation with her father, feeling as though she had become an outsider. Lu Siqing endeavored to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. She gently cleared her throat and, with a smile, spoke up. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Lu Siqing, a flicker of tenderness evident in his eyes. Siqing, it has been quite a while since we last met. You have grown so much. Lu Siqing's cheeks flushed slightly, as she could only manage an awkward smile in response. Chapter 79. The Vanished Phone Amidst the Bustling Atmosphere of the Airport. The reunion of Lu father, Lu Siqing, and Lin Chen radiated warmth, tinged with a subtle ambience. Their conversations brimmed with appreciation for Lin Chen's accomplishments. Chen, you must have endured quite a bit while abroad over the years, haven't you? But look, everything is paid off now. What are your plans for the future? Lu father inquired with genuine concern. Uncle Lu, Hardship is merely a form of training. I aspire to develop my career domestically and repay your kindness from years ago. Lin Chen replied earnestly. Lu Xiqing listened attentively, her gaze lingering on Lin Chen. She couldn't help but reflect on how the familiar Lin Gige had matured, exuding a unique charm in every gesture. Yet, there lingered an odd sensation in her heart whenever she was near him. Meanwhile, outside the Lu residence, Jiang Cheng grew increasingly anxious. He paced back and forth, clutching his phone tightly, incessantly dialing Lu Xiqing's number, yet met with silence. His anticipation gradually morphed into disappointment and worry. What could have happened to Xiqing? Why isn't she answering? Is something wrong? Jiang Cheng murmured, his brow furrowed with concern. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiqing's phone lay abandoned in the car. Confused, he gazed at the closed door, battling indecision about whether to wait or search for her. Just as he hesitated, his phone vibrated, but to his dismay, it was merely an inconsequential notification. He sighed in disappointment, casting another glance at the Lu family's door, feeling utterly helpless. At the airport, the atmosphere between Lu Xiqing and Lin Chen gradually lightened. Lin Chen took the initiative to engage Lu Xiqing in conversation, inquiring about her life over the years. Xiqing, how have you been? Do you remember those days when we played together as children? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Lin Gige, I've been well. Of course, I remember those days. You always took good care of me, Lu Xiqing replied, her face aglow with happiness, while Lin Chen's eyes mirrored warmth. Observing their harmonious interaction, Lu father felt a sense of comfort. He recognized Lin Chen as a promising individual and noted that Xiqing had grown up. Perhaps more stories awaited them. Yet ultimately, the choice would rest with his daughter. However, Lu Xiqing suddenly recalled Jiang Cheng. She wondered where he might be and if he was concerned for her. She wished to seize an opportunity to call or message him, to update him on her situation. Yet, in the presence of her father and Lin Chen, she hesitated to retrieve her phone. She patted her pocket, only to realize, where's my phone? It's gone. Panic surged momentarily, but she soon recalled that it might be left in the car. As time passed, Lu father decided to take Lin Chen out for a meal to introduce him to local delicacies. They made their way to the car, where Lu father encouraged, Chen, why don't you hop in and rest for a bit while we prepare for a feast? Lin Chen willingly complied, settling into the car, while Lu father and Lu Xiqing handled the luggage. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Chen noticed the forlorn phone. Seizing the moment, he opened it. Easily guessing the password was Lu Xiqing's birthday, the number she had consistently used for years. Upon accessing the phone, he discovered a multitude of missed calls and messages. Jiang Cheng? He recalled hearing from his friends about the Jiang family's young master, who was particularly close to Xiqing, often inseparable. How insufferable! What does that Jiang family's young master have that I don't? My future is limitless. Choosing me is undoubtedly the best path, he thought, shutting off the phone and stowing it away in his bag. Just as he completed these actions, the car door swung open. Lin Gige, have you seen my phone? Lu Xiqing asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Lin Chen quickly shook his head, insisting he hadn't seen it. Lu Xiqing nodded, her heart sinking. Oh no, what if it's truly lost? I haven't even contacted Jiang Cheng yet. Her inner turmoil deepened, and she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with uncertainty and concern. Are you sure you haven't seen my phone? She pressed again. Xiqing, I truly haven't. Think carefully. Could it be left somewhere else? Lin Chen replied. With a resigned sigh, Lu Xiqing recognized the futility of her situation. At that moment, her worry for Jiang Cheng intensified. She had no idea how he was faring. Once Lu father finished loading the luggage, he joined them in the car. Noticing Lu Xiqing's anxious demeanor, he inquired, Xiqing, what is troubling you? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiqing opted not to mention Jiang Cheng, wishing to spare her father further worry and avoiding the subject in front of Lin Chen. Dad, it's nothing. I just can't find my phone. It's probably at home, she replied, forcing a smile. Lu father nodded, refraining from pressing further. He started the car, heading toward the restaurant. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiqing's mind remained preoccupied with her phone and Jiang Cheng, contemplating how to contact him and explain the day's events. Meanwhile, outside the Lu residence, Jiang Cheng continued to wait. His emotions had shifted from disappointment and concern to acute anxiety and helplessness. He remained oblivious to the situation, questioning why Lu Xiqing wasn't answering her phone and why the door remained shut. He considered searching for her, but was uncertain of where to begin. After lingering at the entrance for what felt like ages, the door finally opened. "Young Master Jiang, what brings you here?" An elderly man, whom Jiang Cheng recognized as Xiqing's butler and driver, inquired. "Uncle Li, I'm waiting for Xiqing," Jiang Cheng responded. Taken aback, Uncle Li explained, "Miss left early this morning to pick up young Master Lin." "You mean Lin Chen?" Jiang Cheng asked, puzzled, as he recalled their plan for him to visit her. "Yes, Lin Chen, her childhood friend, essentially her first love. However, he was supported by her father to study abroad," Uncle Li clarified. "Childhood friend? Lin Gij?" Jiang Cheng's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the implications. "Please, come inside and wait," Uncle Li offered, and Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. He ended up waiting until evening. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Jiang Cheng prepared to leave. Uncle Li, having witnessed his long wait, refrained from stopping him, understanding the young master's fatigue. "Is there a message you would like me to convey to Miss?" Uncle Li asked. Jiang Cheng simply shook his head, just 2 words. "None." "Very well, young Master Jiang. Please take care," Uncle Li replied. "Thank you, Uncle Li." "Rest well," Jiang Cheng said, rubbing his eyes as he stepped outside. Once Jiang Cheng departed, Uncle Li felt a wave of concern for Miss Xiqing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, struck by inspiration, suggested they explore Yedu for its scenic beauty, to which Lu's father readily agreed. Upon returning to the Lu residence, she immediately began searching her room for her phone, but it eluded her despite her efforts. Chapter 80. Once again missed a voice pierced through the air, belonging to Uncle Li, tinged with a hint of relief. Lu Xiqing swiftly turned around and inquired eagerly, "Uncle Li, have you seen my phone? Also, did Jiang Cheng come by today?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and anxiety. Uncle Li shook his head slightly, responding, "I haven't seen the phone. Perhaps you misplaced it somewhere. However, Master Jiang has been waiting here all day." Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, a wave of guilt and panic washed over Lu Xiqing. "What should I do? He has waited for me all day," she repeated in her mind. "Uncle Li, did he leave any message for me?" she asked urgently, as if Jiang Cheng's words could bring her solace. Uncle Li again shook his head. Master Jiang said he had not." Lu Xiqing pressed on, her gaze fixed on Uncle Li, yearning for any hint of information. She rushed out of the house, her heart racing. The evening breeze whispered softly, yet could not quell her inner turmoil. Images of Jiang Cheng waiting for her flooded her mind. His solitary figure tugged at her heartstrings. Upon arriving at Jiang Cheng's residence, she discovered it empty. She pressed the intercom button for Jiang Yuechu's apartment, yet was met with silence. No one answered. Lu Xiqing's heart sank, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. She pondered Jiang Cheng's whereabouts and why he was not home. "Is he still angry with me, deliberately avoiding me?" she worried internally. Standing beneath the closed windows of Jiang Cheng's home, she felt utterly helpless. Unsure of what to do, she lingered, hoping for a sudden appearance from him. Determined to call Jiang Cheng, she reached for her phone, only to remember it was lost. With a resigned sigh, regret washed over her. "If only I hadn't misplaced my phone, perhaps I could have reached him by now." She resolved to borrow a phone from a nearby shop. Entering a quaint store, she explained her predicament to the kind, middle-aged shopkeeper, who graciously lent her a phone. Lu Xiqing's hands trembled as she dialed Jiang Cheng's number, silently praying he would pick up. "Oh, why didn't I think to borrow a phone sooner?" She scolded herself inwardly. Alas, the call went unanswered, amplifying her anxiety. She wondered why Jiang Cheng's phone was off. Was it dead? Or did he intentionally decline her call? As various scenarios swirled in her mind, her unease deepened. Leaving the shop, she continued her search for Jiang Cheng. She visited his favorite CF, and upon entering, the familiar aroma of coffee enveloped her. She scanned the room, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. Approaching the counter, she inquired with the barista, yet was met with a shake of the head. No sign of Jiang Cheng. Disheartened, she exited the CAF and proceeded to a bookstore, where the quietude was only interrupted by the rustle of pages. Lu Xiqing meandered through the aisles, yearning to catch a glimpse of Jiang Cheng engrossed in a book, but disappointment struck again. Ultimately, she found herself in the park, which felt desolate under the night sky, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights. Memories of their walks, conversations, and laughter flooded her mind, yet now he was absent. She searched the park thoroughly, but found no trace of Jiang Cheng. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng dined alone in a restaurant, having gone without food all day, his stomach grumbling in protest. He had chosen a random eatery, quietly eating his meal. His emotions were a tangled mess. Anger at Lu Siqing for making him wait, mingled with concern for her well-being. Unsure of how to proceed, he decided to quell his hunger before attempting to contact her. As he ate, thoughts of Lu Siqing consumed him. He could not fathom why she hadn't answered his calls or made him wait so long. Frustration simmered within him, yet the worry for her safety loomed larger. What if something has happened to her? He pondered. After finishing his meal, Jiang Cheng resolved to visit Lu Siqing's home once more, intent on confronting her about her silence and the prolonged wait. Exiting the restaurant, the cool night air brushed against him as he tightened his collar and headed toward her residence. Lu Siqing, having searched for Jiang Cheng to no avail, felt her heart heavy with despair. She sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Guilt gnawed at her. She had kept him waiting all day, worrying him needlessly. The thought of finding a way to explain herself weighed heavily on her mind, and regret flooded her heart. If only she had realized her phone was missing sooner. Perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Just as Lu Siqing was engulfed in sorrow, Jiang Cheng arrived at her home. He pressed the doorbell once more, but silence met him again. Assuming Lu Siqing was not home, he turned away, unaware that she was inside, unable to hear the ringing doorbell. After leaving, Jiang Cheng found himself at a loss for where to go next. He considered whether Yu Yang was still awake and decided to send him a message. Pulling out his phone, he swiftly typed a text. "Yu Yang, are you awake?" The evening breeze brushed past him, yet he felt no chill, his thoughts consumed by worry and confusion regarding Lu Siqing. Meanwhile, Yu Yang, preparing for bed, heard the notification sound of his phone. "Not asleep yet. What's up? Yang Yi, is something wrong?" "There are matters to discuss when I arrive at your place," Jiang Cheng replied. Chapter 81. Seventh Sister. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Yu Yang expressed his intention to wait for him at home. "Is it brother Jiang Cheng?" Yu Jiechi listened intently to their conversation from behind, sensing that brother Jiang Cheng seemed somewhat troubled. "Children, hurry to bed. The moment you hear brother Jiang Cheng's voice, you can hardly move. Can you?" Yu Yang playfully ruffled his sister's hair. "Hey, brother." She pouted, slightly annoyed at her disheveled hair. This silly sister. Yu Yang sighed, pondering Jiang Cheng's state. From the phone conversation, it seemed he was not in good spirits. Sitting on the sofa, he anxiously awaited Jiang Cheng's arrival, glancing at the clock on the wall as the minutes ticked by. Yet Jiang Cheng had yet to appear, just as Yu Yang began to feel a bit anxious. His sister Yu Jiechi emerged from her room once more. "Brother, when will brother Jiang Cheng arrive?" Yu Jiechi inquired curiously. Yu Yang frowned and replied, "I don't know. You should hurry to bed and stop worrying unnecessarily." "I want tea. I want to wait for brother Jiang Cheng," Yu Jiechi stubbornly insisted. "Why are you so disobedient?" "Brother Jiang Cheng is coming to discuss something, not to play with you," Yu Yang said, feeling somewhat helpless. Yu Jiechi pouted and declared, "Then I'll wait a little longer. If he doesn't come soon, I'll go to bed." Yu Yang sighed, choosing to ignore his sister and continue his vigil for Jiang Cheng. After a while, the doorbell finally rang. Yu Yang quickly rose to answer, with Yu Jiechi excitedly trailing behind. Upon opening the door, Jiang Cheng stood there, his face showing signs of fatigue. "Brother Jiang, come in quickly," Yu Yang urged. As Jiang Cheng entered the room and noticed Yu Jiechi, he managed a faint smile. "Brother Jiang Cheng, what's wrong? You seem downcast," Yu Jiechi expressed her concern. Jiang Cheng gently tousled Yu Jiechi's hair, responding, "It's nothing, Jiechi. Be a good girl and go to bed." Reluctantly, Yu Jiechi replied, "No, I want to know what's wrong with brother Jiang Cheng." Yu Yang shot his sister a stern look, saying, "Jiechi, stop causing trouble and go to sleep." Yu Jiechi huffed, "Fine, I'll go to bed. But if you have anything troubling you, brother Jiang Cheng, tell my brother." Seeing Yu Jiechi's concern brought a sense of comfort to Jiang Cheng. Reflecting on the past, He remembered when this child was too timid to even speak to him. Yu Yang closed the door, turning to Jiang Cheng, and asked, "Brother, what exactly happened?" With a sigh, Jiang Cheng recounted the events of the day involving Lu Siqing in detail. After listening, Yu Yang furrowed his brow and said, "Brother, don't be too anxious. Perhaps there's a special reason for Lu Siqing's absence. Have you tried looking for her elsewhere?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, stating, "I don't know where else to search for her." Yu Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not ask Lu Siqing's other friends if they've seen her?" Jiang Cheng nodded, accepting this course of action. Yu Yang observed Jiang Cheng's weary demeanor and reassured him, "Brother, don't worry too much. She might contact you soon." Jiang Cheng forced a smile, replying, "Let's hope so." After chatting for a while, Jiang Cheng felt slightly more at ease. He resolved to visit Lu's family tomorrow to clarify the situation. After bidding farewell to Yu Yang, he trudged home, his weary figure silhouetted against the dimly lit streets, illuminated by the soft glow of street lamps. As he walked, his thoughts were consumed by concerns regarding Lu Siqing. Upon arriving at his building, a figure emerged from the shadows, startling Jiang Cheng. Instinctively, he took a step back, focusing his gaze on a stranger, a tall, attractive woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Xiao Cheng?" the woman asked, her voice melodious and bright. Jiang Cheng, bewildered, responded, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The woman smiled gently. "I am Jiang Qiqi, your seventh sister." Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Seventh sister? I've never seen you before." A flicker of complex emotion crossed Jiang Qiqi's face. "I happen to have some free time and thought I'd come to see you." Jiang Cheng frowned, scrutinizing Jiang Qiqi, suspicion swirling in his mind. "If you claim to be my seventh sister, what proof do you have? I've never met you, so how can I trust your words?" Jiang Qiqi paused briefly, then comprehended his doubt. With a warm smile, she offered, "Xiao Cheng, I understand it's hard for you to accept my sudden appearance. I could provide proof. When you were 5, you fell and injured your knee, causing it to bleed." As memories began to resurface, Jiang Cheng recalled that incident, yet he remained hesitant. "Perhaps you learned that from someone else." Jiang Qiqi then produced a small square object from her pocket and handed it to him. Instantly, he recognized it as the key to Yuechu's room. With this revelation, Jiang Cheng's skepticism faded, replaced by a look of remorse. "Seventh sister, I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. I was just surprised." Understanding his caution, Jiang Qiqi gently patted his shoulder. "It's all right, Xiao Cheng. I understand your wariness, especially after so many years apart." As they walked side by side through the cool night breeze, Jiang Cheng felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at Jiang Qiqi, who radiated an air of detachment that seemed even more pronounced than that of his second sister. A chill emanated from her, yet he couldn't quite place it. Was it merely coldness or something more menacing? Chapter 82. 7:30. With a look of curiosity, Jiang Cheng gazed at Jiang Qiqi and inquired, "Sister Qiqi, what have you been doing all these years?" Jiang Qiqi slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia, as she replied slowly, "Xiao Cheng, I have been occupied with some exceedingly significant matters outside. These affairs are intricate and lengthy to recount. I long to see you all and to learn how everyone has fared over the years." Furrowing her brow, Jiang Qiqi pondered for a moment before continuing, "At present, I'm still uncertain, Xiao Cheng. I also wish to spend more time with you, to make up for the years we have missed." A radiant smile illuminated Jiang Cheng's face as he exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We can spend more time together." Jiang Qiqi looked at Jiang Cheng tenderly, gently shaking her head as she said, "It's all right, Xiao Cheng. Just seeing you makes me feel invigorated. The mere thought of reuniting with family and sharing our lives together dissipates all fatigue in an instant." As Jiang Cheng walked behind her, he couldn't help but feel a sense of solitude. The two ascended the stairs together, freshened up briefly, and retired early for the night. "Xiao Cheng, wake up. It's already afternoon." A voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's ears. Opening his eyes, he found it was Jiang Qiqi. "Sister Qiqi, what's the matter? Oh, come on. Rise and accompany me to buy groceries. Today, I wish to savor your culinary skills." Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation. "Oh dear, Sister Qiqi, Let Wana accompany you instead. And Wana? She left early this morning to meet her master about work. Submit work? What work? A flurry of questions flooded his mind. All right, I will get up and wash up. Please wait for me, Sister Chi-Chi. After instructing Jiang Chi-Chi to wait in the living room, he got out of bed to freshen up. However, his phone buzzed with a message. Jiang Cheng, why weren't you home yesterday? It was from Lu Siqing. He hurriedly finished washing, typed on the screen, I came looking for you, but you weren't there. I went to the airport to pick someone up and lost my phone, then got caught up with a myriad of other matters, which delayed me all day. Listening to Lu Siqing's explanation, Jiang Cheng continued typing. Who did you pick up? Lu Siqing, with her newly purchased phone, messaged Jiang Cheng back. It was merely to pick him up, and I am not well acquainted with him. She further explained, unaware that her justification was only digging her hole deeper. So you picked up a young man and waited all day. You all were out enjoying yourselves while I felt like a fool. Not well acquainted? I recall you two were childhood sweethearts. Jiang Cheng no longer wished to hear her explanations. He sent a terse reply, which sent Lu Siqing into a flurry of distress. She realized this signified Jiang Cheng's hurt feelings and his desire to end the conversation. Lu Siqing quickly typed another message. Jiang Cheng, please don't misunderstand. It's truly not as you think. Jiang Cheng stared at the message on his phone, a wave of irritation washing over him. He typed, I'll come find you later. 7:30. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. In the living room, Jiang Chi-Chi grew increasingly impatient, calling out, Xiao Cheng, are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng set aside his phone and emerged from his room, saying, Sister Chi-Chi, let us go. Noticing Jiang Cheng's somewhat sullen expression, Jiang Chi-Chi asked, what is the matter? Xiao Cheng, who has upset you? Jiang Cheng shook his head, replying, it's nothing, Sister Chi-Chi. Let us just go buy groceries. Throughout their journey, Jiang Cheng seemed preoccupied, which Jiang Chi-Chi noticed but chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the market, Jiang Chi-Chi eagerly selected various ingredients while Jiang Cheng trailed behind in silence. Sitting in the living room, Jiang Chi-Chi contemplated Jiang Cheng's unusual demeanor, her curiosity mounting. Unable to suppress it any longer, she rose and headed to the kitchen. Xiao Cheng, do you have something on your mind? Please share with your sister. Jiang Cheng, while chopping vegetables, replied, Sister Chi-Chi, truly it's nothing. Please don't worry. With a soft sigh, Jiang Chi-Chi recognized that Jiang Cheng did not wish to divulge his thoughts and decided to refrain from further inquiry. Time passed swiftly, and after finishing the meal, Jiang Cheng glanced at the clock. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Anxious, he pondered the need to clarify matters with Lu Siqing. Sister Chi-Chi, I need to step out for a moment, Jiang Cheng announced as he stood up. Jiang Chi-Chi looked at him and nodded. All right, be safe. Jiang Cheng hurriedly left, driving straight to Lu Siqing's residence. Yet, fate seemed to delight in teasing him. Lu Siqing was not home. Meanwhile, at Lu's residence, Lin Chen walked in and spotted Lu Siqing in the courtyard. Siqing, what are you up to? He looked up and felt a bit awkward. Nothing much, Lin Ge. Do you need something? Upon hearing her question, he scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as Lu Siqing intended to decline his company, her stomach grumbled audibly. Resigned, he glanced at the clock. With plenty of time until 7:30, he suggested, let us grab a meal first. He dialed Jiang Cheng's number before Lu Siqing. Aware of the tension between them, felt a pang of jealousy. After a while, when there was no answer, she concluded that Jiang Cheng was still upset and determined to see him. Let us eat first, she muttered, rubbing her disgruntled stomach. Returning to the present, Jiang Cheng had arrived at Lu's home. He glanced at the time, 7:20. Reluctantly, he sat in his car, waiting. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing had already finished her meal, but was now in a different setting, at the hospital, watching Lin Chen as the doctor bandaged his wounds. Feeling a wave of annoyance, she looked at the man before her and remarked, and if you can't drink, then don't. You barely had one bottle before you threw up on someone else's brother. You deserve to get hit. Chapter 83. Growing disappointment, Lu Siqing glanced at the time, realizing there was little left, and decided to step out to call Jiang Cheng, asking him to wait a little longer. Siqing, it hurts. The words filled Lu Siqing with an awkwardness. After she left, Lin Chen suddenly transformed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Could she possibly think this was real? In truth, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Chen. The feigned injury inflicted upon the neighboring man, followed by a blow to the head with a fake beer bottle. Then, she pretended to be in pain, coaxing Lu Xiqing to accompany her to the hospital. Naturally, all these injuries were fabricated, merely a ploy to evoke sympathy from the girl before her. Outside, Lu Xiqing successfully connected the call, Jiang Cheng's voice resonating through the line. "It's almost 7:30. Lu Xiqing assured him. "All right, understood." Jiang Cheng hung up, feeling somewhat disgruntled. On the other end, Lu Xiqing felt a twinge of grievance from the abrupt disconnection. "Xiqing, could you come support me for a moment?" Lin Chen's voice drifted from behind her. "Aren't you injured in the head?" Lu Xiqing replied, puzzled. One of Lin Chen's accomplices, posing as a doctor, hastily chimed in. "He has nerve damage. His legs are weak." With the doctor's insistence, she reluctantly assisted him towards the parking lot. Lin Chen, witnessing the success of her scheme, gave the doctor a thumbs up from behind. Upon reaching the car, Lu Xiqing helped Lin Chen into the back seat and proceeded to drive. "You can drive as well?" Lin Chen inquired, to which Lu Xiqing simply nodded, her response understated. They set off towards the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng lay in the car, glancing at the time, 7:50, growing increasingly anxious. "Let's get out and stretch a bit." At the Lu family's wall, he leaned against a corner, suddenly noticing a freestanding house next door. Could it be the home of that childhood sweetheart? Just then, a vehicle halted in front of that house. It was Xiqing's car, and Jiang Cheng intended to approach, but froze as he saw Lu Xiqing alight from the driver's seat and open the back door. She then assisted a man from inside, who leaned against the wall. Lu Xiqing guided Lin Chen into his home, where a triumphant smile graced Lin Chen's face, gleaming with satisfaction as he regarded Lu Xiqing, oblivious to the true nature of her intentions. "Please rest well. I shall take my leave," Lu Xiqing stated coolly. However, Lin Chen grasped her hand, pleading, "Xiqing, don't go, stay with me." Lu Xiqing frowned, pulling her hand free, her irritation mounting. If it weren't for her father's request for her to look after him, she wouldn't have caused Jiang Cheng any distress. "Lin Chen, you're crossing a line." With that, she turned to leave. Lin Chen glared at her retreating figure, a surge of resentment swelling within him. Damn it! He furiously pounded the bed. Outside the Lu residence, Jiang Cheng's emotions swirled as he witnessed Lu Xiqing and Lin Chen enter the house together. Anger and disappointment flooded his heart. He never anticipated Lu Xiqing would be with Lin Chen. Images of the two together replayed relentlessly in his mind, twisting his heart painfully. He could not fathom why Lu Xiqing would betray him. They had made promises, so why was she with Lin Chen? He parked the car at the roadside, lost in contemplation, uncertain of what to do. He yearned to confront Lu Xiqing for clarity, yet feared the answers he might receive. He picked up his phone, gazing at the recently taken photographs, his heart sinking further. He sent a message to Lu Xiqing. "I'm leaving. I won't wait for you any longer." A brief sentence, after which he tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. His spirits plummeted, his mind consumed with visions of Lu Xiqing and Lin Chen together. Distracted, he ignited the car, eager to escape the sorrowful place. As Jiang Cheng's vehicle sped down the road, his thoughts wandered far from the task of driving. Stopping at a traffic light, he heard the blaring of horns and headlights flashing beside him. A truck barreled toward him from the side, leaving no time for reaction. With a deafening crash, his car crumpled upon impact. Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain surge through him, darkness enveloping his vision as he lost consciousness. Onlookers witnessed the accident and hurried over, some dialing emergency services. Soon, an ambulance arrived, whisking Jiang Cheng away to the hospital. Medical personnel promptly assessed and treated him. His injuries were severe. His head sustained a grave blow, and numerous fractures riddled his body. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing had just parked her car and opened her phone to see a message from Jiang Cheng. Urgently, she called him, but no one answered, unaware of the accident. She felt anxious over Jiang Cheng's silence. Staring at her image in the photograph, it appeared as if she were intimately supporting Lin Chen. She felt compelled to find him and clarify the situation. In the evening at the Jiang group, Jiang Du sat in his office when the phone rang. He answered, "Hello? Is this Jiang Cheng's father?" The voice on the other end caught him off guard. "Yes, it is." Your son has been in an accident. Please have family come quickly. The phone clattered to the floor. How could this happen? He hastily called Jiang Yuechu. Yuechu, hurry to the hospital. Your brother's been in an accident. What? An accident? Xiao Cheng? Where is he? Jiang Yuechu nearly broke into tears. Upon hearing the news, she felt frantic. Without delay, she and Jiang Chichi rushed to the hospital. On the way, images of her brother filled her mind, her heart heavy with worry and fear. Upon their arrival, they found Jiang Cheng lying in a hospital bed, connected to numerous tubes, his complexion pale and devoid of vitality. Jiang Yuechu's tears streamed down her face as she rushed to his bedside, softly calling his name. Xiaoqing, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Jiang Yuechu sobbed uncontrollably. Jiang Chichi's eyes glistened with tears as he fought back his sorrow, inquiring about Jiang Cheng's condition from the doctor. The doctor informed them that Jiang Cheng's injuries were critical. Although he had temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, he required further observation. Additionally, the trauma to his head might lead to lasting repercussions. Hearing the doctor's words, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Chichi felt their hearts wrench in agony. They remained vigilantly by Jiang Cheng's bedside, unwilling to leave his side. They prayed fervently for his swift recovery, willing to sacrifice anything for his health. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing was still searching frantically for Jiang Cheng. Unaware of the accident, she felt desperate over his unresponsiveness, visiting every place he might be, yet finding no trace of him. Filled with despair, she pondered her next move. With no one at home and the library absent from her usual haunts, she deliberated for a while before dialing Jiang Cheng's number once more. This time, the call connected. Xiqing, a familiar voice echoed through the line. Sister Yuechu? Yes, it's me, Jiang Yuechu replied, holding Jiang Cheng's phone. By the way, where is Jiang Cheng? Chapter 84. White-haired Lu Xiqing urgently inquired about Jiang Cheng's whereabouts. Xiao Cheng had an accident and is in the hospital, she wept. The news struck Lu Xiqing like a bolt from the blue, leaving her mind in a haze. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted and rushed to the hospital. Upon her arrival, she found Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Chichi keeping vigil by Jiang Cheng's bedside, and her heart swelled with guilt and regret. She recognized that all of this was due to her actions. If she hadn't asked Jiang Cheng to wait for her, if only she had allowed him to leave at 7:30, none of this would have happened. Lu Xiqing approached Jiang Cheng's bed and gently grasped his hand. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto Jiang Cheng's hand. I'm so sorry, Jiang Cheng. It's all my fault. You must wake up soon. I will stay by your side, she choked out. Xiqing, please get up, Jiang Yuechu urged, pulling Lu Xiqing to her feet. I just saw the chat record between you and Xiao Cheng. I have a rough idea of what transpired. Jiang Yuechu had just glimpsed their conversation and that photograph. I don't want to. I want to be with him. Lu Xiqing cried. The doctor said Xiao Cheng needs peace. Your presence will only hinder his recovery. Jiang Chichi coldly remarked regarding the unfamiliar woman. At her words, Lu Xiqing hastily wiped her tears and stifled her sobs. Yuechu, please let me stay with him. I beg you. Seeing Lu Xiqing's desperate demeanor, Jiang Yuechu reluctantly nodded. Lu Xiqing remained by Jiang Cheng's bedside, her gaze fixed intently on his face, consumed by worry. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Chichi sat nearby, their expressions grave. Jiang Cheng, you must recover quickly, Lu Xiqing whispered. Suddenly, a pained expression crossed Jiang Cheng's features, and his body began to tremble. Alarmed, Lu Xiqing exclaimed, Jiang Cheng, what is wrong? Yuechu, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yuechu sprang to her feet. Quickly, call the doctor. Lu Xiqing dashed out to summon the physician, and soon, the doctor arrived in haste. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor reassured. The patient's vital signs are currently stable. Let us observe for a while. Lu Xiqing let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Chichi exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Xiqing, try not to worry too much. Xiao Cheng will pull through, Jiang Yuechu said gently. Lu Xiqing nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. I know. I believe you will wake up. As time passed, night fell. The ward was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic beeping of the machines. Exhausted, Lu Xiqing rested her head beside Jiang Cheng's bed and closed her eyes. In his dreams, Jiang Cheng found himself engulfed in darkness, trapped in an unfamiliar place rife with fear and unease. "Where's this?" "Sicheng, big sister, where are you?" he cried out. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Sicheng and Lin Yichan together, laughing and chatting. A surge of anger washed over him. "Sicheng, why are you with him?" Lu Sicheng coldly replied. "Jiang Cheng, it's over." Desperately, Jiang Cheng ran towards Lu Sicheng, but he could not catch up. He watched helplessly as she and Lin Yichan receded into the shadows. "Sicheng!" he screamed in agony. In the hospital room, Jiang Cheng's body shook violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Sicheng was jolted awake, and, upon seeing his distress, her heart ached. "Jiang Cheng, don't be afraid. I'm here," she murmured softly, holding his hand. Yet, Jiang Cheng's nightmare persisted. In his dream, he continuously witnessed Lu Sicheng leaving him, his despair deepening. Tears streamed down his face. Why? Why must you treat me this way?" As night turned into day, the first rays of sunlight filtered into the room, and Lu Sicheng opened her eyes. She glanced at Jiang Cheng and was struck with shock. "Jiang Cheng, your hair." Jiang Cheng's hair had turned completely white overnight. Lu Sicheng could no longer hold back her tears. Hearing her sobs, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Qiqi hurried over. They too were taken aback at the sight of Jiang Cheng's white hair. Jiang Yuechu gasped. "How could this happen?" Jiang Qiqi urged. "Quickly, call the doctor." The doctor returned promptly to conduct a comprehensive examination. This occurrence is exceedingly rare. It may be that the patient experienced immense psychological trauma during his coma, resulting in this abnormal reaction. Currently, we lack definitive treatment methods and can only continue to observe. Lu Sicheng, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Doctor, please, you must save Jiang Cheng." The doctor, with a heavy heart, replied, "We will do our utmost. But the situation is complex and will require time." Jiang Yuechu consoled Lu Sicheng. "Sicheng, try not to be too upset. We believe Xiao Cheng will recover." With determination, Lu Sicheng declared, "Yes, Jiang Cheng will certainly regain his health." Lu Sicheng remained vigil by Jiang Cheng's bedside, her eyes unwaveringly focused on him, filled with worry and hope. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Qiqi sat nearby, their expressions solemn. Suddenly, the door of the ward swung open with force, and Jiang Dufeng stumbled in, visibly weary and anxious. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng in such a state, his eyes instantly reddened. "Xiao Cheng, my son, how could this happen?" Jiang Dufeng's voice trembled. Lu Sicheng quickly rose, guilt washing over her. "Uncle Jiang, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have been in the accident." Jiang Dufeng regarded Lu Sicheng with a sigh. "This is not your fault. It was merely an unfortunate accident." Jiang Yuechu approached, helping Jiang Dufeng to sit. "Dad, don't be too distressed. The doctor mentioned that while Xiao Cheng's condition is complicated, there is still hope." Jiang Dufeng gazed sorrowfully at Jiang Cheng's white hair. What has this child endured? His hair turned white overnight. Jiang Qiqi could not contain her tears. "Xiao Cheng will surely recover." Lu Sicheng grasped Jiang Cheng's hand tightly. "Jiang Cheng, you must wake up soon. Uncle Jiang is here, and he's worried about you." Jiang Yuechu poured a glass of water for Jiang Dufeng. "Dad, try not to worry too much. We must believe in Xiao Cheng. He is so strong and will surely persevere." Taking a sip of water, Jiang Dufeng steadied his emotions. "Yes, Xiao Cheng will absolutely recover. My son, Jiang Dufeng, is not so fragile." Chapter 85. Lu Sicheng. Lu Sicheng slowly approached Jiang Cheng's hospital bed and gently seated herself beside him. Her gaze brimmed with concern and reluctance, as if she were firmly glued to Jiang Cheng's slightly pale visage, unwilling to part for even a moment. She clasped Jiang Cheng's hand tightly, as though it were the most crucial support in her life. Her fingers trembled slightly, her heart laden with worry and guilt. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Qiqi took their places on the opposite side of the bed, settling down with solemn expressions. Jiang Yuechu's brow furrowed in deep concern, her eyes fixed intently on her younger brother. Anxiety and dread filled her gaze as she silently prayed for his swift recovery. Jiang Qiqi, too, wore a worried expression, her eyes reflecting her affection for Jiang Cheng. Clasping her hands tightly together, she seemed to be cheering him on. Jiang Du approached the bedside with heavy steps, standing quietly, his face marked by sorrow and apprehension as he gazed unwaveringly at his son. He was overwhelmed by self-reproach and guilt, feeling he had failed to care for his son adequately. His eyes shone with anticipation and hope, yearning for his son to awaken soon. Jiang Du looked at Lu Xiqing and softly said, "Xiqing, do not burden yourself with too much guilt. This was indeed an accident, something no one wished to see happen." Lu Xiqing lifted her head to meet Jiang Du's gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. Choking on her words, she replied, "Uncle Jiang, I truly regret this." Jiang Yuechu sighed, stating, "Father, discussing this now serves little purpose. We should focus on how to expedite Xiaoqing's recovery." Jiang Qiqi chimed in, "Yes, didn't the doctor say we can only observe? We cannot simply sit idly." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Du suggested, "Perhaps we should consult some specialists to explore better treatment options." Jiang Yuechu nodded, "Indeed, that is a good idea. I will reach out to experts from other hospitals." With that, she hurriedly exited the ward to contact the specialists. Lu Xiqing remained by Jiang Cheng's side, speaking softly. Her voice was tender yet resolute, as if she were imparting strength to him. "Jiang Cheng, you must recover swiftly. Look, Uncle Jiang and Sister Yuechu are all worried about you. Once you're well, we can do all the things you desire." Jiang Qiqi interjected with a humph. "If it weren't for you, Xiaoqing wouldn't be in this state. Yet, there's no point in lamenting now. I just hope he wakes up soon." Jiang Qiqi seemed to harbor a strong dislike for anyone outside her family. Lu Xiqing looked at Jiang Qiqi, her eyes filled with remorse. "Sister Qiqi, I understand you blame me. Once Jiang Cheng recovers, I will heed your wishes." Jiang Du waved his hand, saying, "Qiqi, do not speak like that. Xiqing never wished for this to happen. We must unite our efforts to help Xiaoqing recover swiftly." Though weariness shadowed her face, her eyes sparkled with hope. "Father, I have contacted several specialists. They mentioned they need to review Jiang Cheng's medical history and examination reports before deciding whether to come for a consultation." Jiang Du nodded in agreement. "Then let us promptly prepare the medical records and reports for them." Jiang Yuechu replied, "All right, I will handle it immediately." She hurried off to organize the necessary documents. The ward fell silent once again. Lu Xiqing gently stroked Jiang Cheng's hand, her heart heavy with guilt and concern. Her eyes radiated expectation, hoping for Jiang Cheng's swift awakening. "Jiang Cheng, can you hear me? Everyone is striving for your recovery. You must awaken soon," she whispered. Jiang Qiqi also gazed at Jiang Cheng, urging him, "Xiaoqing, you have always been so resilient. You cannot falter this time. Jean du Adid, Xiaoqing, your father believes you will pull through. Father, Xiqing, Qiqi, you should eat something. It is not wise to remain here without sustenance. You need to conserve your strength." Lu Xiqing shook her head. "I cannot eat, Sister Yuechu. You and Uncle Jiang should partake." Jiang Du looked at Lu Xiqing. "Xiqing, you must eat a little. Xiaoqing still needs your care." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiqing agreed. "Very well, I will have a little." The group shared a simple meal before resuming their vigil by Jiang Cheng's bedside. In the afternoon, the doctor entered for a round of checks. The physician's face bore a serious expression as he meticulously examined Jiang Cheng's condition. The patient's state remains relatively stable. However, the cause of his white hair is still unclear. "We will continue to observe and will notify you of any developments." Lu Xiqing looked at the doctor, her eyes filled with worry. "Doctor, is there truly no way to restore Jiang Cheng's hair to its normal state?" The doctor shook his head. "Currently, there is no definitive method." Jiang Du addressed the doctor earnestly. "Doctor, I entrust my son's care to you. Please find a way to help him recover." The doctor nodded in acknowledgement. "We will do our utmost. It is also beneficial for you to speak to the patient. Perhaps it will stimulate his consciousness." After the doctor departed, Lu Xiqing resumed, speaking to Jiang Cheng. "Do you remember when we first met? You were so handsome, instantly capturing my attention. We have been through so much together, and I have come to realize I deeply love you. You must awaken soon. We have so many beautiful moments awaiting us." Lu Xiqing's voice was gentle yet firm, imparting strength to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Qiqi added, "Xiaoqing, you promised to prepare a grand meal for me. You need to wake up quickly." Jiang Du chimed in, "Xiaoqing, your father is counting on you to inherit the family legacy. You cannot simply remain asleep. One by one, they spoke to Jiang Cheng, hoping to awaken his consciousness. Though fatigue marked their faces, their eyes were filled with concern. Father, Siqing, Chi-Chi, please eat something. You have all been working tirelessly today. Lu Siqing cast a grateful look at Jiang Yuechu. Sister Yuechu, thank you for your hard work. You have been tirelessly managing everything. Jiang Yuechu smiled softly. This is my duty. Xiao Cheng is my brother. Of course, I will care for him. Jiang Du added, everyone has put in so much effort. I hope Xiao Cheng recovers swiftly so that our family can find peace. After finishing their dinner, they returned to Jiang Cheng's bedside. As night fell, the ward was exceptionally quiet, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the machines. Lu Siqing leaned against Jiang Cheng's bed, inadvertently drifting off to sleep. Though weariness marked her features, her eyes sparkled with hope. Jiang Du and Jiang Chi-Chi also dozed in their chairs, while Jiang Yuechu sat nearby. Observing them, her heart filled with reflection. Xiao Cheng, you must awaken soon. Our entire family awaits you. Suddenly, the door swung open. Brother Jiang, Jiang Cheng. Chapter 86. A few more days of observation. Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi rushed into the hospital room, their hearts aching at the sight of the elderly Jiang Cheng lying in bed. Yu Yang quickly approached the bedside, his voice trembling as he asked, Brother Jiang, what has happened to you? How did things come to this? Yu Jiechi, with tear-filled eyes, gently grasped Jiang Cheng's other hand, pleading, Brother Jiang, please wake up. We are all so worried about you. Lu Siqing, awakened by the commotion, looked at Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi with a mixture of surprise and relief. You are here. Jiang Cheng. Lu Siqing choked on his words, unable to continue. Yu Yang turned to Lu Siqing, inquiring, what exactly happened to Brother Jiang? Why has he suddenly changed like this? Wiping away his tears, Lu Siqing recounted the series of events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, tears streamed down Lu Siqing's face. It's all my fault. If I had been more attentive to Brother Jiang, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Yu Yang gently patted Lu Siqing's shoulder, reassuring him, this is not your fault. No one wished for such a calamity to occur. Jiang Du, observing Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi, sighed, it is good that you are here. Stay with Xiao Cheng. Perhaps he will awaken more quickly. Jiang Yuechu nodded in agreement, saying, yes, let us all cheer for Xiao Cheng together. With unwavering determination, Yu Yang declared, Uncle Jiang, rest assured, we will remain by Brother Jiang's side until he awakens. Yu Jiechi nodded vigorously in agreement. The following morning, the academy had resumed its activities. In the pristine and tranquil hospital room, the patient lay quietly on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment. The surrounding machines emitted faint ticking sounds, quietly safeguarding him. He had been in a deep coma for what felt like an eternity, trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. Yet, amidst this chaos, he faintly heard a familiar voice calling out to him. That voice shone like a beam of light through the darkness, gently stirring his soul. Please wake up. You cannot continue to sleep like this. The tone was tender yet urgent, filled with boundless concern. Gradually, the patient's consciousness began to stir. He struggled against the heavy darkness that enveloped him, his eyelids fluttering as if battling a formidable force. At last, he slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his vision was hazy, but as his awareness sharpened, he recognized the familiar, anxious faces surrounding his bedside. Xiao Cheng, you're awake. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat disoriented, as if he had just emerged from an exceedingly long dream. At that moment, his elder sister Jiang Yao was urgently calling his name. Xiao Cheng, you're awake. How wonderful. Jiang Yao's voice trembled with excitement. Having been preoccupied with company matters, Jiang Yao had rushed over upon hearing the news and arrived just before dawn. Jiang Cheng, struggling to see the people around him, weakly uttered, elder sister, what has happened to me? Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi eagerly gathered closer. Brother Jiang, you have finally awakened. We were so worried about you. Yu Jiechi added, wiping away her tears, it's a relief to see you awake, Brother Jiang. Lu Siqing, overwhelmed with joy, tightly held Jiang Cheng's hand, exclaiming, Jiang Cheng, you're awake. This is truly wonderful. Gently caressing Jiang Cheng's forehead, Jiang Yao reassured him, Xiao Cheng, you had an accident and remained unconscious for a long time. We were all so worried. Jiang Cheng frowned in concentration. I seem to recall. Something happened, but I cannot quite remember the details. Jiang Yuechu approached, her face radiating relief. Xiao Cheng, do not dwell on it. The important thing is that you are awake. We will take good care of you from now on. Jiang Du stood nearby, tears shimmering in his eyes. Son, you've finally awakened. Please do not let us worry like this again. Looking at everyone, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of gratitude. I'm sorry for causing everyone concern. I will be more careful from now on. Jiang Yao then inquired, Xiao Cheng, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that hurts? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I feel fine, just a bit fatigued. Lu Xiqing quickly encouraged, then you should rest well. We will stay here with you. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Jiang. Take your time to recuperate. Once you are better, we can all go out together. Yu Jieqi added with a smile. Brother Jiang, once you recover, we must go out to enjoy some delicious food together. Jiang Cheng looked at them, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, once I'm better, we will go together. The hospital room was filled with warmth and joy as everyone eagerly anticipated Jiang Cheng's swift recovery. Xiqing, I have some things I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Cheng's words cast a momentary silence over the room. Let us step outside to buy some supplements for Xiao Cheng. Jiang Yao, sensing the change in atmosphere, beckoned everyone to follow her out. The group was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized and followed Jiang Yao out of the room. The room fell silent, leaving only Lu Xiqing and Jiang Cheng. Xiqing, I became a bit emotional. I apologize. He expressed regret for his earlier impulsiveness. Lu Xiqing held Jiang Cheng's hands tightly. No, it is I who failed to explain things to you in time. This is all my fault. That day, while I went to pick up Lin Cheng from the airport, I had intended to inform you so you could wait for me in my room. However, my phone was lost, and I was delayed by Lin Cheng for a day. Later, when I went home to find you, neither you nor Yuechu were there. Jiang Cheng listened attentively, realizing the problem lay with Lin Cheng. He had gotten drunk, causing a scene, which led to him being beaten up and subsequently taken to the hospital. Had I known that such a calamity would ensue, I would never have gone out to eat. As she spoke, tears began to flow again. Jiang Cheng wished to lift his hand to wipe her tears, but found his hand firmly clasped in hers. All right, as long as we have clarified things, please do not cry. Jiang Cheng, I must confess something to you, she exclaimed, her sobs growing louder. All right, go ahead, Jiang Cheng said, feeling compelled to let her continue as her tears only intensified. Do you believe that people have memories of their past lives? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng seemed to understand and nodded. No wonder she was so proactive this time around. In truth, I possess memories from my past life, and I have always loved you, even in that life. This will never change. I understand. I will remain calm from now on. Jiang Cheng, may I kiss you? Lu Xiqing ceased her tears, instead adopting a playful tone. Jiang Cheng, feeling helpless, replied, Fine, let us go ahead and kiss. He leaned in as if to kiss her. Just then, a doctor entered the room. I have come to check on the patient's recovery. He began a thorough examination. There are no major issues. Only a slight injury to the head, and the body has only superficial wounds. We will keep him under observation for a few more days, and if everything appears normal, he can be discharged. Chapter 87. The Return of the Maid Guard. Mr. Jiang, I have a few questions for you to assess your neurological condition. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor, wielding a pen, meticulously documented notes in the medical record before turning to Jiang Cheng with a grave expression and inquiring, What is 34 equal to? The doctor continued, And what about 68? Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of exasperation but complied, responding, 14. The doctor pressed on, and 99? Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes, thinking the doctor was jesting at his expense, and replied curtly, 18. Ultimately, the doctor nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Excellent. Mr. Zhang's neurological condition appears to be normal. Jiang Cheng nearly choked in disbelief, pondering the absurdity of this so-called assessment. He felt a profound insult to his intelligence. Once the doctor concluded his examination and departed, an awkward tension settled in the room. Lu Xiqing blushed, gently biting her lip, while Jiang Cheng offered a resigned smile. Lu Xiqing broke the silence first. I truly apologize for earlier. Jiang Cheng gazed at her tenderly. It's quite all right. Once I recover, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lu Siqing playfully thumped his shoulder. You're quite annoying. Jiang Cheng chuckled, his laughter resonating with warmth. Jiang Yao observed their exchange and seemed to sense something, cheerfully commenting, it appears that Xiao Cheng is recovering nicely. The atmosphere between you two is quite pleasant. Lu Siqing's face reddened further as she hastily waved her hands. Sister Jiang Yao, please don't say such things. Jiang Yuechu chimed in with playful teasing. Oh, Siqing, there's no need to be shy. Your efforts have been pivotal in Xiao Cheng's swift recovery. Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi snickered from the side, with Yu Yang saying, Brother Jiang, you must recover quickly. We're all looking forward to going out together. Jiang Cheng shot him a glare. You really talk too much. The camaraderie in the hospital room enveloped Jiang Cheng in warmth and affection. That afternoon, he sensed a resurgence of strength. Lu Siqing looked at him with gentleness, recounting how everyone had been tirelessly searching for specialists and vigilantly staying by his side. Listening to her, Jiang Cheng was profoundly touched. Everyone cares so much for me. Once I recover, I must repay them well, he mused. Lu Siqing grasped his hand. Your full recovery is the best way to show your gratitude. In the evening, Jiang Du visited the ward. His eyes brimmed with love as he regarded Jiang Cheng. Son, how are you feeling today? Jiang Cheng smiled. Dad, I'm feeling much better. Please don't worry too much. Jiang Du nodded. That is good to hear. Focus on your recovery. Your sister and I will manage the company. Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Dad. As night fell, the ward grew quiet. Lu Siqing kept vigil by Jiang Cheng's bedside, gently tucking him in. Jiang Cheng gazed at her, filled with bliss. Siqing, it's truly wonderful having you here. Lu Siqing smiled tenderly. You need to recover quickly. We have many things to do together. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes, anticipation swelling within him. He knew that with Lu Siqing and the support of family and friends, his recovery would be swift. Meanwhile, in the Lu household, Lin Chen had been waiting for Lu Siqing for quite a while, feeling a mix of impatience and frustration at her absence. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the ward as Jiang Cheng awoke, feeling a significant improvement in his spirits. Lu Siqing had risen early to prepare breakfast for him. You're awake? How do you feel? She asked with concern. Jiang Cheng beamed. I feel great. What delicious meal have you prepared? Lu Siqing presented a nutritious breakfast. This is specially made for you. You must eat well to recover quickly. As Jiang Cheng savored the meal, a wave of gratitude washed over him. Later that morning, the doctor returned for a follow-up examination. Upon thorough inspection, a smile broke on the doctor's face. Jiang Cheng, your recovery is progressing remarkably well. If this continues, you may be discharged tomorrow, he announced. This news brought immense joy to everyone present. Jiang Yao exclaimed, That's wonderful. Xiao Cheng can finally go home. Jiang Qiqi added with a smile. Now we can rest easy. Yu Yang and Yu Jiechi were particularly ecstatic, with Yu Yang proclaiming, Brother Jiang, when you're discharged, we must celebrate. Jiang Cheng looked around at his friends, his heart swelling with appreciation. In the afternoon, accompanied by Lu Siqing, Jiang Cheng strolled through the hospital garden. The sunlight was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, lifting his spirits. Siqing, once I'm discharged, let us plan a trip together, Jiang Cheng suggested suddenly. Lu Siqing's eyes lit up. Sure. Where do you wish to go? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. To a beautiful seaside city where we can watch the sun rise and set and relish leisurely moments. Lu Siqing nodded with a smile. I look forward to that day. As evening approached, everyone gathered again in the ward to celebrate Jiang Cheng's impending discharge. Jiang Du looked at his son, speaking earnestly, Son, this incident has caused us considerable worry. Please be cautious and take care of yourself in the future. Jiang Cheng nodded solemnly. Dad, I understand. I will cherish my life and live well. That night, as Jiang Cheng lay in bed contemplating his imminent discharge, he felt a surge of excitement. He knew that with Lu Siqing and his family and friends by his side, his future days would be filled with happiness. Meanwhile, Lu Siqing quietly prayed for Jiang Cheng's continued health and happiness, hoping their love would endure eternally. The ward door swung open to reveal Lin Wanner entering. Jiang Cheng welcomed her, only to notice a noticeable scar on her face. Wanner, what happened to your face? Lu Siqing inquired, having also noticed. She touched her cheek. Oh no, This wound wasn't treated properly. It's just from practicing martial arts with my master. Hearing this, they felt a sense of relief. By the way, where's your sister? My master's task isn't finished yet. She can't come for the time being. I rushed here and forgot to tend to my wound. If my master sees this, I'll be in trouble. In that case, Warner, you should quickly take care of that injury. Lin Warner nodded and headed towards the door to send a message to a private number. The young master has awakened. He is fine, but his hair is inexplicably white. After sending the message, she hurried off to find a doctor to treat her wound. Chapter 88. Lu Qinyang the following morning. Gentle sunlight streamed through the hospital window like a golden veil, softly illuminating Jiang Cheng's face. As he stirred awake, he felt an unusual clarity of mind, as if every pore in his body was inhaling the essence of freedom and hope. It seemed he had acquired an extraordinary ability. The unfolding narrative resembled something out of science fiction novel. Ever since his hair had turned white, he had been experiencing vivid dreams each night, often envisioning events following his demise. It appeared that the Jiang family was facing an insurmountable challenge, one that would prove exceedingly difficult to overcome. He vividly witnessed the tragic fate of the Gu family, brought to ruin by Gu Feng's actions. Lu Xiqing sat quietly at his bedside, her tender gaze radiating warmth and concern. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, joy glimmering in his eyes as he softly spoke. Xiqing, I'm being discharged today. I'm feeling a bit excited. Lu Xiqing returned his smile, her expression akin to a blooming flower, beautiful and enchanting. Yes, you are finally on the road to recovery. Once you are discharged, let us take some time to rest and restore your vitality. Jiang Cheng gazed at Lu Xiqing, his heart swelling with gratitude. Once I'm fully recovered, I promise to take you wherever you wish to make it up to you. Just then, Jiang Yao and others arrived at the hospital room. Jiang Yao's face beamed with joy, a look of relief washing over her as she said, Sister, I'm all set, just waiting for the discharge paperwork. Jiang Yuechu approached. Concern etched on her face as she advised, Xiao Cheng, make sure to take care of yourself after you leave. Don't make us worry again. Yu Yang, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, Jiangge, we need to plan our celebration as soon as you're out. Jiang Cheng chuckled, you're in such a rush. Let us talk about it after I'm discharged. Yu Jiechi chimed in with a smile, Jiang Chengge, you can't scare us like that again. Jiang Cheng nodded earnestly. I promise, I'll be more careful in the future. Before long, the doctor entered the room with a steady stride, handing Jiang Cheng his discharge papers. The doctor wore a gentle smile, reminding him, Jiang Cheng, make sure to rest well after you leave. If you feel unwell, don't hesitate to come back for a checkup. Jiang Cheng looked at the doctor with gratitude. Thank you, doctor. I will remember your advice. They all joined forces to help Jiang Cheng gather his belongings before slowly exiting the hospital. Taking a deep breath, he savored the fresh air outside, each inhalation infused with the taste of freedom. Gazing up at the azure sky, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Jiang Yao smiled and said, Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. All right, sister. Upon arriving at Jiang Yuechu's home, Jiang Du was already anxiously waiting. As soon as he saw Jiang Cheng, a loving look filled his eyes. Son, congratulations on your discharge. Jiang Cheng hurried forward, tears glistening in his eyes, as Lu Xiqing carefully assisted him to the sofa, gently saying, rest for a moment, don't overexert yourself. Jiang Cheng smiled at Lu Xiqing. All right, Xiqing, you sit too. Jiang Yao turned to Jiang Cheng, while Yang, unable to contain his excitement, asked, Jiang Ge, when are we going to celebrate? Jiang Cheng replied with a grin, let me rest for a few days, and I'll let you all know. Yu Jiechi responded cheerfully, great. We're all looking forward to it. In the days that followed, Jiang Cheng rested peacefully at home. Jiang Yuechu had already secured a leave of absence for him from school, much to the misfortune of his female classmates who longed to see his handsome face. Lu Xiqing remained by his side, attending to him with meticulous care. Each meal was lovingly prepared, and every gentle gesture contributed to Jiang Cheng's gradual recovery. One day, gazing out at the radiant sunshine, an impulse to take a stroll overwhelmed him. He turned to Lu Xiqing and said, Xiqing, I do like to go outside for a walk. Lu Xiqing looked at him tenderly and nodded. All right, let's south go to the park. Hand in hand, they strolled through the park, basking in the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze that caressed their faces, filling their hearts with joy. Jiang Cheng inhaled deeply, reveling in the beauty of nature, and remarked, "Siqing, we're family." Jiang Cheng firmly grasped Lu Siqing's hand, declaring, "Yes, we will always be together." "I will always be by your side," she replied. As they walked, they came upon a flower stall. A hint of tenderness flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he approached, selecting a bouquet of purple flowers, which he then presented to Lu Siqing. "Siqing, these flowers are for you. Thank you for always being there for me," he said, gazing at her with deep affection. Lu Siqing accepted the flowers, her eyes brimming with emotion. "What beautiful flowers. Thank you. Siqing, did you know? I adore purple. In my eyes, you are purple." Lu Siqing instantly understood his sentiment, her face flushing with shyness. They continued hand in hand, cherishing the moment as if time had come to a standstill. Jiang Cheng felt completely recovered and, overwhelmed with gratitude towards everyone, decided to invite them for a celebration. He meticulously sent messages to Jiang Yao, Jiang Yuechu, Yu Yang, and Yu Jieqi. That evening, they gathered at a cozy restaurant. Jiang Cheng and Lu Siqing arrived early, eagerly awaiting their friends. As Jiang Yao entered, a radiant smile lit her face. "Xiao Cheng, it's been a while since we had such a lively gathering. Sister, let us celebrate today," Jiang Yuechu added joyfully. "Yes, Xiao Cheng is better. Everyone is thrilled," Yu Yang exclaimed. "Jiang Gu, tonight we shall drink until we drop." Jiang Cheng quickly cautioned, "Don't drink too much. It's not good for your health." Yu Jieqi smiled and said, "Jiang Chengge, I'm truly happy today." As they dined on delectable dishes and engaged in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. "Xiao Cheng, don't forget to cook for me when you have the chance." Jiang Qi, already smitten by Jiang Cheng's cooking, suddenly chimed in. "All right, I'll cook for you every day." Jiang Cheng raised his glass sincerely, prompting everyone to toast in celebration of his recovery. Amidst the lively chatter in the restaurant, the door swung open, and a captivating woman entered. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized her, exclaiming in delight, "Second sister." Jiang Yuechu also rose in joy. "Xing Sanjia, you've come." Jiang Xing San approached with a smile, gazing at Jiang Cheng. "Xiao Cheng, I heard you were discharged. I rushed over but still arrived late." Jiang Cheng quickly replied, "Not late at all. I'm just so happy you're here." Jiang Yao smiled. "Xing San, please have a seat. It's been ages since our family has been together like this." Once seated, Jiang Xing San looked around and remarked, "I've heard so many amusing stories on my way here." Jiang Xing added, "I heard that when Xiao Cheng gave flowers to Siqing, it was quite a romantic scene." Jiang Cheng, oblivious to any underlying implications, chuckled, "Second sister, where did you hear that?" Jiang Xing San winked. "Isn't it obvious? Your story is all over town." With a smile, Yu Yang remarked, "Jiang Gu, you truly excel at this. I must learn from you more in the future." Jiang Cheng shot him a glare, replying, "You and your incessant banter." Observing the cheerful atmosphere among everyone, Jiang Yao interjected, "All right, let us not solely discuss Xiao Cheng and Si Cheng. Let us share other amusing tales." Jiang Yuechu pondered for a moment and said, "Recently, I encountered a particularly intriguing student at the academy, one who is perpetually whimsical." Jiang Xingsan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Oh, in what manner is this student whimsical?" Jiang Yuechu chuckled and recounted, "This student continually conjures up bizarre ideas. On one occasion, he posed a question in class that was both laughable and perplexing." Captivated by Jiang Yuechu's words, everyone clamored to know the nature of the question. Jiang Yuechu declared, "The student asked me, if humans could fly, what would the world transform into?" Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Cheng commented, "That student certainly possesses a vivid imagination. Does the second sister know his name?" Jiang Xingsan added with a smile, "Indeed, students today are remarkably creative. If I recall correctly, his name is Lu Chenyang." Chapter 89. Feeling like the villain Lu Chenyang? That name sounds familiar. Jiang Cheng pondered in his memory. Yes, he is Lu Jiangwo's younger brother. At a branch of the Jiang group, he could single-handedly perform the work of an entire team. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. Lu Chenyang. This person is indeed a genius. If he truly is, as I remember, I might try to win him over. This would be beneficial for my future plans. Lu Xiqing curiously inquired, Jiang Cheng, is this Lu Qinyang really that formidable? Jiang Cheng nodded. Jiang Yuechu remarked, I didn't expect there to be such an interesting student at the academy. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Yuyang interjected, Brother Jiang. We must take the opportunity to get to know Lu Qinyang better. Jiang Cheng smiled. If the chance arises, that would indeed be worthwhile. Jiang Xingsan observed everyone and said with a smile, It seems Lu Qinyang has made a profound impression on all of you. Jiang Qiqi nodded. Hearing you all speak of him, I too am quite curious about Lu Qinyang. Yu Jieqi added, Perhaps we will have some interactions with him in the future. The conversation continued, filled with a warm atmosphere. Jiang Cheng turned to Lu Xiqing and gently said, Xiqing. Lu Xiqing appeared, slightly displeased, as the glances from the academy's girls towards Jiang Cheng were rather unsettling, as if they were ready to devour him at any moment. Moreover, his current white-haired appearance seemed to enhance his charm. Jiang Xingsan said, All right, let's discuss something else. Recently, I visited a beautiful place. The scenery was simply enchanting. Curiosity sparked among the group, and they inquired about the location. Jiang Xingsan smiled. It is a seaside town, where the water is crystal clear, the sand soft, and there are many unique shops and delicacies. Jiang Yao remarked, That sounds delightful. We should visit there when we get the chance. Jiang Yuechu nodded in agreement. Yes. A little relaxation would be wonderful. Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xiqing. Xiqing, when we have time, let us go check out that town. Lu Xiqing's eyes lit up with anticipation. Sure, that sounds incredibly romantic. Yu Yang excitedly chimed in, Brother Jiang, be sure to take us along. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Of course, the more, the merrier. Yu Jieqi joyfully exclaimed, That's wonderful. I look forward to that day. The conversation shifted to travel topics, imagining various beautiful scenes. At that moment, Jiang Du spoke up, You young folks are full of energy, always out having fun. But do remember to stay safe and not worry your families. Jiang Cheng replied earnestly, Dad, we will be careful. Jiang Xingsan added, Safety first. While we enjoy life, we must also protect ourselves. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, Absolutely. Everyone must be cautious when out and about. The evening flew by as they continued their conversation. Later, the celebration came to an end. Jiang Xingsan noted, Jiang Cheng, you're leaning against the wall? You've clearly had a bit to drink and are feeling lightheaded. All right, you all be safe. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's consent, Jiang Xingsan helped Lu Xiqing towards the parking lot. Yu Yang wafted goodbye to Jiang Cheng. Okay, I'll visit Grandpa next time. Jiang Yuechu suddenly exclaimed. Only Jiang Yuechu and Lin Wanner remained. Throughout the celebration, Lin Wanner had not uttered a word, seemingly fearful of her masters noticing the injury on her face. Upon receiving instructions, the two helped Jiang Cheng into the back seat of the car. Wanner, you drive. I've had a bit to drink, Jiang Yuechu said, settling into the back seat. Reluctantly, Lin Wanner took the wheel. As Jiang Xingsan assisted Lu Xiqing toward the parking lot, Lu Xiqing's steps were slightly unsteady, clearly affected by the alcohol. A figure emerged as they reached the Lu residence. Jiang Xingsan looked up warily, spotting Lin Yichen standing there with a worried expression. His eyes were fixated on Lu Xiqing as he urgently said, Xiqing, why did you drink so much? I came to pick you up. Jiang Xingsan frowned, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he coldly retorted, Get lost. Jiang Xingsan scoffed, You think too highly of yourself. Lin Yichen stepped forward defiantly. Don't go too far. Xiqing is mine. I have the right to look after her. Jiang Xingsan laughed in anger. Yours? You think you deserve her? After all the wrongs you've done, you still want to claim Xiqing? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Jiang Xingsan set Lu Xiqing down and prepared to confront Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, refusing to back down, felt he could not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, he would lose face. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight to avoid hurting Xiqing, Lin Yichen stated. Jiang Xingsan sneered. You still care about Xiqing? If you truly cared, you wouldn't have done those hurtful things to her. Today, I will make you pay for your actions against both Xiaoqing and Xiqing. With that, Jiang Xingsan launched the first strike, throwing a punch at Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen quickly dodged, surprised by Jiang Xingsan's strength. He had initially thought of her as a fragile girl, not expecting her to possess such skill. Jiang San swiftly followed up with a kick aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly defended himself, but still staggered back from the force. Is this all you've got, Lin Chen? Today, you will learn the consequences of harming Xiao Cheng and Si Cheng, Jiang San shouted. Lin Chen, fueled by anger from Jiang San's assault, began to retaliate. They engaged in a fierce battle in the parking lot. Jiang San was agile, her strikes fierce, each aimed at Lin Chen's weak points, while Lin Chen could only endure the blows. Yet, he refused to yield, continuing to resist tenaciously. Today, you will pay for what you've done, Jiang San declared while attacking. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Jiang San ceased her idle chatter and intensified her assault. A punch struck Lin Chen in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Next, Jiang San kicked Lin Chen's knee, and he collapsed to the ground. Do you realize your mistakes now, Lin Chen? Jiang San looked down at him from above. Lin Chen, though in agony, still held a defiant glimmer in his eyes. I did nothing wrong. I love Si Cheng. I just want to be with her. Jiang San shook her head. Is your so-called love simply about hurting others? You have no understanding of love. Today, I will strike you down until you can no longer rise, so you won't dare to harass Si Cheng again. With that, Jiang San continued her relentless assault on Lin Chen, who could no longer resist and could only endure the punishment. Ultimately, Lin Chen lay bruised and battered on the ground, unable to move. From his pocket, an object fell out, a phone. Jiang San picked it up and handed it to Lu Siqing, who had actually awakened during the fight, but chose to let her sister vent her frustrations. Why is my phone with you? She asked, looking at the phone with confusion. Never mind. You can't explain now, she said, glancing at Lin Chen lying on the ground, feeling a wave of disgust. Jiang San coldly warned Lin Chen, remember, do not approach Siqing again, or I will not spare you. Carefully, she assisted Lu Siqing into the Lu residence. The family members, seeing Lu Siqing inebriated, were filled with concern. What happened to Siqing? Why did she drink so much? Lu Siqing's father inquired. Jiang San elucidated, Uncle Lu. Today marks the celebration of Xiao Cheng's discharge from the hospital. Siqing was quite elated and indulged in a bit of drink. However, rest assured, she is not in any serious condition. A little rest will suffice. Lu Siqing's father nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude as he regarded Jiang San. After entrusting Lu Siqing to her family, Jiang San prepared to take her leave. By the way, Uncle Lu, that worthless individual is still lying outside. Please remember to send someone to check on him. Naturally, Lu's father knew to whom Jiang San referred and nodded in acknowledgement. As Jiang San exited the Lu residence, she cast one last glance at Lin Chen sprawled on the ground. When you see my Xiao Cheng again, show some respect, she remarked coldly. She inwardly mused on how she felt rather like a villain. Subsequently, she drove off, intending to rest for a while at Yuechu's home. For her mission was far from complete. Chapter 90. You adore children at this moment. Although Jiang Cheng was somewhat intoxicated, his mind remained relatively clear. Jiang Yuechu gazed at him with concern and said, Xiao Cheng, you should rest well. Please don't drink so much in the future. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. I understand. Sister Yuechu, I just drank a bit more today because I was happy. Lin Wanner, standing nearby, gently remarked, Young master, please take care of yourself. We shall take our leave now. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and softly murmured in acknowledgement. Jiang Yuechu and Lin Wanner exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. The name Lu Qinyang lingered in his mind, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He contemplated how forming an alliance with Lu Qinyang could greatly benefit his future plans. As he pondered, Jiang Cheng gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Cheng's face. He slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a bit dizzy. Sitting up, he rubbed his temples. At that moment, Jiang Yuechu entered the room, carrying a cup of hot water. Xiao Cheng, you're awake. How do you feel? Jiang Cheng took the hot water and sipped. Much better, Sister Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu sat at the bedside, observing him. Xiao Cheng, you drank quite a bit yesterday. It's best to rest today. Jiang Cheng shook his head. I'm fine now. The effects have worn off. Has Chi-Chi's sister already left? Yes, they all had matters to attend to. All right, I'll go out for a stroll later. Will you join me, Sister Yuechu? I can't. I have to supervise an exam at the academy today. Jiang Yuechu's expression turned pitiful. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Then you should focus on your duties, Sister Yuechu. I'll wander around by myself. Stepping outside, Jiang Cheng found himself uncertain of where to go. After some thought, he decided to explore the bustling commercial street in the city center. Arriving at the commercial district, he observed the lively crowd and the myriad of shops, his spirits lifting. He casually wandered into a bookstore, weaving between the shelves in search of intriguing titles. "Hello, do you have any books on business management?" Jiang Cheng inquired of the clerk. The clerk smiled and gestured toward a shelf. "There are many books on business management over there. You can take a look." Jiang Cheng approached the shelf and began meticulously selecting books. Suddenly, he noticed a particular book that piqued his interest and picked it up to browse. Just as he became engrossed in its contents, a voice spoke beside him. "This book is quite good." Jiang Cheng looked up to find a stranger standing nearby. The man was well-dressed and exuded an air of sophistication. "Are you also interested in this book?" Jiang Cheng asked. The man nodded. "Indeed. I believe this book offers valuable insights into enhancing leadership skills." "What do you do for a living?" "I'm currently a university student, without a job. Merely intrigued by business," Jiang Cheng replied. The man showed interest. "I share a similar fascination with business. Perhaps we can exchange ideas." Finding the man knowledgeable, Jiang Cheng engaged him in conversation. They discussed business management, market trends, and innovative thinking, enjoying each other's company. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Jiang Cheng glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. I must be on my way. It was a pleasure meeting you." The man smiled in return. "The pleasure was mine. I hope we have the chance to converse again." After leaving the bookstore, Jiang Cheng continued to stroll through the commercial street, visiting several specialty shops and purchasing small gifts. Feeling fatigued, he sought out a CF, ordered a cup of coffee, and savored a moment of tranquility. "Young master." The sudden address startled Jiang Cheng, and he turned to see Lin Wanner in her maid outfit, looking alarmed. He had previously instructed her not to wear such attire in public, as it could lead to misunderstandings. "I've been here all along. You just didn't notice," she replied. Jiang Cheng sighed in exasperation. "Why did you follow me?" Lin Wanner lowered her head slightly. "I was concerned for your safety while you were out alone." Jiang Cheng frowned. "What danger could there possibly be? Please refrain from doing this in the future." Lin Wanner softly responded, "Yes, young master." Jiang Cheng took a sip of his coffee and asked, "How did you find me?" With a resigned sigh, he added, "Forget it. Just sit down." Lin Vania hesitated. "Young master, isn't this inappropriate?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand. "If I say sit, then sit." Only then did Lin Wanner cautiously take a seat. Jiang Cheng observed her and said, "Wanner, there's no need to be so cautious." She nodded. "I understand, young master." Jiang Cheng inquired further, "What do you think of the book I mentioned earlier?" Lin Wanner pondered and replied, "Young master, I don't comprehend business management, but it sounds quite insightful." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You should read more often to broaden your horizons." Lin Wanner obediently responded, "Yes, young master. I will." Gazing out at the bustling crowd, Jiang Cheng fell into contemplation. After a while, he declared, "Wanner, let us be on our way." Lin Wanner stood, asking, "Where shall we go, young master?" Jiang Cheng considered, "Let us just wander." The two exited the CAF and continued their leisurely stroll through the commercial street. As they walked, Jiang Cheng introduced Lin Wanner to various shops and unique offerings. She listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Their wanderings led them to a lively square filled with performers and playful children. Jiang Cheng and Lin Wanner stood on the sidelines, observing the animated scene. "Young master, it's so vibrant here," Lin Wanner remarked. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Indeed, there's a palpable energy." Suddenly, a little girl dashed by and bumped into Jiang Cheng. He quickly steadied her, asking, "Are you all right, little sister?" The girl shook her head. "Brother, I'm fine." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Jiang Cheng smiled. "No worries, just be careful next time." The little girl looked at Jiang Cheng and Lin Wanner and said, "Brother and sister, you make a lovely pair." Both Jiang Cheng and Lin Wanner burst into laughter at her innocent remark. Jiang Cheng affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "Go and play now." The girl beamed and scampered away. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Cheng felt a warmth envelop his heart. "Young master, You truly adore children, Lin Wanner observed. Jiang Cheng nodded. Children are innocent and delightful. Their world is simple, free from many worries. Of course, if I were to have children, I would certainly wish for a daughter. Lin Wanner mused. Young master, I too wish to be as carefree as a child. Jiang Cheng regarded her thoughtfully. Wanner, everyone has their own burdens. Yet we must learn to confront and resolve them. Do not dwell too much on worries. Instead, embrace a joyful life. Come, let me buy you a gift. Chapter 91. What do you take me for? Jiang Cheng led Lin Wanner into a boutique where an array of exquisite accessories and trinkets adorned the shelves. With a warm smile, Jiang Cheng turned to Lin Wanner and said, Wanner, take a look and see if anything catches your fancy. Feel free to choose. Lin Wanner, feeling somewhat shy, replied, Young master, there's really no need. This is too extravagant. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Consider it my way of thanking you for your constant care. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanner began to stroll through the shop. Her gaze was drawn to a delicate hairpin, embellished with small crystals that sparkled enchanting under the light. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up with admiration. Yet she hesitated to voice her desire. Noticing her interest, Jiang Cheng approached and picked up the hairpin. This hairpin suits you perfectly, he remarked, gently fastening it in her hair. Lin Wanner felt a blush creep on her cheeks. Young master, this is too precious. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. It's not precious. What matters is that you like it. At that moment, a shop assistant approached. Miss, you look stunning with that hairpin. It's a new arrival and quite popular. Jiang Cheng inquired about the price. Without hesitation, he handed his card to the assistant. All right, this hairpin is a gift for Wanner. Lin Wanner's eyes glistened with gratitude. Young master, thank you. Jiang Cheng smiled gently. No need for such formality. In the future, if you see something you like, just tell me. Lin Wanner nodded, her heart brimming with warmth. They continued to browse the store, and Lin Wanner soon spotted a beautiful bracelet, crafted from silver chains and adorned with blue gemstones. It exuded a simple yet sophisticated charm. This bracelet is lovely, she exclaimed. Seeing her admiration, Jiang Cheng instructed the assistant, please wrap